Traversing the primordial chaos, Shan Yuan found himself as a disciple of Zhen Yuanzi. He considered this a fortunate turn of events and resolved to diligently learn from his master, cultivating steadily while observing the rise and fall of the primordial world with a tranquil heart. However, on that fateful day, when Hongjun attained sainthood and was to impart teachings in the Chaos Purple Cloud's palace, Shan Yuan could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. While he held no concerns for his master, he was apprehensive about his uncle, the renowned benevolent figure of the primordial realm, Hongjun. As the time for the teachings in the Purple Cloud's palace approached, Hongjun relinquished his position to Zhunti, thereby inviting a calamity that would endanger his life. Faced with the impending departure of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, Shan Yuan found himself hesitating, pondering whether he should voice his concerns. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Golden Finger and the Binding of the System. My disciple, I shall be going with your uncle Hongjun to the Purple Cloud's palace to attend the teachings. You are to remain at the 5 Gongguan and focus on your cultivation, refraining from recklessly venturing out. Do you understand? At the entrance of Wanshou Mountain, before the 5 Gongguan, Shan Yuan silently listened to the words of the middle-aged Taoist clad in wide sleeves and a benevolent demeanor. This Taoist was none other than Zhen Yuanzi, the master of the 5 Gongguan and a renowned power within the primordial world. Beside him stood a younger Taoist dressed in red, exhibiting a somewhat frivolous demeanor. This redrobed figure was none other than Hongjun, a close friend of Zhen Yuanzi and a well-known, kind-hearted soul of the primordial realm. Shan Yuan, on the other hand, was Zhen Yuanzi's sole disciple. Unlike the likes of Qing Feng and Mingyu, who were mere boy, Shan Yuan was a bona fide apprentice of Zhen Yuanzi. In truth, Zhen Yuanzi had never taken on disciples before. Shan Yuan was a transmigrator who, upon arriving in this world, transformed into a great mountain. By sheer coincidence, Zhen Yuanzi encountered him, and upon calculating their fated connection, decided to assist Shan Yuan in assuming human form, thereby taking him as his direct disciple. Thus, Shan Yuan stood as Zhen Yuanzi's only disciple. Even his name, Shan Yuan, was bestowed upon him by Zhen Yuanzi. As for the name he bore in his previous life, it was best left unmentioned. Those past memories were but fleeting wisps, trivial remnants of a few decades. Compared to this life, Shan Yuan's age had now transformed into an ancient numeral. After all, Shan Yuan was now a golden immortal. His periods of seclusion could easily span several centuries, if not millennium. Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's instructions, Shan Yuan respectfully replied, "Yes, disciple shall diligently adhere to the master's commands. Please travel safely, master." Zhen Yuanzi smiled and nodded in response. Observing Hongjun beside him, Shan Yuan could not help but add, "Uncle Hongjun, travel safely." Hongjun burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Little Shan Yuan, you even show concern for your uncle? But fret not, for I shall accompany your master. There is truly no one in this primordial realm that I fear." Shan Yuan shook his head, offering counsel. "Uncle, while I hold no worries for my master, I do worry for your safety. After all, master possesses the Earth Book, a treasure for protection. But what do you have?" At his words, Hongjun could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. Shan Yuan continued, "Moreover, there is you, my esteemed uncle. Your kindness is truly admirable. While benevolence in itself is not a flaw, it becomes a liability in the struggle for supremacy. Excessive kindness may lead others to take advantage of you. Therefore, dear uncle, temper your generosity, otherwise you might squander a grand opportunity." Go on. How can you speak so of me, Shan Yuan?" Hongjun retorted, puffing his cheeks and glaring. "Your words make me feel as if I have committed some heinous act. You should focus on your cultivation at Wuzhuang Temple and elevate your own prowess. Just look at you. Having only just broken through to the golden immortal stage, you need to solidify your foundation." Ha ha ha. Zhen Yuanzi observed the playful banter between the two with bemusement, chuckling, Enough. Let's cease this jesting." Yet, Shan Yuan does have a point, Hongjun. Your good intentions often veer into the realm of excess. This time, as the saints of Zhixiao Palace impart their wisdom, there may be significant opportunities. Do not let them slip through your fingers. With a shift in tone, Zhen Yuanzi acknowledged his disciple's words and offered a cautionary reminder to Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Hongjun sighed. All right, I shall heed your counsel." Zhen Yuanzi bid farewell to Shan Yuan. Shan Yuan respectfully escorted the two, who then soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As Shan Yuan watched them depart, he could not help but exhale in relief. Though uncertain if his words would bear fruit, he felt he had done his utmost. After all, he had wrestled with his thoughts countless times before articulating them. Whether Hongjun would foolishly relinquish his hard-won position now rested upon his own insight and fortune. Shan Yuan turned back to Wuzhuang Temple, planning to follow Hongjun's advice and enter seclusion to solidify his realm. Having recently ascended to the golden immortal stage, he was focused on cultivating the 5 energies within his heart. This stage offered him significant advantages. Firstly, his very essence was that of a great mountain. Secondly, he was a disciple of Zhen Yuanzi, the progenitor of the earth immortals, who possessed the supreme spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree. Thus, Shan Yuan's breakthrough to the golden immortal stage was facilitated by Zhen Yuanzi, who even extracted a portion of the innate earth essence from the ginseng fruit tree for Shan Yuan to refine. Consequently, Shan Yuan successfully advanced his cultivation, emerging as a golden immortal, his strength far surpassing that of others who lacked such innate origins for their breakthroughs. In the future, should the opportunity arise, it would be most advantageous to acquire the other 4 elemental innate origins. This would greatly enhance my foundation. Shan Yuan mused to himself as he settled into meditation within his palace. The decor was simple and unadorned, reminiscent of his master featuring merely a cloud bed and a single mat. This arrangement served as a constant reminder to himself to diligently pursue his cultivation. In a world as primordial as this, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only formidable power serves as a guarantee for one's survival. One must never underestimate their own strength simply because they are under the tutelage of a master like Zhen Yuanzi. With a strong backing, it is imperative that one strives even harder. Otherwise, what significance does a life of mediocrity hold? Surely, even Zhen Yuanzi would find such a disposition intolerable. The prospect of being cast out would be nothing short of ludicrous. Shan Yuan sat cross-legged on the mat of a cloud bed, gradually clearing the distractions from his mind, poised to channel the 5 energies and commence his cultivation. Suddenly, at that moment, a sound echoed, ding. Congratulations, host. The divine choice system has been successfully loaded and bound. A torrent of information surged into his mind alongside the voice. After a considerable pause, Shan Yuan opened his bewildered eyes. The divine choice system, could this be his golden finger? Even more perplexing for Shan Yuan was the realization that his golden finger had arrived so belatedly. Had it been loading ever since he traversed into this realm? He could not help but recall the time when he first arrived, still embodying a great mountain. In those days, he possessed only a soul that harmonized with the mountain, incapable of movement. He lay in place, motionless, witnessing the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the shifting of the stars, oblivious to the passage of countless millennia. It was only after Zhen Yuanzi arrived that he was accepted as a disciple. Those days were arduous. Who could fathom how he endured? It turned out he possessed a golden finger, what had been perpetually offline. Shan Yuan felt quite disheartened. This system was rather disappointing. Chapter 2. The Enlightenment Tea Tree and the Battle for the Mat. Ding. Current status detected. Please make the following choice. Choice 1. Depart from Wanqiu Mountain and travel the world, receiving as a reward the top grade, innate spiritual treasure, the mountain driving whip. Choice 2. Remain in the Wuzhuang Temple on Wanqiu Mountain for seclusion and cultivation, receiving as a reward the top grade, innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Shan Yuan hesitated only briefly before resolutely making his choice. System, I choose option 2, Shan Yuan declared. His master had left instructions for him not to venture out, but to remain patiently at the Wuzhuang Temple on Wanqiu Mountain until his return. This was something Shan Yuan recalled vividly. How could he contravene his master's orders for the sake of a mere top-grade, innate spiritual treasure? Moreover, what would he do with the mountain-driving whip, when his very essence was that of a great mountain? Would he use the whip to strike himself? In comparing the two options, Shan Yuan would never admit that he was tempted by the reward of the second choice, the top-grade, innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. Though merely a top-grade innate root, the enlightenment tea tree was exceptionally renowned. The reason was simple. It was associated with the concept of enlightenment. The tree could assist individuals in achieving understanding. As Shan Yuan made his choice, the system promptly dispensed its reward. With a flicker of thought, a spiritual root materialized before him. It was indeed a tea tree, its trunk resembling the intricate scales of a dragon, ancient and majestic, with but a few leaves adorning its boughs. There are a total of 108 leaves, each distinct from the others. Upon gazing upward, Shan Yuan felt that within these 108 leaves lay various profound paths of understanding. To say that merely observing these leaves granted him a sense of enlightenment would be an understatement. This spiritual root is precisely what I need to solidify my realm. Instead of merely picking tea leaves, Shan Yuan directly revered the Tao Understanding tea tree, seating himself beneath its boughs to cultivate. As he meditated under the Tao Understanding tea tree, he was instantly enveloped in a refreshing clarity, as if an endless stream of inspiration flowed through him. He could not help but marvel at the Tao Understanding tea tree, which truly deserved its title as a congenital spiritual root. Such benefits, even if it were merely a superior grade spiritual root, rendered it immensely valuable. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun made their way toward the Purple Cloud Palace to attend a lecture. With their cultivation levels, they encountered no obstacles on their journey. Even the chaotic energies from beyond were effortlessly navigated with Zhen Yuanzi's protective talisman. After traversing the chaos for an indeterminate time, their surroundings brightened suddenly. Before them emerged a radiant palace, as if a realm had been carved out of the chaos. This ancient and majestic palace exuded a profound aura, calming the surrounding chaos. This palace was none other than the sanctum of the sages, the Purple Cloud Palace. In front of the palace lay a spacious area already populated by numerous powerful beings. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun recognized several familiar figures among them, such as the three pure ones from Kunlun Mountain, Emperor Jun and Tai from the Solar Star, and the underworld river from the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. Each of these was a renowned figure in the primal chaos, their cultivation levels rivaling their own. Thus, even Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun dared not act casually. They approached to greet these formidable beings. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun found a spot to sit down, joining the assembly of esteemed individuals in quiet anticipation for the opening of the Purple Cloud Palace. As time passed, more and more powerful beings gathered outside the Purple Cloud Palace, creating a lively atmosphere. At last, the previously sealed gates of the palace swung open with a resounding clang, revealing two youths, a boy and a girl, emerging from within. The boy announced to the crowd that they could now enter the Purple Cloud Palace to await the sage's teachings. As his voice echoed, the assembled powerful beings surged toward the palace, eager to enter. Among them, the three pure ones, being the closest, darted ahead and were the first to enter. Upon entering the palace, they immediately spotted 6 cushions arranged before the Tao platform. Each of the three pure ones claimed one of the front 3 cushions for themselves. The multitude of powerful beings that followed soon recognized the 3 occupied cushions. United in purpose and energy, the 3 pure ones claimed their seats, leaving the remaining 3 cushions as the sole objects of contention. However, within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, the clash of powers was simply unfeasible at this juncture. It was a contest of swiftness. Fushi, seizing the opportunity with alacrity, exerted a forceful push, guiding Nuwa to the 4th mat, while he himself positioned himself beside her, thus enabling Nuwa to successfully claim the 4th mat. At the very moment Nuwa secured the 4th mat, the majestic Kunping from the North Sea, propelled by its speed, managed to seize the 5th mat and settled upon it. This left but a solitary mat remaining. Observing this, Zhen Yuanzi simultaneously raised the earth book to impede the advance of others while pushing Hongjun towards the mat. Hongjun took her place upon the final mat. Consequently, all 6 mats now had their respective occupants. The remaining powerful figures, witnessing this turn of events, could only sigh in resignation and seek their own places to sit. Zhen Yuanzi and Fushi exchanged knowing smiles. Neither had claimed a mat for themselves, yet they had each facilitated Hongjun and Nuwa in taking their seats. For both, this was a source of contentment. Dear Taoist you. At this moment, Hongjun was at a loss for words, experiencing a blend of excitement at having secured a mat. After all, there were only 6 mats in the entire palace, and to occupy one was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet, while she sat, Zhen Yuanzi remained unseated. Coupled with his earlier actions, Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Just sit tight, didn't that lad Shan Yuan mention? This journey is solely about fortune. Do not let it slip away. Zhen Yuanzi smiled at Hongjun. Upon hearing this, she recalled Shan Yuan's words prior to her departure, shook her head, and remarked to Zhen Yuanzi, "Brother Taoist, you could have easily seated yourself." Zhen Yuanzi merely smiled in silence. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, amidst the bustling crowd, it wasn't long before all the powerful beings settled into their places. Much like outside the palace, they refrained from creating a ruckus, filled with anticipation as they awaited the appearance of Hongjun. However, instead of Hongjun, they were met with two ragged, hurried Taoists rushing in from outside the palace. Upon entering, they beheld the hall brimming with individuals, and notably, all 6 mats were occupied, not a single one left unclaimed. The expressions of the two Taoists instantly turned grim. One of them, with a quick flicker of inspiration, suddenly shouted out in desperation. Chapter 3. The addition of 2 cushions and the primordial gourd vine brother. We are in a dire situation. Our western lands are already barren. And having finally arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace, hoping to hear the teachings of the sage and return to enlighten our brethren, we find ourselves too late, without even a seat to claim. How unfortunate we are. The 2 newcomers were none other than the brothers Jane and Zhunti from the west. And the one lamenting most audibly was the shameless Zhunti. At this moment, Zhunti cried out in anguish, employing a strategy of self-inflicted suffering to elicit sympathy and secure a seat. Instantly, the last occupant of the cushion, Hongjun, felt a surge of compassion. Just as he was preparing to rise and offer his seat to Zhunti, a sudden thought of Shan Yuan flickered in his mind. How peculiar that I think of that fellow. Hongjun pondered, furrowing his brow as he recalled Shan Yuan's words before his departure. A horse may be ridden by others, and a kind person may be taken advantage of. Do not be overly benevolent, lest even the grandest opportunities slip through your fingers. Hongjun felt a shiver run down his spine, drawing in a sharp breath as clarity returned to him. How close I came to folly. This seat was hard won by brother Zhen Yuan for me. If I relinquish it, I fear brother will scold me fiercely. Hongjun thought, casting a furtive glance, which fortuitously met Zhen Yuan's gaze. Zhen Yuan, noticing Hongjun's glance, immediately understood his thoughts and shot him a disapproving look. Hongjun quickly cleared his throat, averting his eyes, and regained his composure, remaining unmoved by Zhunti's lamentations. After a while of Zhunti's distress, seeing that no one was willing to yield their seat, he steeled himself and exclaimed, "Brother, without a seat, I cannot hear the great Tao. I might as well perish here." With that, Zhunti charged toward a nearby pillar with ferocity, startling even Hongjun. Is he truly so relentless? For a mere seat? Hongjun thought, though Zhunti ultimately did not collide, as Jane swiftly intervened. However, the performance had reached its peak, and still, no one offered their seat, creating an increasingly awkward atmosphere. Even Jane, with his thick skin, found it challenging to maintain composure. Just then, an unexpected sound resonated from the Tao platform, and myriad wonders began to manifest. Amidst the astonished gazes of the assembled great beings, a figure emerged upon the platform. Before them stood a Taoist of extraordinary countenance, the very master of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Taoist. Bowing before the sage, upon Hongjun's arrival, many of the great beings rose to pay their respects. Hongjun nodded, gesturing for them to take their seats once more. Yet Jane and Zhunti, in a state of disarray, found themselves at a loss for where to sit. You 2 may take seats in the front. Suddenly, Hongjun spoke, waving his hand, and 2 more meditation cushions appeared beside Hongjun. Amidst the astonished gazes of the many powerful beings, Jane and Zhunti were both surprised and delighted, expressing their gratitude to Hongjun profusely before taking their seats on the 2 cushions beside Hongjun. The 6 cushions had now transformed into 8. At this moment, not only Hongjun but all the other mighty beings felt somewhat bewildered. The cushions were offered so casually. Could they not signify any special opportunity? If that was the case, what were they competing for earlier? The mighty beings who had yet to take their seats felt a mix of exasperation and relief. If these cushions did not represent any fortune, then missing out on them was of little consequence. Conversely, those like Hongjun, already seated, felt a tinge of frustration. Had they known this would be the outcome, they need not have competed so fiercely. Moving forward, the seating arrangements would remain as they were, preventing further disputes. "Haotian Yaotai, you may close the palace doors. I shall commence my teachings," said Hongjun. Upon hearing this, the assembly quickly gathered their thoughts and prepared to listen intently. With a resounding clang, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace were shut, and after Haotian and Yaotai settled in the corners of the palace, Hongjun began his discourse from the altar. In an instant, myriad phenomena emerged within the Purple Cloud Palace, swirling around the attendees or manifesting in the void. The sound of Hongjun's teachings flowed at times like a gentle stream, soothing the heart and soul. At other moments, it resonated like a thunderous bell, shaking the very essence of being and enlightening the mind. The first lecture within the Purple Cloud Palace focused on the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal, a concept not overly profound for the assembled powerful beings. Yet, Hongjun's exposition, progressing from the simple to the complex, was akin to constructing a lofty edifice, rendering the principles of the great Luo Golden Immortal remarkably clear and detailed, captivating the audience entirely. They silently acknowledged Hongjun's status as a sage, recognizing that his comprehension of the Tao was far superior to their own. Thus, time slipped by unnoticed as Hongjun lectured within the Purple Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, in Wuzhuang Temple atop Mount Wanshou, Shan Yuan was also in seclusion, diligently cultivating. With the aid of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, Shan Yuan's progress in this session of training was astonishingly swift. Thanks to the tree's efficacy, after solidifying his own realm, Shan Yuan took the opportunity to review his past practices. During this review, numerous principles that he had previously only partially grasped or had not contemplated at all suddenly became clear to him. Shan Yuan's cultivation significantly advanced. Although he did not break through to a new realm, he felt his foundation had become much more robust and solidified. One day, Shan Yuan suddenly trembled, awakening from his seclusion and opening his eyes. He then heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding. The innate gourd vine, one of the 10 spiritual roots, is about to emerge. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Go to collect the gourd vine and obtain at least 1 gourd, receiving a reward of 10 drops of divine water. Option 2. Remain at Wuzhuang Temple and await the return of Zhen Yuanzi, receiving a reward of 3 Hongjun. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan blinked and shook his head, inwardly reflecting. Oh, dear system, how highly you regard me. What merit does a mere golden immortal like myself possess to claim the gourd vine? No one understands better than Shan Yuan the profound significance of the innate gourd vine's karma. Apart from the 7 gourds it bears, each a formidable artifact, the essence of the gourd vine itself serves as the precursor to the human race's sacred artifact, the creation whip. In other words, the gourd vine was employed by Nuwa to craft humanity. Just imagine, if you were in my position, would you dare to take it? Shan Yuan felt no inclination to seize it at all. Steeling himself, he silently recited within, addressing the system. System, I choose option 2. Chapter 4. The Pre-Saint Realm and the Method of Slaying the 3 Corpses. It is perhaps best to patiently await the return of my master. As Shan Yuan made this choice, the system's reward was simultaneously bestowed upon him. 3 Hongjun. This was the reward for remaining in the mountains and enduring. With a mere thought, 1 Hongjun appeared before him. Gazing at the fruit in his hand, Shan Yuan inhaled deeply, enveloped by its exquisite fragrance. The Hongjun was a fruit born of the Hongjun tree, one of the 10 spiritual roots. It could be likened to the ginseng fruit trees cultivated by his master at the Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, both being of equal significance. However, contrary to the legends, which state that the ginseng fruit tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and requires an additional 3,000 years to mature, yielding fruit once every 10,000 years, Shan Yuan was aware that the ginseng fruit trees at Wuzhuang Temple currently required a staggering 100,000 years to bear fruit. In other words, these trees bloomed once every 30,000 years, bore fruit after another 30,000, and took yet another 30,000 years to mature. Thus, Shan Yuan surmised that the discrepancies in the legends might arise from 2 potential factors. One could be the changes in the natural environment. After all, from the present day to the time of the Great Calamity during the journey to the west, the Mount BuZhou had collapsed during the battle between the witches and the demons, resulting in a gradual decline of the once abundant innate spiritual energy into the now more diluted postnatal spiritual essence. It was possible that the ginseng fruit tree was adversely affected by this shift, causing a reduction in the time required for fruit maturation. The second possibility was that the ginseng fruit tree, which was toppled by Sun Wukong during the Great Calamity, was not the true tree, but rather a mere imitation. After all, the ginseng fruit tree was a treasured possession of his master, Zhen Yuanzi. How could it be so casually toppled by a mere monkey? Returning to the matter at hand, the discussion of the ginseng fruit tree serves to illustrate that the Hongjun tree, being one of the 10 spiritual roots, is equally formidable. At this moment, Shan Yuan could perceive the profound essence of the innate wood origin contained within the Hongjun in his grasp. Among the 10 spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit tree represents the earth element, while the Hongjun tree embodies the wood element. Thus, the fruit of the Hongjun inherently contains the essence of the innate wood. Coincidentally, this innate wood essence was of immense benefit to Shan Yuan at this juncture. As previously mentioned, Shan Yuan had attained the golden immortal realm, which is characterized by the cultivation of the 5 qi in the chest. Upon achieving the golden immortal state, he was bestowed with an innate earth essence from Zhen Yuanzi, resulting in a particularly robust and formidable cultivation. Now, With the acquisition of 3 Hongjun leaf fruits imbued with the innate wood essence, it was evident that if Shan Yuan were to absorb this essence, he would undoubtedly reap even greater benefits. Looking at the Hongjun Li in his hand, Shan Yuan hesitated momentarily, deep in thought. Consuming the Hongjun Li would undoubtedly confer advantages. But the sole concern remained. How would he explain his actions upon the return of his master, Zhen Yuanzi? Shan Yuan harbored no doubts about the fact that, with his current limited cultivation, he could not conceal anything from the discerning eyes of Zhen Yuanzi, while he could still hide the Wu Dao tea tree. Consuming the Huang Hongli and refining its innate emu essence would undoubtedly attract Zhen Yuanzi's attention. Therefore, he decided to postpone the consumption. After contemplating for a while, Shan Yuan devised a plan. He naturally intended to consume the Huang Hongli, but the time was not yet ripe, as his master would soon return. After all, the emergence of the innate gourd vine served as a signal. It had been divided among the great powers following the first sermon at the Zhixiao Palace. Shan Yuan's intention was to wait for Zhen Yuanzi's return before proposing an excursion. This would provide him with an opportunity to leave Wanshou Mountain, refine the Huang Hongli outside, and return. In that scenario, even if Zhen Yuanzi were to discover his innate emu essence, he would merely attribute it to Shan Yuan's fortune, sparing him from undue suspicion. Furthermore, should Shan Yuan venture out, he would naturally need to request some life-preserving items from Zhen Yuanzi, as the world beyond Wanshou Mountain was not particularly safe. With this resolve, Shan Yuan resumed his silent cultivation, awaiting his master's return. Meanwhile, within the Zhixiao Palace, numerous great beings were immersed in the teachings of Hongjun, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had elapsed, and the great beings gradually sensed the retreat of the Dao sounds that had enveloped them. Awakening from their trance, they opened their eyes to find Hongjun at the Dao platform had concluded his discourse. Upon noticing the awakening of the crowd, Hongjun spoke plainly, bringing a sense of abrupt finality to the session. A feeling of lingering regret swept through the great beings, who wished for more. However, at that moment, Hongjun added, "This is my first sermon, hence I have only expounded on the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The next sermon will delve into the path of the quasi-saint. You may return in 10,000 years." The crowd reacted with a mix of astonishment, joy, and confusion. At this juncture, Laozi, seated on the foremost mat, rose and respectfully inquired, "May I ask, O sage, what constitutes a quasi-saint?" This term, mentioned by Hongjun, appeared to refer to a realm beyond that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, the great beings had never encountered such a realm before, prompting Laozi to voice their collective curiosity. His question echoed the sentiments of the assembly, and they all turned their attention to Hongjun, eagerly awaiting his elucidation. With the composure befitting a sage, Hongjun smiled gently and patiently explained, "The so-called quasi-saint is a realm I have conceived." The assembly, though perplexed, felt a sense of awe. Beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal, there was traditionally only one realm known as the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, which signified the state of a sage. However, the transition from a Great Luo Golden Immortal to a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, thereby becoming a sage, required a significant accumulation of experience and cultivation. The path was undeniably arduous. Thus, I devised a method, aptly named the severance of the 3 corpses. By employing this technique to sever the 3 corpses, one may ascend to the realm of quasi-sainthood. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was instantly enlightened, and their admiration for Hongjun swelled within them. After all, this was a self-created realm. Even among such formidable beings, the grandeur of this achievement stirred their hearts with profound longing. They implored the sage, "Please impart to us the method of severing the 3 corpses." At that moment, an astute and perceptive individual among the powerful boldly called out, hoping that Hongjun would share the secrets of the severance technique. Chapter 5. The leader of the immortals, the primordial gourd vine. As more powerful beings began to react, they sought the method of severing the 3 corpses from Hongjun. Among them, Zhunti displayed the most exaggerated response, even breaking into tears. "This matter is not urgent. Your current realms are still insufficient. The method of severing the 3 corpses requires one to attain the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal before it can be cultivated," Hongjun stated, shaking his head on the Dao platform. "Thus, you should first return and enhance your cultivation. When the next teaching session occurs, I shall naturally impart the method of severing the 3 corpses to you. The next session will focus on the path of the quasi-saint." Upon hearing this, the many powerful beings ceased their clamoring, acknowledging that their current levels were indeed lacking. Even the most profoundly rooted among the 3 pure ones, the Taiching Laozi, was merely at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As for others, most were at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with few reaching the mid-stage. At that moment, Hongjun suddenly called out to the East King and the West Queen. As his voice echoed, amidst the astonished gazes of the many powerful beings, two figures emerged, the East King and the West Queen, as named by Hongjun. The two were momentarily taken aback, rising to direct their gaze towards Hongjun on the Dao platform. East King, West Queen, you are the embodiments of the pure Yang and pure Yin energies of heaven and earth, respectively. Therefore, I bestow upon you the title of the leaders of the immortals, overseeing the male and female immortals. Do you accept? As Hongjun spoke, two primordial spiritual treasures materialized, radiating a formidable aura. One was a scepter, while the other was a bowl. Upon their appearance, the East King and the West Queen sensed a profound connection to these treasures. Indeed, they were items of great fortune for them. In a moment of overwhelming joy, the East King, disregarding further thought, proclaimed loudly, "The East King is willing." With a wave of his hand, Hongjun sent the dragon-headed scepter flying towards the East King, landing in his grasp. As soon as the scepter touched his hand, the East King felt its immense power, igniting within him an ambition that declared, "With this scepter in hand, the world is mine." Seeing this, the West Queen hesitated for a moment before also stating, "The West Queen is willing." Hongjun likewise presented her with the pure water bowl. After bestowing the titles upon the East King and the West Queen, Hongjun ceased to elaborate further and instructed Hao Yin and Yao Qi to open the gates of the Zixiao Palace. Although the many powerful beings held varying thoughts regarding the East King and West Queen being named the leaders of the immortals, they proceeded to exit the Zixiao Palace in an orderly fashion, departing from this sanctified realm of the sages. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun also emerged from the palace. After bidding farewell to some familiar powerful beings with clasped hands, Zhen Yuanzi invoked the Earth Book to fend off the chaotic energies, while Hongjun employed his escape technique, leading Zhen Yuanzi back to the primordial world. Their journey was tranquil, and upon escaping the chaos and passing through the membranes of heaven and earth, returning to the primordial world, Hongjun suddenly changed countenance, revealing a look of delight as he spoke to Zhen Yuanzi. "Dear Taoist, I seem to sense a certain opportunity that pertains to me, located within the depths of Mount BuZhou." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi felt a stirring in his heart and inquired, "Hongjun, do you share this sensation as well?" Both were taken aback. How could this opportunity be perceived by both? They had never encountered such an occurrence before. How intriguing. "In that case, Taoist, let us embark on this journey together," Hongjun replied with a smile. Zhen Yuanzi also smiled in agreement. Hongjun continued to activate his escaping technique, and together with Zhen Yuanzi, they soared towards Mount BuZhou. Upon entering the mountain, the two followed the guidance of heavenly secrets, seeking diligently. Ultimately, they arrived at a secluded valley. However, as they stepped into the valley, both were momentarily taken aback. Within this valley congregated several formidable beings. Among them were the three pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, Emperor Jun of the Sun Star, Tai, as well as Fuxi and Nuwa, 7 mighty beings in total. The arrival of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun did not go unnoticed by the others present. With peculiar gazes, the crowd turned their attention towards the two. As Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun looked ahead, they instantly discerned the nature of the opportunity before them. It was a long vine, bearing gourds of various hues. The primordial gourd vine, one of the 10 great spiritual roots. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, astonished that the opportunity they sensed was indeed this spiritual root. It was no wonder they both felt its pull. Even the other mighty beings in the valley were drawn to it. Esteemed ones, there is but one of this spiritual root, and the gourds are few. How shall we allocate them? After a moment of silence, the Taiji Laozi, one of the 3 pure ones, broke the tension. The others exchanged glances, uncertain. Emperor Jun spoke. "The primordial gourd vine is a top-tier spiritual root, not to be taken lightly. Yet, there is no need for us to engage in conflict. Instead, let us each sense our affinity with these gourds and determine who among us is most suited to them. We shall divide the 7 gourds first." Emperor Jun's proposal was readily accepted, and they proceeded to divide the 7 gourds. As for the vine itself, while Emperor Jun suggested it unnecessary to quarrel over, all understood that a contest for it was inevitable. After all, this was one of the 10 great spiritual roots. In the entire primordial world, there existed only 10 such roots. Now, one lay before them, and none would wish to let such an opportunity slip away. Chapter 6. The distribution of gourds and the divine thunder of the 3 pure ones. Thus, the assembly began to attune themselves to the energies around them. In a short span of time, Laozi was the first to sense a gourd that was destined for him. With a graceful gesture, He summoned forth a resplendent purple-gold gourd that detached from the vine and gracefully landed in his palm. This gourd, born from the vine, was a natural primordial treasure, exemplifying the unique essence of this exceptional spiritual root. Even the most formidable beings were envious, for it was inconceivable to relinquish such a prize. After all, if the vine could yield this batch of 7 gourds, it could undoubtedly produce more in the future, a sustainable resource indeed. With the vine in hand, one could possess as many gourds as desired. Consequently, while the gourds could be shared, it was an undeniable consensus among the powerful that the vine must be fiercely contested. As Laozi accepted the purple gold gourd, it would later serve as a vessel for the 9-turn golden elixir. However, this was only due to Laozi attaining sanctity in the future, rendering the gourd obsolete. In truth, the power of the purple gold gourd was extraordinary. During the calamity of the journey to the west, Laozi's 2 attendants, the golden horn and silver horn, pilfered this gourd from the heavens, leading to a significant trial along the path. Following Laozi's acquisition of the purple gold gourd, it became evident that the 3 pure ones were indeed blessed with fortune. Laozi's second brother, Yuan Shi, let out a hearty laugh and beckoned forth another gourd from the vine. This one a deep purple-black, known as the Chaos Gourd. Within this gourd resided a minuscule fragment of chaos, capable of manifesting the myriad forms of the universe and possessing immense power. Next, the third brother, Tong Tian, sensed a gourd attuned to him, a purple-yellow gourd. This gourd, referred to as the Waterfire Gourd, housed 2 Waterfire Chelants. However, due to Tong Tian's later acquisition of numerous treasures, particularly after attaining sanctity, this Waterfire Gourd remained unused. Once the 3 pure ones had claimed their respective gourds, the attention turned to the others. Nuwa sensed a purple-blue gourd, known as the Summoning Gourd, which concealed the coveted summoning banner of the demon clan. When the banner was activated, it could summon countless demons from the wilderness. Of course, this was a matter for the future, as the demon clan had yet to be established, and Nuwa had not yet become a saint of the demons. Tai received a purple-white gourd, known as the Gourd of Immortal Slaying. In his hands, it was akin to a pearl shrouded in dust, rendered ineffective. After all, Tai possessed the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, which overshadowed the potential of the Gourd of Immortal Slaying. The true brilliance of this gourd would only be realized during the Fengshen calamity, when it would be wielded by Tai Yi's nephew, Liu Ye, the youngest of the 10 sons of Emperor Jun. Within the Gourd of Immortal Slaying resided a flying knife, its true form obscured, releasing a white glow that manifested as a creature with brows, wings, head, and eyes, capable of piercing the opponent's mud pill palace with its radiant gaze. Sealing the ethereal power, the user immobilizes the enemy, rendering them incapable of transformation, escape, or resistance. With a respectful bow, the incantation is uttered: "Beloved, please turn around," or "Please, beloved, turn around." Consequently, the blade autonomously rotates, capable of severing the head of its foe, with no possibility of regeneration. Among the 7 gourds, this particular gourd, known as the Celestial Slayer, possesses the most formidable lethality. After Tai claimed the purple-white gourd, only 2 remained on the vine, 1 purple-red and 1 purple-green. The purple-red gourd matched the size of the previous 5, whereas the purple-green gourd appeared conspicuously smaller, as if stunted in growth. At that moment, Hongjun's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the gourd vine. He witnessed the purple-red gourd detach and soar towards him. This gourd, imbued with a connection to him, is named the Soul-Scattering Gourd. Within it resides red sand of varying sizes, which, when released, engulfs the surroundings in a crimson cloud that can serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Almost simultaneously, as Hongjun retrieved the Soul-Scattering Gourd, Zhen Yuanzi finally sensed the last remaining gourd, the purple-green one. With a gesture, he summoned it, and upon sensing its essence, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Though this purple-green gourd wielded little power, it possessed an astonishingly unique ability. It could nurture various magical weapons, enhancing them incrementally when placed inside. However, perhaps due to the sheer potency of this ability, the final gourd had not fully matured, resulting in a deficiency in its original essence and power. While it could indeed nurture magical artifacts, it faced limitations. Akin to a premier innate spiritual treasure, it could only enhance items up to the level of a superior spiritual treasure and no more. Zhen Yuanzi felt no discontent regarding this limitation, for even the mightiest of treasures, such as the Qinkuan Ding, which could defy innate laws, also bore restrictions. It was unreasonable to expect a mere gourd, sprouted from the vine, to exceed such boundaries. The inherent value of this gourd vine is indeed staggering. In the valley, the atmosphere grew oppressive, as if the very heavens had darkened. A suffocating aura pervaded the air, suggesting that a monumental battle was imminent. 9 formidable beings, including Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, had resolutely decided to contend for the innate gourd vine, prepared to engage in fierce conflict. Suddenly, ominous thunderclouds began to churn above the valley, illuminated intermittently by flashes of lightning. The deep rumbling of thunder heightened the tension, foreshadowing the impending clash. The ominous clouds and thunder are indeed summoned by the 3 purities, signaling the manifestation of their divine powers and arcane arts. Alas, among the formidable beings present, the 3 purities have been unequivocally designated as the primary targets to be eradicated. Their formidable prowess is well recognized, for it is said that the trio embodies the primordial essence of Pangu, thus proclaiming themselves as the true lineage of Pangu. Each possesses not only remarkable strength, but also an unbreakable bond as brothers. Should they remain unchallenged, their advantage would be insurmountable. In this moment, the divine arts they wield are their respective mastery of thunder, encompassing 3 distinct forms: the Supreme Clarity Thunder, the Jade Clarity Thunder, and the Upper Clarity Thunder. Chapter 7. The Withering of the Gourd Vine. The silence of the 9 heavens, the 3 pure ones united, demonstrating their formidable powers, which were undeniably terrifying. After all, the divine thunder wielded by the 3 pure ones was a diluted version of the primordial thunder used by Pangu to create the heavens and the earth. Due to the incomplete inheritance of the 3 pure ones, they had each comprehended and developed 3 distinct forms of thunder arts. Observing this, numerous powerful beings were filled with solemnity, as the atmosphere in the valley grew increasingly oppressive and foreboding. A cataclysmic battle was on the verge of erupting. However, at that moment, suddenly, the momentum of all present, including the thunder unleashed by the 3 pure ones, came to an abrupt halt, dissipating into nothingness. Many powerful figures simultaneously changed countenance, turning their gaze towards the gourd vine. To their astonishment, they beheld that the primordial gourd vine had withered. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, the gourd vine had completely decayed, with all its leaves falling lifelessly to the ground. The previous vitality had been replaced by a state of near extinction. Dumbfounded, the onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. They were on the brink of an earth-shattering confrontation, and yet, this was the outcome? This spiritual root had birthed 7 gourds, each comparable to a supreme innate treasure. However, by the time it reached my hands, it had already suffered from a lack of essence, leaving my gourd incomplete. After observing for a moment, Zhen Yuanzi spoke. Now, this spiritual root is withering and on the verge of extinction. It appears this is the will of heaven, and there is no need for us to contend. The crowd remained silent, continuing to watch the gourd vine, but as time passed, they could not help but sigh in lamentation. After all, this was a top-tier innate spiritual root, and to see it vanish in such a manner was undeniably disheartening. At that moment, Nuwa suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoists, I have comprehended the path of creation and intend to attempt to save this spiritual root. Might I ask if you would be willing to part with it? The onlookers exchanged glances, contemplating her request. After a brief moment, Emperor Jun was the first to smile and respond. Since Nuwa Taoist friend possesses such goodwill, my brother and I shall comply. Tai had no counterargument to Emperor Jun's words. The 2 brothers bowed respectfully to Nuwa and departed towards the valley's exit. With Emperor Jun and Tai leading the way, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun quickly nodded in agreement. Farewell, fellow Taoists. My humble abode is at Wanshou Mountain 5. Should any of you have the time, you are welcome to visit. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun then made their way out of the valley. With the departure of these 4, the remaining 3 pure ones exchanged glances and swiftly reached a decision akin to that of Zhen Yuanzi and the others. After all, the innate gourd vine was on the brink of death. Even though Nuwa claimed expertise in the path of creation, it did not guarantee she could revive it. Given this reality, why not grant Nuwa a favor and forge a benevolent bond? Moreover, even if Nuwa could indeed restore the gourd vine, it would not be an unacceptable outcome for the others. After all, such a premier spiritual root, even if not in their possession, was not something they wished to see perish. This reflects a certain breadth of mind characteristic of great beings. However, ultimately, what was initially believed to be the primary prize in the contest for the gourd vine turned out to be merely those 7 gourds that held the true opportunity. The 3 clear ones shook their heads and departed towards the valley's edge. In this journey, their harvest was considerable, for at this moment, the 3 clear ones had yet to be taken as disciples by Hongjun, who had not yet bestowed upon them various treasures. Thus, they remained rather impoverished. With the exception of Laozi, who possessed the innate treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, on the other hand, were exceedingly destitute. Each of them had managed to acquire a supreme, innate spiritual treasure gourd, marking a significant bounty indeed. Once everyone had departed, Nuwa let out a sigh of relief and approached, collecting the gourd vine along with a substantial clump of soil enveloping its roots. Sister, do you truly possess a method to revive this spiritual root? Fushi queried, observing Nuwa's actions with bewilderment. Of course not, Nuwa replied with a smile. I was deceiving them. Fushi was even more perplexed. Then what does this mean? I sense that although the gourd vine has withered, it is still connected to me. Furthermore, brother, you likely cannot recognize it, but the clump of soil beneath the gourd vine is none other than the 9 heavens breath soil, Nuwa explained. As Fushi absorbed Nuwa's words, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, and he could not help but think to himself, indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deception. She had cunningly acquired one of the 10 spiritual roots, the gourd vine. Even though this spiritual root had perished, a dead spiritual root still retains value. Not to mention, there was also the 9 heavens breath soil, the primordial essence of the earth in the wilderness, whose preciousness is beyond dispute. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun had exited the valley and were now traversing the skies towards Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Along the way, Hongjun could not help but exclaim, Dao brother, could it be that what Nuwa said is true? Does she truly have the ability to revive the gourd vine? Before Hongjun could finish his thought, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head and replied, You are overthinking it. It cannot be revived. The gourd vine's essence has been entirely depleted. Just as I mentioned, the last gourd drained its entire source. Once the essence is exhausted, no matter how formidable her path of creation may be, how could it bring the gourd vine back to life? Then, Hongjun was taken aback. Are you implying that I should have given the gourd vine to her? Zhen Yuanzi chuckled. Hongjun nodded. In truth, not only I, but also my friend Emperor Jun, Dao friend Tai Yi, and the 3 clear ones of Kunlun Mountain, all clearly understand this. Zhen Yuanzi elucidated. It is merely that we chose not to expose it. The gourd vine is already lifeless. Therefore, there is no need for us to make a great fuss over it. Moreover, why not grant Nuwa a favor and cultivate a good relationship? Oh, Hongjun responded with newfound understanding. But what a pity it is. Zhen Yuanzi sighed softly, shaking his head. What a pity. The gourd vine has withered away. I could concede it to Nuwa, but alas, the gourd vine once thrived upon the sacred soil of the 9 heavens, the very origin of earth itself. He expressed his regret, saying, I refrained from exposing her, concerned about my own dignity, and found it difficult to request it from her. Hongjun was momentarily bewildered, at a loss for words. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on it any longer. We should return. It has been 3 millennia since we last met. I wonder if Shan Yuan has made any progress over the years, Zhen Yuanzi remarked. Chapter 8. Returning from the Teachings. Eating the ginseng fruit indeed, Red Cloud remarked. After 3 millennia without a glimpse of that lad Shan Yuan, I find myself rather concerned about him. Exclaimed Zhen Yuanzi. Red Cloud, I believe your concern is more about my ginseng fruit, is it not? Red Cloud laughed heartily in response. Those who know me well, truly, you are one of them, my friend. Your ginseng fruit must be nearing maturity, and since I am passing by, it is only natural that I wish to partake in a few. Go on, retorted Zhen Yuanzi with a hint of annoyance. How is it that your fire cloud cave is on the way to my Wuzhuang temple? Moreover, have I ever failed to save some of the ginseng fruit for you when it ripens? You speak as if I deny you such delights. My apologies. It seems I misspoke, Red Cloud quickly replied. The two continued their flight together, when suddenly, Red Cloud recalled their recent experience at the Zixiao Palace, and a wave of contemplation washed over him. However, my friend, he pondered aloud, was that mat laid out by the sage not a true opportunity? Yet, why were only 6 presented? Why not 1 for each person? Zhen Yuanzi shook his head. I cannot say for certain. However, since we have secured 1, we might as well sit upon it. If it is indeed a fortuitous chance, we shall not miss it. If not, then it matters little. Such is the way of things. Red Cloud nodded in agreement. At Mount Wanshou, Wuzhuang Temple, disciple pays respects to master and uncle. Shan Yuan greeted the returning Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud. Indeed, Zhen Yuanzi acknowledged, nodding. He then scrutinized Shan Yuan, a look of delight emerging in his eyes. Well done. Shan Yuan, it appears you have not been idle over the years. In just 3,000 years, you have solidified your realm. Remarkably, your cultivation has also progressed considerably. Shan Yuan humbly replied, It is all thanks to the teachings of my master. Nearby, Red Cloud shot a sidelong glance at Shan Yuan, teasingly saying, You lad, all you do is flatter your master. Ignoring him, Shan Yuan continued, but Zhen Yuanzi relished the flattery. What was wrong with a disciple praising his master? In his joy, Zhen Yuanzi promptly instructed Qing Feng, and Mingwe to fetch fruits from the ginseng tree in the backyard. They gathered quite a bounty. Typically, a ginseng tree yields around 30 fruits. When Zhen Yuanzi and the others visited the Zhixiao Palace, there had been 21 left on the tree. This time, Zhen Yuanzi simply ordered Qingfeng and Mingwe to bring back all the remaining fruits. While they were busy gathering, Zhen Yuanzi took the opportunity to offer guidance to Shan Yuan, with Red Cloud occasionally interjecting. Although Shan Yuan was Zhen Yuanzi's disciple, Red Cloud often provided him with insights as well, allowing Shan Yuan to benefit from the wisdom of both masters. Training under Zhen Yuanzi, Shan Yuan felt the profound depth and enduring nature of his master's power, akin to the vast and profound earth itself. Meanwhile, the techniques imparted by Red Cloud primarily revolved around evasion skills, meticulously tailored to enhance Shan Yuan's speed of escape. However, unlike the Crimson Cloud, whose essence is the first cloud in the universe, the art of evasion practiced by the Crimson Cloud is intricately tied to the wind. After all, wind and clouds are inseparable. The clouds in the sky, once swept by the wind, can vanish in an instant, carried away to unknown destinations. The Crimson Cloud is renowned for its swift evasion techniques, ranking among the top 3 in the primordial realm. In contrast, Shan Yuan's essence is that of a great mountain, which inevitably constrains his ability to traverse like the Crimson Cloud, with its graceful and airy movement. Thus, Shan Yuan's evasion techniques are rooted in the earth, representing a refined version of the earth element's evasion art within the grand scheme of the 5 elemental evasions. Enhanced by the Crimson Cloud's modifications, Shan Yuan's earth evasion has proven to be remarkably swift. Techniques akin to shrinking the earth to an inch or traversing vast distances in an instant are also effortlessly executed by Shan Yuan. Before long, the clear breeze and bright moon returned with 21 ginseng fruits, beautifully arranged on a brocade plate, covered with a cloth to preserve the fruit's vital essence. Yet, even with the cloth draped over them, the fragrant aroma of the ginseng fruits wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Clear breeze and bright moon. Each of you shall partake of one, while Shan Yuan may have 3, declared Zhen Yuanzi as he distributed the fruits. Even the 2 young boys, Clear breeze and bright moon, received 2 fruits between them, while Shan Yuan was granted 3. Although Shan Yuan had tasted ginseng fruits before, the rich essence of earth contained within them promised great benefits from indulging further. As the cloth covering the ginseng fruits was lifted, the sight of the fruits presented before them was striking. Known also as the herb returning elixir, the ginseng fruits resembled small children, complete with limbs and features. Oh, we are to consume children again, Shan Yuan mused internally upon beholding the 3 childlike ginseng fruits. Yet he did not hesitate as Tang Xing might have. Instead, he mimicked Zhu Beiji, eagerly seizing one of the fruits to savor. It was just as delectable as ever. Shan Yuan felt warmth radiating throughout his body, as waves of earthy essence spread within him, transforming into pure earth power that infused his limbs and bones. After consuming 2 fruits, he began to feel a sense of fullness, a consequence of overindulgence, as he realized that these ginseng fruits were far superior to the inferior ones from a later era. Their rich earth essence was overwhelmingly potent. For Shan Yuan, still in the early stages of the golden immortal realm, consuming 2 was his limit, necessitating a period of digestion before he could tackle the remaining fruit. Observing Clear breeze and bright moon, whose cultivation had only reached the celestial immortal level, they too appeared quite round after consuming a single ginseng fruit, clearly struggling with indigestion, each sitting in meditation to cultivate. Only Zhen Yuanzi and the Crimson Cloud seemed unfazed, consuming ginseng fruit after ginseng fruit, stirring envy within Shan Yuan. Such is the prowess of the Great Ones. When would he reach such heights? However, upon reflecting on his newfound abilities, Shan Yuan found his envy dissipating. Take your time. One day you, too, may become such a distinguished figure. Master Hongjun, during your recent visit to listen to the sage's teachings, did anything remarkable occur? Shan Yuan inquired, seeking to discern whether this session at Zhixiao Palace bore any notable changes, despite having shared so many premises previously. After all, if there were no alterations and Master Hongjun still relinquished the cushion, it could lead to complications. Yet, even if Master Hongjun chose not to yield his position, would that truly mean the absence of troubles? Chapter 9, Journey Beyond the Mountains. Each bestows their methods. Would you care to hear a tale? At these words, Hongjun paused slightly, exchanging a glance with Zhen Yuanzi, as myriad images began to surface in his mind. After a moment of hesitation, Hongjun chose not to conceal the truth and recounted the events that had transpired. He refrained from disclosing that it was due to the young Shan Yuan that he had restrained his benevolent impulses and retained possession of the mat. Instead, He described how he remained composed upon his seat, indifferent to the lamentations of the so-called Zhunti Taoist. Shan Yuan listened earnestly, wholly skeptical of Hongjun's fanciful narrative. Had he not prepared himself in advance, this uncle of his would undoubtedly have relinquished the mat. However, when Hongjun mentioned that despite his refusal to yield, the appearance of the saints led to the addition of 2 mats for his brothers, Jane and Zhunti, Shan Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so? Hongjun's refusal to cede his position prompted Hongjun to intervene in such a manner? Yet, this was not entirely unfathomable. The reason Hongjun acted in favor of Jane and Zhunti was due to a substantial karmic debt owed to the West during the conflict between the Dao and the demons. A confrontation with Lu resulted in the detonation of the Western Earth veins, leading to widespread destruction. This karmic burden was partially his, and even though he had attained sainthood, it remained an inescapable consequence, impacting his path to unity with the Dao. Thus, before achieving such unity, Hongjun needed to repay this debt, necessitating the elevation of Jane and Zhunti. In this calculation, the special treatment afforded to Jane and Zhunti was indeed unique. Shan Yuan blinked in contemplation. At this juncture, could it be said that his uncle had successfully evaded danger? Yet, he remained uncertain. After all, the predetermined number of saints was originally 6, yet now 8 had claimed their seats upon the mats. Could Hongjun possibly bestow 8 strands of primordial purple energy, allowing all 8 to attain sainthood? Even if that were not the case, it could be argued that Hongjun had, at the very least, begun to alter his own fate. By refusing to yield, he had effectively negated the discussion of karmic consequences. Moreover, he was not alone in this refusal. Kunpeng stood alongside him. This was a departure from the past, where Kunpeng had been drawn into the fray due to Hongyun's concession, ultimately losing his position. Now, however, Kunpeng and Hongyun were united in their endeavor. Therefore, they shared the fruits of their fortunes and the burdens of their misfortunes. Should calamity strike, it would befall them both. Let fate unfold as it may, Shan Yuan mused quietly, uncertain of how events would progress. Although Hongjun had chosen not to yield, did that truly guarantee his safety? Shan Yuan was at a loss, for in the myriad tales of the primordial era he had perused, conspiracies abounded. Should these theories hold any truth, then even if Hongjun refrained from yielding, his path to sainthood might still be fraught with obstacles, perhaps even insurmountable. Ultimately, the 6 saints attained enlightenment, Nuwa created humanity, and the 3 pure ones established their teachings. However, besides establishing a doctrine, both Jane and Zhunti made grand vows, which led to their success. As for Hongjun and Kunpeng, the newly added figures, what merits do they possess to achieve sanctification? Shan Yuan contemplated this, sighing internally. The future appeared bleak. Yet, this matter exceeded his capabilities. Currently, he was merely a minor golden immortal, and merely altering Hongyun's original fate was already a commendable feat at the very least. This time, Hongjun was justified. He did not relinquish his position, thus avoiding the entanglement of significant karmic retribution with the heavenly way. If this were indeed a conspiracy, one could only wait and see how Hongjun and the heavenly way would devise new methods to eliminate his master. Conversely, if it were not, then congratulations to his master, for he might indeed ascend to sainthood. Would there then be not 6, but 7 or even 8 saints? Master, I wish to embark on a journey. After hearing the tale, Shan Yuan sought permission from Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment, gazing at Shan Yuan, and nodded. To journey forth, is that your desire? It is not impossible. However, the outside world differs greatly from Wanshou Mountain. Although you are a golden immortal, you may still encounter peril. As Zhen Yuanzi spoke, he beckoned Shan Yuan to approach. Shan Yuan stepped forward, and Zhen Yuanzi instructed him to extend his right hand. He then inscribed a mark upon Shan Yuan's palm, saying, I have drawn a protective seal in your hand. Should you encounter an adversary beyond your strength, simply open your palm. It shall assist you in retreating from danger. Shan Yuan gazed at his palm, where a faint glow flickered, indicating the mark left by his master, imbued with a portion of his formidable Duo golden immortal power. Thank you, Master. Shan Yuan expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, yet did not cease his actions. With a flick of his wrist, a hefty tome appeared. This book radiated a golden light and exuded an immense, swirling energy, embodying a profound and magnificent aura. It was the Earth Book, one of the 3 sacred texts of heaven, earth, and humanity that accompanied Zhen Yuanzi. As he illuminated Shan Yuan with the Earth Book, a stream of yellow light surged forth, directly entering Shan Yuan's primordial spirit. I shall use the power of the Earth Book to safeguard your primordial spirit, ensuring your safety. In the vast wilderness, as long as you harbor no ill intentions, You should be able to traverse peacefully, Zhen Yuanzi proclaimed. I shall heed your teachings, Master, Shan Yuan replied, touched, and bowed once more. You are my sole disciple. Such actions are only natural, Zhen Yuanzi replied with a smile. Shan Yuan carefully packed away the remaining ginseng fruit, preparing to take his leave from Wanshou Mountain and embark on his journey. At that moment, Hongjun chuckled and remarked, Little Shan Yuan, do you not wish to receive some protective measures from me? Master Uncle, what do you wish to bestow upon me? Shan Yuan asked, momentarily taken aback. With a smile, Hongjun said nothing more, merely pointing his hand, and a beam of light swiftly entered Shan Yuan's being. Shan Yuan felt an ethereal cloud essence manifest within his body, gracefully swirling around his dantian. It was remarkably light. The moment his consciousness made contact with it, he sensed that he could activate this essence, enveloping himself and traversing vast distances in an instant. Grateful, he expressed his heartfelt thanks to Hongjun. He understood that this was yet another life-preserving technique bestowed upon him by Hongjun. In confronting formidable adversaries, he had the two powerful methods granted by Zhen Yuanzi, one offensive and one defensive. And if those proved insufficient, he could rely on this cloud essence from Hongjun. This essence was, in fact, a form of teleportation technique, imbued with Hongjun's own magical power. Once activated, it could propel Shan Yuan across immeasurable distances, making it unlikely for even the most powerful beings to catch him. After all, Hongjun's teleportation technique was unrivaled in the primordial realm, a fact not to be taken lightly. Chapter 10. The breakthrough in Mount BuZhou. Within the heart of Mount BuZhou, with the bestowed techniques from Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, Shan Yuan initially intended to merely find a nearby refuge from Mount Wanshou to refine Hongjun. Yet, a spark of ambition ignited within him, for the proximity to Mount Wanshou promised the discovery of treasures imbued with the primal essence of Eon wood, a notion that seemed rather absurd. Thus, with his life secured, he was untroubled by the prospect of venturing further afield. His immediate thought, and the destination he firmly resolved upon, was none other than Mount BuZhou. Mount BuZhou, the foremost divine mountain of the primordial world, serves as a pillar of the cosmos, truly embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Of course, even such a revered mountain is not immune to the passage of time, and one day it too shall face its inevitable downfall. Therefore, seizing this opportunity to behold the grandeur of this sacred peak is indeed a commendable endeavor, for if he were to delay, he might find the chance forever lost. Shortly thereafter, Hongjun took his leave, returning to his domain, the Fire Cloud Cave. Following him, Zhen Yuanzi also entered a period of seclusion, as the myriad insights gained from their return to the Zixiao Palace required assimilation. This necessitated an extended retreat. Furthermore, the promise made by Hongjun to impart the technique of slaying the 3 corpses during the next sermon became a formidable motivation for the great powers, as the prerequisite for mastering this technique is to attain the pinnacle of Deluo Jin Xian. Should they not seize the moment to cultivate, they would only be spectators to others achieving breakthroughs and attaining the status of quasi-saint during the next discourse. Once Zhen Yuanzi entered his meditative state, Shan Yuan finally set forth. Departing from Mount Wanshou, he was not in haste. Rather, he took the time to appreciate the breathtaking vistas of the primordial realm. The vast earth, with its myriad mountains and valleys, teemed with countless races and beings. At this moment, the primordial world radiated a sense of vibrant life and prosperity. The Wu and Yao tribes had yet to manifest in their full glory. The current state of the primordial world was one of burgeoning coexistence among myriad races. Shan Yuan concluded that the time for calamity had not yet arrived, as the traces of the Wu tribe remained concealed, and the Yao tribe, while led by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, had not yet begun to dominate the myriad races and establish the Yao tribe alongside the celestial court. Thus, the primordial world, at this juncture, was predominantly tranquil. Mount BuZhou, situated at the very center of the primordial expanse, is visible from any location beneath the heavens, though it appears only as a faint silhouette. This vagueness was merely a reflection of Shan Yuan's limited cultivation and the sheer vastness of the primordial land. As he progressed, the outline of Mount BuZhou became increasingly distinct, as time flowed onward, with the stars shifting and the sun and moon rising and falling. The day finally arrived when Shan Yuan stood at the foot of Mount BuZhou, gazing up at this majestic peak. Even a being of his extensive experience could not help but marvel. Mount BuZhou loomed exceedingly high and vast, and within its confines emanated powerful pressures that spread across the boundless void, distorting the fabric of space itself. This also led to the true essence of Mount BuZhou, which is far more expansive than what the naked eye perceives. One mountain has entered into another. Shan Yuan mused to himself that his very being is a mountain. Yet when compared to Mount BuZhou, his existence pales in significance. As he ventured deeper into the heart of Mount BuZhou, the grandeur of the landscape became increasingly palpable, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Within Mount BuZhou, even in areas where the oppressive aura was slightly diminished, numerous beings and various races resided, some of whom had settled here. Overall, aside from the omnipresent pressure that could be felt, Mount BuZhou was not vastly different from the outside world. However, for reasons unknown, as Shan Yuan traversed the mountain, he experienced an extraordinary sensation. It seemed that because he too was a mountain, an intricate connection had formed between him and Mount BuZhou. It was as though there resided within the mountain a fortuitous opportunity that was tied to him. Realizing this, Shan Yuan's heart raced with excitement. After all, this was an opportunity. Who does not yearn for such prospects? For practitioners, especially, the pursuit of opportunity is paramount. The stronger one becomes, the more one values fortuitous encounters. For often, seizing an opportunity is more crucial than one's own efforts. In many respects, opportunity symbolizes a being's fate and fortune. Those endowed with profound luck and blessings are the ones who can attain such opportunities. Yet, although he sensed the possibility of an opportunity related to him within Mount BuZhou, Shan Yuan managed to temper his excitement. He sought to remain composed. Since this opportunity pertained to him, there was no need for haste. First, he would consume and refine the Hongjun Li. Over the years, Shan Yuan increasingly felt that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough, with his accumulation growing ever deeper. In such moments, consuming the Hongjun Li and absorbing the essence of the innate wood source to facilitate his breakthrough was the most favorable course of action. Thus, upon entering Mount BuZhou, Shan Yuan began to search for a suitable place to seclude himself for cultivation. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered a secluded valley, where he carved out a cave dwelling and concealed it with formations. Once inside the cave, Shan Yuan seated himself upon a mat, and with a thought, retrieved a Hongjun Li. Without hesitation, he bit into the fruit, savoring its crisp and refreshing taste. With each bite, the flavor intensified, and soon, he had consumed the entire Hongjun Li. At that moment, within Shan Yuan's body, his magical energy began to circulate, digesting the fruit he had ingested. From the flesh of the Hongjun Li, streams of innate wood essence were extracted. Buzz! Shan Yuan's body trembled, and his internal organs suddenly radiated brilliance, emanating a spectrum of colors. The heart glowed red. The liver emitted a green light. The spleen shone yellow, the lungs radiated white, and the kidneys exuded black. The 5 organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, symbolized the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Particularly in the region of the spleen, a brilliant yellow radiance emanates, a phenomenon attributed to the refinement of the primal earth essence by Shan Yuan. Consequently, among the 5 organs and their corresponding elements, the spleen and the earth element stand as the most formidable. However, at this moment, streams of pale azure primal wood essence are incessantly converging towards Shan Yuan's liver, which is also becoming increasingly luminous. Boom! Moreover, as the primal wood essence melds into the liver, Shan Yuan's entire being is ignited with a surging power, growing ever more tumultuous. Suddenly, Shan Yuan's body trembles, and a formidable aura radiates outward. At long last, this moment heralds Shan Yuan's successful breakthrough, ascending from the early stage of the golden immortal realm to the mid-stage. Though this represents merely a slight shift in realms, it has indeed consumed a significant span of time for Shan Yuan. Nevertheless, all of this has proven worthwhile, as Shan Yuan distinctly senses that, aided by the primal wood essence in his breakthrough, his cultivation has advanced with far greater depth than a typical ascent. Furthermore, the convergence of the primal wood essence and the primal earth essence within Shan Yuan's body, under their mutual resonance, bestows upon him profound benefits in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 11. The 5 energies converging to the origin, the 3 flowers gathering at the crown within the confines of the cave. Shan Yuan sat in silent meditation, his essence gradually retracting until it reached complete tranquility. He radiated an aura akin to a return to simplicity, evoking a profound sense of depth. Drawing upon the innate essence of Imu, Shan Yuan ultimately succeeded in breaking through, attaining the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Furthermore, his foundation had been significantly reinforced, becoming more solid, stable, and powerful. As Shan Yuan opened his eyes and rose from his meditative state, he did not depart from BuZhou Mountain. Instead, he began to search within its depths. There were opportunities linked to him hidden within BuZhou Mountain, which he had sensed previously. Now, with his enhanced strength, that sense had seemingly intensified. Following this feeling, Shan Yuan continued his quest within BuZhou Mountain. Time passed unnoticed until one fateful day. He arrived at a location where his sensation was extraordinarily strong. Yet, despite his efforts, he could see nothing. Scanning his surroundings, Shan Yuan's consciousness repeatedly sought out the source, but to no avail. Suddenly, with a decisive step forward, he felt as if he had traversed through an unseen barrier. Time and space appeared to shift, and in the next moment, he found himself within a celestial cave. This celestial realm seemed to exist in a different dimension from the outside world, suffused with rich spiritual energy. Within this energy, there were even wisps of chaotic essence, albeit without a pronounced corrosive quality. By channeling his powers, Shan Yuan could not only withstand these influences, but also refine and absorb the chaotic energy. Each trace of this chaotic essence, once refined, transformed into formidable magical power. Shan Yuan's eyes sparkled. Such benefits from the chaotic essence were remarkable. This celestial cave, abundant in chaotic energy, was truly a supreme place for cultivation, far surpassing even the renowned Wanshou Mountain. However, Shan Yuan did not hasten to absorb the chaotic energy for cultivation. Instead, he continued his search within the cave, aware that his fortune awaited him there. What kind of opportunity lay ahead? Judging by the circumstances, the fortune within this celestial realm seemed quite substantial. Thus, Shan Yuan meticulously searched every inch of the cave until, at last, he discovered something remarkable. Before him lay a pool, within which resided a small quantity of a white substance. Upon closer inspection, Shan Yuan paused, a realization dawning upon him, causing him to tremble with joy. It was the primordial essence of Pangu, the very marrow of Pangu. BuZhou Mountain was formed from Pangu's backbone, standing steadfast between heaven and earth since time immemorial. The substance in this pool was none other than Pangu's essence, a rarity that could only exist within BuZhou Mountain. Heavenly realms. Shan Yuan could not contain his excitement as he beheld the pool filled with Pangu's essence. This was indeed his fortune. What an immense opportunity this was. The grandeur of the scene left Shan Yuan in a state of disbelief, as though he were ensnared in a dream. With the acquisition of this Pangu Marrow, he believed his potential could transcend to the extraordinary levels akin to that of his esteemed master, Zhen Yuanzi. Overwhelmed, Shan Yuan murmured to himself, contemplating the profound advancements in his cultivation that awaited him. Striving to regain his composure, Shan Yuan noted that the pool contained an abundance of Pangu Marrow. He chose not to be greedy, settling beside the pool to consume merely a small morsel. As soon as this diminutive portion of Pangu Marrow entered his being, he felt as if his body might explode under the sheer intensity of the energy it harbored. At that moment, the benefits of refining the two primordial sources he had previously harnessed became evidently manifest. Utilizing these two innate foundations, Shan Yuan diligently refined the Pangu Marrow within him. The marrow gradually transformed into a torrent of energy, permeating Shan Yuan's limbs and bones, reinforcing his very essence down to the cellular level. This process not only strengthened his physique, but also catalyzed a metamorphosis, particularly enhancing his spine. Shan Yuan distinctly sensed a mysterious energy coursing into his spine, fortifying it with increasing power. In a moment of profound realization, he perceived an indomitable will, a resolute spirit that seemed to resonate with the essence of the unyielding mountain. It felt as though he were merging with the mountain itself, his will intertwining with its formidable presence, transcending time and space to receive a legacy from the primordial deity Pangu. A vast and ethereal aura began to emanate from Shan Yuan, enveloping him within the confines of this celestial realm. He lost track of time, wholly engrossed in the refinement of the Pangu Marrow. Upon completing the first morsel, he partook of another, continuing the process. With each successive refinement, his cultivation soared, advancing from the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm to the late stage, and ultimately to the pinnacle of golden immortal. Suddenly, a powerful aura radiated from him, marking his momentous breakthrough from the golden immortal pinnacle to the early stage of the Tai golden immortal. Shan Yuan's body erupted with an unparalleled luminosity from his internal organs, as streams of energy materialized from thin air, manifesting in 5 distinct colors, an embodiment of the 5 elemental energies derived from his vital organs. In the realm of the golden immortal, mastery over the 5 energies is paramount. At this juncture, Shan Yuan's 5 energies had reached a state of perfection. However, these energies varied. The yellow and green streams represented innate energies, while the other 3 belonged to the acquired realm, a result of refining the primordial sources of earth and wood. This fortified his foundation even further. The mastery of the 5 energies leads to the ascension to the Tai golden immortal. The principle of 5 energies returning to the origin and 3 flowers gathering at the crown embodies this progression. Upon achieving perfection in the Tai Golden Immortal realm and the fullness of the three flowers, one is poised to transcend into the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, the five energies of Shan Yuan emanated, swirling around his body in concentric circles. His five energies were exceedingly potent, showcasing a cultivation level that far surpassed that of practitioners within the same realm. Above Shan Yuan's head, wisps of cloud-like energy appeared as if conjured from thin air, coalescing into a substantial mass. This cloud was a manifestation of Shan Yuan's prowess, gradually transforming into a celebratory cloud, approximately an acre in size, shrouded in an ethereal haze. It appeared both substantial and insubstantial, evoking various extraordinary phenomena. With a resonant hum, Shan Yuan's body trembled, and the five energies that had encircled him surged upward like a dragon returning to the sea, cascading into the celebratory cloud and swirling within it incessantly. Chapter 12. The Path of the Five Elements. The creation of the azure lotus, the five energies nourishing the three flowers. Within the auspicious clouds, amidst the swirling hues of five colors, three flower buds gradually coalesce. These three buds represent the three flowers of the mountain origin, yet they remain unblossomed, lacking physical form and appearing particularly ethereal. The three flowers of the mountain origin are adorned in a delicate yellow-green hue, corresponding to the two primordial sources refined by the mountain origin. The Tai cultivates the three flowers, which symbolize the essence, energy, and spirit of a person, or, in a broader sense, correspond to the trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity. Thus, the three flowers of the mountain origin may be referred to as the heavenly flower, the earthly flower, and the human flower. The golden immortal cultivates the five energies, the Tai nurtures the three flowers, and the great Luo cultivates the Dao fruit. Ordinarily, one would begin the cultivation of the Dao only upon reaching the great Luo, yet the mountain origin, due to fortuitous circumstances, has refined these two primordial sources. Consequently, the mountain origin has encountered the Dao earlier, leading to the unique yellow-green hue of his three flowers. This hue signifies the mountain origin's initial insights into the paths of earth and wood. Regarding his future cultivation, the mountain origin has devised a plan. Primarily, he intends to focus on the path of earth, which resonates most harmoniously with his essence. Secondly, his attention shifts to the remaining four paths of the five elements: wood, water, fire, and metal. These four great paths serve as supplementary avenues for the mountain origin, should fortune favor him, and he successfully integrates the five elements. Utilizing the paths of wood, water, fire, and metal to enhance the path of earth, the mountain origin's grand Dao may be realized. Thus, as the three flowers coalesce, though they have yet to bloom, the mountain origin senses a profound transformation within himself. Transitioning from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal signifies a monumental breakthrough, placing him on an entirely different echelon. At this moment, the mountain origin feels his physical body, magical power, and primordial spirit ceaselessly elevating and transforming, growing increasingly potent. However, despite his ongoing metamorphosis, the three flowers within the auspicious clouds remain stubbornly unblossomed, their state lingering in a realm of illusion, not yet fully solidified. The mountain origin, with an intuitive understanding, recognizes that this is due to his excessively robust foundation, rendering the solidification and blooming of the three flowers more challenging, necessitating further accumulation. Nonetheless, this is not a misfortune. Although greater accumulation is required and progress becomes more arduous, each stride forward will yield even greater breakthroughs and rewards. A solid foundation may complicate breakthroughs, yet it often leads to grander achievements. This is akin to consuming the Hongjun fruit, if left to its own devices. A single Hongjun could instantaneously elevate a person to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Such is the power of the Hongjun tree, which subtly ranks among the foremost of the top 10 spiritual roots. Yet, why has the mountain origin, who has consumed not just one, but 3 Hongjun fruits, not ascended to the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal, remaining merely a Tai Golden Immortal? This is attributable to the mountain origin's self-restraint, preventing the full potency of the Hongjun Li from manifesting. Instead, he directly extracted the inherent essence from Hongjun Li, not to assault the realms, but to augment his own accumulation and refine the expansion of his foundation. Consequently, although his progress in the mountain origin realm did not advance by leaps and bounds, it effectively safeguarded the potential of the mountain origin. One could even assert that it enhanced this potential, for, should he allow Hongjun Li to exert its effects, he would directly break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a Great Luo Golden Immortal, despite the title, would have already exhausted its potential. forever barred from ascending to higher realms. This represents a permanent consumption of potential, irreparable in nature. It is akin to constructing a towering edifice without a solid foundation. Further elevation becomes impossible. Conversely, solidifying and strengthening the foundation allows for the continuous possibility of upward construction. With a deep inhalation, Mountain Origin absorbed all the remaining Pangu spinal marrow from the pool, engulfing it within himself. This was indeed the last remnant of the Pangu spinal marrow. As Mountain Origin refined this essence, a surge of mystical energy enveloped him, releasing waves of profound and majestic aura. In a moment of reverie, it almost felt as though Mountain Origin had transformed into a great mountain, a diminutive version of the unmoving mountain. The aura, the resonance, was strikingly similar, imparting a sense of being timeless and eternal. Above Mountain Origin, the 3 flower buds within the auspicious clouds gradually solidified. In due course, the first bud became fully formed. Simultaneously, as this first bud solidified, Mountain Origin's body trembled, unleashing a powerful aura. He once again broke through, advancing from the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. Yet, this was not the end. He continued to solidify the second flower bud. Time flowed on, and eventually, the second bud solidified, resulting in another breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. At this juncture, it seemed that Mountain Origin had nearly exhausted the effects of the Pangu spinal marrow, halting at the state of the 2 solidified flower buds. However, the third bud was already half solidified. Mountain Origin estimated that even with gradual cultivation over several millennia, he would naturally complete it. By that time, he could once again break through. The solidification of the 3 flowers signifies the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal. As for the blossoming of the 3 flowers, that transcends the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The blossoming of the 3 flowers is an achievement reserved for the great Luo Golden Immortal, symbolizing the culmination of the path. The Golden Immortal cultivates the 5 energies, the Tai cultivates the 3 flowers, while the great Luo focuses on the fruition of the Tao. The blossoming of the 3 flowers signifies the nurturing of the Great Way, yielding its fruits. Having completely absorbed and refined the last of the Pangu spinal marrow, Mountain Origin finally ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. He exhaled deeply, feeling the strength he had attained, particularly the 5 energies and 3 flowers hovering above his head, inducing a dreamlike sensation. He had not anticipated such profound rewards from this journey, far exceeding his expectations. After all, his initial intention was merely to emerge, refine Hongjun and Li, and then return to Mount Wanshou to continue his existence in seclusion. However, who could have anticipated that upon arriving at Mount BuZhou, he would encounter such a momentous opportunity? It was as if he had been reborn, given sufficient time to fully unleash the potential of the Pangu spinal essence. He could ascend to the level of a formidable being akin to his revered master, Zhen Yuanzi. After all, what he had absorbed was the essence of Pangu. Just then, a sudden alert resonated in his mind. Ding! The system announced the detection of the impending emergence of the 24th grade creation Qinglian in Kunlun Mountain. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Proceed to Kunlun Mountain to claim the 24th grade creation Qinglian, thereby receiving a reward of 1 drop of Pangu's blood essence. Option 2. Forego the opportunity of the 24th grade creation Qinglian, in exchange for a reward of 1 high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 13. The Refinement of the Spiritual Treasure. The limit of the Mount Driving whipped the emergence of the 24th grade Primordial Blue Lotus. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shan Yuan was instantly taken aback. After all, this 24th grade Primordial Blue Lotus is revered in the vast wilderness, comparable to an innate treasure. However, acquiring such an artifact is no simple feat. It is a shared treasure of the 3 purities. The day it manifests resembles the gourd vine, destined to be divided into 3 parts. The red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaf transform into 3 treasured items. The bent crutch, the 3 treasures jade rui, and the Qingping sword, each belonging to one of the 3 purities. Moreover, the system indicated that this 24th grade Primordial Blue Lotus does not emerge from Mount BuZhou, but from Kunlun Mountain. This adds an intriguing layer to the situation. Shan Yuan suspected that this Blue Lotus, nurtured within the sacred grounds of the 3 purities, had likely been discovered long ago. They must have been waiting for it to mature. Consider the scenario: the 3 brothers, each forced to divide a single Primordial Blue Lotus amongst themselves. If he were to rush in and claim a share for himself, what would ensue? Shan Yuan couldn't help but shiver at the thought. The choices presented by the system seemed utterly unreliable. They were entirely beyond the realm of his current capabilities. yet they were incessantly thrust upon him. If he were to act recklessly, he could easily meet his demise. System, I choose option 2, Shan Yuan wisely declared after careful contemplation. In this vast wilderness, numerous taboos exist. There are certain matters one should refrain from engaging with to ensure survival. Otherwise, one might find themselves unaware of their impending doom. As Shan Yuan made his choice, the system promptly dispensed its rewards. However, upon witnessing the innate spiritual treasure that materialized before him, Shan Yuan was rendered speechless. System, are you in dire straits? Before him lay the reward, a superior innate treasure, the mount-driving whip. Indeed, this was the very option Shan Yuan had initially declined in favor of the Enlightenment Tea Tree during his first selection. Now, after a roundabout journey, the mount-driving whip had ultimately found its way into his possession. Shan Yuan did not dwell on the matter for too long. He grasped the mount-driving whip and commenced its refinement. As he refined the whip, he gradually unearthed its myriad capabilities. It proved to be quite suitable for Shan Yuan. True to its name, the mount-driving whip could command mountains. With a flick of its length, it could summon the mountain range as a weapon to subdue foes. Its might was neither trivial nor immense. After all, mountains vary in size, and if Shan Yuan could indeed command some renowned peaks, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. However, contemplating this, Shan Yuan found himself shaking his head. Reflecting with a sigh, it appeared that the mount-driving whip was somewhat of a double-edged sword. While the ability to command renowned mountains was one thing, the reality of whether he could actually do so was another matter entirely. For, given that these were indeed renowned mountains, they undoubtedly had their own masters. For instance, consider Mount Wanshou and Mount Kunlun. Even if the mountain essence possesses such formidable powers to manipulate them, would it dare to do so? To move Mount Wanshou would result in Zhen Yuanzi breaking its legs, while attempting to manipulate Mount Kunlun would provoke the 3 pure ones to do the same. Ultimately, this represents the limit of the innate spiritual treasure. Similarly, when evaluating mountains, it is evident that the most formidable peak in the primordial wilderness is none other than Mount BuZhou, where the mountain essence currently resides. Thus, Mount BuZhou epitomizes the pinnacle of the mountain-driving whip. This is not to imply that the whip can indeed move Mount BuZhou. If it could, it would be utterly absurd. Setting aside notions of karma and causality, should Mount BuZhou be set in motion, its impact would likely be insurmountable even for a sage. In truth, the weight of Mount BuZhou is immense. As a superior innate spiritual treasure, it is improbable that even several whips could budge it. Consequently, the upper limit of the mountain-driving whip excludes Mount BuZhou outright. Beyond this peak, other renowned mountains such as Mount Kunlun, Mount Wanshou, and Mount Shumi would also pose significant challenges for manipulation. Therefore, for the mountain essence, the mountain-driving whip becomes rather superfluous, with minimal potential for utility. There is no lower limit, yet the upper limit is akin to a ceiling visible upon raising one's gaze. Nevertheless, being an innate spiritual treasure, even if solely for the purpose of collection, it holds considerable value. After initially refining it, the mountain essence incorporated it into its soul, nurturing it further. Once this was accomplished, over a millennium passed, during which the mountain essence absorbed the chaotic energy within the cave realm. With the chaotic energy fully assimilated, transforming into the essence's power, it was time to return. Casting a final glance at the cave realm, the mountain essence transformed into a streak of light and flew out. Upon returning to Mount BuZhou, there was no pause. The opportunities sought had been attained, and with its tasks complete, the mountain essence naturally made its way home. Chapter 14. The completion of the Tai Golden Immortal and the 36 celestial powers. The journey back to Mount Wanshou was remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstacles. Upon returning to the mountain, Master Zhen Yuan was still in seclusion, and Shan Yuan chose not to disturb him, instead entering into his own meditative practice. Within the confines of Mount BuZhou, he absorbed the essence of Pangu's spinal marrow, leading to a significant enhancement of his abilities and numerous benefits. However, the essence of Pangu was not easily digestible. Even if Shan Yuan were a formidable being, the advantages would still be inexhaustible. In his own palace, Shan Yuan engaged in rigorous cultivation, striving to refine his physical form and explore the effects of Pangu's spinal marrow. This transformation was primarily evident in his spine, which seemed to gradually integrate the essence of Pangu. Shan Yuan could feel his spine becoming increasingly robust and powerful. He often sensed that his spine resembled a miniature Mount BuZhou, standing tall and unyielding, embodying an indomitable spirit that influenced him profoundly. Simultaneously, Shan Yuan experienced a sensation of breathing in harmony with the universe, as if his very presence marked the center of all existence. This peculiar realization hinted at a potential breakthrough, leading Shan Yuan to believe that if he comprehended this insight fully, it might evolve into a unique divine power of his own. Much like his master, Zhen Yuan, who possessed a distinctive divine ability known as the universe in the sleeve, Shan Yuan pondered whether he too would soon uncover his own extraordinary power. A wave of excitement surged within him at the prospect of possessing a divine ability, a hallmark of a true great being. Should he attain such a power, it would signify his ascent to greatness as well. However, in comparison to the pursuit of divine powers, Shan Yuan placed greater emphasis on understanding the Tao. As previously mentioned, his intended path was that of the 5 elements, aiming to attain enlightenment through them. Although he had only grasped the earth and wood elements thus far, he remained confident that the other 3 paths were not far off. After all, he was indeed on an extraordinary journey. Time passed slowly, and before he realized it, several hundred years had slipped by. One day, Shan Yuan's body trembled, and with a resounding boom, he experienced a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. This achievement was a natural progression. The 5 vital energies surged forth from his chest, swirling around his form. Above Shan Yuan's head, auspicious clouds materialized, with the 5 energies entering them and rolling continuously. Soon, amidst the swirling waves of energy, 3 flowers manifested: the heavenly flower, the earthly flower, and the human flower. All 3 bloomed simultaneously, their forms solid and no longer ethereal. However, they remained as 3 yellow-green buds, yet to fully blossom. When these flowers opened, it would signify his attainment of the great Luo and his ascension to greatness. Shan Yuan opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. At that moment, a sudden notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of the male immortal leader, Dong Wanggong, recruiting forces to establish the celestial court. The host may choose from the following options. Choose 1. Join the immortal court and receive the reward of the innate spiritual treasure, the replica of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian. Choose 2. Ignore the matter and receive the reward of the 36 celestial techniques. After hearing the system's prompt, it must be said that Shan Yuan was momentarily tempted. Of course, it was merely the allure of the system's rewards that captivated him. A replica of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian? What difference does it make if it's a replica or the genuine article? The fact that the 4 swords of Zhu Xian are also innate spiritual treasures is sufficient. However, the pressing question remains. If the 4 swords are granted, what about the formation diagram? Without the diagram, what use is it? The astute Shan Yuan quickly discerned everything. As a capable disciple, being presented with such a choice was truly perplexing. This system seemed to be lacking in wisdom. Shan Yuan mused to himself, genuinely bewildered by the absurdity of the tasks assigned by this system. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, these rewards were undeniably tangible. That alone was enough for him. System. I choose option 2. Shan Yuan decisively made his selection. Following his choice, the system swiftly dispensed the rewards. The 36 celestial techniques, encompassing an array of formidable abilities, such as the manipulation of creation, reversal of yin and yang, shifting stars and changing constellations, returning the sun to the heavens, and summoning winds and rain, among others. Each of these techniques was an extraordinary power, and when cultivated to their zenith, they could be terrifyingly potent. Particularly notable among them was the manipulation of creation, which, as rumored, could grant the ability to create a lineage akin to Nuwa herself if mastered to perfection. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Shan Yuan finally calmed himself as he absorbed the information regarding these techniques. Each of the 36 celestial techniques was undeniably powerful. However, not all were suitable for him. For instance, the manipulation of creation left him utterly perplexed regarding its complexity. Therefore, he merely indulged in the allure of the 36 techniques. Only a handful resonated with him as feasible for his study. As for the rest, they were best left untouched. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Moreover, those techniques seemed utterly beyond his grasp. The system merely provided the information and methods for cultivation, not a direct transmission of knowledge. Consequently, mastering these techniques would require Shan Yuan's own efforts. In this moment, the distinction between the diligent and the indolent became apparent. Shan Yuan selected 2 techniques that were most suited for his cultivation: the earth-shaking tremor and the great escape of the 5 elements. As for the others, they either eluded his comprehension or, while he could potentially learn them, he deemed them of little value. In summary, Shan Yuan chose these 2 techniques most fitting for his training. The earth-shaking tremor served as an offensive technique, while the great escape of the 5 elements was a method of evasion. Shan Yuan had previously learned a modified version of the great escape of the 5 elements, adapted by Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi. Thus, he planned to study the authentic version of the Great Escape of the Five Elements. After perusing the information concerning the 5 elemental great duplications, Shan Yuan came to the realization that he could only pursue the earth and wood elemental duplications at present. Beyond these 2 techniques, there existed 3 others, the metal, fire, and water elemental duplications. Much like the path of the 5 elements, these 5 elemental great duplications are also a culmination of 5 distinct techniques. Thus, within the confines of Wanshou Mountain, Shan Yuan found himself with newfound pursuits. Stepping away from his previous seclusion, he diligently engaged in the cultivation of these 2 formidable arts. However, it soon became apparent to Shan Yuan that while it might suffice to practice the 5 elemental great duplications within Wanshou Mountain, the thunderous mountain shaking technique was an offensive art, and practicing it there might incite his teacher to emerge from seclusion in a fit of rage, ready to chastise him. Consequently, Shan Yuan resolved to depart from Wanshou Mountain and seek refuge on nearby peaks to cultivate the thunderous mountain shaking technique. Chapter 15. Effortless existence in abundance of indolence. As time gradually flowed by, Shan Yuan, through relentless practice, became increasingly adept at the profound art of shaking mountains and quaking the earth, mastering it with ever-deepening comprehension. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. On this particular day, within the confines of Mount Wanshou, Shan Yuan was engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a prompt resonated in his mind, emanating from the system. Ding. Detection of Emperor Jun and Tai E subduing various powerful beings with the intention of establishing the demon clan. The host may select from the following options. Option 1. Join the demon clan and receive as a reward one of the innate 5 flags. The Shan Yuan water control flag. Option 2. Ignore this matter and receive as a reward the essence of the Fusang tree. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan abruptly awoke from his meditation, his eyes wide open. Reflecting on the choices presented by the system, he couldn't help but shake his head. The reward of option 1 was undeniably lavish, offering the Shan Yuan water control flag, one of the innate 5 flags. It is well known that each of the innate 5 flags represents a pinnacle of innate spiritual treasure. Should one manage to gather all 5 flags, they could deploy the formidable innate 5 elements great formation, which would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 formations in the vast expanse of Hongjun, wielding tremendous power. However, how could the innate 5 flags be so easily amassed? Apart from the Shan Yuan water control flag, whose possessor remains unknown, the other 4 flags, the Li Di Yin Guang flag, the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag, the Su Se Yun Jie flag, and the Qing Lian Bao Se flag, each belonged to their respective masters. At this moment, Hongjun had yet to distribute the treasures. Thus, these 4 flags presumably resided in his possession. After the distribution, the Li Di Yin Guang flag would belong to Laozi, the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag to Yuan Shi, the Qing Lian Bao Se flag to Zhunti, and the Su Se Yun Jie flag would eventually be bestowed upon Yao Qi by Hongjun, to suppress the fortunes of the 3 realms. Upon contemplating this, even if Shan Yuan were to acquire the Shan Yuan water control flag through the system, the challenge of collecting the other 4 flags loomed large. If only a replica of the innate 5 flags could be provided, akin to the previous imitation of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, that would be quite agreeable. Shan Yuan shook his head. The allure of the reward in option 1 was enticing, yet ultimately limited. Moreover, beyond the inherent challenges of the Shan Yuan water control flag itself, the task at hand was daunting. It felt akin to selling himself short. Did Shan Yuan truly hold such little worth as to be merely valued at a single flag? He firmly resolved that joining the demon clan was not an option. Silently, in his heart, he conveyed to the system, I choose option 2. Indeed, option 2 felt far more appealing, allowing for effortless gain. Why strive when one could simply reap the rewards? With Shan Yuan's decision made, the system promptly bestowed the reward, the essence of the Fusang tree. This essence was, for Shan Yuan, an exquisite delicacy, utterly delectable. It marked the 3rd type of innate essence he had acquired, the innate earth essence of the ginseng fruit tree, the innate wood essence of the Hongjun Li, and now, the innate fire essence of the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree, being one of the 10 paramount innate spiritual roots, embodies the attribute of fire, and thus its essence is the innate fire essence. Upon obtaining this primal essence, Shan Yuan immediately retreated into seclusion once more to refine it. As he assimilated the innate essence of the Bing fire, the aura surrounding Shan Yuan transformed into a searing heat. The entire palace resembled a colossal furnace. Waves of heat undulating through the air. It seemed as though the very blood coursing through Shan Yuan's veins was brought to a boil. If this were to be Shan Yuan's true form, he would have transformed from a mere mountain into a towering volcano. In refining the innate Bing fire essence, Shan Yuan's vital energies multiplied, granting him yet another form of primordial energy. Moreover, his heart grew stronger, pulsating with formidable vigor. In addition to this, his magical prowess, physical body, and spiritual essence all reaped immense benefits and enhancements. Thus, after dedicating a millennium to this endeavor, Shan Yuan finally completed the refinement of the innate Bing fire essence, undergoing yet another metamorphosis. As he circulated his vital energies, the organs within him radiated an overwhelming presence, and the 5 energies ascended, swirling into the auspicious clouds above his head. Remarkably, within these clouds, the 3 flowers that once exuded a yellow-green hue now featured an additional color, red. They transformed into a tricolored blossom of yellow, green, and red. At first glance, the only alteration seemed to be the change in color, with no significant transformation apparent. However, upon closer examination, one could sense an inexplicable rhythm of the Tao flowing and brewing within. Shan Yuan's path was continuously gestating within the 3 flowers. Only 2 primordial essences remained to complete the 5 elemental energies, the essence of metal and water. Shan Yuan opened his eyes and mused to himself. During this period of seclusion, to refine the essence of the Fusang tree, he did not experience a breakthrough into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Nevertheless, his cultivation had deepened significantly, fostering a profound accumulation of power. This was a process of consolidation. Shan Yuan refrained from recklessly attempting to breach the great Luo golden immortal level. Following his carefully crafted plan, he intended to gather the 5 elemental essences and then make a decisive leap. In doing so, Shan Yuan could realize his aspiration of mastering the path of the 5 elements. After refining the essence of the Fusang tree, he chose not to engage in further arduous training, but instead emerged from his retreat. The path of cultivation lies in the balance of tension and relaxation. One must not rush. Furthermore, although he was cognizant of the fact that he still lacked the final essences representing metal and water to complete the primordial 5 elements, Shan Yuan exhibited no inclination to actively seek them out. With a system in place, why should he toil so laboriously? By simply lying in the Wanshou mountain, the elements would eventually coalesce. Shan Yuan harbored unwavering confidence in his system. Moreover, it is crucial to acknowledge that primordial essences are not easily acquired. To illustrate, had it not been for the system's reward, prompting Shan Yuan to retrieve the Fusang tree essence from the Sun Star, he would have either perished at the hands of Dijuan and Tai or been incinerated by the true fire of the sun. The acquisition of primordial essences is far from a simple endeavor. The essence of primordial metal primarily consists of 2 types, the innate Gung metal and the Bodhi tree. The true form of Zhunti. There exists a primordial essence of the water element, and the only thing that comes to mind is the pan peach. Shan Yuan pondered over the fundamental essence he lacked, and with a contemplative sigh, he succumbed further to a state of indolence. After all, this essence could not be attained through mere personal endeavor. He found himself reliant on the system, patiently awaiting its sustenance. Indeed, if one were sufficiently inept, there would be no need for exertion, would there? Although Shan Yuan considered himself a transmigrator, he lacked the valiant spirit to confront deities or demons with unyielding ferocity. Rather than embodying a reckless hero, he deemed it more fitting to be a languid fish. A life of moderation seemed the wisest path to longevity. He mused. This was his profound philosophy of existence. Chapter 16. The inherent source of Ren water and the swiftest among them, while Shan Yuan leisurely reclined on Wanshou mountain. Emperor Jun and Tai were tirelessly subduing formidable beings from all corners. Among them were Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, Qin Yuan, and Gue Che, among others. Simultaneously, the concept of the monster clan was gradually introduced and refined. Rather than a mere tribe, the monster clan resembled a powerful coalition, an alliance of various races united. Under the diligent efforts of Emperor Jun and Tai, the monster clan quickly began to take shape. Notably, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, and Ying Zhao emerged as the backbone of the clan, being honored as the 10 great monster generals. Furthermore, there were numerous other great monsters. With the establishment of their power, Emperor Jun proclaimed himself the Monster Emperor, while Tai was hailed as the Eastern Emperor. Together, they led the monster clan, basking in their newfound glory. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Shan Yuan's mind, indicating that Emperor Jun and Tai were preparing to venture to the North Sea to subdue Kunping. The host could make the following choices. Option 1. Prevent Emperor Jun and Tai from subduing Kunping and receive the reward of Kunping's artifact forging diary. Option 2. Ignore this matter and receive the reward of an inherent source of Kuei water. On that day, as Shan Yuan lay comfortably on Wanshou mountain, Contemplating whether to consume the remaining ginseng fruit, the system's prompt startled him into a sitting position. Could this truly be a life of effortless victory? Perhaps the title should be altered to the life of an incompetent system and a lazy dog in the primordial era. With a long exhale, Shan Yuan muttered to himself that this was not an idle choice, but rather a necessity. After all, the options provided by the system were akin to self-destructive tasks. Did he possess the capability to thwart Emperor Jun and Tai in their endeavor to capture Kunpeng? Sometimes, he questioned whether the system had mistakenly bound itself to him instead of his master, Zhen Yuanzi. The difficulty of these tasks seemed clearly suited for his teacher. System, I choose option 2, Shan Yuan silently declared. Although the prospect of Kunpeng's artifact forging diary intrigued him, for if there was a master of artifact forging in the wilderness, aside from Yuan Shi, it would undoubtedly be Kunpeng. Unlike Yuan Shi, who relied on familial connections, Kunpeng's proficiency in forging was born from dire necessity, as he was impoverished. It is said that destiny differs among individuals. Both possessed oceans, yet when comparing Kunpeng to the river of the underworld, Kunpeng's plight was truly lamentable. The river of the underworld basked in a sea of blood, born into wealth, wielding the 12-grade fiery red lotus, along with the Yuan Tu sword and the Abi sword, 3 supreme innate treasures. In contrast, Kunpeng had nothing. Not a single innate treasure could be uncovered even after scouring the North Sea. Kunpeng was indeed worse off than Hongjun, who, despite his previous poverty, now held a gourd. Perhaps it was precisely due to this dire situation that Kunpeng had no choice but to hone his skills in artifact forging. Lacking innate treasures, he resolved to create them himself. Thus, Kunpeng diligently gathered materials and, after much effort, successfully forged a palace artifact. Although this palace artifact was a product of acquired means, its formidable power could easily rival that of innate spiritual treasures. Therefore, while Kunpeng might be lacking in some respects, his proficiency in crafting artifacts was undeniable. Naturally, Shan Yuan coveted his crafting journal. However, at that moment, it was the innate source of Kuei water that captivated Shan Yuan's interest even more, proving to be of greater utility to him than the crafting journal. As Shan Yuan made his choice, the system promptly rewarded him with the innate source of Kuei water. Contrary to his earlier expectations of receiving the innate peach of immortality, which corresponds to the innate source of rainwater, he was instead granted the innate source of Kuei water. Nonetheless, both the innate sources of Kuei and rainwater belong to the primordial water element, rendering the distinction rather insignificant for Shan Yuan. Upon acquiring the innate source of Kuei water, Shan Yuan wasted no time and immediately entered seclusion to refine it. Unlike the previous instance with Hongjun, Shan Yuan's cultivation had progressed remarkably, having achieved the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. He was but a step away from breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, at which point he would rival the capabilities of his own master. Consequently, Shan Yuan no longer felt the need to hesitate or to overthink the acquisition of precious resources. He could refine them directly without the burden of explaining himself to Zhen Yuanzi or fearing discovery. Meanwhile, as Shan Yuan was refining the innate source of Kuei water, Di Jun and Tai were flying northward toward the North Sea. Their true forms were the 3-legged golden crows, birthed from the essence of the fire, renowned throughout the primordial world for their mastery of the golden crow transformation technique. Their speed was astonishing, and upon reaching the skies above the North Sea, they beheld a vast expanse devoid of life, only the relentless chill of the winds sweeping across the desolate landscape. The biting cold was palpable, yet strangely, there was neither ice nor snow in sight. Di Jun and Tai exchanged glances, marveling at the scene before them. However, they remained focused on their objective, to subdue the formidable Kunpeng, a supreme being born within the depths of the North Sea. Kunpeng, true to his name, possessed 2 forms, one as a fish capable of diving into the deep sea and the other as a bird soaring majestically into the skies. As previously mentioned, Di Jun and Tai as 3-legged golden crows, excelled in their speed, further complemented by the extraordinary swiftness of Hongjun, the first cloud in the realms of existence. Furthermore, among the 12 ancestor witches, the foremost of them, the space ancestor witch Emperor Jiang, is renowned not only as the master of space but also as the embodiment of speed. Thus, Emperor Jiang's velocity is indeed remarkable. However, the swift flight of Kunpeng is equally unparalleled, making him a formidable contender among the swiftest beings of the primordial realm. Distinguishing who among them is the swifter is indeed a challenging endeavor. Kunpeng, my esteemed friend, Emperor Jun, and Tai have come to pay a visit. Please, do show yourself. Emperor Jun proclaimed without delay. His voice resonated across the vast expanse of the northern underworld sea, carrying far and wide, and, under the influence of Emperor Jun's formidable powers, it echoed deep into the abyss of the northern underworld sea. Chapter 17. This opponent is exceedingly powerful. As Di Jun's voice resonated, it echoed into the void. Yet after a considerable time, no response came. Perceiving this, Di Jun furrowed his brow, while Tai Yi, beside him, seemed poised to take action. Suddenly, both men gazed downward into the abyss of the deep sea, where an enormous shadow was magnifying before their eyes. The entire North Sea was becoming increasingly tumultuous, the commotion growing in intensity. Eventually, it appeared as if the vast expanse of the North Sea was being engulfed by that shadow. As a colossal being ascended from the depths, Di Jun and Tai Yi watched in astonishment. Having encountered Kunpeng before, they could sense that the shadow beneath the water was indeed Kunpeng. However, they had never anticipated that this entity's true form would be so immense. In the primordial realm, there were many grand creatures, but none rivaled the sheer size of Kunpeng, which now overshadowed the entirety of the North Sea. With a resounding roar, the gigantic figure finally broke the surface, and just as it was about to emerge fully, it vanished in an instant, replaced by a figure cloaked in black, exuding an aura of icy chill. Appearing before Di Jun and Tai Yi, this figure was none other than Kunpeng himself. "Oh, it is my fellow Taoists from the solar stars. What brings you here to seek me?" Kunpeng inquired, regarding the two with a curious gaze. Di Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, and Di Jun replied with a smile, "Kunpeng, my friend, we have come with a significant matter to discuss, and we wonder if you might be willing to listen." "Pray, speak freely," Kunpeng urged. Thus, Di Jun articulated their intentions with clarity. Upon hearing their proposal, Kunpeng's expression shifted. He was not particularly concerned about Di Jun's invitation to join their ranks, even feeling somewhat dismissive, as he saw little benefit in allying with the demon clan. However, when Di Jun spoke of slaying the Eastern Sovereign and establishing a realm akin to the Eastern Sovereign's celestial court, Kunpeng was visibly taken aback. "A heavenly court?" Kunpeng murmured, his gaze flickering, clearly intrigued. "If you were to join our demon clan, you would serve as our esteemed teacher," Di Jun remarked, sensing that he had piqued Kunpeng's interest, and he offered a serene smile. Kunpeng, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, yet he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he stated, "Forgive my candor, esteemed Taoists, but your ambitions appear rather audacious. The Eastern Sovereign is the foremost male immortal, appointed by the Dao Ancestor, and all male immortals are under his command. Should you slay him, how could the Dao Ancestor remain indifferent?" Shaking his head, Kunpeng expressed his concerns. In response, Di Jun and Tai Yi erupted into laughter. "My friend, you worry too much," Di Jun reassured him. "Though the Eastern Sovereign is indeed the premier male immortal, appointed by the Dao Ancestor, the Ancestor has never decreed that he should establish a celestial court to dominate the primordial realm. It is the Eastern Sovereign who first defied the Ancestor's command, prompting us to consider rectifying this transgression on behalf of the Ancestor." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng fell into a moment of silence, pondering the implications of the Eastern King's establishment of the celestial court, juxtaposed with their own establishment of the heavenly court. Indeed, Emperor Jun's explanation illuminated many truths for Kunpeng. The Eastern King's ambition to dominate the primordial world was in direct violation of the will of the Dao Ancestor. Furthermore, when the Palace of the Azure Clouds conferred the title of the foremost male immortal upon him, another figure, the Western Queen Mother, was also honored as the foremost female immortal. However, unlike the Eastern King, the Western Queen Mother did not exhibit such overwhelming ambition, nor did she involve herself in the celestial hierarchy. Upon reflection, it appeared increasingly feasible that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi intended to eliminate the Eastern King and replace him to establish the heavenly court. With a glimmer in his eyes, Kunpeng finally spoke. "Esteemed friends, your proposition for me to join the demon clan as a demon master is not unappealing. However, there remains one final condition." "Pray do tell," Emperor Jun urged. "I wish to witness the prowess of both esteemed friends," Kunpeng replied. At this, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were momentarily taken aback, struggling to process Kunpeng's unexpected challenge. Did Kunpeng truly seek to invite his own torment? They had arrived at the northern underworld sea well prepared, initially opting for a gentle approach, and if that failed, they would resort to force. The latter would entail subduing Kunpeng by might and compelling him into the demon clan, a tactic that had often yielded results with their previous adversaries. Yet, a formidable being like Kunpeng was a first for them. Emperor Jun's gaze flickered with understanding. Kunpeng sought to establish his own standing within the demon clan. After all, as a peer of great power, he could not simply diminish his status upon joining. Exchanging glances with Tai Yi, They recognized this as an opportunity to assert their authority. Should they manage to defeat Kunpeng, their own status within the demon clan would be further solidified. Very well, Emperor Jun conceded, nodding in agreement. However, it is unnecessary for both of us. Tai shall suffice. Demon Master, do exercise caution. Tai's strength is formidable, Emperor Jun cautioned Kunpeng. Ha! Fear not, my friend Tai. Unleash your full capabilities, Kunpeng responded nonchalantly. Tai, expressionless, nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun swiftly distanced himself to observe the impending confrontation. On the surface of the northern underworld sea, only Tai and Kunpeng remained, standing in opposition. The winds above the northern underworld sea intensified, whipping their garments as the skies grew ominously dark, shrouding the day in gloom. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the clouds above Tai, striking directly towards him. This thunderous assault was evidently a manifestation of Kunpeng's arcane arts, summoning celestial thunder to strike Tai. The verdant lightning bore an intense chill, crashing down with ferocity. This strike was undeniably fierce, yet Tai remained unfazed, allowing the thunderbolt to descend upon him. Above his head, an expansive cloud of celebration manifested, its origins unknown. This celebratory cloud, akin to a primordial chaos, swirled and shifted in an ethereal haze. As the verdant lightning struck within the cloud, it was as if a clay bowl had plunged into the ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. Crack, crack, boom. An ever-increasing barrage of lightning rained down, illuminating the heavens and the earth alike. However, without exception, all these bolts of lightning that struck Tai's celebratory cloud were effortlessly absorbed, causing him no harm whatsoever. Witnessing this spectacle, Kunpeng's expression shifted dramatically. This opponent, this Tai, appeared to be astonishingly formidable, perhaps excessively so. Chapter 18. The completion of the 5 Qi and the blooming of the 3 flowers. Master Yao. Your magical prowess is indeed formidable, Tai remarked with a smile, his hands empty, directed towards Kunpeng. His tone was laden with admiration. Yet, was it truly admiration? Kunpeng harbored deep skepticism, for seeing is believing. His North Ming divine thunder had failed to even breach Tai's defenses. How could it be considered weak? However, Tai's sincerity was so palpable that it incited a desire within Kunpeng to punch him in the face, to seize him by the head and rub it into the ground while bellowing, "Are you blind?" But soon after, Tai's voice resonated once more, stirring Kunpeng to attention. If his North Ming divine thunder was ineffective against Tai, what then of Tai's own capabilities? A sense of apprehension began to creep in. Tai clenched his right fist and unleashed a punch that seemed to pierce the very heavens, creating a gaping hole in the stormy clouds, from which beams of light cascaded down. The relentless downpour of thunder finally ceased. Kunpeng felt a grunt escape his lips as his powers were dispelled, and he remained on high alert. Without any visible action from Tai, his eyes suddenly shimmered with a golden crimson hue, fleeting yet striking, before returning to normal. Simultaneously, an overwhelming inferno surged towards Kunpeng. This fire was the true fire of the sun, the very divine ability Tai spoke of, born from the 3-legged golden crow, who inherently wielded this primordial fire. The true fire of the sun, the most potent and fierce flame in existence, could incinerate mountains and boil oceans. As the tremendous flames bore down upon Kunpeng, his countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly waved his grand sleeves and bellowed, "North Ming devour." A black hole materialized before him, voraciously consuming the oncoming true fire of the sun. Yet, despite his successful defense, the relentless waves of fire continued to emerge, and Kunpeng began to feel the strain. His magical energy was waning. With a bitter smile, he exclaimed, "I concede, I concede. Tai, I surrender." Instantly, Tai halted the output of the true fire, and Kunpeng, feeling an immense relief, waved his sleeves to dismiss the black hole. Jun, witnessing the cessation of battle, returned from afar. Tai, my friend, I yield to you both, humbled and willing to join the Yao clan, to serve alongside you. Kunpeng bowed deeply to the two. Jun quickly supported Kunpeng, shaking his head, "Dear friend, do not belittle my brother. Tai and I have come to invite you to collaborate in great endeavors. We shall rely upon your strength in the days to come." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's regard for the two men grew significantly. Thus, it was here that Kunpeng officially joined the ranks of the Yao clan, marking the successful conclusion of Jun and Tai's expedition. Meanwhile, within the confines of Wanshou Mountain, the primordial essence of the Kauai water was being refined with remarkable ease. Among the 5 primordial sources, for had already been gathered by the mountain's spirit, leaving only the final primordial essence of the golden element to be acquired. On this particular day, while engrossed in meditation, the spirit suddenly heard a notification echoing in his mind. Ding! The Eastern King is dissatisfied with the demon race's refusal to join the celestial court and intends to wage war against them to eradicate their kind. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Prevent the Eastern King from pursuing a path to destruction, and receive a sapling of the Fuso tree as a reward. Option 2. Disregard the matter and receive a piece of primordial gung metal as a reward. Listening to the system's prompt, the mountain spirit pondered briefly before shaking his head. It was just as expected. The choice was not difficult to make. The wisest course was to remain passive. Although the reward for option 1 appeared to suggest a sustainable benefit, it was far beyond his current capabilities. After all, he was merely a weak Tai golden immortal. Could he truly intervene in the conflicts of such formidable beings? Not to mention, persuading the Eastern King to reconsider his path. Would he even heed such counsel? System, I choose option 2, the mountain spirit declared resolutely within his mind. Shortly thereafter, upon making his choice, the system dispensed its reward, 1 piece of primordial gung metal. This gung metal was a rarity from the West. Prior to the conflict between the Dao and the demons, it was abundant. Alas, following the war, all that was once plentiful in the West had vanished, rendering this gung metal exceedingly scarce. The primordial gung metal served 2 primary purposes. The first was for crafting treasures. Any magical artifact infused with gung metal would experience a significant increase in its destructive power. The second purpose involved the cultivation of golden immortals, who could absorb this primordial gung metal to refine its essence, thereby enhancing the strength of the golden energy within their 5 elemental auras. Now that the mountain spirit had obtained this primordial gung metal, it meant he could finally elevate all his elemental energies to the level of primordial essence, solidifying his foundation and allowing him to advance along the path of the 5 elements. Consequently, he could hardly contain his eagerness to enter seclusion and refine the gung metal. Unlike the primordial essence directly provided by the system, this time, the essence within the gung metal had to be meticulously extracted by the mountain spirit himself. Fortunately, his cultivation was now immensely profound, making the refinement of the gung metal considerably easier. As time progressed, wisps of shimmering white gold essence were gradually extracted by the mountain spirit. These threads of primordial gung essence flowed gently into his nostrils, ultimately reaching his lungs. With a resonating hum, an aura of sharpness enveloped the mountain spirit, as if invisible blades of energy filled the palace where he resided. The 5 vital organs of Shan Yuan are undergoing a continuous metamorphosis. The lungs emit a dazzling white light. This brilliance is blinding, akin to countless gleaming swords and blades, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon it. The heart radiates a crimson glow, reminiscent of a raging inferno. The kidneys exude a dark light, dense and flowing like water. The liver emanates a verdant hue, symbolizing vibrant vitality. Meanwhile, the spleen emits a heavy yellow light, as profound as the earth itself. Moreover, the 5 energies within Shan Yuan are not isolated but rather interwoven in a cyclical flow, completing a harmonious foundation. In that moment, a celebratory cloud naturally blossomed above Shan Yuan's head. The 5 energies streamed forth from the 5 organs, ascending into the celebratory cloud. Within this cloud, 3 flower buds bathed in the surging primordial energies. Drawing from these primordial forces, suddenly, one of the buds corresponding to the human flower began to unfurl gently. Chapter 19. Breaking Boundaries. Ascending to the great Luo golden immortal, the 3 flowers draw sustenance from the 5 qi, absorbing their essence and coalescing into the 3 flowers. At this moment, at long last, the first blossom of the human flower unfurled. One could observe the vibrant petals of the multicolored bud opening, each petal's bloom strikingly captivating. Radiating 5-colored light, an ethereal resonance of the Tao emanated outward. Buzzing sounds echoed as 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9 petals gradually revealed themselves. The first layer of the human flower, representing the first tier, with 9 fully open petals, was merely the beginning. Following this, the second tier blossomed, revealing 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 additional petals. The third, fourth, and fifth tiers followed suit, each layer of petals unfolding, igniting a mix of tension and exhilaration within Shan Yuan. However, as each layer of petals continued to unfurl, Shan Yuan's heart grew heavier. The petals, with each successive layer, appeared increasingly dimmed, their colors no longer as vivid as at the outset. This signified that his human flower did not blossom in perfect form. What, then, is my limit? Shan Yuan's gaze flickered as he quelled his distractions, focusing intently on the unfolding of the human flower. As time passed, it became evident just as Shan Yuan had surmised, that his human flower did not achieve the flawless 12 tiers that many other traversers attained upon their emergence. Instead, it halted at the 9th tier, the 9th grade lotus, with the final 3 petals appearing particularly ethereal and subdued. Gazing at his human flower, Shan Yuan remained remarkably composed, his mind set steady, neither elated nor disheartened. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome, as he had merely refined 5 types of innate origins. While his foundation was considerably stronger than that of other practitioners who had not refined innate origins, it was far from perfection or extraordinary prowess. After all, leaving aside other considerations, the innate origins Shan Yuan acquired were not the complete quintessence of the 5 elements. They were merely a singular aspect of it. For instance, the origin of gung metal, while other forms like Xian metal also existed. Likewise, the origin of wood, with Jiao wood as another variant. By choosing one, it was natural that he could not achieve completeness. Nonetheless, even so, Shan Yuan's foundation was vastly superior to that of many practitioners. Thus, upon the blossoming of his human flower, he directly reached the 9th tier. Although the final 3 petals were indeed insubstantial, they nonetheless constituted a genuine 9th tier. The tier of the 3 flowers symbolizes potential, yet potential alone is not everything. Each individual's endowment differs, yet everyone possesses the right to seek the Tao, each with their own path and journey. 3 flowers are but a trifle, Shan Yuan mused, as the brilliance of 5 colors in his eyes intensified. Suddenly, he roared, "Human flower, bloom for me." Boom. Above the auspicious clouds, the human flower abruptly erupted with boundless 5-colored radiance, transforming into a colossal divine light that surged skyward from the palace where Shan Yuan resided. Shan Yuan has finally ascended to the lofty realm of the great Taoist immortal. The celestial light, soaring into the heavens, stirred the entirety of Wanshou Mountain, awakening even the reclusive Zhen Yuanzi from his meditation. Gazing upon the source of the radiant 5-colored light, Zhen Yuanzi found himself momentarily bewildered. Shan Yuan, his disciple, Shan Yuan, if his senses were not deceiving him. It seemed his disciple had indeed become a great Taoist immortal. Overwhelmed with incredulity, Zhen Yuanzi questioned the passage of time. Had he truly lost track of the years during his seclusion? How was it possible that within the blink of an eye, just a few millennia had passed, and his disciple had reached such heights? In that moment, Zhen Yuanzi reflected upon his own cultivation, now at the late stage of the great Taoist immortal, and found himself in a state of existential doubt. His very own disciple had achieved the same status, and in a mere few thousand years, was such a phenomenon truly conceivable? However, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, Zhen Yuanzi was filled with immense joy and pride. With the second sermon at Zishao Palace approaching, it would be fitting to bring this young man along, he mused to himself. Yet, observing the flamboyant display of the 5-colored light, he added, "This young man is rather ostentatious. After all, he has merely become a great Taoist immortal. What is there to be so proud of?" Zhen Yuanzi then rose from his meditation. Meanwhile, within the palace, Shan Yuan had completed his transformation from Tai Golden Immortal to Great Taoist Immortal. His magical power and cultivation, as well as his physical and spiritual essence, had undergone a profound metamorphosis. As anticipated, alongside the blossoming of others into the great Taoist immortal realm, he had finally attained his own path, the path of the 5 elements. Though his understanding of the 5 elements path was still rudimentary, possessing his own path held immense significance for a great Taoist immortal. As long as Shan Yuan continued to contemplate and strengthen his path, the blossoming of the other 2 flowers and the eventual solidification of his Tao fruit would come to fruition naturally. Of course, such enlightenment is a formidable endeavor. The so-called understanding of the Tao entails comprehending the laws and utilizing them to validate one's path. The arduousness of this journey cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Otherwise, so many mighty beings of the primordial realm would not predominantly choose the path of severing the 3 corpses over the path of validating through laws. Moreover, the path of severing the 3 corpses is fraught with its own pitfalls, ultimately leading few to success. As for the path of merit, it is even less worth discussing. Thus, the most authentic and honorable method of realizing the Tao remains the validation through laws. Currently, Shan Yuan was unaware of any alternative paths to validation. Therefore, the path of laws stood as his sole option. However, despite the difficulties of validating through laws, the assistance of the system provided a glimmer of hope. Shan Yuan reassured himself, taking a deep breath as he gradually reined in his aura, retracting the 3 flowers and auspicious clouds that crowned his head. The individual appeared to have undergone little change from before. However, their aura seemed to embody a transformation that was profoundly distinct. This quality was ineffable and elusive, embodying the unique essence of a celestial being. Such an aura signified the attainment of one's own path. The master had also emerged from seclusion. The reclusive Zhen Yuanzi could not conceal his return from Shan Yuan. Thus Shan Yuan had no choice but to step forth from his own retreat. Rising similarly, he pushed open the door of the palace and stepped outside. Chapter 20. The instructions of Zhen Yuanzi and the seclusion to consolidate one's realm. Very well, indeed. How many grades has your 3 flowers opened? Within the 5 Zhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi found it hard to believe that his disciple, in merely a few thousand years, had ascended from a golden immortal to a great Luo golden immortal. The leap was astonishing. Could it be that he had unwittingly consumed something that drained his potential? Upon hearing this, Shan Yuan remained silent, merely focusing his thoughts, causing auspicious clouds to manifest above his head. Within these clouds swayed 3 lotus flowers, 2 of which were still in bud, while the third had fully blossomed. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze widened in astonishment as he beheld the fully opened lotus. 1 grade, 2 grades, 3 grades, 4 grades, up to 9 grades. He could scarcely believe his eyes. His disciple had actually opened the 9 grades of the 3 flowers? Indeed, the first of the human flowers was at the 9th grade, which implied that the subsequent 2 flowers of earth and heaven would undoubtedly exceed the 9th grade as well. Zhen Yuanzi felt increasingly bewildered. To grasp the significance of the 9 grades of the 3 flowers, his own first flower had also opened at the 9th grade, yet the following 2, having been nurtured by the teachings of the Zhixiao Palace, had blossomed into 10 grades. Have you encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Zhen Yuanzi inquired, but upon uttering the words, he sensed their inappropriateness. Everyone harbors secrets, and despite Shan Yuan being his disciple, it was clear that Shan Yuan's fortune was extraordinary. To have asked so directly felt somewhat improper. However, Shan Yuan appeared unperturbed and readily disclosed to Zhen Yuanzi, "Respected master, indeed, I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Within the Eons Haoshan, I discovered the pool of Pangu's divine marrow, and after refining it, I solidified my foundation." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he gazed at Shan Yuan. The divine marrow of Pangu? Good heavens! The audacity! To think someone could refine the divine marrow of Pangu without a shred of respect. Of course, this was said in jest. For all beings in the primordial era, was not existence itself built upon the sacrifice of Pangu? Pangu transformed into all things, nurturing the myriad of life. And since Shan Yuan encountered the divine marrow, it was indeed his fortune, a manifestation of his destiny. Amidst his astonishment, Zhen Yuanzi felt a twinge of envy, but was also filled with joy for his disciple. As a teacher, Zhen Yuanzi was not the type to wish for his disciples to remain beneath him. On the contrary, seeing his pupil surpass him filled him with delight. Good, good, good. Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed 3 times, then composed himself, advising, however, Shan Yuan, do not become complacent. Though your flowers have opened to the 9th grade, they are not entirely perfect. When I first emerged and achieved Great Luo, the flower I opened was also at the 9th grade, yet mine was entirely genuine and without flaw. Yes, master, Shan Yuan replied respectfully. I shall heed your teachings diligently. Although now ascended to the status of a Great Luo golden immortal, Shan Yuan harbors only gratitude towards Zhen Yuanzi. After all, it was Zhen Yuanzi who assisted him in taking form when he was merely a great mountain. Furthermore, he accepted him as a disciple and offered meticulous guidance. Such kindness must never be forgotten, nor could it ever be severed. You have just broken through to the Great Luo golden immortal and must consolidate your realm. Zhen Yuanzi remarked. Yes, master, Shan Yuan nodded, preparing to retract his auspicious clouds and 3 flowers, when Zhen Yuanzi suddenly called out, Wait, wait. Pointing to Shan Yuan's 3 flowers, Zhen Yuanzi inquired, what is the meaning of these 3 flowers? It occurred to him that his disciple had always practiced the earth-based cultivation techniques, with his very essence being that of a mountain. Even if he had refined the primordial essence of Pangu, it should not have resulted in the 5 elements. This was entirely incongruous. Shan Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, What I wished to convey, master, was that you did not allow me to finish. Then speak, Zhen Yuanzi urged. In the depths of BuZhou mountain, I encountered a primordial source of the 5 elements. After acquiring it, I refined it, which led to my current state, Shan Yuan explained. Although this statement might strain credulity, it was the most fitting explanation available. After all, the die had been cast, and Zhen Yuanzi would not truly investigate. He could merely attribute it to a stroke of extraordinary luck. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi instinctively found it hard to believe, as such coincidences were rare. However, after some contemplation, he nodded, saying, Very well, while this is indeed hard to believe, BuZhou Mountain is known for its vast opportunities. Moreover, compared to acquiring the primordial essence of Pangu, this primordial source of the 5 elements pales in significance. Indeed, in comparison to Pangu's essence, the mere 5-element source was of little consequence. Shan Yuan nodded in agreement. By the way, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly added, it seems that your 5-element source is not entirely complete. If you wish to advance further, it would be prudent to rectify this deficiency, as it would benefit the blossoming of your other 2 flowers. Shan Yuan acknowledged this with a nod. Furthermore, it is best not to disclose your acquisition of Pangu's essence, Zhen Yuanzi advised. You are not like the 12 ancestors of sorcery or the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain. They are contemporaries of mine, each formidable and renowned throughout the primordial realm. Even though their origins are well known, none would dare covet them. You, however, are different. Should word of your fortune spread, it may attract unwanted attention. Upon hearing this, Shan Yuan's expression turned solemn as he bowed to Zhen Yuanzi, stating, I shall heed your counsel. Go now. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand, permitting Shan Yuan to depart. As Shan Yuan exited the grand hall and returned to his palace, he entered seclusion to solidify his newfound realm. This breakthrough, wherein he became a great Luo golden immortal, marked a profound transformation for Shan Yuan. His foundation had grown stronger, nearly rivaling the innate divine beings like Zhen Yuanzi. Additionally, his primordial spirit, physical form, cultivation, and magical power had all experienced significant enhancement. Moreover, truly mastering the Dao represents the most significant enhancement to Shan Yuan's prowess. In the present day, when Shan Yuan strikes, he harnesses the power of the 5 elements, merging with the cosmos, and utilizing the grand momentum of heaven and earth to manifest a myriad of divine abilities and Taoist arts. The potency of these abilities is incomparably greater than before he attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Speaking of divine abilities, previously, Shan Yuan was unable to cultivate the complete 5 elements Great Escape. However, he has now seamlessly mastered it. The complete 5 elements Great Escape, one of the 36 heavenly forms, transcends mere evasion techniques. In truth, it represents the pinnacle of 5 elements magic. Much like the art of transformation, which embodies the highest achievement in the realm of creation. Mastering it to perfection allows one to grasp the essence of creation, thus easily shaping clay into beings and conjuring life. The 5 elements Great Escape follows a similar path. When cultivated to its utmost, it encompasses far more than mere evasion techniques, offering an extensive array of 5 element spells that include attacks, defenses, and a plethora of other manifestations. Chapter 21. The War Between the Celestial Court and the Demon Clan, the Downfall of the Eastern Prince. Moreover, the Great Escape of the 5 elements is also known as the 5-colored divine light. This was manifested when Shan Yuan broke through and attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal, as a beam of 5-colored divine light soared into the sky. However, unlike Hongjun, the son of the phoenix, who is the first peacock in the world and possesses immense fortune, Shan Yuan merely assembled a fragmented version of the innate 5 elements. While it is nominally referred to as the innate 5 elements, it is, in fact, an incomplete essence. Hongjun, on the other hand, acquired the genuine innate 5 elements. Thus his cultivated 5-colored divine light is the most powerful of its kind. Upon reaching full maturity, the 5 beams of divine light converge into one, allowing the 5 elements to flow and evolve into all postnatal entities, not limited to the 5 elements alone, but encompassing all things born of the natural world. Whether it be wind, thunder, light, or darkness, all must succumb to its restraint. At this moment, the 5 elements of the 5-colored divine light are not merely the conventional 5 elements. They refer to the foundational essence of all postnatal creations. As long as it is not an innate entity, such as innate spiritual treasures or spiritual roots, it can be absorbed. This is what renders it truly terrifying. However, the 5-colored divine light that Shan Yuan currently cultivates is fundamentally flawed. At best, it is a minor achievement and cannot be compared to Hongjun's. To even label it as the 5-colored divine light feels somewhat exaggerated. It should more aptly be named the 5-colored profound light. Reflecting on this, Shan Yuan feels a twinge of sorrow. Although he possesses advantages, when compared to Hongjun, who was born with a golden key, his advantages seem rather diminutive. If that were not the case, why would he need to gather the innate 5 elements one by one? Would it not be better to attain it all at once? Within the palace, Shan Yuan diligently practices, stabilizing his realm while continuing to refine his innate 5 elements. Though his essence is incomplete, it possesses extraordinary power, with the azure, crimson, yellow, black, and white profound lights swirling behind him. The interplay of the five elements generates various extraordinary phenomena, manifesting in the half-space of the palace. At the same time, as Shan Yuan is in seclusion, a fierce battle erupts between the Eastern Prince and the Emperor Jun, Tai. The Eastern Prince leads the Celestial Army in a proactive assault against the Demon Clan, believing it would result in a crushing victory. However, the demon gods and great demons of the Demon Clan leave the Eastern Prince astounded. He never anticipated that, in such a brief period, the strength of the Demon Clan would have grown so formidable. Without his intervention, those demon gods and great demons, commanding their forces, managed to push back his side relentlessly, nearly causing a collapse. In desperation, the Eastern Prince is compelled to take action himself, yet he is unexpectedly thwarted. To his astonishment, the one who blocks him is neither Emperor Jun nor Tai, but rather Kunping. My apologies, dear Eastern Prince, Kunping laughs heartily. I am now a demon master of the Demon Clan. He raises a palace, enveloped in myriad bolts of thunder, and with a resounding crash, it hurtles towards the Eastern Prince. The Eastern Prince quickly defends against the palace, wielding his dragon-headed staff with ease. Nevertheless, a sense of unease stirs within him, for the current situation is completely beyond his expectations. The Demon Clan is overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing even their own celestial court. To make matters worse, Kunping has allied with the Demon Tribe. With the addition of Emperor Jun and Tai, does this not mean the Demon Clan now boasts three formidable beings? Although Dong Wangong prides himself on wielding the dragon-headed staff, believing he can contend against both Emperor Jun and Tai simultaneously, the emergence of Kunping complicates matters significantly. Can he truly face three opponents alone? How infuriating! I once sought to recruit Kunping, yet he dismissed me with disdain. Now he has turned to the Demon Tribe. A deep resentment brewed within Dong Wangong. With renewed ferocity, he unleashed a series of strikes with the dragon-headed staff, employing various divine techniques to force Kunping into retreat. However, this was merely a display of the artifact's might. The dragon-headed staff is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, a magical tool bestowed by the Dao ancestor, imbued with a natural suppressive force against male cultivators. Consequently, Kunping found himself at a disadvantage, struggling under the onslaught. Brother, I shall assist the demon master, Tai declared upon observing the battle's progression. Emperor Jun nodded in agreement and quietly added, should the opportunity arise, do not hold back. Understanding the implication, Tai swiftly took to the battlefield. With his arrival, Kunping managed to regain his footing, collaborating with Tai to engage Dong Wangong in a fierce exchange. Dong Wangong began to feel the pressure mounting. Tai wielded a circular disc, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure that, in his hands, unleashed astonishing power. This disc, known as the Sun Essence Wheel, was a primordial artifact birthed from the sun, and under Tai's command, it manifested its full potential. Waves of solar flames erupted from the Sun Essence Wheel, engulfing the sky in a crimson blaze. Were it not for Dong Wangong's innate purity of yang energy, which granted him some immunity to the solar flames, and the protection of the dragon-headed staff, he would have been overwhelmed. The three mighty beings, Dong Wangong, Tai, and Kunping, clashed with earth-shattering intensity. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun remained a watchful strategist, orchestrating the demon army's efforts to encircle the celestial court's forces, which were utterly defeated and rendered powerless against the demon tribe. The celestial army was on the brink of collapse. As Emperor Jun observed the unfolding events, the pressure on Dong Wangong intensified. After all, facing two opponents was already at the limit of his capabilities. Should Emperor Jun join the fray, defeat would be inevitable. Despite his intense unwillingness to accept such an outcome, he had no choice but to confront reality. Retreat, Dong Wangong commanded, instructing the celestial army to fall back while preparing to escape himself. Yet Emperor Jun and his comrades would not grant him such an opportunity. Emperor Jun directed the demon forces to relentlessly pursue, ensnaring the celestial army and leaving them no chance to withdraw. Likewise, Tai and Kunping launched ferocious assaults, compelling Dong Wangong to continue the fight. How dare you believe you can keep me here? Dong Wangong roared in fury. Ha! Tai laughed heartily, exclaiming, Dong Wangong, do you truly believe that today's events can simply be brushed aside? I shall surely end your life today. With that, Tai abruptly sheathed the Sun Essence Wheel and unleashed a devastating strike, a thunderous sound resonating as his formidable magical power transformed into an inferno, surging toward Dong Wangong. Dong Wangong's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned all his strength to withstand the blow, yet he could not suppress a groan and found himself involuntarily retreating 2 steps. Are you truly at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Dong Wangong uttered in disbelief. You have reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Indeed, Tai had at last revealed his true prowess. Standing at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, surpassing Dong Wangong, who was merely at the mid-stage. Correct, Tai declared, his eyes ablaze with intensity. My strength eclipses yours. Dong Wangong, are you not the lord of the male immortals? Those who are weaker than I have no right to claim such a title. Chapter 22. The Resonance of Chaos. The fall of Dong Wangong. As Tai spoke, an inexorable aura of slaughter emanated from him. Dong Wangong, sensing the gravity of the situation, abandoned all hope and, with a sudden motion, transformed into a pure yang essence, attempting to flee. But where could he escape? With a thunderous roar, Kuan Peng activated the Demon Master Palace, sealing off the surrounding space. Yet, Dong Wangong was determined to break free. With his dragon-headed staff, he forcefully shattered the palace's confines, creating a gaping hole and propelling himself outward. I shall depart. None shall hinder me. Dong Wangong's vehement declaration echoed as the pure yang essence surged skyward, ready to vanish into the heavens. Kuan Peng, struck by the destruction of the Demon Master Palace, felt the sting of blood rising in his throat, yet he stifled it, his eyes blazing red with fury as he witnessed Dong Wangong's escape. At that moment, while it seemed Dong Wangong was on the verge of fleeing, Dijun appeared oblivious to the unfolding chaos, continuing to command the demon army with measured composure, suppressing the remnants of the celestial court. Suddenly, as Kuan Peng contemplated whether to intervene again, he caught a glimpse of Tai from the corner of his eye. Tai, too, was unhurried, and unbeknownst to Kuan Peng, he held a grand clock of chaotic hue in his grasp. What clock is this? Kuan Peng immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of this monumental artifact. This chaotic clock, was it Tai's trump card? Hadn't Tai already wielded the celestial wheel? Kuan Peng had witnessed the immense power of that top-tier innate spiritual treasure countless times. Yet, when had Tai acquired this clock? A myriad of thoughts raced through Kuan Peng's mind, and just as an incredulous notion took root, the resounding chime of the clock reverberated through the air. In that instant, Kuan Peng felt as though he had plunged into a vast expanse of amber. The entire universe appeared to be encased within this amber, and as he fell into its depths, his form was immobilized. Time and space stood still. Under the influence of the great clock, all things were suspended. Kuan Peng's thoughts struggled to break free, yet he could still perceive his surroundings. He beheld Dong Wangong's pure yang essence ascending into the sky, yet it too was frozen mid-flight, unable to escape completely. In that moment, everything seemed to transform into eternity. The chaos clock. This was the final, wild thought flashing through Kuan Peng's mind. He was finally convinced. Tai's clock was indeed the fabled chaos clock, one of the renowned treasures of the world, a creation of the Pangu's heavenly axe. Astonishingly, it had fallen into Tai's hands. This marked the first time the chaos clock was employed, making its grand debut before all beings, and its revelation was nothing short of awe-inspiring, reverberating with unparalleled might. As formidable as the Kuan Peng and the Eastern King, even they must be subdued and suppressed in that very moment. The chime of the chaos bell seemed to linger in the air. Though it was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps it was merely a fleeting instant. Suddenly, Kuan Peng sensed the ability to move once more. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he beheld the pure yang essence, transformed from the Eastern King, still suspended in midair, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Had Tai merely lifted the suppression placed upon him? However, the indiscriminate assault Tai had unleashed with the chaos bell suggested that he had not yet mastered its full potential. As Kuan Peng pondered this, he witnessed the pure yang essence roll over, abruptly manifesting in the form of the Eastern King, whose visage was filled with terror. It seemed he attempted to cry out, yet no sound emerged, and his form shifted once more back into pure yang essence. This cycle repeated itself, leaving Kuan Peng in a state of utter confusion, as a thunderous explosion resounded, ringing in his ears. It was then that the Eastern King was obliterated. When everything settled and Kuan Peng reopened his eyes, the Eastern King was nowhere to be seen. It dawned upon him that the Eastern King, the foremost male immortal appointed by the Dao ancestor, had truly fallen, slain by their collective assault. No, it was Tai who had dealt the fatal blow. He bore no responsibility for this. The chaos bell, this innate treasure, was indeed in Tai's possession. Reflecting on the recent events, Kuan Peng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as if caught in a dream. Although he had long recognized Tai's formidable strength, he had never fathomed that such a devastating weapon resided in his hands. Moreover, he recalled the time in the North Sea when Dijun and Tai had approached him together, urging his allegiance to the demon clan. Had he declined their invitation, Tai would have likely resorted to more than mere communication through divine abilities. One strike from that great bell, the Chaos Bell, could not be withstood even by the Eastern King, who wielded the supreme innate treasure of the dragon-headed staff. What chance did he stand? Kunping was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a deepened awe for both Tai and Dijun. These two were truly fearsome. Tai's concealed power, unveiled at such a critical juncture, had directly led to the demise of the Eastern King, the apex of male immortals. Dijun, upon further contemplation, was even more terrifying. Throughout the North Sea conflict and beyond, he had never revealed his hand or demonstrated any of his prowess. Dijun's depths of strategy surpassed even Tai's. At that moment, a flash of light caught Kunping's attention, soaring from the sight of the Eastern King's fall. Instinctively, he reached out to intercept it. However, a voice halted him in his tracks. "Stop, Demon Master." It was Dijun's voice. The dragon-headed staff is a treasure bestowed upon the Eastern King by the Dao ancestor. With the Eastern King's demise, the treasure naturally returns to the Dao ancestor. The flash of light was indeed the dragon-headed staff. The Kunping came to a halt, gazing longingly at the dragon-headed staff as it soared into the heavens, piercing the void and vanishing from sight. An innate spiritual treasure, particularly this dragon-headed staff, was a truly exceptional artifact of its kind. Yet here he stood, a destitute soul, having never possessed a single innate spiritual treasure that resonated with him. Thus, the sight of the staff naturally filled him with envy. Nevertheless, one could not deny the wisdom in Emperor Jun's words. The dragon-headed staff was not something they could seize. Their recent slaying of the Eastern King had already encroached upon the dignity of the Dao ancestor. To forcibly retain the dragon-headed staff would indeed be courting death. With this, the grand conflict gradually drew to a close. Chapter 23. Mastering the Five Thunders and the Divine Thunders of the Five Elements. The death of Dong Wanggong, though not insignificant, did not bear monumental consequences, for the Dao ancestor chose not to pursue the matter further. This led the formidable powers from various factions to reflect. Though one Dong Wanggong was lost, a new demon clan emerged. The ambitions of Emperor Jun and Tai were laid bare, as they relentlessly expanded the influence of the demon clan, which grew increasingly formidable. Yet, it appeared that no one stood to counterbalance this rise. Within the confines of Wanshou Mountain, Shan Yuan diligently practiced, remaining aware of the unfolding events in the outside world, yet choosing not to concern himself with them. After all, he understood that while the demon clan flourished, it was not devoid of adversaries. The true emergence of the Wu clan would arrive when the demon clan established its heavenly court. At that juncture, the conflict between the two clans would escalate into a cataclysm of immeasurable proportions. As the centuries waned, Shan Yuan gradually solidified his own realm and then embarked on the study of a new divine art. This new technique, known as mastering the Five Thunders, constituted one of the 36 celestial powers. Shan Yuan's intention in mastering this art was to integrate it with his own five-color profound light. In doing so, he aspired to transform the five-color profound light into the five elements divine thunders, thereby diversifying and systematizing his abilities. The five-color profound light, a nascent form of the five-color divine light, primarily served to suppress and subdue. While its offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, the fusion with mastering the five thunders could metamorphose the profound light into formidable thunder. The might of thunder is inherently more aggressive. For instance, did not the three pure ones possess the Taiching divine thunder, Yuqing divine thunder, and Shangqing divine thunder? Hongjun wielded the Zixiao divine thunder, and Pangu commanded the Duxiang divine thunder. Hence, Shan Yuan too sought to cultivate his own five elements divine thunder. In Wanshou Mountain, Shan Yuan sat cross-legged upon a large stone. Behind his head, the five-color profound light surged forth. He then proceeded to practice mastering the five thunders. Suddenly, the sky dimmed, and it seemed as though the thunderous forces were being summoned. Rolling thunderclouds converged, and visibly, those clouds faintly exhibited five colors: green, red, yellow, black, and white. These were the five types of divine thunders: Imu divine thunder, Binghua divine thunder, Wutu divine thunder, Kueishui divine thunder, and Gongjin divine thunder, transformed from Shan Yuan's five-color profound light. Each of these divine thunders possessed distinct attributes corresponding to the five elements: wood, fire, earth, water, and metal. When unified, they resembled a diminished version of Shan Yuan's five-color divine light. Even in this weakened form, the five elements divine thunders wielded tremendous power. As the thunder manifested, an overwhelming celestial might radiated from Wanshou Mountain, enveloping an expansive area of immeasurable miles. All beings within Wanshou Mountain, even the flora, sensed an impending disaster, trembling under the oppressive weight of the thunderous divine presence. In the rear courtyard of Wuzhuangguan, Zhen Yuanzi was sharing tea with the recently emerged Hongjun when they suddenly beheld this awe-inspiring scene. A magnificent thunder descended with a resounding roar, transforming into a spectrum of vibrant lightning, yet it did not harm Shan Yuan. Instead, it flowed gently through his hands, as if it were an obedient companion. In that moment, Shan Yuan appeared as the deity of thunder, wielding its power to intimidate all malevolent forces and eradicate evil. "Who is this boy?" Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. When did he become so formidable? Despite being aware of Shan Yuan's breakthrough into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, akin to their own status, the spectacle before him was overwhelmingly impressive. The rapidity of Shan Yuan's growth was astonishing. It felt as though just yesterday he was merely a junior, requiring Hongjun's careful guidance. His cultivation speed, although not slow, paled in comparison to the terror of his current prowess. Now, in a single leap, Shan Yuan seemed to have transformed into a peer. Both the five-colored mystical light and the mastery of thunderous powers filled Hongjun with awe, even instilling a slight sense of danger. It signified the tremendous strength of Shan Yuan's abilities. Now potent enough to pose a threat to him, he had successfully fused the two formidable divine powers of the five elements' great escape and the mastery of the five thunders. An admirable concept, Zhen Yuanzi remarked. He seeks to carve out his own path, perhaps using the five elements as his foundation for enlightenment? Zhen Yuanzi appeared remarkably calm, having grown somewhat desensitized to Shan Yuan's astonishing feats over time. Indeed, Hongjun nodded in agreement. "You have taken a fine disciple, my friend. This lad, Shan Yuan, is destined for greatness." Zhen Yuanzi smiled, choosing not to respond, clearly sharing the sentiment. "By the way, my friend, the Purple Cloud Palace will soon reopen. Will you truly bring Shan Yuan along?" Hongjun inquired. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. "Why not? Is it not permissible?" "Of course it is." Hongjun chuckled. "It is merely a matter of bringing an additional person. Both your and my celestial maps can easily accommodate it. Furthermore, although Shan Yuan has only just achieved the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, his comprehension is impressive. It would be a grave loss if he missed the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace." "Very well," Zhen Yuanzi agreed. The two continued to sip tea while observing Shan Yuan practice his divine abilities. Shan Yuan alternated between manifesting the five-colored mystical light, sweeping away all in its path, and transforming it into the five elements' divine thunder, rumbling with celestial might. These two powers seamlessly transitioned in his hands, growing increasingly adept over time. Thus, time flowed gently. One day, within the confines of Mount Wanshou, as Shan Yuan was engrossed in his cultivation, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of Dijun and Tai about to visit Fuxi and Nuwa, inviting them to join the demon clan. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Prevent Fuxi and Nuwa from joining the demon clan, and receive a reward of a portion of the innate yin-yang essence. Option 2. Ignore this matter, and receive a reward of Fuxi's array summary. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization as he emerged from his meditative state. Dijun and Tai intended to pay a visit to Fuxi and Nuwa, extending an invitation for them to join the demon clan. This development was entirely in line with the progression of the primordial world. Shan Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. However, the notion of intervening to thwart this endeavor was utterly implausible. Despite the formidable rewards associated with this task, Shan Yuan recognized his own limitations. The primal source of yin and yang was a force that could easily rival that of the primordial five elements. Moreover, it was a complete source of yin and yang, akin to the full essence possessed by figures such as Kong Xian and Da Peng. To assert that Shan Yuan did not desire it would be a fallacy. Nevertheless, one must always act within their means. He questioned his ability to prevent Dijun and Tai from inviting Fuxi and Nuwa to join the demon clan. And even if he could, he was reluctant to undertake such a thankless and arduous task. After all, would achieving this truly benefit him? It was worth noting that the death of Dong Wang Gong was still fresh in memory. In the current landscape of the primordial realm, who among Dijun and Tai was not to be reckoned with? Shan Yuan had no desire to court disaster. Chapter 24. A summary of Fuxi's formation and the second lecture of the Zixiao Palace. The system presented me with a decisive choice. I opted for option 2. Shan Yuan stated clearly, a summary of Fuxi's formation is indeed a remarkable treasure, akin to the previous Kunpeng's refining diary. In the primordial world, the path of formations is predominantly represented by Tongtian, given his inheritance from Pangu. Following him, one must consider the likes of Fuxi, Emperor Jun, and other eminent beings. These top-tier entities possess innate understanding and perception, Even a fragment of their focus can yield considerable expertise in the domain of formations. As Shan Yuan made his selection, the system promptly dispensed its rewards. The summary of Fuxi's formations manifested as a petite volume, or perhaps more accurately, a booklet. Upon opening it, Shan Yuan found it densely packed with Fuxi's myriad insights, experiences, and conjectures regarding formations. Taiji formations, Liangyi formations, trisolar formations, the four symbols, and the five elements. As Shan Yuan leafed through the pages, he felt an immense sense of gain. However, upon pausing, he found that he had forgotten everything he had read. A typical underachiever. He reassured himself, "Take your time, there's no rush," and continued to peruse the booklet. Thus, through Shan Yuan's diligent efforts and relentless study, several centuries passed. He finally made some modest progress in the art of formations. Fuxi, undeniably a legendary figure of the primordial era, articulated many of the fundamental aspects of formations in his summary. It was precisely due to this that Shan Yuan could grasp the essence of formation techniques. Otherwise, given his true level of comprehension, it would not have been easy to understand the nature of formations in such a brief span of a few centuries. Much thanks to you. Shan Yuan raised his head, gazing at the Dao enlightenment tea tree that enveloped him below. This spirit root proved invaluable, whether for cultivation, enlightenment, or for comprehending formations as he did now. It served as an indispensable aid. With the help of the Dao enlightenment tea tree, Shan Yuan made his initial foray into the realm of formations, and naturally, his studies primarily revolved around his own path. His main focus was on the five elements formation, investigating how to utilize the five elements to construct formations. Fuxi's summary spoke of the five elements formation, which could employ various materials of the five elements, as well as other substances, including one's own magical power, to establish formations. The optimal choice, of course, was the previously mentioned primal five directions flags. Five banners, each positioned at a cardinal point, naturally summon the elemental forces of heaven and earth. This formation is the quintessence of the five elements. The interplay of the five elements, with their cycles of generation and mutual restraint, renders it exceedingly difficult to breach. If one were ensnared within this formation, the only recourse would be to await demise. Indeed, this perspective resonated with Fuxi, who believed that once the primal five elements great formation was unleashed, aside from the Dao ancestor, no one in the primordial realm could hope to breach it from within. Even wielding a primal supreme treasure would only allow one to safeguard themselves, not to escape the formation. However, despite the formidable nature of the primal five elements great formation, Fuxi ultimately lamented the near impossibility of gathering the primal five directions flags. It seemed akin to a dream. To date, only the central Wutu apricot yellow flag and the southern Ledi flamelight flag had ever been revealed. Once, during the cataclysm of the Dragon and Phoenix, the banners were held in the hands of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. However, with the onset of the Great Calamity, these two flags vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain whether they lie within the two clans or have been lost amidst the tribulations, perhaps seized by an unknown entity. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the other three banners, the northern Shan Yuan water controlling banner, the eastern Qing Lian precious color banner, and the western plain cloud realm banner, have never been revealed. Consequently, Fuxi surmised that the ultimate primordial five elements great formation would likely not manifest in the Hongjun realm. Upon reflecting on this, Shan Yuan could not help but sigh. He was aware of the fates of the primordial five directions flags. At present, apart from the Shan Yuan water controlling banner, most were presumably in the possession of Hongjun. In time, each would find its rightful master. Thus, both Shan Yuan and Fuxi shared a consensus. The formation may indeed never appear in the Hongjun realm. Nevertheless, even without the primordial five directions flags as the focal point, it is still feasible to arrange a primordial five elements great formation. Other elemental materials could be employed for this purpose. However, such an arrangement would inevitably result in a significant reduction in potency. Shan Yuan was unconcerned, for his study of formations was not aimed at using them for combat. Rather, it was an exploration, seeking to leverage the principles of formations to enhance his understanding and deduction of the five elements. This does not imply that Shan Yuan undervalues formations. On the contrary, he recognizes their immense potential. After all, one need only recall the renowned extermination of immortals' sword formation that emerged during the past conflict between the Dao and the demons. In the imminent calamity of the witch and demon tribulation, two formidable formations are set to arise: the BuZhou Tian Starry Formation and the 12 Capital Heavenly God Formation. Both of these formations are legendary in their own right. The BuZhou Tian Starry Formation harnesses the power of countless stars, launching an unstoppable offensive against the world. Meanwhile, the 12 capital heavenly god formation is even more formidable, capable of summoning the true essence of Pangu. Had it not been for the reincarnation of Hutu, which left the 12 ancestral witches incomplete, this formation would have been executed. The ultimate outcome of the witch and demon tribulation remains uncertain. Despite the formidable nature of these formations, Shan Yuan felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, while these formations are indeed powerful, one must consider the fate of those who orchestrated them. Take for instance the figures behind the Zhou Tian Starry formation, Dijuan, Tai, and Fuxi, as well as the many ancestral witches involved in the 12 capital heavenly god formation. Additionally, in the extermination of immortals sword formation, there were figures like Rahu and Tong Tian. During the Fengshan calamity, Tong Tian employed the power of a sage to establish the extermination of immortals sword formation, which was claimed to be impervious to all but the four saints. Yet, ultimately, four saints did indeed arrive and shattered the formation. Thus, while formations are indeed formidable, they should never be relied upon as the ultimate assurance, for even the mightiest formation will eventually be breached. And should a formation collapse without any subsequent means of defense, would one not suffer dire consequences? Therefore, although Shan Yuan acknowledges the potency of formations, he remains focused on his studies, not allowing himself to be overly distracted by the path of formations. After all, Shan Yuan does not seek to attain enlightenment through formations. If that were the case, it might indeed hold some promise. He envisioned the mastery of the 5 elements, seeking to comprehend the principles governing them, in order to attain enlightenment through their laws. This pathway of understanding the laws rendered extensive research into formations unnecessary. After all, the journey of enlightenment through these principles was inherently arduous, and even he, Shan Yuan, harbored uncertainties about the path ahead. Doubts lingered within him regarding his ability to traverse this route. Yet, as a transmigrator, he possessed a modicum of confidence, for he had been granted extraordinary advantages. If he lacked even a shred of faith in his journey to enlightenment, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. On this particular day, amidst the serene peaks of Wanshou Mountain, Shan Yuan was engrossed in his cultivation when, quite suddenly, an overwhelming aura of sanctity cascaded from the void beyond the chaos, enveloping the entirety of the primordial world in an instant. Following this, a voice resonated. A millennium has passed. The second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace is about to commence. All those who are fated may come forth to listen. This voice belonged to Hongjun, heralding the arrival of the second lecture at the Zhixiao Palace. In an instant, a myriad of radiant figures surged forth from every corner of the primordial realm, hastening their ascent towards the chaotic expanse beyond. Chapter 25. The complete method of slaying the 3 corpses simultaneously. A notification resonated within Shan Yuan's mind. Ding! The second sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace has commenced. The host may select from the following options. Option 1. Accompany Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the sermon, and receive the complete version of the method of slaying the 3 corpses as a reward. Option 2. Remain in the Wanshou Mountain at the 5 for 3,000 years of seclusion and receive 10 rinshui, peaches, as a reward. Shan Yuan was unfazed by the system's choices and decisively made his selection. System, I choose option 1, he silently affirmed. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. After attaining the status of a great Luo golden immortal, Shan Yuan's courage had indeed expanded. He intended to attend the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace. The complete version of the method of slaying the 3 corpses? That is quite splendid. After all, as a transmigrator, Shan Yuan was well aware that during the sermons at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun had imparted an incomplete version of the method of slaying the 3 corpses to many powerful beings. This version concealed numerous traps, resulting in no one among the mighty of the Honghuang achieving enlightenment through it. Even the 3 pure ones, especially Laozi of Taiching, ultimately faltered in their attempts to sever the 3 corpses, unable to unify them. However, this dilemma was now resolved. By simply attending the sermon, the system would reward him with the complete method of slaying the 3 corpses. As for why Shan Yuan dared to attend the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, it was because he had gradually discerned certain truths he would not be seen through regarding his background. With the system at his side, he had effectively concealed his secrets, fully blending into the world of Honghuang. His identity posed no issues with the heavenly Dao. And since there were no issues with the heavenly Dao, there was even less to be concerned about with Hongjun. After all, the Dao ancestor and mere saints were insignificant compared to the heavenly Dao. This was also the reason Shan Yuan had previously encountered the opportunity of Pangu's spinal marrow at BuZhou Mountain. The world of Honghuang had already accepted him as one of its own. Shan Yuan's background was entirely unblemished. Therefore, he had no need for concern and could confidently roam the Purple Cloud Palace to reap the rewards without hesitation. After making his choice, the system's reward was not immediately dispensed. It required Shan Yuan to arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace and listen to Hongjun's sermon before the reward would be granted. Thus, Shan Yuan promptly rose and stepped outside, where Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun had been awaiting him. Zhen Yuanzi had already informed Shan Yuan about the trip to the Purple Cloud Palace to join him for the sermon. Consequently, Shan Yuan's swift decision was driven not only by the enticing reward, but also by his prior preparations. Naturally, had the rewards for remaining at Wanshou Mountain been more substantial, Shan Yuan might have considered staying. However, the offer of merely 10 Rin Shui peaches, while capable of supplementing some of his innate 5 elements essence, paled in comparison to the complete method of slaying the 3 corpses. Shan Yuan ventured to Zhixiao Palace to seek enlightenment. All right, Shan Yuan has arrived. Let us depart. Upon seeing Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi immediately addressed Hongjun. Indeed, Hongjun nodded, looking at Shan Yuan with a smile. Let me demonstrate the swiftness of your master uncle. Do not be too astonished. No sooner had he spoken than, with a swift whoosh, Shan Yuan was enveloped by a burst of escaping light conjured by Hongjun. This radiance resembled a dense red cloud, enveloping Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun in a singular embrace. They soared skyward, and in the blink of an eye, the distant Wanshou Mountain vanished from sight. Despite Shan Yuan being aware of Hongjun's remarkable speed, he was still taken aback by the sheer velocity. Little did he know, there were other formidable beings such as Dijuan, Tai, Kuanpeng, and Dijiang, whose speed rivaled that of Hongjun. Thus, propelled by Hongjun, the trio swiftly arrived at the boundary separating the Pangu world from the chaos, a colossal membrane known as the Heavenly Earth Fetal Membrane. Shan Yuan gazed at this imposing barrier that thwarted the encroachment of chaotic energy into the Pangu realm, his astonishment palpable. Isn't this Heavenly Earth Fetal Membrane magnificent? Hongjun remarked with a smile. To be honest, I was equally astounded the first time I beheld it. The great god Pangu must have been extraordinarily powerful to carve out this Pangu world from the boundless chaos. Come, Shan Yuan, let us traverse this membrane and venture outside, where you shall witness the essence of chaos. With a gentle urging of his escaping light, Hongjun led Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan beyond the confines of the Pangu world. Before their eyes lay the vast, tumultuous expanse of chaos. Above, below, to the left and right, and in all directions, the chaotic energies roiled and raged, seemingly in an endless tempest. Do you see? Within the Pangu realm, one perceives its vastness as boundless and expansive, Hongjun continued. Yet, in comparison to this chaos, the Pangu world is but a diminutive realm. Suddenly, Hongjun posed a question. Tell me, Shan Yuan, do you believe there exist other worlds akin to the Pangu world within this chaos? This inquiry momentarily rendered Shan Yuan speechless, prompting him to scrutinize Hongjun with curiosity. At that moment, he began to wonder if his master uncle might also be a traveler from another realm. After all, how could one utter such thoughts? Could there truly be worlds within the chaos that resemble the Pangu realm? Shan Yuan pondered before replying. I believe it is possible, master uncle. After all, I have heard that when the great god Pangu created the Pangu world, it was following his fierce battle against the 3,000 chaotic demons, during which his powers were significantly diminished. Thus, the Pangu world could not represent the zenith of Pangu's capabilities. Consequently, if other demons were to engage in the creation of worlds, they need not possess the overwhelming strength of the great god Pangu. Reaching a certain level of power should suffice. In the midst of chaos, the mention of other realms sparked a glimmer of excitement in Hongjun's eyes. He exchanged a glance with Zhen Yuanzi and continued with a smile. Your cleverness astounds me. Indeed, there may be a possibility of other worlds within this boundless chaos. How intriguing. It appears I must devote myself to cultivation. Once I have acquired sufficient strength, I shall embark on a journey to explore this infinite chaos and ascertain whether other worlds truly exist within it. Shan Yuan, would you care to accompany me on this adventure? Shan Yuan, taken aback by Hongjun's ambitious aspirations, couldn't he help but chuckle. Of course. However, master uncle, will you not bring along our teacher? Zhen Yuanzi's gaze immediately shifted towards Hongjun. Feeling the pressure, Hongjun retorted playfully, Shan Yuan, do not sow discord. What connection do I have with your teacher that you think you can manipulate? Just answer whether you'll join me. Yes, I will bring him along. Even if I were to decline your company, I would undoubtedly be with him. Is that not obvious? Hongjun hastily replied under Zhen Yuanzi's watchful gaze. Ha! Shan Yuan laughed heartily. Master uncle, we shall discuss it then. Moreover, by that time, it may very well be I who leads you. Hongjun paused momentarily, then joined in the laughter. What great ambition you possess, Shan Yuan. I shall eagerly await the day you take the lead. Chapter 26. The Zhixiao Palace and the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Amidst the chaos, the three friends traversed with laughter and conversation, shielded by the protective charms of the Earth Scroll, rendering the chaotic energies utterly harmless. During their journey, Shan Yuan made a comparison. The chaotic energies here were strikingly dissimilar to those he encountered at BuZhou Mountain. The ferocity of the chaos here was overwhelming, and despite having ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he found himself unable to refine it. This realization tempered some of Shan Yuan's arrogance, instilling within him a sense of reverence. He was merely a great Luo Golden Immortal, with much yet to respect and learn. He resolved to remain humble and cautious, to continue cultivating and augmenting his strength, for that was the true path. Time elapsed as they soared through the chaos, until at last, a glimmering light appeared before them. It was an ancient palace, the Zhixiao Palace. Shan Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he, accompanied by his companions, descended to the ground before the majestic structure. His spirit stirred anew. He could sense the profound aura emanating from within the palace, a testament to the multitude of formidable beings dwelling there, each a paragon among the great Luo Golden Immortals. It was clear that only those of exceptional prowess could traverse the chaos and arrive at this revered place. However, Shan Yuan was an exception. Under the guidance of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, even as a newly ascended and relatively weak great Luo Golden Immortal, he could navigate the chaos and reach this sanctuary. Let us proceed. We need not wait, Hongjun declared, striding ahead with a carefree demeanor. Zhen Yuanzi led Shan Yuan into the palace, gently advising, sit beside me shortly. Remember to keep your gaze steady and refrain from any erratic movements. Shan Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and followed suit. Unlike their previous visit, the grand doors of the Zhixiao Palace were wide open this time, allowing the three to enter directly. Stepping inside, they were immediately enveloped by an expansive and intricate realm, where numerous powerful beings sat in meditation, their formidable auras dazzling Shan Yuan. Do not look around excessively, Zhen Yuanzi's voice echoed in Shan Yuan's mind. Understood, Shan Yuan replied, resolving to maintain decorum, recognizing the impropriety of such behavior. Upon entering the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun seated himself on a cushion at the front, followed closely by Zhen Yuanzi. Fushi, may I kindly request a bit of space? I have brought this wayward disciple to partake in the teachings. Zhen Yuanzi addressed Fushi beside him. Fushi smiled politely, shifting aside to make room for Shan Yuan to sit. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at the young disciple. After all, he had clearly heard Zhen Yuanzi's earlier words. Wayward disciple? Initially assuming this was merely one of Zhen Yuanzi's fellow practitioners who had missed the previous discourse, Fushi was taken aback to discover that this was indeed Zhen Yuanzi's disciple. This revelation intrigued not only him, but also the revered figures seated ahead, including Nuwa and the three pure ones, who turned their heads with curiosity to regard Shan Yuan. After all, Zhen Yuanzi himself was still a great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, his disciple has also ascended to the status of a grand Luo Jinxian. Amidst the watchful eyes of the esteemed figures, Shan Yuan could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. After all, he was well aware that, aside from Fushi, these individuals would eventually become the future sages, and even Fushi himself was the celestial emperor of the human race. It could be said that there was a certain karmic connection to his past life. Of course, whether such karma truly existed was a matter of perspective. It could be acknowledged or dismissed at will. Shan Yuan's roots in the primordial realm were utterly pristine, to the extent that the heavenly Tao regarded him merely as a mountain native to the wilderness, rather than as a human named Shan Yuan. Having encountered several venerable elders, Shan Yuan pondered for a moment before addressing the assembly. This immediately garnered smiles from the crowd. Even Yuan Shi nodded in approval, clearly pleased, as he had always valued civility and decorum. What a fine disciple you have taught, the assembly remarked. However, the moment Shan Yuan had anticipated, where gifts would be bestowed upon him, never materialized. After a single compliment, the attendees turned their attention elsewhere. Shan Yuan could only manage a wry smile within himself, realizing that the novels he had read in his previous life should not be taken too literally. In those tales, junior figures often received lavish gifts from esteemed elders. One would offer a 9-transformation golden pill, another would present 2 bottles of 3-light divine water, and some would even bestow innate spiritual treasures. Yet, considering the current circumstances, Hongjun had only just begun his second lecture, and they had not yet reached the segment for distributing treasures. The innate spiritual treasures in the possession of these dignitaries were likely in short supply. How could they afford to give them away so casually? Thus, Shan Yuan ended up with a reputation as a polite junior, but aside from that, he gained no tangible benefits. As time passed, more powerful beings gathered within the Zixiao Palace. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Yuan also beheld many legendary figures. Not to mention the three pure ones, Nuwa and Fuxi. There was also the Kuanping seated beside Hongjun, along with the two from the west, Jane and Zhunti, as well as Di Jun, Tai Yi, Ming He, and Ran Deng, among others. How astonishing it was that he found himself seated alongside these great beings. Waiting to absorb the teachings, Shan Yuan mused, feeling quite pleased with himself. Before long, an unexpected tremor shook the void within the Zixiao Palace. In the next moment, on the Dao platform ahead, amidst the hazy chaos, a figure had inexplicably appeared. Salutations to the Dao ancestor. The multitude of powerful beings exclaimed, rising in unison. Shan Yuan was no exception. He too stood and called out, his gaze fixed upon Hongjun, the most formidable entity in the primordial world, second only to the heavenly Dao. Yet, no matter how Shan Yuan scrutinized him, he could discern nothing extraordinary about Hongjun. Instead, he appeared remarkably unassuming, resembling an ordinary neighborly elder. So commonplace was he that it was difficult to believe this was the invincible figure who commanded respect throughout the primordial realm, Hongjun Dao ancestor, the first sage of the primordial world, who would later become the teacher of the 6 sages of the heavenly Dao, the spokesperson of the heavenly Dao, one who embodied the Dao, and even a grand schemer with ambitions to devour the heavenly Dao itself. In the second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, the path of the quasi-saint was expounded upon, accompanied by the transmission of the method to sever the 3 corpses. After Master Hongjun signaled for everyone to take their seats, he began to speak with a calm demeanor. The many powerful beings present exhibited expressions of delight. Without further ado, Master Hongjun delved directly into the teachings. In an instant, the Purple Cloud Palace was filled with a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. The essence of the Dao intertwined. Golden lotuses sprang forth from the earth, and heavenly maidens scattered flowers, truly opening Shan Yuan's eyes to the grandeur of a saint's discourse. This was indeed an extraordinary experience. Shan Yuan immediately focused intently on the teachings. However, after listening for a while, he seemed to recall something, hesitating briefly before producing a spiritual root. Indeed, this spiritual root was none other than the Dao Awakening Tea Tree that Shan Yuan had previously acquired. Chapter 27. Di Jun and Tai Yi's Aspirations for the Celestial Court. Hongjun's stance. Shan Yuan positioned the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree beside himself, nestled between him and Zhen Yuanzi. This tree, merely an exquisite innate spiritual root, suddenly exhibited an extraordinary transformation, as if it had come to life. Its leaves began to stir silently, drawing in the boundless Dao rhythms that permeated the Zixiao Palace, converging towards it. This unexpected phenomenon startled Shan Yuan. However, upon noticing that the tea tree did not disturb others, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, the emergence of the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree, which gathered Dao rhythms, caught the attention of many, be it Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, or the formidable figures seated nearby, such as Fuxi, even Hongjun, who was delivering a lecture atop the Dao platform, cast their gaze upon Shan Yuan. Unfazed, Shan Yuan adeptly controlled the tea tree so that it enveloped only himself, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongyun. Under the influence of the tea tree, the trio experienced a marked enhancement in their comprehension of the Dao. Consequently, despite being unaware of Shan Yuan's source for this spiritual root, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun reclined comfortably, reveling in the ease of understanding facilitated by the tree's assistance. Meanwhile, Fuxi and other powerful beings observed the spiritual root with envy. However, within the confines of the Zixiao Palace, their desires remained unfulfilled, leaving them to admire from afar and continue their own Dao pursuits. Hongjun, though briefly distracted by the appearance of the tea tree, remained focused on his lecture, dismissing the triviality of such a minor spiritual root. After all, the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree was merely an exquisite innate spiritual root, offering limited effects. While it certainly contributed to one's understanding, it would not yield exorbitant results. This perspective held true for Hongjun and the likes of Fuxi, Di Jun, and Tai Yi, supreme figures in their own right. For Shan Yuan, however, this Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree had substantially elevated his experience. The effects were remarkable. With the aid of the tea tree, Shan Yuan became entirely immersed in his quest for enlightenment, feeling an unceasing influx of insights wash over him. A radiant glow of 5 colors emerged from his being, as the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth intertwined in a harmonious cycle. The brilliance intensified, showcasing Shan Yuan's profound advancement in the way of the 5 elements. Time slipped away unnoticed as he delved deeper into his understanding. Yet one day, the sounds of the Tao abruptly ceased. Upon awakening and opening his eyes, Shan Yuan observed that the other eminent beings surrounding him mirrored his own experience. Realizing that the 3,000-year lecture had concluded, he turned his attention to the Tao platform. Hongjun had ceased his teachings, surveying the assembly below, and declared, "The second lecture in the Zhixiao Palace has come to an end. Return in 10,000 years." With that, he dismissed the audience. The powerful beings, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the conclusion graciously, recognizing that there had been 3 lectures, and they had attended 2, with 1 remaining. Only Dijun and Tai Yi hurriedly pulled Kuan Peng forward, urgently exclaiming, "Dao Ancestor, please hold." Hongjun glanced at the 3 individuals and spoke in a tranquil manner. "What brings you here?" Dijun then recounted the events concerning how the Eastern King had bullied himself and his companions, leading them to a breaking point where they ultimately retaliated. He humbly sought the Dao Ancestors' forgiveness, asserting that the Eastern King had brought his misfortune upon himself, and thus they were not to blame. Hongjun did not hold them accountable, which elicited expressions of relief and joy from Dijun, Tai Yi, and Kuanping. At that moment, Shan Yuan also noticed Fushi nearby and Nuwa seated in the foreground, their expressions subtly shifting. Considering the choices previously presented by the system, Shan Yuan inferred that these 2 were likely swayed by Dijun and Tai Yi. However, no formal position had yet been declared regarding the Eastern King's demise. The 2 had merely refrained from openly aligning themselves. With a sigh, Shan Yuan shook his head, not overly concerned. In his previous life, he had leaned more toward the human race, hoping that the 2 would not join the demon clan. Yet, the tide of fate was inexorable, and his own strength was insufficient to effect any change. He resigned himself to the unfolding events. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Kuanping approached Hongjun once more, seeking to establish the heavenly court. This proposal stirred a significant uproar among the powerful beings present, leading to fervent discussions. The irony was palpable. Having previously condemned the Eastern King, they now sought to create a court that mirrored his actions. This unveiling of Dijun and his companions' ambitions was striking. Did they aspire to unite the primordial chaos under the Dao Ancestors' might? Even Shan Yuan could not help but admire their audacity. While it was true that the grand design of the heavens dictated the fate of the demon clan, leading to their eventual ruin, one could not overlook the human elements driven by Dijun and his allies. Truly, the first heavenly emperor since the dawn of creation exhibited a level of ambition that would ultimately be severed. Shan Yuan mused, setting aside his biases against the demon clan, and found genuine admiration for Dijun. To rise from nothing, to forge such a vast power as the demon clan and establish the heavenly court, marking his reign as an unparalleled heavenly emperor, was no small feat. In contrast, the future heavenly emperor, currently serving as a disciple to Hongjun, was like a mere shadow beside Dijun, insignificant and lacking in ambition. "Why trouble me with trivial matters? You may decide amongst yourselves," Hongjun remarked, having listened to their request. His words neither expressed approval nor outright opposition to the establishment of the heavenly court. Though Dijun felt a tinge of disappointment, he was ultimately pleased. The absence of opposition from the sage was a relief. After all, having slain the Eastern King was a significant affront to the saints, and the fact that they did not pursue retribution was a blessing. "Thank you, Dao Ancestor." Dijun, Tai Yi, and Kuanping expressed their gratitude to Hongjun. However, Hongjun paid them no heed and began to dismiss everyone. The crowd then made their way towards the exterior of the Purple Cloud Palace. Among them were Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongyun. Upon exiting the palace, Hongyun summoned his escape light, while Zhen Yuanzi safeguarded the trio with a protective talisman. The 3 journeyed back to the primordial world. "Shan Yuan, what is this Dao tea tree you speak of?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired during their travels. "It is also something I acquired on Mount BuZhou. I forgot to mention it to my master," Shan Yuan replied. "Mount BuZhou again," Zhen Yuanzi remarked, rendered momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing the matter further, recognizing that there was little to investigate. The abundance of treasures on Mount BuZhou is widely acknowledged, as long as one possesses sufficient faith. Is it excessive to gather some treasures from there? Not at all. In this regard, Hongyun had much to contribute, stating, "Shan Yuan, you truly fared well on Mount BuZhou. Unlike me, I only returned with this gourd." With that, Hongyun proudly displayed his gourd, exclaiming, "Recently, I refined this gourd once more, adding some red sand within, and now its power has significantly increased. Henceforth, as I traverse the primordial realm, I can say I possess a treasure." It was evident that Hongyun held great affection for his gourd, handling it with a certain delicacy. After toying with it for a while, he carefully stowed it away. Chapter 28. The path to enlightenment is not singular, restlessness afoot enough already. Hongjun, you flaunted that gourd to me more than thrice, Zhen Yuanzi stated. Once again rendered speechless, Hongjun, with an unyielding demeanor, appeared utterly unfazed by Zhen Yuanzi's jibes, wearing an expression of unmitigated pride. Even a dog would shake its head at this. Is a mere gourd truly worthy of such ostentation? In an inadvertent slip, Shan Yuan pulled out a whip from his sleeve. He hastily attempted to stow it away, but Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun's keen eyes caught sight of it. Wait a moment, Shan Yuan. Could that possibly be another innate spiritual treasure? Hongjun inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. Zhen Yuanzi also turned his gaze toward Shan Yuan. With an embarrassed yet courteous smile, Shan Yuan replied, "It's from Mount BuZhou, truly. Another treasure from Mount BuZhou." Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, at a loss for words regarding Shan Yuan's fortune. This whip, known as the mountain driving whip, is merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and its utility is rather limited. Shan Yuan continued to boast, eliciting a series of eye rolls from Hongjun. Your whip still pales in comparison. It is only a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, while my gourd is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, far superior to your whip. Hongjun retorted, attempting to salvage his pride. However, it was evident that Hongjun's endeavor to uphold his reputation was not particularly successful. After all, a high-grade innate spiritual treasure is still an innate spiritual treasure. Were it not for his fortuitous encounter with the innate gourd vine, he might have remained empty-handed. In contrast, Shan Yuan's luck appeared to be exceedingly favorable, prompting Hongjun to ponder whether he should revisit Mount BuZhou one day, perhaps in hopes of discovering some treasures himself. All right, you two. Why must you always bicker? Zhen Yuanzi interjected, attempting to mediate. At that moment, both Hongjun and Shan Yuan felt a tremor above them. Upon looking up, they were instantly silenced. Above their heads, a swirling mass of yellow clouds, transformed from the Earth Book, enveloped the three. It was the Earth Book that had been shaking just now. Hongjun and Shan Yuan exchanged glances, silently cursing. This is true ostentation. Neither Shan Yuan's mountain driving whip nor Hongjun's gourd could compare to Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Book. Particularly for Hongjun, the frustration was palpable. These two disciples resembled each other too closely in their boastfulness. When would he have his moment in the sun? Yet, this was merely the trio's customary banter. Before long, they resumed their discussion, primarily focusing on the effects of the Enlightenment tea tree, which had significantly enhanced the efficacy of this lecture. The leaves of this tea tree could be harvested and crafted into tea, the infusion of which could even lead to sudden enlightenment, Shan Yuan remarked. This revelation caused Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun's eyes to sparkle with excitement, both expressing their intent to savor it upon their return. Following their discourse on the Enlightenment tea tree, Shan Yuan did not neglect serious matters and deftly shifted the topic to the method of severing the three corpses. In this lecture, Hongjun had surreptitiously imparted this technique. For many powerful beings, it was both a boon and a considerable pitfall. Falling into such a pit, one could find it impossible to escape for a lifetime. However, upon completing his task, Shan Yuan received the complete method of severing the three corpses. And understanding the nature of this pit, he naturally sought a way to rescue Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. There is something about this method of severing the three corpses that strikes me as somewhat amiss, Shan Yuan remarked to the two. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun immediately furrowed their brows and inquired, what seems to be wrong? Now that Shan Yuan had attained the status of a Deluo golden immortal, their regard for his opinions had increased significantly. Yet, they were taken aback to hear Shan Yuan speak disparagingly of the Dao ancestor Hongjun, questioning the method of severing the three corpses, which felt somewhat inappropriate. After all, for many powerful beings, the image of Hongjun was undeniably grand. He selflessly imparted teachings to the masses and even shared the path to sainthood. Yet here was Shan Yuan, who had merely heard the Dao once, expressing doubts. Noticing their frowns, Shan Yuan realized he should not act too hastily. He swiftly altered his tone, stating, "It's not that it is incorrect, but rather I ponder whether employing three innate spiritual treasures of the same origin for the severing might be more advantageous for the eventual unification of the three corpses." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun's expression softened. That's an intriguing thought. Using three innate spiritual treasures of the same origin to sever the corpses? Zhen Yuanzi mused, his eyes brightening slightly. However, Hongjun shook his head, replying, "The difficulty of acquiring three innate spiritual treasures of the same origin is staggering. It has already been quite a challenge for me to obtain just one. Where would I find three, especially ones that share the same origin?" Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, this poses a significant challenge. The number of innate spiritual treasures in the cosmos is limited, while the number of mighty beings is vast. Even if we were to gather all the innate treasures, it might not suffice if we consider 3 for each individual. I can foresee a bloody storm approaching, Zhen Yuanzi remarked. Hongjun nodded gravely in response, stating, the competition over innate spiritual treasures may lead to the downfall of many fellow practitioners. I shall not pursue the method of severing the 3 corpses. Hongjun contemplated for a moment, and then added, I only possess this one innate spiritual treasure. Requiring 3 to sever all 3 corpses is far too daunting for me. Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan understood the underlying reason for Hongjun's reluctance. While possessing only one innate spiritual treasure was indeed a factor, it was not the sole reason. Rather, Hongjun's kind nature dissuaded him from competing with others for additional treasures. Perhaps that is for the best, Zhen Yuanzi suggested. Though the method of severing the 3 corpses necessitates innate spiritual treasures, it is not the only path to enlightenment. By accumulating our cultivation, enhancing our Taoist practices and magical power, we can gradually transcend our boundaries and attain sainthood, albeit at a slower pace. Hongjun nodded, a smile breaking through his earlier concerns. Meanwhile, Shan Yuan interjected, in truth, the method of severing the 3 corpses need not be entirely forsaken. After all, it is a legitimate path to enlightenment. Observing the attention of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, Shan Yuan continued, moreover, it was through this very method that the Tao ancestor Hongjun attained his enlightenment. Thus, we may not necessarily pursue the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment, yet we can draw inspiration from it, yielding numerous insights. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun both brightened with realization, exclaiming in unison, indeed, you are quite clever. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, the technique of severing the 3 corpses, which involves cutting away the 3 attachments of good, evil, and self, each manifesting as an incarnation, can truly be said to seize the transformation of heaven and earth and invade the mysteries of the sun and moon. While we do not practice this method, drawing from it may lead us down a path distinctly our own. Shan Yuan added with a smile, the method of severing the 3 corpses was created by our ancestral master. However, the path to enlightenment is not singular. Masters and uncles may very well forge their own unique approaches to achieving enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun experienced a sudden clarity. Yet, after a moment of calm, they glanced at Shan Yuan and could not shake the feeling of having been deceived by this young lad. However, contemplating the possibility of creating a different method of attaining enlightenment sparked curiosity within them. What sort of achievement would that entail? Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, as if glimpsing into each other's hearts, a stirring desire for enlightenment. If Hongjun could achieve it, why could we not? The path to enlightenment is not singular. In that moment, their hearts stirred with excitement. Chapter 29. The establishment of the celestial court by the demon clan and the restrictions of the innate spiritual treasures upon witnessing this. Shan Yuan chose to remain discreet. Although he now possessed a genuine and complete method for severing the 3 corpses, the path of enlightenment inherently varies in its degrees of efficacy. The most universally acknowledged path to supreme strength is that of proving one's enlightenment through the power of the laws, a practice attributed to Pangu, who attained enlightenment through the might of the great Tao. Nevertheless, the myriad paths of the Tao can all lead to enlightenment, and among them, Shan Yuan pursued the path of the 5 elements. While the law-based enlightenment may progress at a slower pace compared to other methods, this gradual approach fosters a profound foundation and solidifies one's roots, rendering it ultimately more potent than any other means of enlightenment. The method of severing the 3 corpses is indeed included within this framework, yet it pales in comparison. Indeed, it is considerably inferior to the path of law-based enlightenment. Otherwise, Yang Mei would not have easily subdued Hongjun, who was merely a millennium behind in his enlightenment. Thus, it becomes evident that Shan Yuan is disinclined to assist Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun in their pursuit of the 3 corpses' enlightenment. If feasible, he, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun would prioritize the law-based enlightenment. Only if all hope for the law-based path were truly extinguished would they contemplate the path of severing the 3 corpses. However, Shan Yuan is also acutely aware of the formidable challenges that accompany law-based enlightenment. For the time being, he aims to dissuade the 2 from pursuing the 3 corpses' path. He must remain vigilant to prevent them from reconsidering their decision. Should they, in the end, resolve to abandon the law-based path in favor of the 3 corpses method, Shan Yuan would not hesitate to share his complete knowledge of the severing technique. After all, although this method may be less potent, it is nonetheless a verified path to enlightenment that can indeed yield success. Upon returning to the primordial realm, Hongjun parted ways with the two on his journey back to his fire cloud cave, while Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan returned to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Once home, both immediately entered seclusion to assimilate the teachings gleaned from their time at the Zixiao Palace. As time flowed by in the depths of their cultivation, one day, Shan Yuan was abruptly roused by the system's notification resonating in his mind. Beep. Detection indicates that the demon clan is on the verge of establishing a celestial court. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Prevent the demon clan from establishing the celestial court, thereby receiving as a reward the postnatal merit treasure. The Hongming Liantian ruler. Option 2. Join the demon clan's celestial court, thereby receiving as a reward the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 5 elements pagoda. Option 3. Remain indifferent to this matter, thereby receiving as a reward the upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Mountain River Pearl. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan was instantly awakened, blinking in surprise, and could not help but murmur, "System, have you ceased to love me?" While he was indifferent to whether the demon clan established their celestial court, he was undeniably tempted by the rewards of the first two options. The postnatal merit treasure, the Hongming Liantian ruler, is comparable to the treasure of Laozi, the heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong pagoda. The latter is fully equipped with defensive capabilities and is reputed to be invincible at its peak, even remaining indispensable to Laozi after attaining sainthood. The myriad saints found themselves utterly subdued by his Taiji diagram in one hand and the exquisite Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth in the other, rendering them devoid of any semblance of temper. Thus, he became the veritable eldest disciple among the myriad saints. The Hongming measuring ruler, likewise, was forged from the virtues of creation, yet it ventured into an entirely different realm, entirely infused with offensive attributes. Its power was such that it could be deemed on par with the innate treasures. Such a treasure, however, was placed as the first option to thwart the demon race's establishment of a heavenly court, which pained Shan Yuan deeply. This was a coveted item, yet unattainable. The second option, to join the demon race's heavenly court, was equally implausible. Curiously, though, this choice came with the reward of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 5 Elements Tower. What constitutes a top-tier innate spiritual treasure? In the primordial realm, innate spiritual treasures contain prohibitions, with innate treasures comprising a total of 49 prohibitions, precisely in accordance with the number of heavenly laws. Next in line are the top-tier innate spiritual treasures, which also possess a fixed number of prohibitions, totaling 48. Just one prohibition shy of the innate treasures, the might of top-tier innate spiritual treasures is readily apparent. Within the primordial realm, top-tier innate spiritual treasures are as rare as innate treasures. Presently, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure lay before Shan Yuan, perfectly aligned with his path of cultivation. Yet, the fact that Shan Yuan could not acquire this precious item rendered his heartache comparable to that of being unable to obtain the Hongming measuring ruler. As we discuss innate treasures and top-tier innate spiritual treasures, we must also consider the subsequent categories of innate spiritual treasures. The 49 innate prohibitions of innate treasures align with the greatest number of heavenly laws. Top-tier innate spiritual treasures, with their 48 prohibitions, can be seen as the successors to innate treasures. Below the top-tier innate spiritual treasures lies the exquisite innate spiritual treasures, which possess a variable number of innate prohibitions ranging from 37 to 47. The superior innate spiritual treasures contain 25 to 36 prohibitions, while the medium-grade innate spiritual treasures encompass 13 to 24 prohibitions. The inferior innate spiritual treasures contain 1 to 12 prohibitions. As for those that lack a complete prohibition but still possess innate attributes, they may merely be referred to as innate artifacts or innate treasures. In summary, it becomes evident that top-tier innate spiritual treasures are indeed classified within the category of exquisite innate spiritual treasures. The distinction lies in that the top-tier innate spiritual treasures, with their 48 prohibitions, serve as the reserve for innate treasures, positioned on the cusp of transformation. These top-tier innate spiritual treasures often wield considerably greater power than other exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Hence, the designation of top-tier innate spiritual treasures serves to differentiate these 48 prohibition treasures from the rest of the exquisite innate spiritual treasures. In a similar vein, the 10 foremost innate roots belong to the elite of exquisite innate roots. Their further evolution leads to the chaotic roots. Notably, among them, the gourd vine has a significant origin, having been derived from the transformation of chaotic roots. It is worth noting that among the 7 gourds born by the gourd vine, with the exception of the final one, which is rather malnourished, the other 6 are exquisite primal treasures. This alone serves as a testament to the vine's extraordinary nature. Additionally, there exists another unique spiritual root in the primordial realm, known as the Jianmu, or the World Tree. This is a genuine chaotic spiritual root, rumored to have fallen into the hands of Emperor Jun, who may one day utilize it as a conduit connecting the demon race to the 33 heavens and the primordial earth. However, such claims are not necessarily credible. Regardless, Shan Yuan does not believe that Emperor Jun possesses the fortune to acquire the Jianmu. This spiritual root is indeed a true chaotic essence. And even the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm cannot tolerate the existence of the gourd vine or the 24-grade creation green lotus. How could it possibly endure the Jianmu? System, I choose option 3. Shan Yuan shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, and made his selection. The reward for option 3 is the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. This reward pales in comparison to the Hongmeng measuring ruler and the 5 elements pagoda, falling short by several degrees. Yet, having something is certainly better than having nothing. Shan Yuan does not disdain it. After all, it is still an innate treasure, and who would ever think there are too many? Especially now. With the proliferation of the method to sever the 3 corpses throughout the primordial realm, it remains uncertain how many powerful beings are scouring and seizing innate treasures. When next he encounters his master, Hongjun, he will be able to present him with new surprises. Shan Yuan chuckled. Chapter 30. The Pangu Unveiling and the 9 Techniques of Creation. As Shan Yuan made his choice, the system promptly bestowed its reward, a shimmering orb, the Mountain River Pearl. Gazing at the jewel that floated before him, Shan Yuan's previously clouded spirits were instantly lifted. The Hongmeng measuring ruler and the 5 elements tower were unattainable. But this Mountain River Pearl, though merely an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, contained a total of 35 innate prohibitions, marking it as a distinguished specimen among its peers. Furthermore, this Mountain River Pearl was also a spatial treasure, which piqued Shan Yuan's interest significantly. Who could resist the allure of a spatial artifact? The only regret was that Shan Yuan did not cultivate the path of space and had little understanding of it. Otherwise, he might have unlocked its full potential. Perhaps he could gift the Mountain River Pearl to his teacher, Zhen Yuanzi, who possessed some knowledge of the spatial arts. The thought stirred his heart. Shan Yuan held deep gratitude towards Zhen Yuanzi, and presenting the Mountain River Pearl as a token of apprenticeship would be most fitting. Though he could not wield the pearl to its fullest, it would pose no challenge for Zhen Yuanzi, whose mastery of the cosmos was no trifling matter. With this resolution forming in his mind, Shan Yuan quickly decided to seek an opportunity to present the Mountain River Pearl. He would certainly not bestow it upon just anyone, but for Zhen Yuanzi, he felt no reluctance. Rather, he was eager and delighted to do so. At that moment, among the demon clan, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Kuan Peng had approached Hongjun in the Purple Cloud Palace to request the establishment of the Heavenly Court, a request that was met with approval. Upon their return, all preparations went smoothly. Fuxi and Nuwa officially joined the demon clan, and their public declaration stirred quite a commotion in the Honghuang realm. The influence of the demon clan grew ever more formidable, exuding an air of unstoppable momentum. On one occasion, a great demon from the clan stumbled upon an unknown vast realm atop Mount BuZhou. After reporting this discovery to Dijun, a thorough investigation revealed not merely a single vast realm, but rather a staggering compilation of 33 realms, each comparable to an expansive universe. The prospect of such 33 grand worlds filled Dijun with ecstatic joy, exclaiming that heaven had bestowed a boon upon the demon clan. After much deliberation, these 33 grand worlds were officially named the 33 heavens, becoming the very foundation of the demon clan. The clan began a massive relocation into the 33 heavens, simultaneously announcing their intention to establish the heavenly court and inviting powerful beings from all corners to witness the occasion. Naturally, significant figures such as Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun were included among the invitees. Thus, Shan Yuan accompanied Zhen Yuanzi once more. Even Qing Feng and Ming Yu were brought along, as this was merely an event of attendance rather than conflict. Was there truly any issue with bringing 2 young acolytes along? Shan Yuan could answer that question with certainty. Indeed, there was a problem. The demon clan established the celestial court. One must inquire, who would be the first to object? Naturally, it would be the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. On the day the demon clan set up the celestial court, the witch clan would undoubtedly rise in rebellion. However, this matter did not concern them directly. They could quietly observe, whether it be the ceremony of the demon clan's establishment of the celestial court or the inaugural clash between the demon and witch clans. After all, who wouldn't want to witness such events? Thus, when the system in his mind chimed with a notification, ding, The 12 ancestors of the Witch clan are dissatisfied with the establishment of the celestial court by the demon clan and intend to openly oppose them. The host may make the following choices. Option 1. Aid the demon clan in suppressing the Witch clan, and receive a reward of 1 drop of the 3-legged golden crow's essence blood. Option 2. Assist the Witch clan in subduing the demon clan, and obtain the complete 9 transformations profound art. Option 3. Remain uninvolved in the conflict between the 2 clans, and receive the Pangu's creation map as a reward. Shan Yuan decisively chose the third option. Although the reward for the second choice, the complete 9 transformations profound art, was indeed alluring. This art was currently the only clear pathway to enlightenment in the primordial realm. Yet, he felt incapable of handling the fiery clash that was sure to ensue between the witch and demon clans. Regardless of which side he chose, disaster would surely befall him. Thus, it was wise to prioritize his own well-being. After all, among the 3 rewards, the first, merely a drop of the 3-legged golden crow's essence blood, was trivial, especially for Shan Yuan, who had long since refined Pangu's marrow. The second option, while promising a direct path to enlightenment, was notoriously challenging to master. Have the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan not struggled with this art for countless epochs, yet none had achieved enlightenment through it? This alone speaks volumes about the difficulties of the 9 transformations profound art. Shan Yuan was well aware of the challenges posed by the 9 transformations profound art. Firstly, it was a voracious technique, requiring an immense amount of resources for advancement. Secondly, the art was incomplete. It is critical to clarify that this incompleteness does not refer to the version attained by the 12 ancestors, but rather that even if Shan Yuan were to obtain a complete 9 transformations profound art, it would still not be wholly complete. For alongside the 9 transformations profound art exists another technique known as the 9 transformations primordial art, also referred to as the 8-9 profound art. This latter art was acquired by the 3 pure ones, who are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. The 9 transformations profound art cultivates the physical body, while the 9 transformations primordial art refines the primordial spirit. Together, they complement each other perfectly, originating from the same source. The principal difficulty in mastering the 9 transformations profound art lies not in its complexity alone, but in the absence of the corresponding 9 transformations primordial art. Only when these 2 great arts are unified, cultivating both body and spirit, can one truly walk the path to enlightenment. Otherwise, pursuing mastery of either art alone, despite its claims of leading directly to the primordial chaos, would prove excessively arduous. It may be wiser to diligently comprehend the laws of the universe and follow the path of law-based enlightenment. Thus, while the second reward appeared enticing, Shan Yuan found himself more inclined towards the final offering, the Pangu's creation map. Behold, the Pangu creation diagram is not merely a magical artifact, but a unique object, a simple painting. In essence, yet, despite its ordinary appearance, this diagram conceals profound mysteries. Within the Pangu creation diagram lies a formidable divine art known as the 9 styles of creation, a name that resonates with familiarity. For Shan Yuan, this time traveler, the renown of the 9 styles of creation is significant. Many protagonists in novels have swept through the primordial chaos, wielding this very skill to become invincible. Naturally, Shan Yuan harbors great anticipation for it. As Shan Yuan made his choice, the system promptly bestowed its rewards. The image materialized directly within his consciousness. Upon gazing at the painting, Shan Yuan beheld a scene of chaos, amidst which stood a solitary figure, wielding a colossal axe. Muscles rippling with power, though the visage remained indistinct. An overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from him, unmistakably revealing his identity. Indeed, it was Pangu. Under Shan Yuan's watchful gaze, Pangu stirred, grasping the mighty axe. And with a decisive swing, he struck. Boom. In Shan Yuan's perception, the strike was astonishingly exquisite. Within the dim chaos, it resembled a brilliant, blinding flash of lightning piercing through the obscurity. Chapter 31. Celestial Merits Bestowed. Emperor Jun slays the corpse to achieve semi-sacredness. Wherever he passed, chaos fractured and unraveled, revealing a scene of unparalleled destruction. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind rampaged, boiling and overflowing in a terrifying display. Yet, amidst this annihilation, a simultaneous gestation of rebirth and creation unfolded. Within the tumultuous elements, a glimpse of a nascent realm emerged. Time and space continually evolved, gradually coalescing into a new world. With 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. After a full 9 strokes, the Pangu creation diagram dissipated from Shan Yuan's mind. However, its lingering essence remained. enveloping him as he absorbed the inheritance of the Pangu creation diagram, the 9 techniques of creation. Shan Yuan opened his eyes, glancing at the gentle breeze and the bright moon beside him, and then at Zhen Yuanzi, who was carrying him aloft. A spark of eager anticipation flickered in his gaze. He sensed a newfound strength within him. With the 9 techniques of creation in hand, his combat prowess had received a monumental enhancement. The 5-colored profound light was merely that, light, and not the divine radiance. My divine powers are yet to be fully realized. Thus I cannot truly compare myself to the top-tier beings such as my master, Zhen Yuanzi. Yet, Shan Yuan mused, now possessing the 9 techniques of creation, which are the divine abilities of the great Pangu himself, is akin to the 12 ancestors of sorcery, each inheriting a unique divine law from Pangu. My 9 techniques of creation are formidable indeed. So, do I now possess the strength to rival the foremost entities? Shan Yuan was eager to seek out a top-tier being to test his newfound capabilities. However, he soon regained his composure. To presume that a single divine technique could allow him to contend with the supreme powers was overly ambitious. Perhaps his combat strength could reach that level. But to genuinely believe he could stand shoulder to shoulder with such top-tier beings was a stretch. The depths of these supreme entities were unfathomable, particularly the renowned ones like his master Zhen Yuanzi, as well as Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, the 3 pure ones, and the Nether River. If he were to let his enthusiasm cloud his judgment and dare to challenge these titans, they could swiftly impart a lesson in humility. After all, these beings were already endowed with formidable divine powers, and their cultivation, Taoist understanding, and magical prowess were truly of the highest echelon. Moreover, these great beings possessed powerful artifacts: Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Book, Emperor Jun's River Map, Luo Book, Tai Yi's Chaos Bell, Laozi's Celestial and Terrestrial Exquisite Pagoda, the Nether River's Yuan Slaughter Sword, and the Abysmal Sword, among others. Unless, of course, I could procure a Pangu axe. Shan Yuan chuckled inwardly. No matter how potent the 9 techniques of creation may be, with his current cultivation, he could hardly unleash their full might. It was akin to Tai Yi's Chaos Bell. Although it is a congenital supreme treasure, without achieving sanctity, one cannot fully refine it. Without complete refinement, its true power cannot manifest. Thus, Tai Yi remains the foremost among those below the saints, and so too does Shan Yuan, who, with the 9 techniques of creation, could at best claim the title of the leading figure beneath the top-tier powers. As for challenging those supreme entities, it would be akin to Tai Yi wielding the Chaos Bell against the saints. It is merely akin to a meat bun tossed to a dog, a one-way affair, indeed. Shan Yuan composed himself and followed Zhen Yuanzi as they soared towards the 33 heavens. Upon their arrival at this celestial realm, entering through the southern heavenly gate, they were greeted by an unparalleled spectacle of festivity. Great beings from various factions gathered, including Hongjun, who joined them, and under the auspices of the demon clan, they found their seats. Naturally, Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi were not lacking in accommodations, while Shan Yuan had his own place right beside Zhen Yuanzi. As for Qing Feng and Mingyue, being mere youths, they were relegated to standing behind Zhen Yuanzi. Before them lay an array of fruit platters and exquisite delicacies. Shan Yuan could not help but marvel. Truly, as the protagonist of this calamity, the demon clan displayed remarkable generosity. The standard of hospitality here was beyond what could be compared to their own meager pursuits. A sense of envy and yearning stirred within Shan Yuan. Indeed, such is the grandeur of a true great hero. However, contemplating the demon clan's eventual fate quelled his envy and longing rather quickly. Thus, he resolved to indulge in the feast. Unceremoniously, Shan Yuan sampled this and that, concluding that this journey was far from wasted. Even the peach banquet hosted by the Queen Mother of the West might pale in comparison to this affair, he mused. As he savored the delightful flavors, though there were no peaches of immortality, the varied exotic fruits were more than sufficient to satiate his appetite. After a while of feasting, the grand spectacle commenced. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Kuanpeng, along with the siblings Fuxi and Nuwa, accompanied by a host of formidable demon experts, began their entrance. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the demon clan, led by Emperor Jun, first paid homage to heaven and earth, then to Hongjun, and ultimately proclaimed the establishment of the heavenly court. Boom! At the very moment of this declaration, an array of celestial phenomena erupted in the void above the 33 heavens, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. Amidst the astonished expressions of the great beings, streams of merit surged forth, transforming into a vast expanse of golden clouds of merit. The establishment of the heavenly court by the demon clan had seemingly summoned divine merit from above. It is worth noting that such a privilege was not bestowed upon the Eastern King during the establishment of the Celestial Court. Why was the demon clan granted such favor? This perplexity lingered in the minds of the assembly, including the demon clan, who had not anticipated such an occurrence. However, this did not diminish the exhilaration among the demons. After all, with this, the heavenly court of the demon clan bore the endorsement of the heavenly Dao itself. If even the heavenly Dao recognized the legitimacy of their court, who would dare to oppose them? In the unseen realm, the demon clan had amassed a formidable momentum, causing the faces of many great beings to shift in uncertainty. Could the rise of the demon clan truly be unstoppable? For the multitude of great beings, the prospect of the demon clan's ascendance was decidedly unwelcome. After all, the establishment of their heavenly court revealed their ambitions, plainly indicating a desire to dominate the primordial chaos. Should the demon clan unify the primordial chaos, it was likely that these great beings would not enjoy favorable days either. Unless, of course, they were to join the demon clan. In that moment, many great beings exchanged glances filled with flickering thoughts, evidently contemplating this very notion. Should one consider joining the celestial court of the demonic clan? Undoubtedly. Those who aligned themselves with the demonic clan would ascend to esteemed positions and wield considerable authority. Yet, many formidable beings remain reluctant to join the celestial court. They cherish their freedom and autonomy. Does joining the demonic clan not strip them of their carefree existence? At that moment, the golden clouds of merit in the void suddenly split apart, cascading down in numerous fragments. It was undeniable that Emperor Jun garnered the lion's share of this merit. And under its tremendous impetus, his aura surged dramatically before the watchful eyes of the many great powers. Already at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Emperor Jun almost instantaneously attained the pinnacle of this realm. After a brief pause, a resolute expression graced his face as auspicious clouds appeared above him. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "Cut!" Instantly, from the blazing auspicious clouds surrounding Emperor Jun, a radiant brilliance erupted, rendering it difficult for the onlookers to gaze directly upon. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged beside Emperor Jun, identical in appearance to him. Indeed, it was the virtuous body he had summoned through merit. Consequently, Emperor Jun experienced a direct breakthrough, ascending to the status of a quasi-saint. Thus, he became the first quasi-saint in the primordial realm, surpassing even Laozi, who was once the most profound in cultivation. Chapter 32. The blooming of the earth flower, mid-staged a Luo golden immortal unavoidably. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Could it truly be that the heavenly Dao had ordained the prosperity of the demon race? Otherwise, how could such occurrences transpire? The sudden bestowal of merit had enabled Emperor Jun to break through his cultivation, slay a corpse, and ascend to the status of a quasi-saint. Furthermore, beyond Emperor Jun, the formidable demon practitioners such as Tai, Fushi, Nuwa, and Kunpeng also experienced significant advancements in their cultivation, propelled by the influx of merit. Tai reached the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal stage, poised to attain quasi-sainthood with only a final push. Meanwhile, Fushi Nuwa and Kunpeng had progressed to the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Additionally, demon leaders like Ji Meng, Ing Zhao, and BuZhou also witnessed remarkable growth in their powers. In an instant, the overall strength of the demon race saw a substantial enhancement. Many powerful beings could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the entirety of the 33 heavens to tremble violently. The assembly was struck with astonishment, and Emperor Jun's countenance shifted as they all turned their gaze towards the source. There, they beheld 12 colossal waves of malevolent energy, rising like ominous smoke from the foot of Mount BuZhou, surging skyward and crashing into the 33 heavens. The overwhelming aura of malevolence was terrifying beyond measure. Even some of the mightiest beings paled at its presence, reluctant to be tainted by it. As these waves of malevolent energy breached the 33 heavens, chaos erupted instantaneously. Many demons, having unwittingly come into contact with this malevolence, perished on the spot. Those who survived writhed in agony, reverting to their true forms and rolling on the ground in torment. This malevolence, emanating from the 12 ancestor witches, possessed an extraordinarily terrifying corrosive quality. Once contaminated, both their magical essence and souls would face erosion and destruction, leading to the complete annihilation of those demons who succumbed. The fortunate ones who escaped death now found life more unbearable than death itself, consumed by suffering. Absurd. Such audacity. Witnessing this scene, Emperor Jun and the other demons erupted in furious indignation. Bang bang bang. Tai raised the chaos bell, its resonant chimes reverberating to stabilize the 33 heavens. suppressing the malevolent energy of the 12 ancestor witches and expelling it from their realm. Simultaneously, the 12 ancestor witches at the foot of Mount BuZhou found themselves ensnared. It is the witch tribe, the 12 ancestor witches. The crowd exclaimed in alarm. Thus, an inevitable battle loomed on the horizon. Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun, along with Qing Feng and Ming Yue, remained detached from the fray, having chosen a vantage point to quietly observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Kuanping, the four great powers of the heavenly court, charged towards the 12 ancestor witches, leaving Nuwa to oversee the situation in the 33 heavens, ensuring that no opportunists would take advantage of the chaos. Haha, you two scruffy birds think you can establish a heavenly court and dominate the primordial world? How laughable. The primordial realm was forged by the Father God. How dare you act with such impudence? In response, the 12 ancestor witches, unwilling to be outdone, revealed their true forms one by one. For instance, resembling a yellow pouch and burning like crimson fire, the six-legged, four-winged primordial shaman, Di Jiang, embodies the essence of the space. The verdant figure of Zhu Meng, with a bird's body and a human face, represents the wood element. The fire primordial shaman, Zhu Rong, possesses a beast's head and a human body, adorned with red scales and fiery serpents in its ears. The golden primordial shaman, Ru Shou, displays a human face and a tiger's body, clad in golden scales, with wings sprouting from its shoulders and a serpent piercing its left ear. The water primordial shaman, Gong Gong, has the head of a python and a body covered in black scales. The 12 primordial shamans revealed their true forms, each towering with immense stature. Thunderous roars echoed as they unleashed their divine powers, each manifestation imbued with distinct principles. In an explosive display, they resonated with the very fabric of the universe, amplifying the potency of their abilities. Clang! Tai struck the chaos bell, attempting to suppress everything and suspend the flow of time and space. Yet, it could not withstand the combined might of the 12 primordial shamans, as their powers sent the chaos bell hurtling backward. Subsequently, a fierce confrontation ensued, plunging both sides into chaotic combat. The scene became increasingly terrifying, as onlookers noted that while the primordial shamans' primordial spirits were frail, their physical forms were extraordinarily robust. In clashes with Di Jun and his allies, even brief encounters caught them off guard, leading to repeated setbacks. Even when they regained their composure, the struggle remained intense and evenly matched, a testament to the overwhelming strength of the shaman's physical prowess. Though not unprecedented, as many had witnessed the 12 primordial shamans traverse the chaos to reach the palace of Zixiao, the current display was far more astonishing. Their formidable physicality allowed them to boldly confront the chaos bell itself. It is noteworthy that the chaos bell is a treasure of innate origin, yet the primordial shamans withstood its might, causing many to question the authenticity of Tai Yi's prized possession. Of course, the chaos bell is genuine. The truth lies in the terrifying power of the shaman's physiques. They forsook the cultivation of their primordial spirits, focusing solely on their physical forms, honing them to perfection. In their grand and forceful maneuvers, they stood firm against Di Jun and Tai Yi's artifacts and divine powers, shaking the very heavens. This epic conflict was destined to yield no decisive victor. In the face of an unanticipated battle and mutual unfamiliarity, both sides ultimately ceased hostilities after an extended struggle. Di Jun and his cohort retreated to the 33 heavens, intending to discern the true nature of the 12 primordial shamans before plotting their next move. As the battle concluded, many powerful beings, witnessing the unexpected intervention and formidable strength of the Wu clan, left with smiles, bidding their farewells. The Wu clan's sudden emergence and their display of fearsome power, capable of standing against the demon race, was utterly unforeseen. Yet, the unexpected was welcomed with great satisfaction. The demon race finally had a worthy adversary. Moving forward, all eyes were on the Wu clan, hoping they would prove formidable enough to prevent the further ascendancy of the demon race. In that moment, the Wu clan garnered unanimous support from these powerful beings, with some contemplating whether to offer guidance to the Wu clan, enabling them to better serve as a counterbalance to the demon race. Yet, contemplating the fierce combat style of the 12 ancestor witches, many powerful beings could not help but furrow their brows. They did not wish for the demon clan to dominate and ultimately unify the primordial chaos, but the witch clan was hardly a benevolent presence either. With such rivalry between the two clans, it seemed that tranquility in the primordial chaos would be a rare commodity henceforth. "Let us depart," Zhen Yuanzi remarked as the spectacle concluded, taking Shan Yuan, Qing Feng, and Ming Yue with him. As for Hongjun, he would find his own way back. Upon returning to Mount Wanshou, it was time for the customary retreat into meditation and cultivation. Time flowed languidly, and after several millennia, on this particular day, Shan Yuan's body trembled. A formidable aura instantaneously radiated from him. Simultaneously, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the surroundings. With a thunderous roar, the sound emanated from within Shan Yuan, marking a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. He had advanced from the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal to the mid-stage. Above Shan Yuan's head, a celebratory cloud appeared. And within this cloud, following the previous bloom, another bud began to unfurl gracefully. The earth flower bloomed, leaving only the heavenly flower yet to blossom among the three. Shan Yuan opened his eyes, feeling an immense surge in his cultivation. At last, he had opened another flower, reaching the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal. With a sigh of relief, Shan Yuan expressed his deep satisfaction. Chapter 33. The era of soon-to-be saints and the grand formation of Emperor Jun in this newly blossomed realm. Akin to the bloom of humanity, the flowers only reached the 9th grade. Shan Yuan had little to express regarding this. He had exerted his utmost, and his potential was thus an immutable reality. Not every traveler through time and space must bloom at the 12th grade. A 9th grade bloom is commendable in its own right, or at least, so it seemed to Shan Yuan. Furthermore, whether one blooms at the 9th or 12th grade merely signifies potential. Potential does not encompass all, nor does aptitude constitute everything. This was a truth that Shan Yuan had comprehended long ago. If one's aptitude and potential were fixed, predetermined, then the existence of constants would imply the presence of variables. That which is already fixed cannot be altered, yet many aspects are not set in stone and can indeed be transformed. For instance, aptitude and potential. If one's potential is confined to the realm of a golden immortal, should one then resign to fate, believing oneself to be forever limited to that status? Shan Yuan held firm in his belief that no one would accept such a destiny. There would always be an endeavor to alter one's fate. This is the essence of destiny's transformation. Aptitude and potential do not encompass all. Even Pangu, who is said to have bloomed at the 12th grade, symbolizing the hope of transcending the great path, ultimately faced failure. Pangu's demise illustrates that even a 12th grade bloom merely represents potential. It is not an absolute guarantee. Thus, what of Shan Yuan's 9th grade bloom? He resolutely forges ahead, bravely navigating the thorny path towards enlightenment. He believes that someday, he shall transcend the limitations of his own aptitude and potential, reaching a higher realm. During these years of Shan Yuan's cultivation, the primordial world was also rife with tumult. One notable occurrence was the ongoing clashes between the Witch clan and the Monster clan. Although figures of prominence such as Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan refrained from direct involvement, numerous formidable leaders and great beings from both sides engaged in brutal combat. The 10 great leaders of the Monster clan are well known, while the Witch clan also showcased many mighty figures, such as Xing Tian, Hua Fu, Hui, and the 9 phoenixes, all renowned for their strength. The Witch clan demonstrated prowess that was not inferior to that of the Monster clan. This was crucial, as they were the 2 central factions of this calamity. It was not enough to have the likes of Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the 12 ancestors. The backbone of the factions, including the 10 great leaders and figures like Xing Tian, were equally vital. Otherwise, if the eminent ones were to engage in battle, would the remaining lesser beings merely stand by and cheer? Beyond the conflict between the Witch and Monster clans, news of the formidable beings across the primordial realm circulated widely. The second sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace saw Hongjun imparting the method to sever the 3 corpses. Prior to this, Emperor Jun had, through the merits of establishing the heavenly court, been the first to sever his corpse, attaining the status of a soon-to-be saint. This development stirred anxiety among the great beings, prompting many to enter seclusion for rigorous cultivation. Over the years, there were intermittent breakthroughs, with several adept beings successfully severing their corpses. For instance, the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, successfully achieved this in succession. Furthermore, the eminent beings such as Tai, Fushi, Nuwa, Kunpeng, and the likes of Mingyi have, without exception, succeeded in severing their corpses. Only Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun seem to have genuinely fallen under the influence of Shan Yuan, as they have not attained the status of quasi-saint, but rather continue their arduous cultivation, remaining as great Luo golden immortals. As more and more powerful entities in the primordial realm achieve the status of quasi-saint, it appears that a new era has dawned. The threshold for becoming a formidable being has been elevated. Previously, achieving the rank of great Luo golden immortal sufficed to be considered a significant power. And while this is still somewhat true, there are unmistakable signs indicating a gradual transition towards the quasi-saint level. In essence, only those who attain quasi-saint status can be regarded as truly powerful, while the once numerous great Luo golden immortals are slowly becoming obsolete. Ding. The system detects that BuZhou is employing the Hichu and Luo Shu to deduce a grand formation, and the host may make the following choices. Option 1. Inform the Witch Clan, allowing them to disrupt BuZhou's enlightenment and launch an assault on the 33 heavens, which will yield a reward of 1 drop of pure Pangu blood. Option 2. Disregard this matter, which will reward a peach of immortality. On this day within Mount Wanshou, Shan Yuan was immersed in his cultivation when suddenly a prompt from the system resonated in his mind. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shan Yuan opened his eyes and instinctively gazed upward. The palace could not obstruct Shan Yuan's sight, and even in broad daylight, he, as a great Luo golden immortal with profound Taoist cultivation, could perceive the splendor above. Although he could not compare to his esteemed mentors such as Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and the 3 pure ones, Shan Yuan's prowess had already transcended many other great Luo golden immortals. In Shan Yuan's view, the 33 heavens were vividly apparent in the high sky, with the myriad stars and constellations continuously swirling. Even during the day, this presented an unparalleled spectacle. Countless stars twinkled and moved. Where could BuZhou possibly be at this moment? Shan Yuan shook his head and withdrew his gaze, having quickly made a decision regarding the options presented by the system. System, I choose option 2, he silently declared. It was implausible to inform the Witch Clan that BuZhou was deducing a grand formation. Even though the reward of a drop of pure Pangu blood was nearly irresistible, persuading the Witch Clan would not be a simple task. It might be more prudent to remain passive. The Witch Clan, while not devoid of intellect, was rather clever, each member being robust in physique yet sharp of mind. However, Shan Yuan was completely unfamiliar with them. Contemplating the scenario, if he were to approach the Witch Clan and inform them that BuZhou was devising a grand formation intended to combat them, would they believe him? Moreover, the Witch Clan had their own formidable formations without needing his input. Although the system did not explicitly state the nature of the grand formation being deduced by BuZhou, one could surmise it was undoubtedly the grand formation of the heavenly stars, for it would not have triggered the system's alert otherwise. Moreover, the third sermon at the Zhixiao Palace approaches swiftly, and it is inevitable that the witch and demon clans will engage in yet another fierce battle before this significant event. In this confrontation, both factions will unleash their formidable arrays in a direct clash. However, the demons find themselves at a disadvantage against the witches, nearly being annihilated by the true essence of Pangu, summoned through the fusion of the 12 ancestor witches. Just as victory seemed within reach, Hongjun intervened surreptitiously, halting the conflict. This intervention resulted in the witches' efforts being thwarted, leading to a stalemate where the demons held dominion over the heavens while the witches governed the earth. What was initially poised to be a decisive battle transformed into a protracted marathon relay. As the saints attained enlightenment and the age of the saints dawned, both clans continuously fell victim to schemes, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction and mirroring the fate of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans from the previous calamity. It is no wonder that Hongjun garnered scorn, regarded as the greatest schemer of the Primordial era. Had it not been for his intervention, the witches would have claimed outright victory. Nevertheless, these matters bear little relevance to Shan Yuan, who merely seeks to clarify the sequence and logic of these events. The grand array devised by BuZhou must indeed be the celestial star array. Otherwise, the witches' 12 capital heavenly gods array would have been insurmountable for the demons. Excluding Hongjun's dubious interference, this battle is, in fact, rather amusing. Chapter 34. The Second Great War between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan. Both the Demon Clan and the Witch Clan were brimming with confidence, each possessing a formidable trump card. However, when these trump cards were unveiled, both sides were left astonished. The Demon Clan's trump card was a grand formation known as the Celestial Star Array, while the Witch Clan boasted an equally powerful formation, the Divine Killing Array of the Heavens. It is hardly surprising that they were arch-rivals. Of course, when it came to formations, the Witch Clan's Divine Killing Array of the Heavens outshone the rest. This formation, inherited from Pangu, was a unique creation that even the heavens had not fully inherited. The Divine Killing Array ultimately summoned Pangu's true form, capable of obliterating gods, slaying immortals, and annihilating demons. The Celestial Star Array of the Demon Clan stood no chance against it, being easily shattered by Pangu's manifestation. Nevertheless, despite being inferior to the Divine Killing Array, the Celestial Star Array was still an incredibly formidable formation, ranking among the top 5 in the primordial chaos. As Shan Yuan made his choice, The system promptly dispensed its reward, a single peach. Smiling at the appearance of the peach before him, Shan Yuan took it in hand and bit into it. Oh, it was both crisp and sweet. This peach was indeed the fruit of the Pan Tao tree, one of the 10 premier spiritual roots. This meant that within the peach lay the essence of Ren water, perfectly complementing Shan Yuan's elemental origins. Having consumed the entire peach, Shan Yuan closed his eyes to refine the innate essence of Ren water. 5 radiant beams of light emerged from behind him, manifesting as the 5-colored mysterious light. Among them, the beam corresponding to the water element, a deepening black light, appeared to be continuously perfected, as if it were embodying the true essence of water. After Shan Yuan infused it with the innate essence of Ren water, this water element light began to show signs of gradual completion. The innate essence of Kuei water and the innate essence of Ren water were the 2 primary sources of the water element. With both essences in harmony, the water element could begin to evolve and attain greater perfection. At this moment, the water element light was undergoing such transformation, continuously changing as it absorbed the innate essence of Ren water. If this progress continued, the water element light among Shan Yuan's 5-colored mysterious light would soon be the first to evolve into the divine light of the water element. Meanwhile, in the boundless expanse of the cosmos, upon a desolate star, a figure was seated in meditation. Beside him, a book and a diagram, both spiritual treasures, spun and shimmered incessantly. Various phenomena manifested around them, and it seemed as though countless starlights fell upon the book and diagram, which absorbed their brilliance. The light and shadows on the book and diagram shifted and transformed, ever in flux. The figure meditating on the desolate star was none other than Emperor Jun, and the book and diagram were his accompanying spiritual treasures, the Luo book and the He Tuesday. At this moment, Emperor Jun was utilizing these treasures to deduce an intricate formation, one that, in his vision, would encompass countless stars within its embrace. With these celestial bodies as the focal points and sources of power, the myriad stars shall operate in unison, and through their combined might, this grand formation will become an unprecedented array. Jun has been contemplating this celestial expanse for an extended duration. At last, the moment of culmination has arrived. Suddenly, Jun opened his eyes. In that instant, it seemed as though the entire cosmos was reflected within his gaze, countless stars shimmering brilliantly. Their luminescence transformed into a river of stars, into constellations, into an endless sea of celestial lights. It resembled 2 colossal vortices, devouring all in their path. At this moment, the entire starry sky appeared to tremble, as myriad stars shone forth with renewed brilliance. With a breath, the radiance in Jun's eyes receded as he rose to his full height, the He Tu and Luo Shu returning to his grasp. Success had finally been achieved. Jun mused, with the celestial stars as the array, 365 principal stars, and 18,000 auxiliary stars, all is encompassed within. This grand formation shall be named the Celestial Star Array. In Jun's eyes, a glimmer of ambition sparked fervently. The primary motivations behind the creation of the Celestial Star Array were twofold. Firstly, to confront the Wu clan, who posed a significant threat to the demon race, and secondly, to challenge the numerous formidable beings scattered across the wilderness. This was a crucial step in Jun's quest for dominion over the universe, to rule the primordial world, and to become the true, supreme heavenly emperor, suppressing all adversaries with his own strength. Jun's emotions were tumultuous, his ambition was immense, yet the power required to realize it must be equally formidable. In truth, even with the Celestial Star Array, Jun did not perceive himself as capable of reigning supreme. After all, one must not overlook the presence of a sage beyond the 33 heavens. While he might subdue the myriad heroes of the primordial world with the Celestial Star Array, this formation would surely fall short against the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Thus, Jun's next ambition was to bolster his strength after subduing the Wu clan, attaining enlightenment. Once he achieved sagehood, he would no longer need to fear Hongjun Dao ancestor. Moreover, Jun harbored even more audacious thoughts, slaying sages. If he were to become a sage himself and dominate the primordial realm, what need would there be for Hongjun Dao ancestor? No, one sage would suffice. Contemplating this, a trace of madness flickered in Jun's eyes before he swiftly reined it in. Let us depart, he called out, his figure transforming into a radiant arc as he soared towards the 33 heavens. The Celestial Star Array was now in place. It was time to eradicate the Wu clan. Upon returning to the 33 heavens, Jun began to direct the demon race in preparation for battle. This commotion, naturally, did not escape the attention of the various powerful beings and the Wu clan. In an instant, The atmosphere in the primordial world grew tense and oppressive, as if a storm were imminent. Upon learning of the demon clan's intention to wage war, the witch clan, under the command of the 12 ancestors, began to assemble. In terms of scale, the witch clan, due to reproductive limitations, cannot match the demon clan. However, the witch clan inherits the bloodline of the great Pangu, each member possessing formidable physical strength and various innate abilities. When engaged in battle, the witch clan often proves to be superior to the demon clan. Thus, despite their significantly smaller numbers, the individual prowess of the witch clan is capable of overwhelming that of the demon clan. This is the reason the witch clan stands as a rival to the demon clan, both being principal characters in this cataclysm. At this moment, these two major players are on the brink of yet another fierce confrontation. Ding! A detection of the impending second battle between the witch clan and the demon clan has been made. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Prevent the battle between the witch clan and the demon clan, and receive the reward of the innate treasure, the primordial sword. Option 2. Assist either the witch clan or the demon clan, and receive one of the following rewards: the complete 9 turns mystical art or the complete 9 turns origin art. Option 3. Remain indifferent to the matter, and receive the reward of the 12-petal pure world white lotus. At this juncture, within Mount Wanshou, the mind of Shan Yuan was also stirred by the system's prompt. The battle between the witch clan and the demon clan was about to commence. In the palace, Shan Yuan, who was in the midst of cultivation, opened his eyes, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Without further contemplation, Shan Yuan made his choice, silently declaring, "System, I choose option 3. Chapter 35. Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As before, the initial 2 choices were beyond Shan Yuan's current capabilities. Thus, he opted to recline and directly selected the third option. With this decision, the system promptly bestowed its rewards upon him. A mere thought from Shan Yuan conjured a lotus platform before him. This platform radiated an immaculate white hue, pure and flawless, exuding an extraordinary sanctity that, upon a single glance, imparted a sensation of being cleansed, leaving one's soul serene and clear. The lotus platform was of the 12th grade, a 12th rank pure world white lotus. Although it did not possess the unparalleled qualities of the 24th rank creation blue lotus, which could rival innate treasures, it was still a premier innate spiritual treasure, a rarity in the vast expanse of the primordial world. With this 12th rank pure world white lotus, Shan Yuan finally possessed a remarkable treasure to showcase. Unlike the previous mountain whip, which had proven to be utterly useless, the river and mountain pearl had already been given to his mentor, Zhen Yuanzi, who felt immense satisfaction from this gesture. Shan Yuan commenced the refinement of the 12th rank pure world white lotus, infusing it with streams of magical power. The lotus platform soon shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. At present, Shan Yuan had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm and had further cultivated the water element divine light, significantly enhancing his magical abilities. Refining an innate spiritual treasure became considerably easier, and under the influence of Shan Yuan's formidable magical power, the first barrier was swiftly overcome. Subsequently, the second, third, and fourth barriers fell like a house of cards, continuing until the 13th barrier, at which point the pace began to decelerate. However, this was still not the limit of Shan Yuan's capabilities. As a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 12th rank pure world white lotus bore a total of 48 innate barriers. Shan Yuan estimated that by the time the next sermon at the Zhixiao Palace arrived, he would have refined more than half of it. Simultaneously, the atmosphere among the Wu and Yao clans grew increasingly tense and oppressive in preparation for war. Such a monumental conflict commanded attention, and Shan Yuan was no exception. While refining the 12th rank pure world white lotus, he also awaited the arrival of this historic battle. Regardless of the outcome, it was destined to be magnificent and unprecedented. Within Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi had activated the protective formation known as the innate Wu Earth Great Array. Employing the Earth scriptures as the array's core, he operated the formation, connecting it to the Earth's veins, thereby uniting it with the primordial land. The defensive might of this array was formidable. No matter how tumultuous the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans became, it would remain unaffected here. Of course, this was only true if the Wu and Yao clans were merely clashing amongst themselves without targeting Mount Wanshou. Otherwise, even 10 innate Wu Earth Great Arrays would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught of either faction. After all, when compared to the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Array and the 12 Capital Heavenly Godslaying Great Array, the innate Wu Earth Great Array was hardly noteworthy. Only an innate 5 Elements Great Array, arranged with the innate five directions flags, could stand against the formidable arrays of the Wu and Yao clans. The innate earth array, at best, constitutes merely a fifth of the primordial five elements formation. How could it possibly compare to formidable formations such as the celestial star array or the 12 divine generals array? Thus, after extensive preparation on both sides, the monumental battle commenced. The resounding clang of Tai Yi's chaotic bell echoed like a funeral toll, signaling the onset of the conflict. In an instant, the armies of the witch and demon clans clashed violently, leading to an unimaginable loss of life, as rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses accumulated. The battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, claiming countless lives with each passing moment. At this juncture, life was rendered as cheap as grass. Even for Shan Yuan, who had grown accustomed to scenes of death after traversing into this realm, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine, overwhelmed by the horror of it all. The brutality was so extreme that even the hearts of mighty beings quivered in response. Across the heavens, an endless surge of blood energy ascended, staining the sky crimson. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura of malevolence arose, intertwining with the blood energy to form a thick, ominous miasma that obscured the light of the sun and moon, plunging the world into darkness. The armies of the witch and demon clans engaged in a fierce and relentless slaughter. Simultaneously, the top-tier powerhouses of both clans, BuZhou, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Nuwa, Kuan-Pong, and the 12 ancestral witches, entered the fray as well. Having attained the status of quasi-saints, BuZhou and Tai Yi had significantly enhanced their prowess. However, the 12 ancestral witches had made similar advancements, manifesting their true forms. Appearing even larger and more ferocious than before, BuZhou traversed through space with astonishing speed, shattering the void with a single grasp. He wielded the power of spatial manipulation to assault BuZhou, but Tai Yi intervened and thwarted the attack. Tai Yi, wielding the chaotic bell, imbued with the laws of time and space, proved to be BuZhou's nemesis. Under the suppression of the chaotic bell, BuZhou found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The spatial laws were rendered nearly ineffective against Tai Yi, relying solely on his formidable physique. He barely withstood the onslaught of the chaotic bell, retreating step by step. Observing this, the other ancestral witches rushed to provide assistance. First came Ru Shou, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Meng, and Gong Gong, followed by Shi Zi and Tian Wu. Alongside BuZhou, 7 ancestral witches united in their assault against Tai Yi. Yet Tai Yi, invigorated and resolute, unleashed a furious roar, revealing the manifestation of the chaotic sun behind him, which astonishingly repelled the combined attacks of the 7 ancestral witches, leaving many in awe. It was not until Xianming joined the battle that the tide shifted. Though she was a female among the 12 ancestral witches, she was renowned for her martial prowess, the embodiment of the rain ancestral which took the form of a colossal beast. Unleashing a thunderous roar as bone spines erupted from her body, spinning like a top as she charged toward Tai Yi. Having already reached his limits while fending off the 7 ancestral witches, Tai Yi found himself unable to withstand Xianming's assault. Just as he managed to raise the chaotic bell in defense, the next moment, both he and the bell were forcefully propelled away. A mouthful of blood could no longer be restrained, expelled as a result of the impact from Xianming, inflicting considerable injury. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Tai Yi's ability to stand against 7 formidable ancestral witches is indeed an astonishing feat. The battle rages on, with both sides embroiled in fierce combat. Although Tai Yi suffers some wounds, his combat prowess remains undiminished. Among the myriad of the demon clan, his strength is particularly remarkable. While he may not entangle 7 or 8 ancestral witches as he did before, he nonetheless holds back 4 or 5, especially the likes of BuZhou and Zhu Jiuyin, whom he restrains with unwavering resolve. At this moment, the 2 ancestral witches no longer engage him directly, instead turning their attention to BuZhou, Fu Shi, Nuwa, and Kuan-Pong. The primary forces battling against Tai Yi consist of Xianming, followed closely by the ancestral witches Tianwu of Wind, Xiangliang of Thunder, and Shizi of Electricity. Together, these 3 ancestral witches unite the elemental forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. When these 4 forces converge, a qualitative transformation occurs, amplifying their terrifying might. Despite Tai Yi's formidable strength, he finds himself at a disadvantage against the combined assault of these 4 ancestral witches, plunging into a grueling struggle. Moreover, it is not only Tai Yi who faces such adversity. On the opposing front, the 5 ancestral witches, Rushu, Jumong, Gonggong, Zhurong, and Hutu employ a similar strategy, each corresponding to the elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, collectively known as the 5 elements. United, these 5 ancestral witches form an almost impenetrable formation. The interplay of the 5 elements enhances their divine abilities significantly, rendering their assault even more formidable and fraught with peril than that faced by Tai. Chapter 36. The Zhou Tian Star Formation versus the Du Tian Divine Killing Formation. Dijun, Fuxi, Nuwa, and Kuan Peng found themselves ensnared by the 5 great ancestral witches, coupled with the relentless assaults from Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Shi Baishi. The pressure was overwhelming. How infuriating! Their laws can actually complement one another. Dijun exclaimed in anger. Fortunately, although the ancestral witches were formidable, Dijun and his companions were far from helpless. Tai had already demonstrated his prowess by single-handedly facing 7 adversaries, with the Chaos Bell in his possession. Even when entangled by the 4 great ancestral witches, he could engage them in a back-and-forth struggle. Each of them was a renowned powerhouse of the Primordial era, endowed with unique abilities. Together, they could withstand the joint assault of the 8 ancestral witches without issue. However, to achieve a decisive outcome through such arduous combat would be a daunting task. For Dijun, who had already deduced the Zhou Tian Star Formation and held a trump card, prolonging the battle was not an option. Thus, after yet another clash with the 8 ancestral witches, Dijun suddenly raised his head and bellowed, "Where is the Zhou Tian Star Lord?" His booming voice reverberated across the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, from the starry expanse, numerous voices responded in unison, "The Zhou Tian Star Lord is here." Under the scrutiny of countless powerful beings, they beheld figures materializing amidst the starry sky, atop the 365 primary stars, great demons of the demon clan. Each exuded a formidable aura, all at the Tai golden immortal level, bearing banners in their hands. As they swayed, the banners sparkled with starlight, seemingly establishing a connection with the primary stars they inhabited. From the array, Dijun shouted once more. Boom! As Dijun's voice echoed, the entire starry sky trembled palpably. In that instant, the once dim world, shrouded in endless bloodthirsty energy, suddenly brightened. The radiance emanated from the starry expanse, specifically from the 365 primary stars. These stars shone brilliantly, their dazzling light piercing through the oppressive, bloodthirsty miasma. Moreover, as the 365 primary stars illuminated, they began to rotate thunderously. The secondary stars, which orbited around these primary celestial bodies, gradually became luminous as well. In the primordial starry sky, there were 365 primary stars and a total of 14,800 secondary stars. At this moment, these 14,800 secondary stars also began to glow in tandem with the primary stars. The 365 primary stars and the 14,800 secondary stars rotated together, intertwining and forming an immensely grand formation, gradually revealing itself in the starry sky. In an instant, the powerful beings who sensed this phenomenon could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The formation, utilizing the Zhou Tian constellation to mobilize the stars, was bound to possess immense power. What kind of terror would it unleash? In an instant, the entire primordial world seemed to fall into a profound silence, as though the fierce battle between the 2 races had momentarily faded into insignificance. The ancestral witches encircling Emperor Jun and his companions paused, gazing upward at the immense formation in the starry sky. The ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. Seizing this opportunity, Emperor Jun, Tai, and others withdrew from the fray, soaring into the celestial expanse. The 12 ancestral witches did not impede them. Instead, they turned their attention to Emperor Jiang, the leader of the ancestral witches and their elder brother. In a flash, Emperor Jiang transformed into his primordial form, raising his gaze towards the great formation of the celestial stars. After a brief moment, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the other ancestral witches, a smile emerging on his face as he declared loudly, "Emperor Jun, what is the name of this formidable formation?" "The great formation of the celestial stars," came Emperor Jun's composed voice from the starry sky. "Once this formation is unleashed, harnessing the power of the stars, can your witch clan's physical might truly withstand it? Surrender. If your witch clan joins our heavenly court, I shall still accept you, and you 12 ancestral witches will receive great rewards. What say you?" Emperor Jiang shook his head and replied, "Emperor Jun, I merely express my admiration. Indeed, your formation is impressive. However, today, you shall still face defeat." His tone was imbued with unwavering confidence and determination. With a wave of his hand, he bellowed, "Brothers, establish the 12 capital heavenly gods formation." Boom! Emperor Jiang transformed once more into his true form, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from him. Waves of rule power radiated outward from Emperor Jiang, spreading in all directions. Not only he, but at his command, the other ancestral witches also took their positions, each unleashing their own unique rule powers. The Time Ancestral Witch, Zhu Jiuyin, wielded the power of time. The Golden Ancestral Witch, Ru Shou, commanded the power of gold. The Wood Ancestral Witch, Zhu Meng, manifested the power of wood. The Water Ancestral Witch, Gong Gong, unleashed the power of water, and so forth. The 12 ancestral witches brought forth 12 distinct rule powers, which intertwined and coalesced. In an instant, the area occupied by the 12 ancestral witches became blurred, and the boundless malevolent energy of the world seemed to be drawn towards this region with immense force. Suddenly, it surged violently toward the area where the 12 ancestral witches stood. Rumbling, the heavens and the earth trembled as if ominous events were about to unfold, instilling fear and anxiety in all living beings. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, within the great formation of the celestial stars, Emperor Jun, while presiding over the formation, noticed the situation of the 12 ancestral witches, and his expression changed. He had already revealed the ultimate trump card of the great formation of the celestial stars. Yet now, the 12 ancestral witches possessed a formation of their own, the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, watching the formation that was continuously absorbing the boundless malevolence. The figures of the 12 ancestral witches became increasingly indistinct. A sense of foreboding gripped Emperor Jun's heart. This sensation felt akin to encountering a formidable nemesis. Must it be that this time, too, all efforts would be in vain? Di Jun pondered, overwhelmed with a profound sense of reluctance. Yet, he swiftly regained his resolve. This battle shall be the final confrontation. Even if you possess a grand formation, my Zhou Tian Star Do formation is undoubtedly beyond your capacity to withstand. Celestial lords, heed my command. Activate the formation, let the stars descend. The light of the apocalypse. Attack. Di Jun bellowed with fervor. He had incorporated the He Tu and Luo Shu into the formation, and now, with these two primordial treasures as the focal points, the Zhou Tian Star Do formation surged with an even greater might than before. In an instant, as Di Jun's voice faded, the numerous celestial lords of the demon race simultaneously brandished their star banners. Instantly, the stars blazed forth with brilliance, echoing with a thunderous roar. In the following moments, countless beings gazed upward, witnessing a cataclysmic spectacle reminiscent of the end times. Countless stars rained down from the heavens, simultaneously erupting in beams of starlight, each radiance ominously powerful. Referred to by Di Jun as the light of doom, or the death light, wherever it passed, it could obliterate all. These innumerable stars and beams of light cascaded violently, heading straight for the 12 ancestral witches, striking towards the Daitian Shun Sha Grand Formation. Chapter 37. Summoning the true form of Pangu at this very moment. An eruption of myriad divine powers surged forth from the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. The divine fire of Zhu Rong surged upward like a volcanic eruption, a colossal pillar of flame that scorched the heavens and incinerated stars into mere ashes. Simultaneously, the divine waters of Gong Gong surged against the current, resembling a reversed celestial river, wielding immense force as it struck the firmament. The golden principles of Ru Shou manifested an array of weapons, exuding a murderous aura that pierced the skies. The wood principles of Zhu Meng transformed into countless giant trees and vines, rising from the earth. The earth principles of Ho Tu formed mountains, not anchored to the ground, but rather floating upwards, hurtling towards the stars. Additionally, the spatial principles of Di Jiang morphed into a tempest of spatial storms, while the temporal principles of Zhu Jiuyin, the rain principles of Xin Ming, and the wind principles of Tian Wu, among others, unleashed their might. At that moment, the formidable powers of the 12 ancestral witches erupted, their divine abilities amplified beyond measure. Under the operation of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, the principles of the 12 ancestral witches interwove, overlapping and merging, their power magnifying with each moment. The offensive of the great formation of the stars was gradually repelled. In the starry expanse, within the great formation of the stars, Di Jun beheld this scene, his expression shifting dramatically. The 12 ancestral witches' great formation proved to be unexpectedly formidable. Gritting his teeth, Di Jun altered the formation once more. Boom! In that instant, the two focal points of the great formation of the stars were revealed, the solar star and the lunar star. These two supreme celestial bodies erupted with brilliant light, one a blazing red, the other a frosty white. Following this, stars from the 4 cardinal directions blazed forth in radiance, the stars of the 28 constellations. Roar! In the eastern constellation, over 100 stars shone brightly, connecting to form a colossal azure dragon, roaring with a dragon's chant. In the southern constellation, over 500 stars illuminated the sky, intertwining to create a magnificent vermilion bird, which tilted its head and cried out, igniting the air with fiery brilliance. In the western constellation, around 700 stars gleamed, connecting to manifest a tremendous white tiger, which unleashed a fierce roar, exuding an unparalleled metallic killing intent. In the northern constellation, more than 800 stars shone brightly, coiling together to form a giant black tortoise, which also let out a resounding roar. With the sun and moon in conjunction, the four symbols vanquished the world. BuZhou bellowed, as the solar star and lunar star emitted four beams of light that descended upon the four celestial beasts born of the stars. Instantly, these divine creatures became more vivid, their unmatched majesty sweeping across the cosmos. Roar! The azure dragon of the east unleashed a thunderous roar, spewing forth a massive beam of azure light that hurtled towards the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation below. Simultaneously, the vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise also unleashed their own beams of light. The beam of the vermilion bird radiates red, the beam of the white tiger shines white, while the beam of the black tortoise is enveloped in black. Together, these four beams converge upon the great formation of heavenly gods. As they descend, the beams intertwine and merge into one. As they approach the great formation, they coalesce into a singular beam of annihilation. This beam, nebulous and chaotic, transforms into a divine light reminiscent of primordial chaos. With a resounding boom, this chaotic divine light wreaks havoc wherever it travels, leaving behind scenes of utter destruction. Everything seems to crumble beneath its onslaught. Time and space, both tangible and intangible, are obliterated. The might of this divine light is unfathomable. Just as it is about to strike the great formation, a sudden roar resonates from within. The 12 ancestors of the witches cry in unison, "Gather! Great formation of heavenly gods! Summon the true body of the Father God!" Boom! The chaotic divine light violently collides with the great formation. Yet it vanishes as if it had been swallowed by the sea. In an instant, the light is consumed, merging into the great formation itself. The formation quakes, suggesting that a terrifying transformation is underway. At this moment, all beings in the primordial world feel an involuntary shudder rising from the depths of their hearts. Even the mighty are not exempt. In the starry heavens, within the celestial array of the BuZhou, Emperor Jun's heart races with an intensifying sense of foreboding. Again, he bellows, urging the BuZhou array once more as the sun and moon stars radiate their brilliance, while the four sacred beasts unleash their divine light, merging to strike the great formation. Yet, each chaotic divine light that penetrates the formation is similarly devoured, as if it were a mere drop in the ocean. After a while, a thunderous rumble shakes the entire primordial realm, the heavens and earth resounding with a mighty roar. In this moment, all beings gaze in awe as an imposing and majestic figure emerges from the great formation. It is Pangu. More accurately, it is the true body of Pangu, coalesced through the 12 ancestors of the witches utilizing the great formation. A vast, overwhelming, and terrifying aura emanates from Pangu's true body. In this instant, all beings feel an irresistible urge to merge with that grand figure, as if they are part of Pangu, and with his return, they too yearn to reunite with him. On Kunlun Mountain, within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tontian reveal expressions of terror, for they too sense an attraction towards Pangu's true body, as if they are to be drawn into and fused with it. Impossible. Yuanshi could not help but emit a low growl. Laozi, though silent as the heavens, fiercely restrained this impulse. They were all manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, yet distinct from him, naturally unwilling to sacrifice themselves for his resurrection. Moreover, it was not solely the Sanqing. At this very moment, beyond the 33 heavens, amidst the vast chaos, in the sacred abode of Zhixiao Palace, the Taoist ancestor Hongjun also opened his eyes. His gaze turned towards the Honghuang world. Pangu? A fleeting light seemed to glimmer in Hongjun's eyes as he pondered. Within Wanshou Mountain, the body of Shan Yuan trembled, vibrant hues of 5 colors illuminating him, transforming into a radiant 5-colored glow that soared into the sky. It was evident that Shan Yuan too felt the resonance. He had obtained Pangu's spinal essence within the unyielding mountains, refining it and integrating it into his own being. At this moment, with Pangu's true form emerging, the sensation was indeed profound. However, Shan Yuan's response was swift. He promptly suppressed this resonance with the 5-colored glow. Gazing upon that towering, majestic figure, Shan Yuan could not help but reveal a wry smile. Indeed, everyone champions righteousness, yet when it comes to personal sacrifice, no one speaks of justice any longer. Like the Sanqing, Shan Yuan too was reluctant to give. Of course, this was not merely a matter of sacrifice. In truth, even if the Sanqing were willing to offer their primordial spirits, and Shan Yuan were to contribute the spinal essence of Pangu he had refined, merging it with Pangu's true form would not lead to his resurrection, but merely fulfill the 12 ancestors of Wu. Chapter 38. A single axe breaks the formation. Hongjun stands against the battle as the true form of Pangu emerged. The most profound impact was not felt by the outsiders like Shan Yuan, but rather by the members of the demon clan within the fray. Upon witnessing the appearance of Pangu's true form, an overwhelming sense of terror gripped the hearts of all the demons, rendering them weak and trembling. On the battlefield, those demons who were previously engaged in fierce combat with the Wu clan began to crumble. Countless demons scattered in panic, their faces etched with fear, even among the greater demons. In stark contrast, the forces of the Wu clan were ignited with fervent excitement upon seeing Pangu's true form, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing demons with fervor. Within the grand array of the celestial stars, not only BuZhou, but also Tai Yi and others, including the numerous great demons scattered across the main stars who were assisting in coordinating the array, all wore pale expressions. Pangu. The 12 ancestors of Wu had actually summoned Pangu. How were they to contend with this? Although they understood that it could not be the true Pangu, anything associated with the name Pangu held immeasurable power. Acts come forth. Suddenly, Pangu's true form called out, and the language that emanated from his mouth was unlike any spoken in the wilderness. It was an ancient tongue, reminiscent of that used by the primordial deities in chaos, imbued with profound Taoist resonance. Therefore, although the beings present had never heard this language, they comprehended the essence of Pangu's call. As Pangu's voice ceased, Tai Yi felt the chaos bell in his grasp begin to tremble uncontrollably, as if it yearned to fly from his hand towards Pangu's true form. The chaos bell was transformed from the handle of Pangu's axe, and now, responding to Pangu's summons, it sought to return to him. Tai Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to restrain the bell, yet he had not fully refined it, making it exceedingly difficult to suppress at this moment. The chaos bell threatened to escape his grasp at any moment. Brother, the chaos bell is about to fly away, Tai Yi shouted urgently, finally snapping BuZhou and the others back to their senses. Without hesitation, BuZhou, Kuanpeng, Fushi, and Nuwa rushed to assist Tai Yi in restraining the chaos bell, determined to prevent this innate treasure from turning against them. After all, the mere presence of Pangu's true form was already overwhelming, allowing it to summon the chaos bell, along with the remaining 2 innate treasures derived from the axe, would spell disaster. If the axe were reformed, and Pangu's true form wielded it, who could stand against such might? Simultaneously, far beyond in the 33 heavens, Hongjun, amidst the chaos, held the other 2 innate treasures that had transformed from the axe, the Taiji diagram from the axe's surface and the Pangu banner from the axe's blade. At this moment, these 2 treasures also responded to Pangu's true form, quivering incessantly. However, unlike Tai Yi, Hongjun merely waved his hand and effortlessly subdued the 2 treasures. The true form of Pangu was obstructed from summoning them. Yet, within Hongjun's eyes, as he gazed upon Pangu's essence in the primordial chaos, his gaze deepened significantly. Thus, Pangu's true form summoned the axe of creation. However, neither the chaos bell, the Taiji diagram, nor the Pangu banner arrived as anticipated. Reluctantly, Pangu's true form was compelled to abandon the effort, and with a mighty roar, he extended his hand to grasp. In that moment, boundless malevolent energy coalesced in his palm, gradually manifesting into a colossal axe. This was the axe of creation, forged from endless malevolence. Although it was not the authentic axe of creation, merely resembling its form, once the axe was formed, a terrifying aura of sharpness permeated every corner of the universe. Countless beings felt as though an incredibly sharp giant axe was suspended above their heads. With a single swing of this axe, worlds could be created or annihilated. Its power boundless. As Pangu's true form firmly grasped the axe of creation, he unhesitatingly swung it towards the celestial array of the Zhou stars. Boom! Accompanied by this strike, a radiant light erupted, as if cleaving the heavens and the earth into 2. Ascending skyward, it surged towards the Zhou stars formation. Within Mount Wanshou, Shan Yuan observed this strike with a grave expression, seemingly immersed in profound enlightenment. Indeed, as Shan Yuan watched Pangu's true form wield the axe, he experienced its divine essence, leading him to comprehend the divine skill of the 9 axes of creation he had mastered. The thunderous sound resonated. Pangu's strike was destined to be irresistible. Despite the collective shouts of Jun and others within the Zhou star array, desperately trying to activate the formation, when the axe of creation descended, the entire celestial canopy was effortlessly torn apart, akin to a curtain being ripped asunder. The Zhou star array was consequently rent open, its integrity shattered. This grand formation, under the might of Pangu's axe, was astonishingly fragile, breached by a single strike. The scene was utterly shocking. Myriad stars plummeted, transforming into a magnificent meteor shower. It resembled an unprecedented display of fireworks, continually bursting forth. However, for the myriad beings within the primordial chaos, this heralded a calamity. Countless stars fell, becoming a rain of meteors that battered the earth and plunged into the oceans, capable of causing innumerable disasters. Yet, at this moment, no one paid heed to such matters. All eyes were fixed upon the Zhou star array. With the collapse of this formation, could it not signify the downfall of the demon tribe and the obliteration of the heavenly court? Just as Jun and his compatriots had once vanquished the Eastern King, was the wheel of fortune now turning against them? Not only others, even Jun and his allies shared this sentiment. They had lost. The emergence of Pangu's true form sealed their fate, rendering them powerless to retaliate. Pangu's true form was overwhelmingly strong, unimaginably formidable. Jun's heart brimmed with bitterness, and he relinquished any thought of resistance. However, just at that moment, when everyone believed the outcome was sealed, a resonant hum echoed forth. A radiant beam of light suddenly erupted amidst the starry expanse, revealing a jade tablet. It emitted a pure white luminescence, appearing delicate, yet possessing an omnipresent essence, instilling a sense of boundless infinity. The brilliance of the axe light, cleaved by the heaven-splitting axe, was instantly dissipated by the radiance of this jade tablet. The previously collapsing celestial formation of the Zhou star array became momentarily suspended upon the emergence of this jade tablet. With a gentle tremor of its light, it seemed as if time itself rewound. The myriad stars that had been soaring towards the primordial earth and the four corners of the seas now reversed their course, returning to the celestial realm. Order was restored as each star resumed its designated trajectory, spinning anew. The conflict between the two clans had ravaged the primordial realm and disrupted the cosmic balance. Hence they were commanded to cease hostilities. The voice of Hongjun resonated throughout heaven and earth, bringing relief to countless beings who could not help but express their profound gratitude. However, it was evident that just as the Zhou star array was on the brink of destruction, poised to annihilate the demon clan, this was thwarted, accompanied by a decree forbidding further combat. This was intolerable for the Wu clan, and with a thunderous roar, the true form of Pangu swung an axe towards the hovering jade tablet of creation. Chapter 39. The Five-Leaf Pine and the Third Sermon. At this very moment, the luminous aura of the Taoist jade tablet surged dramatically. Before the tablet, a figure materialized. It was none other than Hongjun. The Taoist jade tablet hovered majestically above Hongjun's head, radiating an ethereal brilliance that rendered his silhouette profoundly divine. With a thunderous roar, the heaven-cleaving axe descended, its dazzling light exuding limitless power, sweeping across everything and causing the very fabric of the cosmos to tremble violently. As the blade reached the starry expanse, stars disintegrated into dust, soundlessly obliterated in an instant. The void itself succumbed to a cataclysm, shattering all existence. The might of this axe surpassed even the previous strike in its terrifying ferocity. Yet, as the axe bore down upon him, Hongjun remained remarkably composed. Merely letting out a sigh, he extended two fingers and gently pinched, instantly capturing the blinding light of the axe between them. The formidable strike from Pangu's true form was effortlessly subdued. This scene was astonishing. From Hongjun's appearance to his swift action of immobilizing Pangu's axe with mere fingers, the ethereal and transcendent nature of his movements left onlookers utterly speechless. A sage, indeed, wielding such formidable power. With a roar of fury, Pangu's true form struggled to break free from the grasp of the axe, ensnared by both the blade and its radiant light. However, with a simple crunch, Hongjun squeezed, and the divine light of the axe crumbled inch by inch, spreading from his fingertips to the axe itself. The axe shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered like malevolent energy. Demons command the heavens, and witches govern the earth. Within 10 Yuan meetings, neither tribe shall engage in battle again, lest they incur heavenly punishment. Hongjun's voice was icy as he opened his palm and pressed downwards. There was no brilliance, no terrifying fluctuations. Yet Pangu's true form trembled as if burdened by immense pressure. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the the towering Pangu form disintegrated, revealing 12 figures. These were the 12 ancestor witches. Each bore a look of deep crimson, yet felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. After all, if even Pangu's true form could be so effortlessly subdued, their resistance was futile. After delivering his decree, Hongjun vanished into the starry void. Thus, the second great war between the witch and demon tribes came to an end. Both factions retreated, bound by Hongjun's established rules. From this moment, the demons would command the heavens, and the witches would govern the earth, ensuring a prolonged period of tranquility in the primordial world. However, the repercussions of this conflict were destined to be far-reaching. The grand formations of the witch and demon tribes, especially the summoning of Pangu's true form by the 12 ancestor witches, and Hongjun's climactic intervention, remained etched in the annals of history. This has sparked a flurry of discussions among all beings, creating waves of astonishment. In an instant, not only have the necromancer clans lowered their banners, but also the formidable powers from various factions have grown increasingly silent. Everyone has witnessed the formidable strength of Hongjun as a sage, which has prompted individuals to intensify their cultivation efforts in hopes of enhancing their own prowess. They aspire to become the second sage, exuding the same majestic presence as Hongjun. Within Mount Wanshou, after observing the fierce battle, Shan Yuan deeply sensed Hongjun's immense power. In contrast, his own strength seemed utterly insignificant. Indeed, it is true that humility is the path to supremacy. To prance about in the presence of such a formidable Hongjun would be tantamount to courting death. Shan Yuan steadied his mindset, continuing to refine the 12-petal pure world white lotus, while silently cultivating and contemplating the way of the 5 elements. Multicolored lights flickered and swirled around him. In the timeless expanse of the primordial world, as the years flowed slowly by, Shan Yuan became absorbed in his cultivation. One day, suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The third sermon at the Zhixiao Palace is about to commence. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Proceed to the Zhixiao Palace to attend the sermon and receive the reward of the supreme innate spiritual root, the 5-leaf pine. Option 2. Remain at Mount Wanshou to cultivate, entering seclusion for 3,000 years to receive the reward of Pangu's artifact forging legacy. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan opened his eyes, which gleamed with excitement. System, I choose option 1, he thought resolutely. Was there even a need for deliberation? Although the second option offered the legacy of Pangu's artifact forging, for Shan Yuan, it merely represented an additional skill in cultivation. In contrast, the reward of the 5-leaf pine in option 1 was far more suited to him, as it embodied a complete spiritual root encompassing all 5 elements, containing the essence of the primordial 5 elements. Shan Yuan had initially believed he needed to gather the primordial 5 elements individually. He never anticipated that this time he would receive a spiritual root that encompassed all 5 elements in one fell swoop. However, after the brief moment of joy, Shan Yuan fell into contemplation. The third sermon was approaching, and he understood that this particular sermon was the most significant of the 3. This time, not only would Hongjun achieve the Tao, but many captivating segments would also unfold, such as Hongjun accepting disciples, distributing treasures, bestowing primordial purple energy, and sharing the treasures of the abyss. Of course, these events may not directly pertain to Shan Yuan, as he would merely bear witness. Yet, while they may not concern him, they certainly involve Hongjun. One cannot help but wonder if Hongjun, seated on the lotus mat this time, might also have the chance to be accepted as a disciple. Shan Yuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. If he were in Hongjun's position, how would he act? After some reflection, Shan Yuan surmised that if he were Hongjun, given the limited quantity of primordial purple energy, it was likely that Hongjun would be left empty-handed. Although he would not be accepted as a disciple, would that final additional primordial purple chi still randomly descend upon Hongjun? Shan Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, if that were the case, it would mean he had traversed a vast circle only to return to the starting point. Shan Yuan could not help but gasp in dismay. One must always prepare for the worst. If this were indeed true, should he then counsel Hongjun to remain obediently on Mount Wanshou? Or perhaps, he should subtly reveal the situation, suggesting that Hongjun simply relinquished the primordial purple chi? After all, attaining sainthood was hardly a blessing. Sighing deeply, Shan Yuan felt the weight of concern pressing upon him. This was all due to his own inadequacies. Otherwise, whether it was 1 or 10 strands of primordial purple chi, what would it matter? He murmured to himself. Only the weak fall prey to schemes, while the strong remain unperturbed by them. Nonetheless, Shan Yuan steeled himself. Let the scheming commence. After all, unless Hongjun intervened personally, there would ultimately be room for reprieve. Ultimately, The worst-case scenario would simply involve relinquishing the primordial purple qi. Conversely, Shan Yuan found himself pondering the matter of Hongjun's treasure division cliff, the selection of disciples, the division of treasures, and the allocation of primordial purple qi were not matters that concerned him. He was uncertain how many treasures he might acquire from the final treasure division cliff. Yet, he felt a stirring desire for that very cliff. Perhaps he should consider bringing it back? Chapter 40. 3 Paths to Enlightenment in the Vastness of the Cosmos. Time flows ceaselessly, and in the blink of an eye, centuries have slipped by. On this day, deep within Mount Wanshou, Shan Yuan was engrossed in his cultivation when suddenly, a voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, awakening him from his trance. After Eons, the Zhixiao Palace is reopening, and the third sermon is about to commence. All those fated to attend should hasten forth. As Hongjun's voice faded, it was as though a colossal stone had been cast into a serene lake, sending ripples throughout the primordial realm. From all directions of the universe, countless beams of light surged into the sky, racing towards the 33 heavens. Shan Yuan, alongside Zhen Yuanzi and the already gathered Hongjun, joined in this celestial ascent. Though Hongjun had not disclosed the specifics of this sermon, all the great beings understood its significance as the final discourse. It was an opportunity not to be missed, lest one live in eternal regret. Riding the luminous trail of Hongjun, the trio moved swiftly without encountering any unforeseen obstacles, ultimately reaching the Zhixiao Palace and entering the Grand Hall. To their surprise, Hongjun awaited them upon the dais. Hongjun took her place on the front cushion, while Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan settled into their respective seats. One by one, the great beings assembled in the Zhixiao Palace, finding their places. At that moment, the two attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, emphatically closed the palace doors. Standing upon the dais, Hongjun surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, "This marks the third sermon, focusing on the way of the sage. Upon its conclusion, I shall merge with the heavenly principle, fulfilling the void within it. Henceforth, I shall embody the way, yet the way shall not be bound to me." The audience, upon hearing these words, was taken aback, their faces paling as gasps of disbelief filled the air. Among them, the most dramatic was Zhuanxing, who wept and beseeched Hongjun, "Master, if you merge with the way, where shall we seek your teachings in the future? I implore you, have compassion for us and refrain from this union." The crowd echoed his pleas. But Hongjun's expression darkened as he reprimanded them. "Nonsense. My decision is resolute. Cease your protests." The assembly fell silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. Hongjun sighed and added, "Before we commence the sermon, if any of you have questions, feel free to voice them, and I shall provide answers." As soon as he finished speaking, Laozi stood and inquired, "Might I ask, what is the way?" "The way is omnipresent. It is both the essence of oneself and the entirety of all things," Hongjun replied. Laozi pondered this, expressing his gratitude before returning to his seat. Next, Yuanshi rose to pose his question. "What, may I ask, constitutes a sage?" Hongjun regarded Yuanshi and replied with calm assurance. "A sage is a being of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Yet the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal does not solely define the sage. A sage is recognized by the heavenly principle, entrusting their primordial spirit to it, thereby achieving immortality through countless tribulations." Yuanshi trembled at this revelation, thanking Hongjun before taking his seat once more. Following him, Tongtian stood to ask, "What methods exist for attaining enlightenment?" Hongjun answered, "There are myriad paths to enlightenment, but to my knowledge, there are 3 fundamental methods. The first is to attain enlightenment through strength. This method is the path to enlightenment practiced by Pangu and other chaotic deities, a means of comprehending the laws and harnessing their power to solidify the fruit of the Tao. This pathway is undoubtedly one of the most exalted methods for attaining enlightenment. However, its superiority comes with immense difficulty. I too have struggled with it, and thus I have devised an alternative method, known as the technique of extermination of the 3 corpses. This technique represents the second of the 3 paths to enlightenment that I have synthesized. Though the path of exterminating the 3 corpses may not be as potent as the forceful approach, it is nonetheless formidable. Each time one corpse is vanquished, one's cultivation ascends a level. Once all 3 are eradicated, the attainment of the primordial state is not far off. Should the opportunity arise for the 3 corpses to merge into one may achieve enlightenment in an instant. As for the third method of enlightenment, it is called the path of virtue, which involves acquiring the merits of the heavenly Tao, utilizing boundless virtues to propel one's progress along the path, ultimately leading to the fruition of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. Among the 3 methods, the forceful path is the most esteemed, followed by the extermination of the 3 corpses, with the path of virtue being the least esteemed. Nonetheless, despite their distinctions, all paths can lead to the fruition of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. It must be understood that without achieving sainthood, one remains akin to an ant. As Hongjun's voice faded, particularly with his final statement, an overwhelming silence enveloped the Zixiao Palace. The powerful beings present experienced a tumultuous stir within their minds. The impact of Hongjun's words was undeniably profound. To not achieve sainthood is to be akin to an ant. Among the three paths to enlightenment, the forceful method reigns supreme, followed by the extermination of the three corpses, and even the virtues can lead to enlightenment. Countless thoughts swirled in their minds. Hongjun, unhurried, allowed a considerable amount of time to pass before he gently cleared his throat, recapturing the attention of the crowd. He proclaimed, "Very well, the three methods of enlightenment. You may ponder them further upon your return. Before we conclude this discourse, I have one more matter to address. I wish to accept some disciples to ensure the transmission of my Xianmen's teachings." Hongjun's words successfully redirected everyone's focus, their eyes lighting up at the prospect. Although he had already stated that after this lecture, he would merge with the heavenly Dao, implying that even if one became his disciple, direct teachings would no longer be available, the attendees were unfazed. Who truly required his guidance? The assembled powerful beings might as well be deemed as capable as they come. While it was true that Hongjun's 3 lectures had imparted invaluable teachings, the multitude of mighty beings were exceedingly pleased with the prospect of his merging with the heavenly Dao. After all, his existence had loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. In the absence of Hongjun, they had previously enjoyed a state of carefree existence, each proclaiming their own supremacy. Yet, with the emergence of Hongjun, they found themselves in awe of his towering presence. Not to mention, during the recent battle between the witches and the undead, Hongjun had undeniably made a resounding impact, effortlessly overpowering Pangu's true form with a mere gesture. Such prowess commanded deep respect. As long as Hongjun existed, none dared to act recklessly in his presence. However, now that he intended to merge with the Dao, this was indeed monumental news. Without Hongjun, did that not imply that this primordial world would once again be governed by their collective might? What they did not anticipate, however, was that Hongjun would soon deliver yet another surprise. Before the convergence of the Dao, Hongjun intended to accept disciples and pass on the teachings of the Dao. For many, the opportunity to become his disciple would be an extraordinary boon. As the foremost sage of the primordial era, even the slightest wisdom leaking from Hongjun's fingers would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Moreover, being revered as the ancestor of the Dao, possessing the identity of a successor would allow one to navigate the primordial realm with unparalleled ease. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, numerous powerful beings immediately brightened with anticipation, their eyes gleaming with hope as they turned their gazes toward him. Shan Yuan even observed his own master, Zhen Yuanzi, gazing at Hongjun with unabashed eagerness. Shan Yuan could not help but feel a bit speechless. Just look at them. Hongjun had likely already designated his disciples, and their yearning was in vain. They could only await their envy. Indeed, after seemingly contemplating the assembly of individuals before him, Hongjun spoke. "Laosi, Yuanshi, Tontian, you three, having been transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, possess great virtue and are worthy to be my disciples of the Xianmen." As soon as these words left Hongjun's lips, the 3 clear ones erupted with ecstatic joy, entirely forgetting their usual boasts of the nobility of being the true lineage of Pangu, and hurriedly approached Hongjun, bowing deeply and declaring, "Disciples pay their respects to the master." Chapter 41. Distribution of Treasures, the Taiji Diagram, the Pangu Banner, and the Extermination Sword Array. Upon the Dao platform, Hongjun glanced at the 3 individuals, and with a grand sweep of his sleeve, 3 strands of primordial purple aura surged into their primordial spirits. "You 3 are disciples of my Xianmen, and shall possess treasures for protection." Without waiting for their reactions, Hongjun elegantly waved his sleeve once more, unleashing a cascade of treasures that flew forth. As these artifacts emerged, Shan Yuan, seated next to Zhen Yuanzi, found his eyes wide with astonishment. Envy welled within him. Although he was already familiar with the script, the spectacle before him was overwhelmingly impressive. The Taiji Diagram, the Pangu Banner, and the Extermination 4 Swords. Along with the Extermination Array Diagram, these 2 former artifacts are innate treasures, while the latter 4 swords and the Array Diagram, when arranged together, rival even the innate treasures. In essence, they amounted to 3 major innate treasures. While it is said that the 3 pure ones, in their quest for enlightenment, humbled themselves before Hongjun, relinquishing their status and dignity, the rewards they received were undeniably substantial. Each person received an innate treasure. Others could only watch with longing, their mouths watering in envy. Laozi, you are my foremost disciple of the Xianmen. Thus, I entrust you with the stewardship of the Taiji diagram. Hongjun began to allocate the treasures. Upon hearing this, Laozi, who typically maintained an air of tranquility, momentarily faltered, his composure breaking as he respectfully accepted the Taiji diagram and bowed to Hongjun, saying, "Disciple expresses profound gratitude to the master." At that very moment, as Hongjun conferred the Taiji diagram to Laozi, the onlookers below finally reacted. Heavens! Everyone felt as though they were caught in a dream. Although they had harbored high hopes of becoming Hongjun's disciples, none had anticipated the sheer extravagance of his generosity. The Taiji diagram. This was one of the three great innate treasures of creation. It was widely known that the newly established heavenly courts Dijun and Tai were among the bearers of one of those treasures, the Chaos Bell. Yet, throughout this time, they had heard nothing of the whereabouts of the other two treasures. Now, however, the other two innate treasures had finally emerged. Indeed, not only did Hongjun bestow the Taiji diagram upon Laozi, but the Pangu banner also made its appearance. Moreover, in addition to these two innate treasures, the four swords and the array diagram exuded an aura that left the crowd breathless, sending shivers down their spines. It seemed that these four swords and the array diagram were anything but ordinary, subtly hinting at a cohesive set of artifacts. Yuan Shi, you are my second disciple of the Xianmen. The Pangu banner, transformed from the blade of the axe that opened the heavens, possesses formidable offensive power. As you wield this treasure, remember, it must not be used frivolously. On the Dao platform, Hongjun, seemingly oblivious to the crowd's reactions, turned his attention to Yuan Shi. "Yes, master. Disciple shall heed your teachings," Yuan Shi replied, his excitement palpable as he bowed to Hongjun. He accepted the Pangu banner, cherishing it as if it were a priceless treasure, and returned to his seat with it cradled in his arms. At this moment, Tong Tian could hardly contain himself. Both of his elder brothers had received innate treasures. It is now my turn. Could it possibly be that the remaining four swords and the formation diagram are all that is left? Although these four swords and the diagram appear quite impressive, and I have a penchant for wielding swords and delving into the intricacies of formations, I am still acutely aware of the superiority of innate treasures. Tong Tian felt a twinge of grievance as the open heaven axe was divided into three, transforming into three grand treasures: the Tai Chi diagram, the Pangu banner, and the Chaos Bell. Presently, the Tai Chi diagram belongs to Laozi, the Pangu banner to Yuan Shi, and the Chaos Bell, logically speaking, should belong to me, right? Yet, as is widely known, the Chaos Bell is currently in the possession of Tai, rumored to be his accompanying innate treasure. How frustrating. Tong Tian could not help but steal a glance back at Tai. An impulse stirred within him. What if, after this lecture, he enlisted the help of his two brothers to confront Tai and seize the Chaos Bell for themselves? Admittedly, Tong Tian's thoughts were perilous. However, such notions were difficult to actualize. After all, Tai is not a trivial figure who can be easily subdued. Otherwise, the Chaos Bell would have long been snatched away, rather than remaining in his grasp until now. Not to mention, the current Tai is further distinguished as Dongwang Tai, a significant entity among the two protagonists of the current calamity within the demon race, a being above myriad demons. Even now, his three brothers must exercise restraint in his presence. Should Tong Tian attempt to claim the Chaos Bell from Tai, even if he were to become a disciple of Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, it is likely that Tai would rally the demons and unleash a formidable celestial formation to obliterate him. Thus, Tong Tian merely cast a fleeting glance before regretfully retracting his gaze, redirecting his focus to the four swords and one diagram before him. This was far more pragmatic. Even if they are not innate treasures, each sword, along with that diagram, feels remarkably powerful, akin to innate spirit treasures. Moreover, they form a complete set, which could potentially yield a delightful surprise. Tong Tian did not have to wait long, for at that moment, Hongjun spoke again. Tong Tian, as my third disciple of the Xianmen, these four swords of extermination and the extermination formation diagram are destined for you, and thus I bestow them upon you. The four swords of extermination are the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword. Together with the extermination formation diagram, these five constitute top-tier, innate spirit treasures capable of forming the extermination sword formation. If you attain sanctity and wield the power of a sage to activate this grand formation, it shall be impervious to the four sages. Upon the utterance of Hongjun's words, the previously bustling Zixiao Palace fell into a profound silence. All gazes were fervently fixated upon the four swords and the diagram lying before Tong Tian. the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation diagram. 5 supreme innate spirit treasures forming a grand formation, impervious to the 4 sages? If earlier, the crowd felt a tinge of envy as Laozi and Yuanshi received the Tai Chi diagram and the Pangu banner, with the Chaos Bell residing with Tai. It was evident that Hongjun could not possibly procure another Chaos Bell to bestow upon Tongtian. Thus, the onlookers regarded the treasures sought by Tongtian with a sense of schadenfreude, relishing the spectacle. However, upon hearing Hongjun's words, they felt a shift in sentiment, as if the 2 innate treasures possessed by Laozi and Yuanshi had lost some of their luster. After all, the phrase "the sword array of extermination of immortals" can only be shattered by the 4 saints succinctly elucidated the situation. Should Tongtian acquire this sword array and subsequently attain sainthood, he would undoubtedly become unrivaled across the vast expanse of Hongjun. In that moment, a flicker of reverence for Tongtian arose in everyone's hearts, solidifying their resolve to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, even if they could not curry his favor. Tongtian, in a single bound, transformed into the most formidable presence among them all. At this juncture, even Yuanshi, Tongtian's elder brother, could not help but emerge from his astonishment at obtaining the Pangu fan. His expression shifted slightly as he observed Tongtian enveloping the 4 swords with the formation diagram, leading Yuanshi to feel that his own Pangu fan had lost some of its allure. The disciple expressed gratitude to his master, while Tongtian joyfully bowed to Hongjun. This truly was a moment of serendipity, where despair transformed into unexpected fortune. Having prepared himself for disappointment, Tongtian was astonished to find that he had acquired not just an innate treasure, but a sword array surpassing even the innate treasures themselves. He felt immeasurably fortunate, and the once somewhat unappealing 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram now felt indispensable, as he clutched them tightly, reluctant to let go. Chapter 42. Named Disciples and the Primordial Purple Chi. Within the grand halls of the Purple Cloud Palace, the esteemed beings gazed upon the 3 pure ones with envy, their eyes glimmering with longing. Alas, fate had favored them, as these 3 brothers were simultaneously accepted as disciples of the sage and bestowed with supreme treasures. Such extraordinary fortune was truly unparalleled. Consequently, the desire among the other great beings to be accepted as disciples of Hongjun intensified, as even a fraction of the 3 pure ones' blessings would be immensely gratifying. Nuwa, you too share a connection with me. Would you consent to become my disciple? At this moment, Hongjun spoke once more. Disciple pays homage to my master, Nuwa responded, her heart elated as she approached and bowed. Hongjun nodded, sweeping his sleeve to bestow upon her the primordial purple chi, followed by 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the map of mountains, rivers, and the nation, and the red embroidery ball. Though not on par with the innate supreme treasures, these artifacts greatly satisfied Nuwa. After expressing her gratitude to Hongjun, Nuwa returned to her seat upon the mat, clutching her newfound treasures. Following her acceptance, a profound silence enveloped the hall, leading to a growing unease among the assembled. Why did the acceptance cease? Surely they would not conclude with only these 4 disciples. Particularly anxious were Kunpeng, Hongjun, Jane, and Zhunti, who sat in a row alongside the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. With the 4 in front granted discipleship, the 4 behind remained unacknowledged. Exchanging glances, they collectively pleaded, "We earnestly request the sage to show mercy and accept us as disciples as well." With their lead, the other great beings in the Purple Cloud Palace echoed their sentiments, calling out in unison. Upon witnessing this, Hongjun furrowed his brow and turned to Kunpeng, Hongyun, Jane, and Zhunti, remarking, "Your fates are somewhat tenuous with me." Shaking his head, he continued, "Very well, you may be acknowledged as my named disciples." Disciple expresses gratitude to my master, the 4 exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with excitement. Though they were merely named disciples, it was still a form of recognition, a far better fate than being overlooked entirely. At this moment, Shan Yuan, situated behind Hongjun, found himself in a state of bewilderment. For individuals recognized as named disciples, his mind buzzed with disbelief. Was such a feat even possible? Indeed it was. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, Hongjun summoned forth 4 streams of primordial purple chi, which soared toward Kunpeng, Hongyun, Jane, and Zhunti. This spectacle far exceeded Shan Yuan's wildest imaginings. How could he possibly analyze this? Was it not said that there were only 7 streams of primordial purple chi? Yet here stood 8. Surely one could not be a mere illusion? Shan Yuan struggled to steady himself amidst the overwhelming impact of the moment, needing time to recover. At that instant, Hongjun waved his sleeve once more, releasing an array of innate spiritual treasures, among which one particularly familiar artifact caught the attention of all present. The innate spiritual treasure before them was, in fact, the dragon-headed staff once bestowed upon the Eastern King by Hongjun. This dragon-headed staff had fallen before Kunping. Alongside it were 3 other innate spiritual treasures, one of which was a vividly red flag. The sight of this flag ignited a fervent longing within Shan Yuan, for it was the southern Lihua flag from the coveted innate 5 directions flags that he had yearned for. The southern Lihua flag descended before Hongyun. Another treasure was a golden lotus platform of 12 grades, the 12-grade golden lotus of meritorious virtue, which undoubtedly landed before Jane. Lastly, the final treasure was another flag. This one a cerulean banner, the Eastern Qinglian precious color flag. This Eastern Qinglian precious color flag settled in front of Zhunti. The implication was unmistakable, for supreme innate spiritual treasures. One for each individual. Their status, albeit slightly lower than that of Nuwa, still thrilled Kunpeng, Hongyun, Jane, and Zhunti, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Hongjun. Hongjun nodded nonchalantly and turned to address the other powerful beings, preparing to conclude the acceptance of disciples. At that moment, even the slowest of minds among the powerful began to grasp the situation. After all the commotion, it appeared that only the 8 individuals seated on the front cushions had been accepted as disciples. Was this a jest at their expense? Consequently, one powerful being cried out for mercy, beseeching, "Oh, Master, please graciously accept me as a disciple." His head struck the ground with a resounding thud. Even Zhunti could not help but remark on the impressive fervor displayed. With this leader, the remaining powerful beings prostrated themselves, pleading fervently. In an instant, the uproar created by the multitude compelled Hongjun to reconsider his straightforward declaration of accepting only the 8 seated before him. Sighing deeply, he addressed them. "Why do you all go to such lengths? To be my disciple, one must first occupy a cushion, and the 3 pure ones have this fate to kneel at my feet, as it is determined by heavenly will. Thus, there is no need for further insistence." Witnessing the crowd remain unmoved, Hongjun resorted to his final strategy, stating, "Very well, though I cannot accept the rest of you as disciples. I have collected numerous treasures throughout the primordial chaos before my enlightenment. I have placed them upon the cliff of divided treasures. After my teachings, you may venture forth to claim what you desire." At this point, even the most reluctant could not continue their relentless pursuit. Observing the crowd settle down, Hongjun prepared to commence his lecture. However, just then, another powerful being rose to inquire, "May I ask, Master, what is the significance of the purple aura you bestowed upon the 3 pure ones?" Upon hearing this, Shan Yuan turned his gaze towards the inquirer. Could this being be a pawn of Hongjun? Nevertheless, the question echoed the sentiments of many others present, prompting the assembled powerful beings to look towards Hongjun. Indeed, with each disciple accepted, he had granted a measure of purple aura. Surely, this purple aura was not an ordinary phenomenon. Upon hearing the profound inquiry from this formidable being, the assembly could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. "What I bestow upon you is known as the primordial purple chi, the very foundation of sanctity. To attain sainthood, one must possess this primordial purple chi. Otherwise, one may only self-verify their Dao fruit and become a mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal." As soon as Hongjun uttered these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the purple cloud palace, far surpassing the earlier tranquility when he had distributed a treasured artifact to the 3 pure ones. The primordial purple chi, the cornerstone of sanctity. Surely, this cannot be a jest? Moreover, without the primordial purple chi, one cannot ascend to sainthood. This revelation proved to be quite difficult for the assembly to accept. Yet, Hongjun seemed oblivious to the rising fervor and continued, "The primordial purple chi emanates from the heavenly Dao. There are 12 pathways in existence, of which I have received 8, and have now completely bestowed them." The eyes of the crowd widened with disbelief. This was utterly excessive. By this reckoning, the 8 individuals who had seized the mats had monopolized all the advantages. In that moment, the 3 pure ones seated at the front felt an intense heat radiating from their backs. Sitting upon the mats, they felt the cushions grow uncomfortably warm beneath them. If this continued, upon their departure from the purple cloud palace, would they not be besieged for the primordial purple chi? After all, without the primordial purple chi, one cannot attain sainthood. And with only 12 pathways of primordial purple chi existing in the realm, 8 of which resided with them, what other formidable beings would seek to become saints if not by seizing it from them? Chapter 43. The Physical Body and Divine Powers. All are fruits of the Tao, yet, despite the fervent emotions swirling around, this is still the purple cloud palace, the sacred ground of the sages. As the sage remains alive, oh no, rather in union with the Tao, none dare to act recklessly here. Even their intentions must remain concealed. To scheme against another's disciples in plain sight would be tantamount to courting death. It seems that Hongjun is oblivious to the ulterior motives harbored by the crowd. At this moment, the questions have been asked, the disciples chosen, and the primordial purple chi has been distributed. The third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace has finally commenced. In an instant, as Hongjun begins his discourse, a myriad of extraordinary phenomena unfolds within the palace. Celestial music resonates in the air, accompanied by heavenly maidens scattering flowers and golden lotuses arising from the earth, along with a myriad of radiant lights. A torrent of spiritual energy swirls around the listeners, ready for absorption and refinement. Those who previously felt discontent over the distribution of primordial purple chi among the three pure ones now cast aside their distractions and listen intently. For this sermon marks the final elucidation of the sage's path, a matter of utmost significance. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the great and powerful cultivators are engulfed in contemplation, entranced to the point of losing themselves. Shan Yuan is no exception. He has once again summoned his understanding tea tree, enveloping himself, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun as they engage with the teachings. However, this sermon, focusing on the sage's path, is profoundly intricate and elusive. Even with the aid of his spiritual roots that facilitate comprehension, Shan Yuan finds the teachings to be challenging. Essentially, he can grasp but a mere fraction of what Hongjun expounds. Shan Yuan recognizes that his foundation remains shallow, rendering him incomparable to the truly formidable beings. Nevertheless, even if he can only fathom 1 in 10,000 of the sage's teachings, it is a source of satisfaction for him. The stones from another mountain can polish jade. For Shan Yuan, understanding merely 1 in 10,000 is not entirely a misfortune. His aim is to learn rather than to replicate, to draw inspiration rather than to plagiarize, and certainly not to become a second Hongjun. To be a scholar is to be alive. To mimic is to be lifeless. This is his path of learning, to adopt the strengths of others while compensating for his own weaknesses. Only in this manner can he carve out his own journey. The myriad laws, each capable of guiding one to enlightenment, also manifest various methods even within the realm of the 5 elemental laws. To this day, Shan Yuan has yet to discern his own approach to enlightenment. He has only begun to grasp the outline, without any practical application. Among those who have achieved enlightenment through the 5 elemental laws, 3 figures stand out as worthy of Shan Yuan's study. The first is the reincarnated Yangmei Daxian, a space demon. The second is the ancestor of the 5 elements, who emerged during the conflict of the dragon and Han calamity and ultimately met his end within the array of the extermination of immortals. The ancestor of the 5 elements, it should be noted, shares a lineage with Yangmei Daxian as a chaotic demon, yet fate was unkind, leading to his demise in the array and preventing his successful attainment of the Tao. Yang Mei and the ancestor of the 5 elements can be regarded as paragons of the path of the laws. Their methods of enlightenment are remarkably akin. In their previous lives, they were both chaos demons, and thus their approach to enlightenment involves utilizing the power of the laws to reverse their chaos demon forms. In other words, they employ the force of the laws to transform their bodies, thereby restoring the corporeal essence of the chaos demon. This allows them to shatter the shackles of heaven and earth and achieve the state of primordial unity. From the enlightenment methods of these 2 figures, Shan Yuan comprehends that the path of law can intertwine with the physical body, transforming into the form of a demon god. This constitutes one avenue. The other path, however, belongs to Kong Xian, who emerged only during the great calamity of the sealing of the gods. He is the first peacock in the world, one of the progeny of the primordial phoenix. Kong Xian was birthed from the primordial essence of the 5 elements, enabling him to cultivate a profound ability, the 5-color divine light. When this divine light manifests, it sweeps away all existence. Such is its might that even saints may find themselves inadvertently swept away. Kong Xian's method of enlightenment is closely linked to this 5-color divine light, as he cultivates his divine powers through the laws. Thus, he achieves enlightenment through divine prowess. This represents another path. One path leads to the cultivation of a demon god's corporeal form through the laws, while the other leads to the attainment of supreme divine powers through the same. Both paths lie before Shan Yuan, offering him a choice. It can be asserted that each path holds the promise of success, particularly the first, which is the most ancient and assured method of enlightenment. After all, even the 3,000 chaos demons, including Pangu, have followed this path. Thus, Shan Yuan's pursuit along this route would naturally not be misguided. However, the absence of error does not guarantee correctness. Shan Yuan desires to choose the path to enlightenment that is most suited to him. His aspirations are grand. He envisions fusing these two paths together. Moreover, he contemplates incorporating the method of severing the three corpses into his unique path of enlightenment. For this idea, Shan Yuan has formed an initial outline, with the critical element being the five-leaf pine. Upon returning, he intends to extract the essence of this spiritual root. This serves a dual purpose: to cultivate the true five-color divine light and to replenish his own essence. Once the foundation is solidified, Shan Yuan can combine the method of severing the three corpses to forge a distinctive path of enlightenment. This method synthesizes the paths of law and the severing of the three corpses. In this way, utilizing the divine prowess of the five-color divine light, he can divide himself into five. Each essence is quintessenced into five distinct selves, each of which can be regarded as his true body. Each of these bodies will then cultivate one of the five elemental paths. Upon achieving mastery, the five can be unified, making enlightenment as effortless as turning one's hand. This bears a resemblance to the method of severing the three corpses, yet there is a key distinction. Shan Yuan's method does not produce avatars, but rather true bodies. Each one is indeed a true body. Furthermore, Shan Yuan simultaneously divides into five, rather than sequentially severing each corpse as in the traditional method. Each severing enhances his cultivation. Additionally, Shan Yuan's quintuple division does not require reliance on innate spiritual treasures. Rather, it is based on his own essence, a path uniquely his own. The five elements converge within a single body. While this is comprehensive, it somewhat constrains his growth. However, if divided into five distinct bodies, then upon their unification, one can only imagine the formidable strength of the corporeal form that would emerge from Shan Yuan. Simultaneously, the five-colored divine light, once separated into five, will also manifest its supreme powers in five distinct forms. At that juncture, each body cultivating a specific divine light. The convergence of the five will elevate the potency of the five-colored divine light to an unimaginable realm. Thus, Shan Yuan's method of enlightenment is, in essence, a dual attainment, realizing both the corporeal and the divine, where both the body and the divine powers represent the fruits of the Tao. Of course, this remains merely Shan Yuan's preliminary conception. He senses there may be gaps within this framework. Should these be addressed, the benefits for him would be even greater, and his path to enlightenment more complete. Yet, there is no time for further contemplation. At this moment, he is enraptured by Hongjun's teachings, finding it increasingly difficult to extricate himself. In the blink of an eye, within the Zixiao Palace, time has slipped away, and Hongjun's discourse has continued for a full 3,000 years. As the 3,000 years come to a close, this final lecture reaches its conclusion. On the Tao platform, Hongjun ceases his teachings, and the myriad powerful beings below gradually awaken from their reverie. Chapter 44. The Distribution of Treasures at the Cliff of Divided Wealth. The judge's pen of the Book of Life and Death on the Taoist platform. Hongjun cast his gaze over the multitude of formidable beings below, sighing softly as he proclaimed, "It is done. This is the final discourse. You may now depart." The Cliff of Divided Wealth lies just outside the palace. Go forth, go forth. With a resounding clap, Hongjun waved his grand sleeve, and the great doors of the Purple Cloud's palace swung open. The previously hesitant powerful beings could no longer contain their excitement and surged toward the exit. Shan Yuan was no exception, eagerly dragging his teacher along, disregarding Hongyun entirely. After all, Hongyun had gained immensely, acquiring a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, while he and Zhen Yuanzi had yet to obtain anything. Upon exiting the Purple Cloud's palace, Shan Yuan immediately spotted a colossal stone cliff, standing resolutely amidst the chaos. Radiating with brilliant light, the cliff was adorned with a multitude of spiritual treasures, their energies swirling and pulsating from its surface. At that moment, a throng of powerful beings had gathered by the cliff, attempting to claim the treasures it harbored. However, it was evident that the treasures were not easily attainable. One needed fortune and fate to seize them. The powerful beings themselves were not permitted to approach the cliff directly. They could only employ their divine powers and various Taoist techniques to delve into the cliff and retrieve the treasures within. One by one, the mighty beings were elated as they guarded their newfound treasures, those who had succeeded beaming with joy, while those still empty-handed remained undeterred, continuing their endeavors. Within the cliff, the treasures stirred with fervor, flying about chaotically. Each treasure was an innate spiritual artifact, and though they possessed only instinct, their tumultuous movements left many powerful beings flustered. Some even found their divine techniques thwarted, suffering humiliation, but quickly regained their composure and exerted their powers anew to procure the treasures. "Master, we must not lag behind," Shan Yuan urged, pulling Zhen Yuanzi toward the cliff. "Haha, Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily. There is no rush. These treasures are destined for those with fate. Whether one arrives early or late makes no difference. Yet, despite his words, Zhen Yuanzi wasted no time. With a flourish of his sleeve, it appeared as though a black hole had emerged, unleashing a tremendous force of attraction toward the cliff of divided wealth. Several innate spiritual treasures, drawn by this power, swiftly soared toward him. Shan Yuan beheld in astonishment as an innate whisk and a yellow flag darted into Zhen Yuanzi's sleeve. He could hardly believe his eyes. Was that flag not reminiscent of the central yellow flag from the innate Five Directions flag? Turning to Zhen Yuanzi, he saw the knowing glimmer in his master's eyes. His teacher was well aware of Shan Yuan's deepest desire, the innate Five Directions flag. With a nod from Zhen Yuanzi, Shan Yuan was left even more bewildered, rendered momentarily speechless. It was madness, pure madness. Everything happening today defied all logic. The flame light flag was meant for him. Yet Hongjun had bestowed it upon Hongyun. The Wujixing Huang flag, should it not belong to the Primordial one? Yet now, it has fallen into the hands of one's own mentor. The heart of Shan Yuan raced with anticipation. Could it be that the quest for the five flags was no longer merely a dream, but had transformed into a tangible hope? Perhaps, I should first set a modest goal, defeat the one known as Kunti, and seize the Eastern Qinglian treasure flag from him? However, this thought lingered in Shan Yuan's mind for but a fleeting moment before reality reclaimed him. Charge forth. The treasure mountain lay before him. If not now, when? Behind Shan Yuan, a radiant spectrum of colors surged forth, manifesting as his five-colored mystical light, or perhaps more aptly termed, the divine light of the five hues. After all, the water element's divine light had already reached completion, rendering the title of five-colored divine light most fitting. This five-colored divine light morphed into a colossal hand, plunging into the treasure-seeking cliff. With a swift motion, countless treasures scattered wildly. Soon, a smile graced Shan Yuan's face. He had indeed gathered riches. The five-colored divine light withdrew, revealing two treasures that had been sealed, now resting before Shan Yuan. However, upon the first glance at these two treasures, Shan Yuan's vision momentarily darkened. Before him lay a tome and a brush. Indeed, you read that correctly. The treasures Shan Yuan had extracted from the cliff were none other than the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Brush. Together, they formed the Human Book, one of the three celestial tomes. These two artifacts were undeniably formidable, as one of the three tomes of heaven, earth, and humanity. The Human Book could be considered nearly equivalent to the Earth Book. Even if divided, each would still be a supreme innate spiritual treasure with numerous innate restrictions. Yet, there was no hesitation. Shan Yuan promptly stowed away the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Brush. Aware of the profound consequences of possessing these items, he nonetheless could not forsake what he had salvaged. Well done, Shan Yuan. What you have acquired is indeed remarkable, exclaimed Zhen Yuanzi. At these words, Shan Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Shall I propose an exchange with my master? Zhen Yuanzi appeared somewhat tempted, pondering for a moment before responding, let us discuss it upon our return. Shan Yuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, several figures approached the treasure-seeking cliff, none other than the 8 disciples accepted by Hongjun, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Kuanpeng, Hongyun, Jane, and Kunti. As disciples of Hongjun, these 8 could not simply depart as others did. Thus, they arrived last. However, arriving late does not always imply disadvantage, especially when the 3 pure ones initiated their actions. Laozi summoned the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. With a gentle rotation, a stream of golden light poured into the treasure-seeking cliff. In the next instant, with a thunderous crash, dozens of innate spiritual treasures erupted forth, much to the astonishment of the assembled powerful beings, and then vanished into the Linglong Pagoda. Moreover, it was not only Laozi. Soon after, Yuanshi also began to collect treasures. Consequently, yet another batch of dozens of innate spiritual treasures soared forth, gathered by Yuanshi. When it came time for Tongtian, he hesitated momentarily before commencing his own collection of treasures. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, and the scene that unfolded before their eyes would be etched in the memories of all the powerful beings for eternity. Astonishingly, hundreds of innate spiritual treasures surged forth from the treasure distribution cliff like fish crossing a river. The spectacle was utterly terrifying. Not only the other formidable figures, but even Laozi and Yuanshi, who were brothers with Tongtian, were profoundly shaken. What more could be said? Shan Yuan fell silent. Though he claimed to be exceptional, could he truly compare himself to Tongtian? Among those present, each one paled in comparison to Tongtian, rendering them mere juniors. Nevertheless, Tongtian's display sparked considerable anticipation among the remaining few who had yet to collect their share. While it might not be as bountiful as Tongtian's windfall, surely acquiring a few dozen treasures like Laozi and Yuan Shi would not be too much to ask. After all, they were all disciples of Hongjun, sharing the same master. It would be unreasonable to favor one over the others. As the fourth disciple of the Xianmen, Nuwa made her move, and fortune smiled upon her. With a radiant smile, dozens of innate spiritual treasures flew forth from the treasure distribution cliff. Haha, Shan Yuan, you fled so swiftly without waiting for me. Soon, you shall see that running fast does not necessarily equate to good fortune, Red Cloud exclaimed, finding Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi. However, Red Cloud's laughter abruptly ceased. On the other side, Kunpeng followed closely behind Nuwa, but only a meager 3 or 4 innate spiritual treasures drifted out from the treasure distribution cliff, and it appeared that these few treasures were of inferior quality. Chapter 45. The 12 Great Annihilation Black Lotus and the God-slaying Spear. Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi observed the scene, struggling to suppress their laughter, casting peculiar glances at Hongjun. Hongjun was bewildered. It was said that as disciples of the saints, he should be able to acquire treasures just as easily as the Sanqing and Nuwa. Yet now, witnessing Kunpeng's outcome, the situation seemed rather unfriendly. Suddenly, Hongjun realized that he had miscalculated something. Despite being disciples of the saints, there existed distinctions in intimacy and distance. The Sanqing were direct disciples of Hongjun, while Nuwa was a close disciple of his. In contrast, he, along with Kunpeng, Jin, and Zhunti, were merely nominal disciples. Such treatment could hardly be the same. Please, Master Uncle, Shan Yuan gestured respectfully towards Hongjun. Hongjun forced a smile, replying, "There's no rush, I will come later." He resolved to be the last to claim the treasures, absolutely unwilling to be the first. Shan Yuan scrutinized him for a moment, noting that his demeanor seemed to have thickened. At that moment, it was evident that, after Kunpeng had secured the treasures, only Hongjun, Jin, and Zhunti remained unclaimed. All three had witnessed Kunpeng's outcome, and the other powerful beings present were merely observing, casting curious glances at them. For a moment, an awkward silence enveloped the trio, each hesitating, reluctant to be the second to collect the treasures. Hongjun, senior brother, Zhunti said with a smile. The implication was clear, it was Hongyun's turn. Yet, Hongjun was unwilling. He immediately shook his head, insisting, "Let my 2 junior brothers go first. As the senior brother, I should make way for you." Zhunti was about to press further when Jane shook his head, declaring, "Thank you, senior brother." With that, Jane proceeded toward the treasure division cliff, and Zhunti quickly followed suit. Together, Jane and Zhunti reached out, retrieving dozens of innate spiritual treasures from the cliff. Upon witnessing this, Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that the treatment for nominal disciples was poor? How could Jane and Zhunti collect so many treasures? Or perhaps it was merely Kunpeng's misfortune, unrelated to their status as nominal disciples? However, the onlookers noted that while Jane and Zhunti gathered a substantial number of treasures, the quality of these treasures was rather mediocre, with most being of lower grade innate spiritual artifacts, far inferior to the superior ones obtained by the Sanqing and Nuwa. In truth, this did not necessarily imply that Hongjun distributed treasures based on closeness. It was simply a matter of differing fortunes and opportunities. As for Nuwa, the Sanqing were the most blessed, being the true inheritors of Pangu, formed from the 3 divisions of Pangu's primordial spirit. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to acquire more treasures. The outcomes of Jane and Zhunti provided Hongjun with a sense of relief. As long as there was no targeted discrimination, he still had a chance to turn the tide. With a disdainful glance at Shan Yuan, Hongjun strode forward, his sleeves billowing as he swept toward the treasure division cliff, like a tempest scattering the clouds. All eyes were fixed upon him. Beneath the swirling crimson clouds, a harvest was reaped. 2 orbs of darkness gradually emerged from the dividing treasure cliff. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Red Cloud's expression darkened slightly. Alas, it seemed that misfortune did not only befall the Kunpeng, but also himself. Moreover, it appeared that his plight was even more dire than that of the Kunpeng. Having acquired only 2 items, Shan Yuan could hardly suppress his laughter. Yet, at that very moment, the 2 treasures collected by Red Cloud from the dividing treasure cliff soared into view, revealing themselves before the assembly. Shan Yuan's mirth instantly froze, transforming into astonishment. The other formidable beings shared his sentiment. For, indeed, the 2 treasures extracted by Red Cloud from the cliff were none other than a lotus platform and a long spear. Both the lotus and the spear were cloaked in black. Indeed, this lotus platform was the 12th Great Annihilation Black Lotus, and the long spear was the God-slaying spear, legendary artifacts belonging to the demonic ancestor, Rahu. The 12th Great Annihilation Black Lotus, akin to its counterparts, the 12th grade Purifying White Lotus, 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus, and 12th grade Reincarnation Purple Lotus, was birthed from the semi-mature seeds of the chaotic Azure Lotus, a premier innate spiritual treasure. It was once wielded by Rahu to suppress the fortunes of the demonic path. The god-slaying spear, however, bore a tinge of regret. Crafted from the lotus stem of the chaotic Azure Lotus, amalgamated with the resentment of 3,000 demonic gods. It was once an innate supreme treasure, but suffered damage during the conflict between the Tao and the demon, resulting in its degradation. Now, it stood as merely a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Nevertheless, despite its downgrade, the god-slaying spear retained terrifying power, capable of inflicting unimaginable harm upon the primordial spirits, even those of saints relying upon the heavenly Tao. Thus, even as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, it was indeed worthy of being termed a treasure of slaughter. Not merely a treasure, but surpassing one. Ha! Red Cloud suddenly erupted in laughter, sweeping his sleeve to collect the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear. He turned to Shan Yuan, saying, "Shan Yuan, did you see? How fortunate is your master uncle?" Shan Yuan, upon hearing this, could not help but display a wry smile. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? It felt as if everything had changed. Had the old man Hongjun gone mad? To even distribute the possessions of his old rivals, and to let them fall into Red Cloud's hands, it was utterly insane. Or perhaps, had he overindulged in conspiracy theories? Was it possible that the old man Hongjun was actually quite amiable? Otherwise, how could one explain all of this? As Red Cloud reveled in his triumph beside them, Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi chose to endure the situation. However, the two also had their fair share of gains. They would sort through their acquisitions upon returning to Wanshou Mountain. At this moment, as Red Cloud concluded his collection of opportunities and treasures, the dividing treasure cliff suddenly trembled. The originally established prohibitions upon the cliff abruptly vanished. The assembly of formidable beings was momentarily taken aback, preparing to advance and claim the remaining treasures from the cliff. Suddenly, these treasures transformed into streams of light, soaring in all directions, swiftly disappearing from sight. The numerous powerful beings were momentarily taken aback, but it was then that Shan Yuan made his move, employing the technique of sleeve universe taught to him by Zhen Yuanzi. Simultaneously, he harnessed his 5-color divine light to collect the fragmented treasure cliff. With a thunderous roar, the cliff trembled violently. It was quite hefty, and on his first attempt, Shan Yuan was unable to lift it entirely. It was only on his second effort that he finally succeeded in securing the entire stone. With a sigh of relief, Shan Yuan felt the weight lift from his shoulders. At this moment, the other powerful beings began to regain their senses, witnessing Shan Yuan's successful collection of the fragmented treasure cliff, which sparked a twinge of regret among them. However, there was nothing to be done. They were a step too late, and now the cliff had been claimed. Moreover, Shan Yuan was merely a junior, and it would be unreasonable to hold him accountable. Thus, the crowd gradually dispersed, returning to the primordial world. Of course, not all powerful beings were content to retreat peacefully. After all, this sermon led by Hongjun had distributed an abundance of treasures and the primordial purple energy, leading to an uneven allocation. Those who felt slighted or believed they received less than their due were bound to seek restitution after the fact. In summary, treasures belong to those with destiny. And what constitutes destiny? It is power. Those with might dictate the terms. Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Shan Yuan exchanged knowing glances, each aware of the unspoken understanding that should anyone attempt to rob them, they would undoubtedly be among the first to retaliate. Consequently, the trio decided to remain united. Chapter 46. The brutal battle and exchange of innate spiritual treasures. As the crowd gathered the treasures within the confines of the Zixiao Palace, only Hongjun remained. Devoid of the two attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, seated upon the Dao platform, Hongjun appeared as if he had transformed into an immovable stone, his aura nearly imperceptible, and his gaze cold and devoid of emotion. A radiant jade tablet emerged from behind Hongjun, levitating gracefully and emanating a brilliant light that illuminated the entirety of the Zixiao Palace. This was none other than Hongjun's creation jade tablet, once one of the 3 supreme treasures of Pangu, a primordial artifact of chaos. However, this creation jade tablet was now incomplete, consisting of only 3/4 of the fragments that Hongjun had managed to assemble. Despite its diminished state, the power of the creation jade tablet remained extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing that of innate treasures. Moreover, it had gained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, qualifying it as a sacred artifact of the Tao. Hongjun intended to leverage this creation jade tablet to merge with the heavenly Tao. As the tablet materialized, it established a connection with the heavenly Dao, and from the unseen realms, waves of immense will and power descended upon the Zixiao Palace, causing the void within to silently distort, transforming it into a chaotic and indistinct realm. This will and power, emanating from the depths of existence, embodied the heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos. Hongjun began the process of unification, or more accurately, he utilized the creation jade tablet to become a part of the heavenly Dao. Time passed in an indeterminate haze until a faint sigh echoed, and in that moment, Hongjun vanished from the Zixiao Palace. The unification was a success. Henceforth, Hongjun would be one with the heavenly Dao, yet the Dao would not be confined to Hongjun. Meanwhile, Shan Yuan and his companions found their journey back to Wanshou Mountain anything but tranquil. However, relying on Hongyun's unparalleled speed. Even when confronted by those seeking to obstruct their path, Hongyun would deftly maneuver, his escape light swift enough to leave pursuers far behind. Thus, despite multiple attempts on their lives, the trio navigated their return effortlessly. Conversely, others faced considerable adversity during their journeys. Even the three pure ones encountered obstruction in their passage. As for Jane and Zhunti, their return to the west was fraught with intense battles. Many formidable beings were injured, and some even perished in these fierce confrontations, illustrating the brutal nature of the conflicts. Yet, these skirmishes also revealed the true strength of the two brothers from the west for the first time. Despite their usual timidity, when they unleashed their power, it was nothing short of extraordinary, placing them among the pinnacle of formidable beings in the primordial realm. Many lesser beings found themselves utterly outmatched, swiftly defeated in combat. Through these encounters, Jane and Zhunti established their formidable reputation, ensuring that no one would dare underestimate them again. As for Nuwa and Kunping, they have arguably found themselves in the most secure and leisurely position among those who have obtained the primordial purple energy. One is the sovereign of the demon race, while the other is a master of the same lineage, leaning against the robust tree of the demon race. It is unlikely that any formidable beings would dare to harbor ill intentions toward them. Consequently, this very circumstance compels the Sanqing to be drawn into the fray. Otherwise, given the strength of the Sanqing and their unity as three brothers, who would dare to challenge them? Unfortunately, due to the association of Nuwa and Kunpeng with the demon race, alongside the presence of Emperor Jun, Tai, and Fuxi, there are a total of 5 supreme beings, which makes them an entity not to be trifled with. Thus, as a secondary measure, the focus must shift to the remaining 6 individuals. However, Hongyun is exceedingly swift, eluding capture, leaving only 5. Among these 5, they are divided into 2 factions. The 3 brothers of Sanqing form one group, while the duo of Jane and Zhunti constitute the other. Logically speaking, if one were to select the easier target, it would naturally be Jane and Zhunti. Yet, due to the sheer number of adversaries, some have set their sights on the Sanqing instead. However, those who devise schemes against the Sanqing are destined for futility, potentially incurring significant losses. After all, even though Hongjun has just bestowed treasures upon the 3, they have yet to refine them, rendering their power limited. Nevertheless, the trio possesses the exquisite treasure, the celestial and earthly Linglong Pagoda, which provides them with a safeguard. Once this pagoda is deployed, they are placed in an invulnerable position. Thus, any formidable beings who target them are bound to find their efforts in vain. In addition to the competition for primordial purple energy, conflicts over innate spiritual treasures frequently arise. Battles between powerful beings occur intermittently. During the 3rd sermon at the Purple Heaven Palace, the 3,000 mighty beings who attended have endured substantial losses in this round of bloodshed. However, these matters do not concern Shan Yuan. Upon returning to Wanshou Mountain, there is little need for concern about danger. After all, this is the stronghold of Zhen Yuanzi, enveloped by the innate Wutu Grand Formation. Coupled with the gathering of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, it is highly unlikely that others would dare to invade unless they are exceptionally reckless. Indeed, the reason Hongyun was able to endure so long amidst a pack of wolves was precisely because he took refuge here. The same principle applies now. With external dangers looming, Hongyun temporarily refrains from returning to his fire cloud cave, opting to remain at Wanshou Mountain. This journey to the Purple Heaven Palace has proven immensely fruitful for the trio. At Shan Yuan's suggestion, they laid out the treasures they had acquired. First was Shan Yuan's Book of Life and Death, along with the judge's pen. Next came Zhen Yuanzi's central Wujihuang flag and the innate dust brush. Finally, there were the treasures of Hongyun, the southerly earth flame flag, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, and the god-slaying spear. In total, the 3 returned from the Purple Heaven Palace with 7 innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, astonishingly, aside from the innate dust brush, which is of superior quality, all others are of the highest caliber of innate spiritual treasures. One might even assert that it is a premier innate spiritual treasure. After all, when the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen are combined as a tome for humanity, it is indeed akin to a supreme innate spiritual artifact. Shan Yuan, clutching his Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen, glanced at the central woody apricot yellow banner of Zhen Yuanzi, and then at the southern leady flame light banner of Hongjun, feeling an intense inner turmoil. Haha, Shan Yuan, what do you say? Will you exchange with your master? Or will you trade with your uncle? Hongjun teased, observing Shan Yuan's conflicted expression. This only heightened Shan Yuan's dilemma. Rubbing his Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen, he tentatively inquired, might I? Absolutely not, Hongjun replied promptly. You naive lad, dreaming of a one-for-one trade. Shan Yuan could only suppress the words he wished to voice. Indeed, he had wished to propose a swap, the Book of Life and Death for the woody apricot yellow banner, and the Judge's Pen for the leady flame light banner. However, this impractical notion had already dissipated before he could articulate it. In desperation, Shan Yuan turned to his master for assistance. Zhen Yuanzi, ever fond of his disciple, observed the situation and said, all right, Hongjun, cease your teasing. Hand over the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen to me, and I shall give you my woody apricot yellow banner, along with your uncle's leady flame light banner. With that, Zhen Yuanzi tossed the woody apricot yellow banner, which gracefully landed before Shan Yuan. Chapter 47. The 11 petals of the celestial flower. In the final segment of the method for attaining enlightenment, Zhen Yuanzi made a decisive move, exchanging the Life and Death register and the Judge's Pen for 2 banners. This round proved to be a significant profit for Shan Yuan, and Zhen Yuanzi also gained from it. The only one to incur a loss was Hongjun, yet it mattered little to him. After all, the banners were meant for his own disciple. And given the amicable relationship between Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi, the trifling matter of the earthly flame light banner held no substantial weight. With a hearty laugh, Hongjun casually handed the earthly flame light banner to Shan Yuan, smilingly addressing Zhen Yuanzi. My friend, we have an agreement. When the ginseng fruit tree bears fruit next time, half of it shall belong to me. Rest assured, I could even offer you the entirety. Zhen Yuanzi replied as he accepted the Life and Death register and Judge's Pen from Shan Yuan. At this moment, he possessed 2 of the 3 tomes of heaven, earth, and humanity. With the earth and human tomes in his possession, only the heavenly tome remained. Let us not be overly greedy, he continued. Hongjun waved his hand, observing the Life and Death register and Judge's Pen in Zhen Yuanzi's grasp. Brother, now that you hold 2 of the 3 tomes, might you be able to sense the existence of the remaining tome through these? If all 3 tomes were to be gathered, it could yield unprecedented benefits. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement. Shan Yuan's eyes also gleamed with excitement. However, they soon shook their heads in unison. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, indeed, gathering all 3 tomes could bring substantial advantages, but the difficulty involved is likely to be considerable. Acquiring these 2 tomes has already been a tremendous fortune for me. I do not dare to covet the heavenly tome. Hongjun and Shan Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It was indeed true that excess could be counterproductive. Now that they possessed 2 tomes, if they could glean insights from them, it would greatly benefit Zhen Yuanzi. There was no need to force the acquisition of the 3rd heavenly tome, as it could lead to misfortune rather than fortune. Very well. Let us each retreat and cultivate for a period, Zhen Yuanzi declared. Thus, the 3 parted ways and entered separate palaces to engage in seclusion and cultivation. Within his palace, Shan Yuan sat quietly on a mat, and with a single thought, he summoned the reward from this selection task, the 5-leaf pine. The 5-leaf pine shimmered in the void, emanating waves of 5-colored light. This exquisite primordial spiritual root, embodying all 5 elements, subtly resonated with Shan Yuan's own essence. The 5-colored radiance gradually intensified around him. As the divine light of the 5 colors surged forth from behind Shan Yuan, it illuminated the entire palace. The first step in his quest for enlightenment was to refine this tree. Gazing at the 5-leaf pine, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. Yet he soon steeled his resolve. The radiant 5-colored light surged forward, enveloping the 5-leaf pine. What followed was the lengthy process of refinement, extracting the 5 elemental essence of the 5-leaf pine bit by bit, transforming it into his own essence, and enhancing the power of his 5-colored divine light. A century, 2 centuries, 3 centuries, a millennium, 2 millennia, 3 millennia. Thus, after a span of 5,000 years, Shan Yuan finally succeeded in refining the entire essence of the 5-leaf pine. The entirety of its primordial source was extracted and assimilated into his being. In that very moment of completion, this extraordinary innate spiritual root transformed into mere ashes, dispersing into the ether. Shan Yuan's form radiated with an unparalleled brilliance of five-colored light, exuding an immensely powerful aura of the five elements principles. Throughout these 5 millennia, due to the refinement of the five-leaf pine's essence, Shan Yuan's cultivation witnessed remarkable advancement, ascending from the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal to the late stage. The third flower among the 3 flowers, the heavenly flower, blossomed, attaining the illustrious 11th grade, a genuine 11th grade, unlike the first flower, the human flower, which, despite blooming at the 9th grade, had portions that were illusory. The second flower, the earth flower, also bloomed at the 9th grade, yet all of its grades were authentic. One could assert that Shan Yuan's progression was continuous, especially this time, as he directly achieved the 11th grade. Such an enhancement seemed almost preposterous. However, considering that the entirety of the essence from an extraordinary innate spiritual root was exchanged for the blooming of the 11th grade, it becomes somewhat justifiable. Simultaneously, as Shan Yuan's cultivation surged, his 5 elements origin reached its zenith. The 5-colored mysterious light finally transformed into divine light, the true 5-colored divine light, undoubtedly rivaling that of Hongjun. Within the palace, Shan Yuan gradually opened his eyes, within which the 5-colored light also flowed, even more resplendent than before. Now that his 5 elements origin was complete, it was time to contemplate the path of enlightenment. As previously mentioned, Shan Yuan had already conceived a preliminary idea regarding this path. However, this conception was far from perfect, especially after this seclusion wherein he refined the 5-leaf pine and replenished his primordial source. Shan Yuan became acutely aware of a deficiency in his approach. The method he had envisioned for enlightenment involved dual aspects, the embodiment of the physical form and the manifestation of divine abilities, both of which were considered fruits of the path. Yet, following this period of introspection, Shan Yuan recognized an additional necessity, his primordial spirit. Thus, his methodology for enlightenment should encompass not only the physical and divine, but also the path of the primordial spirit, culminating in a flawless approach to enlightenment. This parallels the dual techniques of Pangu, the 9 transformations of mysterious skill and the 9 transformations of primordial skill. One nurtures the physical body, while the other cultivates the primordial spirit. When these two are segregated, the endeavor becomes exceedingly arduous. Yet, when unified, they can mutually enhance one another, leading to remarkable advancement. Regrettably, in the primordial chaos, these 2 techniques were separated. The 12 ancestor witches were bestowed with the 9 transformations of mysterious skill, while the 3 pure ones obtained the 9 transformations of primordial skill, with neither party having access to the other's methods. This resulted in the 12 ancestor witches being unable to achieve enlightenment through the physical form, while the 3 pure ones were similarly hindered from enlightenment through the primordial spirit. Ultimately, aside from Hotu's reincarnation, all 11 ancestor witches perished in the great calamity of the witches and demons. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones, although they attained enlightenment and sanctity, did so through the merits of their deeds rather than the path of the primordial spirit. Shan Yuan aspired to complete his method of enlightenment by incorporating the path of the primordial spirit, yet this posed a formidable challenge. After all, even the 3 purities, who have attained the 9 transformations of primordial essence, have not succeeded in achieving enlightenment of the primordial spirit. How then can Shan Yuan cultivate his own primordial spirit to attain the same? Shan Yuan's concept is to emulate the path he took to enlighten his physical form, utilizing the power of the laws to temper his primordial spirit. This represents a groundbreaking approach. Fortunately, Shan Yuan possesses his own strategy. However, initially, he must first divide himself into 5 entities. He will then leverage the unique attributes of the 5 elements, which interrelate through cycles of creation and restraint, to sequentially refine his primordial spirit according to the principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There exists a loophole that Shan Yuan can exploit. Since all 5 entities of Shan Yuan are essentially the same, sharing an identical physical form and primordial spirit, albeit with differing cultivation laws, he can allow one of his cells to experiment with refining the primordial spirit using the power of the laws. This endeavor is fraught with considerable risk. However, the crux of the matter is that if this refinement fails, resulting in damage or even annihilation of Shan Yuan's primordial spirit, the 5 entities possess a cyclical nature of the 5 elements, characterized by mutual generation and restraint. In other words, even if one Shan Yuan is obliterated, the others can restore him. Therefore, should Shan Yuan's primordial spirit be harmed or destroyed, it would merely mean starting anew. Time and again, he will accumulate experience, and one day, Success will surely be his. This is Shan Yuan's method for tempering his primordial spirit and achieving enlightenment. Chapter 48. Together we calculate. The reverse 5 elements grand array, though it may sound far-fetched and perhaps overly idealistic, methods arise from human endeavor, wherein lies the certainty of success. Even Hongjun, who devised the method to sever the 3 corpses, likely faced his share of obstacles. Similarly, for Shan Yuan, the quest for a complete path to enlightenment necessitates certain risks, ones he is willing to embrace. After all, what does not kill me will surely render me stronger. Steeling his resolve, Shan Yuan proclaimed, however, we must not rush. It is imperative to consult with my master and uncle, seeking their assistance in the calculations to ensure greater safety. He understood that in such pivotal moments, arrogance must be cast aside in favor of collective wisdom. Moreover, he wished to seize this opportunity to mold Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun into reflections of himself. Yet, perhaps it is more accurate to say he merely wished for them to tread a path akin to his own. It must not be the original method of severing the 3 corpses, but rather an innovative approach that leads to a personal journey. Ultimately, to traverse the path alone, even in success, would leave one isolated and vulnerable. Shan Yuan had no desire to emulate the protagonists of his past life, who faced the world in opposition to all, standing against the 6 great saints. Instead, he envisioned a triumvirate journey toward enlightenment. If he, alongside Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, could all attain the Tao, what fear could possibly remain in the vastness of the primordial chaos? A life of carefree freedom would no longer be an empty promise. Within this expanse, they would carve out their rightful place. Should others conspire against them, they would need to contemplate the repercussions carefully. Of course, these matters lay in the future, to be addressed in due time. At present, Shan Yuan, having reached a firm resolution, promptly exited his seclusion. Upon emerging, he discovered that Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun had yet to conclude their own retreats. However, Shan Yuan was not anxious. He had only just restored his essence and required time to solidify his foundation. Thus, he patiently awaited their emergence while reinforcing his own core. Time passed, and after 3 centuries, Zhen Yuanzi finally emerged from his retreat, closely followed by Hongjun. In the rear courtyard of the BuZhou temple, a table adorned with 3 stone stools awaited. The 3 of them, Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun, gathered around to deliberate. You mean to say that you have combined the laws of the Tao with the method of severing the 3 corpses, along with your own 5-color divine light, to derive a path to enlightenment? Zhen Yuanzi expressed his astonishment upon hearing Shan Yuan's words. Do share your thoughts. Very well, Shan Yuan began. My concept is this. Utilizing my 5-color divine light in conjunction with the method of severing the 3 corpses, I aim to devise a new technique that allows my essence to split into 5, thereby manifesting 5 distinct selves, each embodying my true nature. These 5 entities will align with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each possessing independent consciousness. While they bear similarities to the avatars formed through the severing method, they will also possess unique distinctions. My 5 true selves will maintain a connection, reflecting the interdependence and conflict inherent within the 5 elements. 5 selves. As long as one of them remains undestroyed, the other 4 may fall, yet I can restore them. After my 5 entities separate, each can cultivate independently, mastering a distinct principle. Once they reach perfection, they will merge into one, akin to the integration of the 3 corpses in the ancient teachings. The unification of my 5 bodies ensures my success in attaining enlightenment, manifesting in 3-fold proof: the physical form, the primordial spirit, and the divine powers, all integral to my path of realization. What do you think, Master? Senior Uncle? Shan Yuan gazed at the 2. Upon hearing Shan Yuan's concept, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun were both left astounded. Heavens! Hongjun finally regained his composure and looked at Shan Yuan, exclaiming, How on earth did you conceive such a method? It is remarkably powerful. Dao brother, Hongjun turned to Zhen Yuanzi. This method is entirely feasible. This lad has genuinely forged a path of his own toward enlightenment. Zhen Yuanzi exhaled deeply, his demeanor calm, unlike Hongjun's excitement. Let us not rush to conclusions. This is merely Shan Yuan's hypothesis. We should assist him in refining it and explore it together. Moreover, this is not solely Shan Yuan's path. We can learn from it as well. Perhaps we can derive a suitable path to enlightenment for ourselves. Learn? Hongjun's eyes widened as he looked at Shan Yuan. We are to learn from this young man. Shan Yuan smiled proudly. Is it so strange for the accomplished to become teachers? Zhen Yuanzi remained unfazed, stating, Though I am Shan Yuan's mentor, I must acknowledge that he has traveled further along the path of enlightenment than I have. Well, Hongjun admitted reluctantly, recognizing the truth in Zhen Yuanzi's words. Shan Yuan had always been unpredictable, a trait he had grown accustomed to. After all, most disciples of great power are typically obedient, learning diligently from their masters. Yet Shan Yuan was different. He thrived on experimentation and indeed created many unique innovations, which had provided significant insights and benefits to both himself and Zhen Yuanzi. Now, it was even more remarkable. This was a path to enlightenment. Shan Yuan had made a groundbreaking move. He did not adhere to any of the 3 methods prescribed by the ancestors. Instead, he integrated the principles of enlightenment, the technique of severing the 3 corpses, and his own 5-colored divine light, forging a distinct path that was uniquely his. This was truly astonishing and awe-inspiring, a radically unconventional idea. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun collaborated with Shan Yuan to further develop his method of enlightenment. As they engaged in this exploration, it became evident that Shan Yuan's initial concept contained several flaws, which they meticulously refined. Throughout this process, Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Shan Yuan engaged in a rich exchange of ideas, leading to significant mutual insights and discoveries. Thus, after the passage of 5 centuries, the 3 individuals tirelessly deliberated and calculated. It can be said that they exhausted their collective intellect and ultimately distilled a flawless methodology for attaining enlightenment. At least, for the 3 of them, it was indeed perfect. The overarching framework remained unchanged, still comprising the original entity divided into 5, with each of the 5 entities cultivating a distinct principle, culminating in their eventual unification and enlightenment. However, numerous intricate details were meticulously refined and filled in. Well then, Shan Yuan, you may begin your preparations. My esteemed disciple, Hongjun, and I shall provide you with our protective guidance, instructed Zhen Yuanzi to Shan Yuan. Thank you, master. Thank you, uncle. Shan Yuan expressed his gratitude to the 2. He then commenced his preparations, gathering various materials corresponding to the 5 elements. He even employed the 2 flags bestowed upon him by Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, namely the Wujia Xinhuang flag and the Lidi Yingguang flag. With these materials and treasures, Shan Yuan orchestrated a grand formation within Mount Wanshou, a formidable array of the 5 elements. Yet, this was no ordinary 5-element array. It was an inverse 5-elements array, designed for the disintegration of the original entity, necessitating the activation of this formation. On this day, the weather was clear, and after ensuring all was in readiness, Shan Yuan invited Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun to safeguard him. Master, Shan Yuan addressed Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, extending his hand to grasp the air, and from the distance, a beam of yellow light soared towards him, landing in his palm. It was indeed the Earth Book. Chapter 49. The division of the 5 bodies and the number of 3 flowers. Zhen Yuanzi unfurled the Earth Book, which transformed into a swirling mass of yellow clouds, merging seamlessly into the Great Formation. Instantly, the power of the reverse 5 elements Great Formation surged to unprecedented heights. The Earth Book, representing the element of Earth, is pivotal among the 5 elements, serving to regulate the other 4. With the Earth Book's suppression, it could be said that the entire reverse 5 elements Great Formation was under Shan Yuan's control. Thus, Shan Yuan sat cross-legged within the formation, his eyes gently closed, as radiant beams of 5-colored light began to ascend from his being. These transformed into 5 divine lights, seemingly reaching from heaven to earth, illuminating the vast expanse of Wanshou Mountain for countless miles. The world was awash in a kaleidoscope of colors. Taking a deep breath, Shan Yuan directed the 5-colored divine light downward, enveloping both himself and the entirety of the formation. With a resonant hum, the reverse 5 elements Great Formation was propelled to its zenith by the 5-colored divine light. Thunderous roars echoed as the vibrant light surged within the formation, clashing in a tumultuous dance according to the cycle of the 5 elements: metal overcoming wood, wood overcoming earth, earth overcoming water, water overcoming fire, and fire overcoming metal, each element colliding with uncertainty. In the center of this tumult, Shan Yuan sat in tranquil observation, seemingly indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. Harnessing the power of the reverse 5 elements Great Formation in conjunction with the divine light, he meticulously began to deconstruct his own essence. To divide into 5 and possess 5 true selves, he first had to dismantle his own existence, obliterating the self to subsequently reassemble into 5 entities according to the elemental numbers. The peril inherent in this step was immense, as one could easily surmise. Yet, emboldened by his mastery, and with Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun safeguarding him, Shan Yuan had successfully minimized the risks involved. Time passed, though its length was indeterminate, until suddenly, a muffled groan escaped Shan Yuan as he appeared to disintegrate within the 5-colored divine light. Seemingly on the verge of annihilation, his physical body and spirit collapsing. Witnessing this scene, even Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, who were well aware of this impending moment, felt their hearts tighten, ever ready to intervene. However, Shan Yuan's method of destruction followed by rebirth proceeded remarkably smoothly and successfully. As his body and spirit disintegrated, a resplendent orb of five-colored light emerged in their place. Though termed an orb, it was neither entirely substantial nor entirely insubstantial, existing in a state between reality and illusion. This orb of five-colored light embodied Shan Yuan's elemental essence, with his physical form and spirit now integrated into this source, becoming part of it. The critical moment had arrived. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun heightened their focus. The five elemental essence, having transformed from Shan Yuan, floated within the formation, expanding and contracting in a continuous flux. Meanwhile, the reverse five elements great formation continued its relentless operation, with the five-colored divine light intensifying its influence over this source. As the five elements reversed, the essence began to decompose. Gradually, the originally vibrant source became distinctly divided into five separate orbs, each radiating its own hue: one green, one red, one yellow, one black, and one white, representing the elemental origins of wood, fire, earth, water, and metal, respectively. Among them, the essence of the earth element is particularly profound, while the other four elements exhibit only slight variations. Suddenly, at that moment, within the reverse five elements grand formation, the dazzling five-colored radiance became stagnant. It soon transformed into a state of chaotic obscurity, resembling a peculiar phenomenon. This spectacle caught the attention of both Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. Within the formation, the five factions of essence, which had been divided, began to undergo transformation. With the supreme art of creation and transformation, which is the pinnacle of the 36 celestial techniques, Shan Yuan completed his final step of reconstruction after destruction. Gradually, the five factions of essence morphed into distinct figures, each mirroring Shan Yuan himself. Moreover, concurrently with Shan Yuan's restoration of his physical form, his primordial spirit coalesced as well. Remarkably, akin to his physical embodiment, Shan Yuan possessed five primordial spirits. These five Shan Yuans donned robes of varying colors: red, yellow, white, blue, and black, to differentiate themselves. Shan Yuan's method of rebirth after destruction had ultimately succeeded. The grand formation ceased its tumult, and the five-colored divine light associated with it split into five beams, each descending towards its respective master. Each of the five embodiments grasped a ray of divine light. With a whoosh, the central earth element's yellow banner soared towards the earth-robed Shan Yuan, while the southern fire element's blazing banner flew towards the fire-robed Shan Yuan. The earth inscription then drifted towards Zhen Yuanzi. "Thank you, master and uncle, for safeguarding me." Subsequently, the five Shan Yuans collectively bowed in gratitude to Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. "How do you feel?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired with a nod. Hongjun, with eager eyes, also gazed expectantly at Shan Yuan. "I feel splendid," exclaimed the yellow-robed Shan Yuan. "After undergoing the disintegration of the reverse five elements grand formation and the five-colored divine light, I have been reborn, resulting in a purer essence and an enhancement of my innate talents." As he spoke, the yellow-robed Shan Yuan trembled, and a celebratory cloud manifested above him, an expansive yellow cloud. Within this cloud, three flowers bloomed, also yellow, but of a significantly different caliber than before. Each of the three flowers on this celebratory cloud was of the 10th rank. Originally, Shan Yuan's three flowers consisted of the human flower at the 9th rank, the earth flower at the 9th rank, and the heavenly flower at the 11th rank. Now, however, all three flowers had ascended to the 10th rank. At a glance, it might seem that although the human and earth flowers had each risen by one rank, the heavenly flower had dropped by one. However, it is crucial to remember that Shan Yuan is but one entity divided into five. The three flowers of a single body have all achieved the 10th rank. What of the other four bodies? At that moment, the other four Shan Yuans also revealed their own celebratory clouds and three flowers. Astonishingly, the ranks of each Shan Yuan's flowers had undergone transformation. Yet, unlike the earth element Shan Yuan, where all three flowers were at the 10th rank, the other four Shan Yuan's flowers remained at the 9th rank. Though this was a tier below that of the earth element Shan Yuan, all four still possessed three flowers of the 9th rank. This scene was nothing short of terrifying. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Witnessing the emergence of Shan Yuan in such a manner, they could vividly envision the sheer terror of the path he had forged. No, it was not merely terror. It was an outright defiance of the heavens. Generally speaking, the manifestation of three flowers signifies an immutable destiny. a representation of a cultivator's potential that remains constant. Yet now, Shan Yuan had shattered and rebuilt this norm, dividing himself into 5 entities, thus obliterating the established rules. His 3 flowers had been redefined alongside his transformation. This implies that the rank of Shan Yuan's 3 flowers is no longer fixed. After all, each of the 5 Shan Yuan now embodies at least 9 ranks of 3 flowers, with the earth element Shan Yuan reaching an astounding 10 ranks. Should the 5 Shan Yuan unify once more, what form would his 3 flowers take? Would it amalgamate as it once did, or perhaps manifest in an entirely different quantity? Both Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun found themselves at a loss. However, it is highly probable that it would be the latter. This signifies that Shan Yuan has the potential for at least one more opportunity to alter the count of his 3 flowers, provided that each of his 5 entities strives to attain their utmost power. Thus, the moment of their unification would herald the greatest transformation for Shan Yuan. In that eventuality, one can only ponder what rank his 3 flowers will ultimately achieve. Chapter 50, The Red Thread of Fate, the True Fire Pearl of the Sun Shan Yuan. Should this method of yours become widely known, it could potentially. Zhen Yuanzi paused, shaking his head without finishing his thought. Nevertheless, both Shan Yuan and Hongjun comprehended his implication. Such a technique could even alter one's latent potential, allowing the 3 flowers to undergo further transformation. It was nothing short of defying the heavens. Should it truly spread, it would undoubtedly stir monumental upheaval. Fear not, master. I shall not utter a word about it. At least not for now, Shan Yuan replied with a smile, addressing Zhen Yuanzi. After all, I am not the Dao ancestor, whose might is unparalleled, and thus I need not engage in such selfless acts. As he spoke, Shan Yuan cast a glance at Hongjun, who immediately bristled. What are you looking at me for, Shan Yuan? Do you think I would reveal it even if you remained silent? Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, he found 5 Shan Yuans and Zhen Yuanzi all gazing at him in unison, nodding their heads in agreement. Feeling exasperated, Hongjun protested. I am not foolish. Must you all persist in doubting me? Laughter erupted from Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi, further aggravating Hongjun, who sulkily began to tidy up the reverse 5 elements great array. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun joined him in the task. At last, they had navigated through the ordeal with minimal peril, and the experiment was deemed successful. Once they had finished, Zhen Yuanzi concluded, Shan Yuan, please recount the entire process and your insights to us once more, so that we may deduce our own paths based on your experiences. Moreover, you must also re-evaluate your 5 bodies to ensure there are no lingering issues. Understood, Master, Shan Yuan responded respectfully. In truth, I am more curious about your current capabilities, Shan Yuan. Hongjun interjected. Shan Yuan turned to Hongjun, grinning. Are you suggesting a test, Uncle Master? You possess quite a bit of confidence, don't you? It would be remiss of me not to oblige if you wish to try. You're quite the bold one. Hongjun chuckled, eager for a challenge. Yet, he shook his head, saying, perhaps it is best to wait until you emerge from seclusion. Very well, Shan Yuan nodded. After sharing his experiences regarding the division of his 5 bodies with the 2, he retreated to his palace to enter a state of seclusion. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun did likewise, each commencing their own periods of introspection. With Shan Yuan's successful experience as a foundation, they were now ready to formally begin deducing their respective paths to enlightenment. Within the palace, the 5 Shan Yuans positioned themselves according to the 5 elements, with the earth element Shan Yuan seated at the center. The other 4 Shan Yuans took their places at the cardinal points, surrounding the earth element Shan Yuan. The 5 of them sat in meditation together, and as they commenced their practice, radiant lights began to emanate from each of them. The earth element Shan Yuan shone with a golden light, the metal element Shan Yuan with a white light, the wood element Shan Yuan with a green light, the water element Shan Yuan with a black light, and the fire element Shan Yuan with a red light. The golden light from the earth element Shan Yuan surged toward the metal element Shan Yuan, nurturing the latter with its earthy essence. The radiant white light emanating from the mountain origin of metal surged forth, cascading towards the mountain origin of water. In response, the black light enveloping the mountain origin of water intensified, flowing towards the mountain origin of wood. The azure glow of the mountain origin of wood swelled, advancing towards the mountain origin of fire. The crimson light of the mountain origin of fire similarly surged, directing itself towards the mountain origin of earth. The golden light of the mountain origin of earth, too, flourished, continuing its journey back to the mountain origin of metal. Thus, the 5 elements engaged in a cycle of mutual generation. Under these circumstances, the cultivation speed of the mountain origins experienced a remarkable enhancement compared to previous times. As time passed, on that particular day in Mount Wanshou, the mountain origins were engrossed in their training. Suddenly, A system alert resonated simultaneously within the minds of the 5 mountain origins. Ding. Detection has revealed that the demon emperor Jun harbors affection for the goddess Shi on the Tian star and intends to enlist Nuwa as a matchmaker to propose marriage to Shi. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Disrupt the heavenly marriage and prevent Shi from marrying Jun, earning a reward of a red thread of fate. Binding this thread will forge a connection of destiny, significantly enhancing the other party's affection, perhaps even leading to love at first sight. Option 2. Ignore the matter and receive a reward of a Sun True Fire Pearl. This is a treasure born from the core of the Sun Star, containing exceptionally pure solar fire. Upon hearing the system's notification, the 5 mountain origins simultaneously opened their eyes. System, a single alert directly in my mind would suffice. There is no need for individual notifications, thought the mountain origin of Earth. The system readily acquiesced. The mountain origins then pondered their choices. Soon, a decision formed within one of them, who silently declared, System, I choose option 2. The interest in option 1 was minimal. It entailed venturing out to stir trouble, which contradicted the very essence of the mountain origin's nature. This demeanor mirrored that of their master, Zhen Yuanzi. If one could remain safely hidden, there was no desire to invite unnecessary complications. As the saying goes, one should not provoke unless provoked. Moreover, why disturb a heavenly union? Shi and Jun were clearly a match made in heaven. Why meddle with that? The primordial female immortals abound. And while Shi is indeed a goddess of exquisite grace, the mountain origin considered himself not a lecherous soul. It was not worth risking one's existence over mere lust. The witch tribe could insult Jun to their heart's content, but he could not afford such audacity, despite the considerable progress in his strength. With all 5 embodiments reaching the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, this merely represented individual prowess. He was far from being able to single-handedly challenge the contemporary powers, especially not to provoke Jun. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Setting aside the matter of Jun's strength, one must not forget the formidable presence of the demon race behind him. Should he incite their wrath, he would find himself with no escape, utterly cornered. While the demon race's Zhou star array may not withstand the witch tribe, flattening Mount Wanshou would be a trivial feat for them. Thus, let us remain honest. One must not forget their identity simply due to newfound strength. In the primordial chaos, excessive arrogance ultimately leads to downfall. It matters not if one is still a great Luo Golden Immortal or has ascended to the ranks of quasi-saints or saints. Beyond the saints, there exists the way of heaven. Hongjun once proclaimed that beneath the saints, all are but ants, yet beneath the way of heaven, are not all living beings merely ants as well. Therefore, it is wise to adopt a prudent and cautious approach, such as the true path to supremacy. As for the reward associated with the first choice, the red string of fate intrigued Shan Yuan, but only for its effects. Concerning the other party, must it be fixed as female, or is there a possibility for variability? Shan Yuan shook his head, casting aside these trivial thoughts. With Shan Yuan's decision made, the system swiftly dispensed the rewards. Before him materialized a resplendent golden orb, dazzling and imbued with an overwhelming force, seemingly condensed from the essence of countless solar flames. With its emergence, the ambient temperature surged rapidly, and the void surrounding the orb began to warp. Upon seeing this orb, Shan Yuan, a master of fire, felt his eyes gleam with excitement. He reached out and grasped the orb in his hand. This orb is now mine. With it, my comprehension of the path of fire shall undoubtedly advance significantly, he declared. The other Shan Yuans naturally had no objections. After all, the solar flame orb is the ultimate treasure of the fire element. Bestowing it upon Shan Yuan of the fire path would unlock its fullest potential. Chapter 51. The immortality of the sage and the discourse on the primordial golden immortal. Shan Yuan continued to diligently cultivate within the confines of Mount Wanshou, witnessing a steady enhancement in the prowess of his 5 incarnations, gradually approaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, Jun had enlisted Nuwa to act as a matchmaker, seeking the hand of Shi in marriage. For reasons unknown, this news reached the ears of the witch clan, ultimately coming to the attention of the 12 ancestors of the witch. Consequently, what Shan Yuan chose not to undertake was executed by the witch clan. Fortunately, after a fierce battle, Jun managed to avert the theft of his bride. However, this incident ignited a profound fury within Jun. The audacity and despicable nature of the witch clan to disrupt his wedding was intolerable. Yet, due to Hongjun's edict still being in effect, and with a truce between the 2 factions, escalating the conflict was not an option. Moreover, in the current comparison, the demon clan possessed no chance of victory. Thus, despite his immense anger, Dijun found himself compelled to endure in silence. Fortunately, during the celestial marriage ceremony, divine merit descended from the heavens. This merit was divided into 3 portions, with one bestowed upon Shihi. Already at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, Shihi utilized this divine merit to achieve the severing of her first corpse, elevating her status to that of a quasi-saint. The remaining 2 portions of merit fell to Dijun and Nuwa, both of whom were in the early stages of quasi-saintship. With the aid of this celestial marriage merit, they each severed their second corpse, advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-saintship. The displeasure stemming from the witch clan's interference was somewhat alleviated. Dijun laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The heavenly Dao favors me." Whether in the establishment of the heavenly court or in marrying Shihi, he had garnered divine merit to sever his corpses and significantly enhance his cultivation. Was this not a testament to the heavenly Dao's favor? Moreover, this sentiment was not confined to Dijun alone. It resonated throughout the demon clan and even among many powerful beings. Dijun and the demon clan were undeniably favored by the heavenly Dao. Even a wedding could yield divine merit. If this continued, would it not lead to the possibility of Dijun achieving the Dao through merit, as mentioned by Hongjun? Dijun pondered this matter deeply. Originally, he had intended to pursue the path of severing 3 corpses to attain the Dao. However, with the continuous acquisition of divine merit, his thoughts began to shift. The 3 methods of attaining the Dao, the severance of 3 corpses and the accumulation of merit, could potentially be combined, could they not? In the Sun Palace amidst the 33 heavens, Dijun mused aloud, his eyes shimmering with indecipherable brilliance. He harbored ambitions. If the attainment of the Dao through pure merit was, as Hongjun suggested, the weakest of the 3 methods, he naturally had no desire to tread that path. Yet, what if the attainment of the Dao through merit could be fused with the severance of 3 corpses? The amalgamation of these 2 methods, ranking second and third respectively, would likely not fall far short of the first method that relies on strength. Dijun's thoughts expanded, and the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. The combination of the methods of merit and the severance of 3 corpses warranted exploration. Additionally, Dijun contemplated another notion, the primal purple qi. During a discourse at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun proclaimed that to attain the status of a Shan Yuan de Luo Jingxian, one need not rely on the primordial purple aura. However, to become a sage, the primordial purple aura is indispensable. A sage embodies the essence of a Shan Yuan de Luo Jingxian, yet the latter does not equate to a sage. The most significant distinction lies in the fact that a sage's primordial spirit can be entrusted to the heavenly Dao, achieving immortality and imperishability. Immortality and imperishability. What a profound temptation. Even Dijun, the heavenly emperor, is not immune to such allure. Yet, as the sovereign of heaven, Dijun's intellect and wisdom should not be underestimated. He lifted his gaze, seemingly peering through the palace walls to behold the vast, primordial sky beyond. It was as if he transcended the membranes of heaven and earth, glimpsing the boundless chaos that lay outside the primordial world. Can a sage's primordial spirit truly achieve immortality by relying on the heavenly Dao? Dijun shook his head. In his view, nothing is genuinely imperishable. Take, for instance, the illustrious Pangu, the supreme being who forged this primordial realm. Among the myriad chaotic deities, Pangu stands as the mightiest. Yet, did he not perish, transforming into all things in existence? Moreover, the Sanqing and the Wu clan have audaciously claimed their legitimacy in the primordial realm, invoking his name. Is this not laughable? Pangu's essence has manifested into all creation. Thus, it can be said that all things are Pangu. The Sanqing and the 12 ancestors of Wu are merely fragments of Pangu's primordial spirit, mere drops of his essence. How could they possibly represent Pangu? Who could dare to claim authenticity? In his view, all beings in the world are authentic. Therefore, he established the Yao clan, asserting that all races and all beings can embody the essence of the Yao. Beings are the Yao, and the Yao are all beings. Perhaps it is for this reason that he later established the heavenly court with the Yao clan, earning the recognition of the heavenly Dao and receiving divine merits. A smile graced Dijun's face as he exhaled deeply, musing, the sage's immortality stems from the immortality of the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao endures because the primordial realm persists. But does the primordial realm truly remain eternal? Dijun shook his head, casting his gaze towards a certain point in the 33 heavens, and continued to ponder. If only there were a strand of primordial purple aura that would allow me to glimpse beyond. Time swiftly passed, and thousands of years elapsed. During these millennia, Shan Yuan's cultivation advanced once more. All 5 of his manifestations broke through simultaneously, achieving the pinnacle of the De Luo Jingxian realm. However, he encountered a bottleneck when attempting to ascend further. Unlike Dijuan, Nuwa, and the Sanqing, who employed the method of severing the three corpses to transcend and attain the status of a quasi-sage, whereby severing one corpse facilitates a breakthrough, Shan Yuan, not having severed the three corpses, could not become a quasi-sage. Alongside Shan Yuan, there were also Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. This indicates that Shan Yuan's realm has now caught up to the two. Yet, this is merely a matter of realm. In terms of cultivation depth, the two likely surpass him. Nevertheless, Shan Yuan excels in potential, as his essence is divided into 5, allowing for a rapid increase in the cultivation of all 5 manifestations. It can be said that progress is inextricably linked to the passage of time. If this continues, it is merely a matter of time before his cultivation catches up with the two others. In recent times, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun have been, on one hand, delving into their own methods of enlightenment, while on the other, pondering a significant question. If they do not sever their 3 corpses, how might they elevate their realms? Or should they leap directly from the Great Luo Golden Immortal level to the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal? Such a transition is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, cultivation cannot be haphazard. To ascend directly from the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, one must first understand the means of such a leap. Thus, the 3 convened once more. Shan Yuan, embodying the earth element, was undoubtedly the strongest among them, which led the other 4 embodiments to unanimously endorse his participation in the assembly. In the serene courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Shou, Shan Yuan prepared a pot of tea, pouring himself and offering cups of enlightenment tea to Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. As the 3 savored the tea, their discussions flowed. I have heard whispers that in ancient times, beyond the Great Luo Golden Immortal, there indeed existed another realm. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, yet that realm was not the quasi-saintship established by the Dao ancestor Hongjun, but was referred to as the Primordial Golden Immortal. Primordial Golden Immortal? Shan Yuan's heart stirred at this revelation. Indeed, Zhen Yuanzi affirmed, this realm has 2 interpretations. One posits that it was created by the ancestors of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, aimed at distinguishing their status from that of other Great Luo Golden Immortals. Naturally, their own powers were indeed formidable, far surpassing those of the average Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 52, Unraveling the Layers. Cultivating the 3 flowers. The reason why the ancestor dragons possess powers that surpass those of other Great Luo Golden Immortals likely lies in their status as clan leaders, allowing them to benefit from the fortune of their lineage. At this moment, Hongjun remarked, they seem to have mastered a method to harness their clan's fortune to enhance their own strength. The rumors may indeed hold some truth. Zhen Yuanzi continued, fortune is indeed of paramount significance. For instance, the witch and monster clans currently dominate much of the celestial fortune. Much like the 3 clans of Ur, they are the protagonists of this era. Is there another perspective? Shan Yuan inquired, scratching his head. Indeed, there is another perspective that suggests the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal originates from the Chaos Demon Gods, Zhen Yuanzi explained. Of course, the true Chaos Demon Gods may no longer exist. However, much like the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches, some remnants of the Chaos Demon Gods were not entirely eradicated. Portions of their primordial spirits, essence, physical forms, and even their grievances fell into the primordial chaos, thus giving rise to certain beings. For instance, the ferocious beasts that appeared in the primordial era before the 3 clans are actually remnants of the Chaos Demon Gods transformed. Furthermore, the demon ancestor Rahu is also said to be related to the Chaos Demon Gods, born from the grievances of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. These beings, endowed with the residual grace of the Chaos Demon Gods, are particularly formidable, rivaling the ancestor dragons. Hence, there are claims that they pioneered the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, these matters are of no concern to us. What we must investigate is how to transcend the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Zhen Yuanzi summarized. Upon hearing this, Hongjun and Shan Yuan fell into deep contemplation. According to their teacher, there may exist 2 methods to achieve the Hunyuan Golden Immortal status. After a moment, Shan Yuan spoke. One way is to utilize fortune to aid in the breakthrough, akin to accumulating virtues, which can forcibly shatter the constraints of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, allowing one to rise above it. While this still leaves a considerable distance from attaining the Tao, it certainly surpasses the level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement, and Hongjun added, as for the second method, it is related to the ways of the Chaos Demon Gods, which remains unknown. Assisted cultivation through fortune can be deemed one of the most ancient methods of cultivation, Hongjun remarked. Whether during the era of ferocious beasts, the time of the 3 clans, or the present conflict between the witch and monster clans. It can all be seen as a contest for celestial fortune. Are you suggesting that we too should compete for fortune? Shan Yuan asked, his brow furrowed. Hongjun shook his head, saying, I am merely analyzing the situation. While the struggle for fortune has existed since time immemorial, it is not suitable for us. Both you and my teacher have grown accustomed to a carefree existence. How could we contend for fortune? Even if we tried, we would not prevail. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled. Currently, the witch and monster clans are the protagonists. The trend is undeniable. Even if we were to establish our own forces, it would be impossible to rival them, and we might even face attacks from both sides. Indeed, Shan Yuan added. Hongjun chuckled, stating, whether it is the Zhou Tian star array of the demon clan or the Du Tian divine array of the witch clan, neither is within our capacity to withstand. Particularly the Du Tian divine array, which can even summon the true form of Pangu. Who could possibly resist that? Shan Yuan quietly exhaled in relief, but soon heard Hongjun continue. However, there exists another approach. Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi turned their gazes towards him. Hongjun elaborated. If we cannot prevail, then why not join them? While we may not be able to contend with the two clans, we could align ourselves with them. Of course, the witch clan is out of the question, but the demon clan is feasible. After all, did Nuwa and Fushi not join later on? He mused. If we were to seek their allegiance, they would surely consider accepting us. Zhen Yuanzi jested. So, Hongjun, do you wish to experience the sensation of being struck by Pangu's axe? Hongjun's smile faltered as he quickly shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Let us discuss other matters. It would be wise for us to refrain from interfering in the conflict between these two clans. Laughter erupted from Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan. Eventually, Shan Yuan spoke up. In fact, I have been contemplating an idea for quite some time. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun turned their attention to him. I have long wondered how those past great beings transcended to the status of mixed Yuan golden immortal. We currently have no means to ascertain that. However, we could certainly pioneer a new method of achieving the mixed Yuan golden immortal state. Pioneer? Hongyun's eyes widened in surprise. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow and prompted. Please elaborate. It is quite simple, Shan Yuan explained. During my time as a golden immortal, I cultivated the 5 qi. By perfecting the 5 qi, one could then ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm, nurturing the 3 flowers from the 5 qi. However, the 3 flowers of the Tai golden immortal are merely buds that require further cultivation to bloom. When the buds finally blossom, it signifies the breakthrough from Tai golden immortal to Deluo golden immortal. Therefore, golden immortals refine the 5 qi. Tai cultivates the 3 flowers, but what of Deluo? Deluo begins to engage with the laws and cultivates the great Dao. Progressing beyond Deluo, one must condense the Dao fruit. Yet, the question arises, how does one cultivate the Dao fruit? Thus, we have the concept of mixed Yuan golden immortal and the tale of Hongjun severing the 3 corpses to become a quasi-saint. Ultimately, this is all a pursuit of the Dao and methods of condensing the Dao fruit. I propose that we explore the path of the 5 qi, 3 flowers, and Dao fruit. In the realm of Deluo golden immortal, to further ascend, we must cultivate our 3 flowers. Cultivate the 3 flowers? Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, by cultivating the 3 flowers, on a grand scale, they correspond to heaven, earth, and humanity. On a more intimate scale, they align with our inner essence, vitality, and spirit. This implies that we can nourish our 3 flowers with our essence, invigorating and transforming them further. In this way, we may naturally attain the so-called mixed Yuan golden immortal. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, but fell into deep contemplation without immediate response. To forsake the essence for the trivial, to forsake the essence for the trivial, echoed in the depths of their thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Hongjun sighed and remarked, having reached the realm of Deluo golden immortal, we have come into contact with the principles and the Dao. It is only natural that we should cultivate these laws and the Dao. Yet now, we are compelled to revert to nurturing our essence, energy, and spirit, and to nourish the 3 flowers? Hongjun shook his head repeatedly, but suddenly paused, his eyes sparkling with insight as he declared emphatically, I must admit, this truly is a brilliant approach. Moreover, I sense it is indeed the right path. The Han Yuan golden immortal should cultivate in this manner. Shan Yuan, oh Shan Yuan, I cannot fathom how your mind conceived of this. It is not that we lacked the capacity to think of it. Rather, we were blinded. Zhen Yuanzi laughed and added, after encountering the principles and the Dao, we became solely focused on seeking the Dao, thus neglecting ourselves and overlooking the significance of the 3 flowers. However, Shan Yuan perceived this truth. Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged a knowing glance and spoke in unison. This method is indeed viable. Shan Yuan also smiled and said, at the very least, we can attempt it. It poses no harm to us. Should it succeed, our path to enlightenment will become all the more seamless. Indeed, Zhen Yuanzi nodded and remarked, as Hongjun pointed out, we have been forsaking the essence for the trivial, yet it remains uncertain which is the essence and which is the trivial. Perhaps, there is neither essence nor trivial. Both the essence, energy, spirit, three flowers, and the principles of the Tao hold equal significance. Chapter 53. The creation of demonic script by Kunpeng, and the request of Emperor Jun within the majestic confines of Mount Wanshou, Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun have chosen to cultivate the three flowers, nurturing them with their own magical powers, vital essence, and spirit. They aspire to transcend into the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In the palace, 5 Shan Yuans sit in meditation, their energies circulating harmoniously, embodying the interplay of the 5 elements in a grand cycle. Above their heads, auspicious clouds manifest, within which the 3 flowers sway, continuously absorbing their magical essence and spirit, flourishing robustly. As their cultivation deepens, Shan Yuan feels an increasing conviction that this path is indeed the correct one. He perceives his 3 flowers swelling with vitality, not merely absorbing magical power and spirit, but also assimilating the very principles of the cosmos. Engrossed in his practice, Shan Yuan loses track of time. Suddenly, a notification resonates within his mind. Ding! The system has detected that Kunpeng is about to create demonic script. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Prevent Kunpeng from creating the demonic script and receive the reward of a supreme, innate spiritual root, the Hongjun tree. Option 2. Ignore this matter and receive the reward of the postnatal merit treasure, the Hongmeng Liantian ruler. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan's eyes flew open, gleaming with astonishment. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler? To disregard Kunpeng's creation of demonic script and be rewarded with the Hongmeng Liantian ruler? If I am not foolish, then the system must be. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Yuan decisively made his choice. System, I choose option 2, he silently declared. With his decision made, the system promptly bestowed the reward upon him. This ruler, esteemed alongside the heavenly and earthly mysteries, possesses power rivaling that of innate treasures. Appearing before Shan Yuan in a radiant display, grasping the ruler, Shan Yuan instantly felt its formidable might. With the slightest exertion, it could unleash its potential. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler serves as a measure of the heavens, its power beyond question. Shan Yuan absorbed the ruler into his spiritual essence, silently refining it. Meanwhile, within the realm of the demon clan, atop the 33 heavens, Kunpeng was in a palace, diligently crafting the demonic script. He intended to establish his name and status as a master of demons. Time passed, and at last, the fateful day arrived when Kunpeng completed the creation of the demonic script. Heavenly Tao above, today I, Kunpeng, stand here, moved by the arduous legacy of the demon clan. Thus I create this demonic script to perpetuate the civilization of our kind, Kunpeng proclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully across the realms. As his words echoed, the 33 heavens trembled. Thunder rumbled, and various phenomena erupted in the skies. Countless demons felt a stirring in their hearts, turning their gazes toward Kunpeng. With a grand gesture, Kunpeng summoned his magical power, which coalesced into verdant characters. These characters were the very demonic script he had painstakingly crafted. With the aid of the heavenly Tao, the demonic script created by Kunpeng instantly imprinted itself within the consciousness of every demon. Once Kunpeng revealed all the demon scripts he had created, the act of crafting these mystical characters came to a close. Above his head, a magnificent expanse of virtues materialized. In creating the demon language, Kunpeng unmistakably garnered celestial merits. Harnessing these divine accolades, he let out a mighty roar, slashing forth the second corpse, thus elevating himself to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, akin to Emperor Jun and Nuwa. Furthermore, not only did a portion of the merits accrue to Kunpeng, but another segment also infused itself into the fate of the demon clan, significantly enhancing the already abundant virtues of their lineage. Within the Sun Palace, Emperor Jun and Tai stood side by side, gazing at Kunpeng, who was basking in the merits and celebrating his successful corpse slashing. Emperor Jun furrowed his brow slightly, while Tai could not suppress a cold snort. Brother, Kunpeng is becoming increasingly unruly. Creating the demon script is such a monumental affair, yet he did not even consult us. How can we tolerate this? Tai remarked. Emperor Jun shook his head in response, saying, Tai, do not be impulsive. Let him be. After all, the establishment of the demon script is beneficial for our entire clan. Tai reluctantly nodded, tempering his frustration. By the way, I wonder where Fuxi is? Emperor Zhun suddenly inquired. Tai questioned, puzzled. What do you seek him for? There's a matter at hand. Oh, Tai nodded. He has gone to the Sun Star. He mentioned wanting to comprehend the supreme yang principle of the Sun Star. He asked me about it, and I felt it unwise to impede him, so I allowed him to go. You made the right choice, Emperor Zhun remarked with a smile. Fuxi cares little for worldly gains and is solely focused on the pursuit of truth. Thus, as long as you extend kindness towards him, he shall remain steadfast by our side. Very well, Tai. I shall leave the heavenly court in your capable hands while I seek out Fuxi. With that, Emperor Zhun transformed into a radiant beam, soaring into the starry expanse. Upon arriving at the Sun Star, Emperor Zhun landed and observed the surrounding flames, which bowed and flickered downwards, akin to subjects before their sovereign. Taking a deep breath, streams of true solar flames surged towards him, continuously flowing into his being. Returning to this place felt akin to returning home, as everything here resonated with a profound familiarity. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Sun Star, there stood a palace. Its plaque inscribed with the three illustrious characters, Sun Palace. This was undeniably the same as the Sun Palace of the 33 Heavens, or perhaps the true Sun Palace, with the one in the 33 Heavens merely a replica of this original. Inside the Sun Palace, a sage was meditating with closed eyes, surrounded by clusters of blazing fire. While not as commanding as Emperor Zhun's ability to tame the solar flames, these true solar flames posed no harm to him. This sage was none other than Fuxi, one of the four sovereigns of the demon clan, known as the Shihuang. At the moment when Emperor Zhun set foot upon the Sun Star, Fuxi felt a stirring within his heart and raised his gaze outward. Through the palace, he discerned a figure approaching slowly, emanating an aura of imperial power. Fuxi promptly rose, opened the palace doors, and awaited outside. After a while, Emperor Zhun arrived before the Sun Palace, to which Fuxi clasped his hands in greeting and said, "My friend, what brings you here? Is there a matter of significance that requires your assistance?" Emperor Zhun replied, and with a wave of his hand, two primordial treasures, a diagram and a book, materialized, floating around him. These were indeed the accompanying treasures of Emperor Zhun, the river diagram and the Luo book. Upon seeing these two treasures, Fuxi's heart stirred, and he began to speculate on Emperor Zhun's intentions. As expected, Emperor Zhun spoke. "Fuxi, my dear friend, I wish to seek your aid in furthering the calculations of the great formation of the celestial stars." Fuxi's expression grew solemn, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "How could I refuse such a request?" Emperor Zhun then erupted into hearty laughter. He entrusted the river diagram and the Luo book to Fuxi, and together they ventured into the cosmos. Seated amidst the stars, Emperor Zhun imparted to Fuxi the myriad mysteries he had comprehended regarding the great formation of the celestial stars. In turn, Fuxi began to delve into the formation, guided by Emperor Zhun's teachings. Simultaneously, Fuxi engaged in dialogue with Emperor Zhun regarding the arrangement of the formation, conducting various calculations, striving to unify their strengths to elevate the great formation of the celestial stars to an even more formidable level. Chapter 54. The Tao of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun once again divided. The decision to impart the entirety of the Zhou Tian starry array to Fuxi was made by Emperor Zhun after much contemplation. The current plight of the demon clan is undeniably perilous. With Hongjun's decree in place, the witch clan dares not launch an attack. However, once the decree expires, a decisive battle between the two factions is inevitable. Thus, Emperor Zhun found it necessary to seek Fuxi's assistance in fully transferring the Zhou Tian starry array to him. With Fuxi's profound understanding of formations, he could then re-evaluate and enhance the array's potency. Only through this method could the Zhou Tian starry array reach new heights of power, enabling a confrontation with the witch clan and opposing the true form of Pangu. My esteemed Dao brothers array is conceptually profound, amalgamating an entire cosmos, countless stars into one grand formation, Fuxi remarked as he conversed with Emperor Zhun about the array. Yet, my dear Dao brother has overlooked a crucial aspect. By primarily focusing on the 28 lunar mansions along with the sun and moon, other celestial bodies' powers remain unutilized. Pray, observe, Fuxi gestured with a flourish of his sleeve, orchestrating the formation in the void. If all 365 principal stars were to operate in unison, the might of the Zhou Tian starry array could reach its zenith, almost approaching the limits of its potential. You speak the truth, yet my choice to utilize only the 28 lunar mansions along with the sun and moon stems from necessity. Emperor Zhun replied, shaking his head. Although the river diagram and the Luo book are premier innate spiritual treasures, To command an entire cosmos and ensure all stars act synchronously is simply unattainable. What if we were to incorporate the Chaos Bell? Fuxi suggested with a smile. The three treasures of creation, the Chaos Bell was originally intended to subdue the vast starry skies of the primordial realm. When combined with its power, the operation of all 365 principal stars becomes a trivial endeavor. Perhaps that may still fall short. Let us delve deeper into our calculations. Emperor Jun mused after a moment of reflection. Thus, the two continued their computations. After an extended period, Fuxi sighed. Indeed, even with the Chaos Bell, it seems challenging to synchronize all 365 principal stars. These stars are overwhelmingly powerful. In the celestial expanse, the two were continuously engaged in calculations, at times inspired by flashes of insight, and at other times, mired in deep contemplation, occasionally furrowing their brows or sighing in exasperation, displaying a myriad of expressions. Meanwhile, in the primordial realm, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Kunping created demonic scripts to garner the merits of the heavenly Tao. Following the slaying of the second corpse, the three pure ones of Kunlun also dispatched their second corpse and collectively ascended to mid-level quasi-saint status. This event stirred many mighty beings, who marveled at the three pure ones, acknowledging their profound fortunes as the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. After all, the simultaneous ascension of these three brothers to mid-level quasi-saint status is indeed a rare occurrence. In contrast, within Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun chose not to adopt the mainstream method of slaying the three corpses prevalent in the current primordial realm. Instead, akin to Shan Yuan, they sought to cultivate the three flowers and attain the status of Hunyuan Jingxian. Simultaneously, the two individuals were engaged in the contemplation of their paths to enlightenment. Ultimately, their efforts bore fruit. Firstly, there was Hongjun, who deduced his own path, which was the way of the four symbols. Hongjun, in essence, was a manifestation of a red cloud, embodying the attributes of wind, water, and fire. Prior to this transformation, he encountered Zhen Yuanzi and drew from him a portion of the primordial essence of earth, thus completing the foundation of the four symbols: earth, water, fire, and wind. Consequently, Hongyun's journey would mirror that of Shan Yuan, preparing to integrate the four elements into a singular unity. By mastering the earth, water, fire, and wind, he would ultimately achieve the unification of the four forms, thereby realizing the way of the four symbols. In contrast, Zhen Yuanzi, unlike Shan Yuan and Hongjun, intended to pursue a singular path of law, specifically the law of the earth. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi did not require the division of forms, but sought to refine a singular essence, directly aiming for the state of primordial unity. Both individuals continuously refined their methods of enlightenment, taking inspiration from Shan Yuan's example, leading to significant progress during this period. Notably, Zhen Yuanzi became the first among the three to attain the status of a primordial golden immortal. Indeed, through the cultivation of the three flowers, he perfected the human flower, radiating brilliance. On the day of his breakthrough, an infinite array of extraordinary phenomena erupted across the vast expanse surrounding Wanshou Mountain. The swirling spiritual essence of heaven and earth coalesced into whirlpools, rushing towards Zhen Yuanzi's retreat. Upon achieving the status of a primordial golden immortal, Zhen Yuanzi shared his breakthrough experience with the two. I have cultivated the human flower to its utmost, which is to refine the essence within my vital energy and spirit to perfection. This essence corresponds to my physical body. Thus, I have unlocked the full potential of my corporeal form. My body now rivals the finest innate spiritual treasures. Hongyun and Shan Yuan exchanged knowing glances, enlightenment reflected in their eyes. Consequently, the remaining aspects of vital energy and spirit must correspond to magical power and the primordial spirit, respectively. Shan Yuan remarked, "Vital energy and spirit, what a profound concept. To cultivate one's essence, vital energy, and spirit to perfection is to achieve great completeness within oneself. At that juncture, by aligning with the laws and integrating with oneself, one can effortlessly attain the fruit of the Tao as a primordial supreme golden immortal." Filled with excitement, Shan Yuan, along with Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, finally glimpsed hope in their shared path to enlightenment. Next, it would be time for me to divide my essence. I trust you will safeguard me diligently. After regaining her composure, Hongyun declared. Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi solemnly nodded in agreement. Thus, Hongyun, emulating Shan Yuan's earlier actions, sought various celestial materials and earthly treasures to establish a grand formation of the four symbols. Additionally, she requested the Earth Book from Zhen Yuanzi and the Wuji Huang banner and the Ledi Flame Light banner from Shan Yuan to serve as the formation's core. aiming for absolute certainty. Hongjun then entered the Grand Formation, activating it to aid in her endeavor of integrating the four elements into one. When Hongjun underwent his division, the spectacle was even more formidable than that preceding Shan Yuan. Within the Grand Formation, torrents of earth, water, fire, and wind surged forth, reminiscent of the primordial act of creation. The sheer potency contained within, even a mere wisp, could effortlessly wreak havoc if unleashed. Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi diligently served as his guardians, their vigilant eyes fixed on the fluctuations within the formation. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would promptly assist Hongjun. However, considering that Shan Yuan had succeeded previously, and with Hongjun's profound cultivation far surpassing that of Shan Yuan, the formidable display, though impressive, was ultimately devoid of peril. Ultimately, Hongjun's division was triumphant, resulting in four embodiments, one clad in a crimson robe, symbolizing fire, another in an azure robe, representing wind, a third in a golden robe, embodying earth, and the last in a black robe, signifying water, four elemental embodiments in total. Furthermore, upon his division, akin to Shan Yuan's transformation, the three flowers of Hongjun's four embodiments underwent a remarkable change, each blossoming to the pinnacle of perfection. It appears I must devise a four-element formation, Hongjun remarked to Zhen Yuanzi, contemplating the creation of a joint assault formation to better harness his formidable power. Chapter 55. The River of the Underworld enters the Witch Clan. The extraordinary bitter bamboo Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi paid him no heed. Upon witnessing his successful separation, they discreetly departed. Zhen Yuanzi had unraveled the mysteries of cultivating the three flowers, elevating his physical form to its utmost potential and breaking through to become a primordial golden immortal. The next step was to cultivate the second flower, corresponding to his magical power. Once he perfected this aspect, he would inevitably ascend to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal. Meanwhile, Shan Yuan had also achieved the full realization of his five bodies as the great Luo golden immortal. Armed with Zhen Yuanzi's insights, he too was set to refine his physical form, magical power, and primordial spirit, aspiring to swiftly break through to the ranks of the primordial golden immortal. After all, Shan Yuan was acutely aware that the time was approaching when the myriad saints would soon attain their own paths to enlightenment. Should the era of the saints dawn, those like him striving for the primordial golden immortal level would undoubtedly face suppression. It was even conceivable that, during their moments of ascension, the saints might launch an offensive, a scenario fraught with peril. However, the current situation differed markedly. There were 8 strands of the primordial purple energy in the cosmos. In addition to the originally designated 6 saints, both Kunpeng and Uncle Hongjun each possessed their own strand. Shan Yuan pondered. Kunpeng would remain indifferent, but Uncle Hongjun. He furrowed his brow. Hongjun had effectively joined him on a treacherous path. Yet, he had not openly communicated this to them. Pursuing such a route of self-actualization would render them incapable of attaining sainthood. With a glimmer of inspiration, Shan Yuan smiled to himself, exclaiming, next time, I shall speak with them and urge them to extricate themselves from this struggle for the primordial purple energy as soon as possible. With his mind now tranquil, he resumed his cultivation. As Shan Yuan delved deeper into his practice, the 5 embodiments coalesced, forming a formidable 5 elements grand array. This array activated, drawing forth streams of spiritual essence from the void, which were then absorbed into the array. As the array circulated, it continuously infused and honed Shan Yuan's physical form. Simultaneously, brilliant blossoms of the human flowers illuminated the palace above his head. While refining his body, Shan Yuan did not neglect his comprehension of the laws and the great Tao. These two pursuits were not mutually exclusive. A deeper understanding of the laws would invariably benefit the cultivation of the physical body. After all, Shan Yuan's path to enlightenment was predicated on the principle of threefold realization: the physical body, primordial spirit, and divine abilities. It was only natural to use the power of the laws to temper and refine the body. As time flowed by and the years passed in tranquility, over 10 millennia slipped away in the blink of an eye. One day, within the confines of Mount Wanshou, as Shan Yuan was engrossed in his cultivation, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the incarnation of the River of the Underworld has infiltrated the Witch Clan, covertly studying their bloodlines. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Reveal the truth to the Witch Clan, thwarting the River of the Underworld's plans, and receive a reward of 1 drop of Pangu's essence. Option 2. Disregard the matter and receive a reward of a top-tier innate spiritual root, the bitter bamboo. Startled by the system's prompt, Shan Yuan opened his eyes wide. What a magnificent river of the underworld. Indeed, none of these formidable figures can be underestimated. It is said that the river of the underworld is the ultimate recluse of the primordial chaos, rarely seen venturing beyond his abode even after numerous tribulations. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would stealthily infiltrate the village, disregarding any need for weaponry? This audacity allowed him to encroach upon the witch clan, sending his incarnations to delve into the study of their bloodline. Shan Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily, his mind racing with countless thoughts. He was well aware of the implications of the river of the underworld's interest in the witch clan's bloodline. After all, the river of the underworld originates from the blood sea, a being formed from its very essence. Besides mastering the path of slaughter, his comprehension of the blood path is equally formidable. For instance, he has refined the entire blood sea through the blood path, achieving the grand supernatural power of the blood deity. As long as the blood sea endures, the river of the underworld shall not perish. Even on the surface, he boasts an astounding number of 480 million blood deity avatars. However, the true extent of his avatars remains a closely guarded secret. Shan Yuan pondered, unable to suppress his admiration for the river of the underworld, one of the few astute individuals among the myriad of great powers in primordial chaos. His intelligence is remarkable. He never places himself in the limelight, opting instead for the shadows. Yet, the outcomes of his endeavors are astonishing. Not only has he refined the blood sea to achieve an immortal form, but he has also devised a method for creating the Azura clan and establishing the Azura faith. Inspired by the creation of humanity by Nuwa and the establishment of teachings by the saints, this undeniable tenacity and wisdom command respect. Nevertheless, despite his intellect, perseverance, and skill, fortune has not favored him. Born from the blood sea, he is indeed more fortunate than many other powerful beings. Upon his arrival, he was accompanied by the Yuan Tu sword, the Ubijna sword, and the 12-grade karmic fire-red lotus. Yet, he ultimately failed to attain the primordial purple energy. Without this primordial essence, even if he were to create the Azura clan and establish the Azura faith, he could not attain enlightenment through it. Thus, one must ponder, what if the primordial purple energy were bestowed upon him? A smile graced Shan Yuan's face as he contemplated this possibility. After much reflection, he realized that if Hongjun were to relinquish the primordial purple energy, the question of whom it should be granted to has finally found its answer. There is truly no one more suitable than the river of the underworld. He is eager to see whether, with the primordial purple energy, the river of the underworld could indeed create the Azura clan and establish the Azura faith, and whether he could attain sainthood. The only concern is that if the river of the underworld were to become a saint, would that not mean he has inadvertently forged a future adversary? Shan Yuan mused, shaking his head. Whether the river of the underworld could attain sainthood remains uncertain. Furthermore, even if he were to succeed, the primordial purple energy he acquired would stem from Shan Yuan himself. Based on this causality, the river of the underworld would not dare turn against him. Well, it seems that the primordial purple energy does not belong to him, but to his esteemed master, Hongjun. Yet, does it truly make a difference? Gradually calming his thoughts, Shan Yuan silently declared, "System, I choose option 2. As soon as Shan Yuan's voice fell, a choice was made, and swiftly, the system's reward was dispensed. Before Shan Yuan materialized a spiritual root, specifically the bitter bamboo, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Originally, this spiritual root was meant to be acquired by the 2 saints of the West during the calamity of the investiture of the gods. Zhunti had used this root to forge the 6 roots of purity bamboo, luring away Tongtian's disciple, Wuyunxian. However, the system's bestowal indicated a deeper affinity between this root and Shan Yuan. As Shan Yuan gazed upon the bitter bamboo, it emanated an aura of profound sorrow. Unlike other spiritual roots, which typically exude a delightful fragrance that invites closeness, this bitter bamboo radiated waves of lamentation that stirred a deep sorrow within one's heart. Thoughts of various tragic events surfaced, almost compelling one to weep on the spot or even to contemplate self-destruction. Nonetheless, the sorrowful essence of the bitter bamboo had no effect on Shan Yuan. Being a Deluo golden immortal, he was not so feeble as to be overwhelmed by a mere spiritual root. Yet, he finally comprehended why Zhunti had transformed this root into a treasure. Without such transformation, allowing the bitter bamboo to release its sorrowful essence could very well turn the entire Western Pure Land into a realm of despair. The mountains would be filled with suicides. Truly, it was a peculiar spiritual root. Shan Yuan shook his head, momentarily at a loss as to how to appropriately handle this root. Chapter 56. The Shan Yuan water controlling flag and the bloodline system of the demon clan. Let us set this aside for now, for I am not yet versed in the art of weapon crafting. Once I have acquired the necessary skills, I shall contemplate whether to forge a magical artifact. Ultimately, Shan Yuan planted the bamboo beside his palace, surrounding it with formidable formations to prevent its aura from radiating and causing undesirable repercussions. However, it is evident that the infiltration of the underworld river into the witch clan was merely a prelude. A millennium passed in silence. Suddenly, while in seclusion, Shan Yuan received a notification from the system. Ding. The avatar of the underworld river has joined the demon clan, assisting Emperor Jun in studying the various bloodlines of the demon race, intending to inscribe their heritage into the bloodlines. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Halt the underworld river and sabotage the demon clan's bloodline inheritance plan, which would yield a reward of 1 drop of Chaos Golden Crow Essence. Option 2. Disregard this matter, which would reward the host with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Shan Yuan water controlling flag. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shan Yuan was taken aback. The Shan Yuan water controlling flag? Another of the 5 direction flags? Together with the Li Di Yin Guang flag and the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag in his possession, that would make a total of 3. Progress, 3/5. System. I choose option 2, Shan Yuan silently affirmed, making his selection. The Shan Yuan water controlling flag is rumored to be a companion spiritual treasure of the underworld river. However, upon reflection, one must consider that the underworld river already possesses 3 paramount spiritual treasures: the Yuan 2 sword, the Abi sword, and the 12-grade fiery red lotus. Adding a Shan Yuan water controlling flag to this collection would be excessive. The fact that the system offers it as a reward indicates that the Shan Yuan water controlling flag does not belong to the underworld river. Otherwise, the system would not be able to bestow upon him an item that is claimed in the current primordial realm, which would merely become a replica, akin to the imitation of the 4 swords of the immortal execution that Shan Yuan had previously encountered. As Shan Yuan made his choice, the system swiftly dispensed the reward. The Shan Yuan water controlling flag, one of the 5 direction flags of innate origin, specifically represents the north and is associated with water. Naturally, Shan Yuan entrusted it to his water elemental incarnation, the water element Shan Yuan, who accepted the flag and began the process of refining it in silence. At this moment, Shan Yuan pondered deeply. Unlike the previous incarnation's infiltration of the witch clan, the underworld river's approach to the demon clan was notably proactive. Although it was merely an avatar, this shift highlights the distinctions between the witch clan and the demon clan. The witch clan is a lineage born from the blood of Pangu, a distinct race unto itself. Consequently, the unity of the witch clan is paramount. The desire of the underworld river to study their bloodlines is absolutely intolerable to the 12 ancestors of the witch. Thus, the underworld river was compelled to employ unconventional methods for its infiltration. Conversely, the demon clan, while termed a clan, is in truth an amalgamation of myriad races forming a colossal power. Within this entity, countless races coexist, and the intermingling of bloodlines breeds numerous conflicts and contradictions among them. For instance, wolves prey upon sheep, and sheep graze upon grass, establishing a predator-prey dynamic akin to a food chain. Yet, all 3 belong to the demon clan. The wolf is a wolf demon, the sheep a sheep demon, and the grass a grass demon. At this juncture, Shan Yuan could not help but admire BuZhou, who managed to unite these opposing races, each harboring deep-seated animosities, under a single banner, compelling them to acknowledge their identity as demons. Such astuteness is unparalleled in the vast expanse of Hongjun. Moreover, this intricate web of relationships within the demon clan afforded Mingyi the opportunity to enter their domain openly and conduct research on their bloodlines. Remarkably, BuZhou welcomed this endeavor and extended an invitation to Mingyi, recognizing the mutual benefits it would yield for the demon race, a true win-win situation. Through this research, Mingyi could delve into the myriad bloodlines of the demons, while the demons, leveraging Mingyi's findings, could ensure the perpetuation of their lineage through their blood. This mode of transmission could, in certain respects, surpass the demon script created by Kunpeng not long ago. After all, written legacies risk being lost, misinterpreted, or even disseminated among foreign races. In contrast, bloodline inheritance significantly mitigates such eventualities. One can envision that, should the study of bloodline transmission come to fruition, the demon race would increasingly favor embedding their legacies within their blood rather than perpetuating them through written form. Thus, Shan Yuan found himself pondering whether BuZhou's invitation to Mingyi was also partially motivated by a desire to suppress Kunpeng. Soon, the demon race would likely face a significant transformation. Shan Yuan shook his head and mused that researching bloodlines and establishing a system of inheritance transcended mere legacy concerns. It would encompass various aspects of their society. Notably, Within the demon clan, a hierarchy based on bloodlines would inevitably emerge, delineating status and rank. At the apex of this structure would undoubtedly be the esteemed bloodlines of Dejuan and Tai, the royal bloodline. Following them would be numerous demon leaders, such as Beis, Zhao, and Jimong, with lesser demons falling into the same categorization. However, Shan Yuan sensed that Dejuan's invitation to Mingyi to study the bloodlines of the demon race harbored ulterior motives. Yet, he could not decipher them at that moment, deciding it best to leave the matter be, as it bore no relevance to him. In truth, Shan Yuan's suspicions were well-founded. Dejuan's intention in allowing Mingyi to research the various bloodlines was twofold. Firstly, to enhance his own prestige through the establishment of bloodline inheritance while undermining Kunping, and secondly, to create a framework of bloodline hierarchy that would solidify his position. Nonetheless, the bloodline system that Dejuan sought to establish was not rigid. It preserved a pathway for the lower-tier demons to ascend, namely through the evolution and metamorphosis of their bloodlines. This meant that even the most humble bloodlines could gradually evolve into more exalted ones through continuous transformation. This possibility also extended to Dejuan's own royal bloodline, which too could undergo evolution. Of course, while this prospect seemed to offer hope, the challenges inherent in such a transformation were undoubtedly formidable. However, this is an unavoidable reality. After all, at any time, there must always be a glimmer of hope preserved for the lower echelons of the demon race. Without such hope, who would still strive for their own survival? It is precisely because the lower demons harbor aspirations that they yearn for the transformation of their bloodlines to ascend to a higher status, to elevate themselves to the upper echelons. Thus, they exert themselves relentlessly, yet remain oblivious to the fact that only a fortunate few can truly achieve this. The majority of the lower demons, currently in their humble station, are nearly destined to remain there, with no prospect of rising again. Returning to the main topic, the purpose behind Emperor Jun's request for Mingyi to study the bloodlines of the demon race was ultimately connected to the great array of the heavenly stars. As previously mentioned, Emperor Jun had invited Fuxi to assist in the calculations for this celestial formation. However, they encountered a significant obstacle. Even with the addition of the Chaos Bell, along with the He Tu and Luo Shu, the three entities were unable to activate all 365 primary stars in the celestial expanse simultaneously. Thus, after much contemplation, Emperor Jun, in collaboration with Fuxi, devised a strategy. They proposed to harness the collective strength of the demon race to perform a blood sacrifice to the Chaos Bell. This would not only aid Tai in refining the numerous restrictions of the Chaos Bell, potentially leading to its complete refinement, but it would also amplify the bell's formidable power, allowing for the activation of even more primary stars. Moreover, this endeavor would gather the myriad beliefs and the essence of countless demons, imprinting them onto the Chaos Bell, thereby significantly enhancing its capabilities. With such augmentation, the Chaos Bell, in conjunction with the He Tu and Luo Shu, should be able to fully activate the great array of the heavenly stars. The eruption of power from all 365 primary stars would enable them to attempt a contest against the true form of Pangu from the Witch clan. This could be regarded as the pinnacle of the great array's might. With the collective force of 365 primary stars, along with the activation of countless secondary stars, it would embody the strength of the entire cosmos. Such overwhelming power would lead Emperor Jun to believe that it could indeed rival the formidable Pangu's true form, even that of the 12 ancestral witches united. Chapter 57. The Fortuitous Encounters of Hongjun and Li Shu. The mountain essence of Shan Yuan within the serene confines of Wanshou Mountain, Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun engaged in their cultivation with a humble demeanor. As Hongjun successfully achieved his split into 4 bodies, each of these incarnations began to practice together, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of his cultivation speed. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 years passed. During this epoch, Shan Yuan perfected the cultivation of the human flower, culminating in the consummation of essence. His physical form ascended to its utmost limits, thereby enabling him to successfully break through to the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Not long thereafter, Hongjun experienced a similar breakthrough, with all 4 of his bodies advancing to the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Unbeknownst to outsiders, a seismic transformation was occurring within Wanshou Mountain. It is worth noting that the method of split-body cultivation, devised collaboratively by Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun, bears a remarkable resemblance to the technique of severing the 3 corpses associated with quasi-saints. Apart from Zhen Yuanzi, who specializes in the laws of the earth, Shan Yuan embodies the principle of one body divided into 5, while Hongjun manifests as one body split into 4. Consequently, The trio collectively represents a total of 10 Hun Yuan golden immortals. What does this signify? A comparison with the celestial court of the demon race provides clarity. The demon court currently comprises 6 powerful beings, including Dijuan, Kuanpeng, and Nuwa, all of whom have severed 2 corpses. Conversely, Fushi Tai and the demon queen Shiha have each only managed to sever 1 corpse, resulting in a total of 15 quasi-saints when including their respective avatars. Quasi-saints and Hun Yuan golden immortals exist on the same tier. Thus, in comparing the 2 factions, the demon court is perilously close to being equaled in strength by the trio's formidable accomplishments. This serves to underscore the exceptional nature of the cultivation method pioneered by Shan Yuan and his companions. It can be asserted that this approach is not inferior to the severing of 3 corpses. Indeed, it may even surpass it. The severing of 3 corpses is heavily reliant on chance, and without the right opportunities, one cannot achieve this severance. In the vast expanses of the primordial world, many powerful beings remain stalled at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, unable to sever their corpses. This predicament arises partly due to the scarcity of innate spiritual treasures, but more significantly, it stems from the rarity of the opportunities required for severance. In stark contrast, the split-body cultivation method established by Shan Yuan and his peers is devoid of such concerns, eschewing reliance on fortune in favor of practical, forceful endeavors. For instance, given that Shan Yuan's path is rooted in the 5 elements, he can divide himself into 5 distinct bodies based on the characteristics of these elemental laws. Similarly, Hongjun, whose essence encompasses the attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind, can also bifurcate into 4 bodies. While it is true that the power of these divided bodies may initially lag behind the avatars produced through the severing of 3 corpses, they possess greater potential. Moreover, Shan Yuan and his companions have recently been exploring whether their split bodies could independently attain enlightenment. For example, can Shan Yuan's 5 bodies each coalesce into the 5 Hun Yuan Dao fruits of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Can Hongjun's 4 bodies each materialize the Hun Yuan Dao fruits of earth, water, fire, and wind? If this were to occur, it would transcend the unity of the 5 elements and the 4 symbols, leading to a more formidable outcome: 10 Hun Yuan golden immortals evolving into 10 Hun Yuan great Luo golden immortals. However, such an advancement would also entail a geometric increase in difficulty. Shan Yuan and his companions are merely navigating their paths gradually. Achieving success is no simple feat. Nevertheless, it represents a potential direction. If they succeed, the benefits may far surpass the advantages of uniting with their true forms to attain enlightenment. As time flows like a gentle stream, thousands of years have swiftly passed. On this particular day, within the confines of Wanshou Mountain, Shan Yuan is engrossed in his cultivation when, suddenly, a prompt from the system resonates in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that Nuwa has sensed the opportunity for sanctification, departing from the 33 heavens and traversing the primordial chaos. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Proceed to guide Nuwa and instruct her on the creation of humanity to earn the reward of the innate treasure. Qian Kuanding. Option 2. Disregard this matter, earning the reward of the top-tier innate spiritual root, Hongjun Li Tree. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shan Yuan immediately opens his eyes, a flicker of yellow light shimmering within them. He finds himself enveloped in a whirlwind of contemplation. Although he had anticipated this day would eventually arrive, the reality of the moment stirs something profound within him. With a deep exhale, Shan Yuan silently resolves, System, I choose option 2. While the allure of the first option's reward is undeniable, a piece of innate treasure, the karmic implications it entails are substantial. Given Shan Yuan's current circumstances, he is reluctant to intervene. After all, without his involvement, Nuwa would inevitably grasp the means to create humanity. The human race would eventually emerge. Why must he meddle in affairs that do not concern him? As Shan Yuan makes his choice, the system promptly dispenses his reward. Before him, a spiritual root materializes from the void, the Hongjun Li Tree, the foremost among the top-tier spiritual roots. Similar to the gourd vine, this Hongjun Li Tree existed even before the primordial chaos was unfolded. However, upon entering the primordial realm, this spiritual root has regressed, transitioning from a chaotic spiritual root to an innate one. Nevertheless, it remains one of the highest-tier innate spiritual roots. Upon the appearance of the Hongjun Li Tree, Shan Yuan, who practices the wood element, is instantly filled with exhilaration. This opportunity is mine. With the Hongjun Li Tree, the path to my enlightenment will face no obstacles. He eagerly grasps the Hongjun Li Tree before him. The Hongjun Li Tree, characterized by its wood attribute, is an innate Imu spiritual root. Previously, Shan Yuan had acquired 3 Hongjun fruits, allowing him to refine the essence of innate wood element. Now, with the entire spiritual root in his possession, Shan Yuan is overwhelmed with excitement. He inspects the spiritual root, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Ultimately, after a unified decision among the 5 Shan Yuans, it is resolved that the wood element Shan Yuan will merge with this spiritual root. Indeed, merge. Unlike the previous encounter with the 5-leaf pine, where Shan Yuan entirely refined and absorbed the essence of the 5-leaf pine, reducing it to mere ashes, this time, he intends to fuse his wood element form with the Hongjun tree, aiming to make this spiritual root the foundation of his wood element essence. It is easy to imagine the immense benefits that would accrue to the wood elemental once this endeavor is successful. It would be tantamount to achieving half of the mastery over the wood path. Only a mere step remains to attain the realm of wood enlightenment. I shall assist you in refining the Hongjun tree, merging it into your foundation, spoke the water elemental. His path is that of water, which nourishes wood. Thus, his abilities can significantly enhance the wood elemental's progress. Consequently, the water elemental eagerly volunteered to aid the wood elemental in the refinement of the Hongjun tree, integrating it into the wood elemental's essence. Naturally, the wood elemental welcomed the assistance. For all 5 embodiments are but facets of the same individual. How extraordinary it is to aid oneself. The fire elemental observed this with a smile, remaining silent. He found himself unable to offer assistance. After all, fire is known to restrain wood, and his involvement would be counterproductive. Yet, he smiled because if the wood elemental succeeded, it would ultimately benefit him as well. Water nurtures wood, and wood fuels fire. The strengthening of the wood elemental equates to the empowerment of the fire elemental. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the outcome. With the support of the water elemental, the wood elemental commenced the process of refining the Hongjun tree. Chapter 58. Refining the primordial purple chi. The vastness of the Tao of Heaven's merits allowed the Hongjun tree to merge with his own foundation, indicating that Shan Yuan had made his choice. Between the path of the unity of the 5 elements and the independent cultivation of each element, Shan Yuan opted for the latter. If he could locate the world tree of Jiamu, then the fusion of the 2 trees might enable his wood element essence to undergo a metamorphosis, transforming into a chaotic spiritual root and attaining enlightenment. As the earth element Shan Yuan observed the wood element Shan Yuan refining the Hongjun tree beside him, he pondered silently. However, being the world tree of Jiamu, it was inherently a chaotic spiritual root, if he could indeed find it. The process of attaining enlightenment would be straightforward and requires no further elaboration. Meanwhile, Nuwa, sensing that her opportunity was approaching, departed from the 33 heavens and descended to the mortal realm, wandering across the vast expanse of the primordial earth. Time flew by, and 3,000 years passed. On this day, Nuwa arrived in a valley within the Unzao mountain. The valley was tranquil, surrounded by serene landscapes, with a peaceful pond at its center. Nuwa's eyes sparkled as she suddenly realized she had returned to a place of significance. This valley was precisely where the great powers had encountered the appearance of the innate gourd vine upon returning from the first sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace. With a sense of divine inspiration, Nuwa seated herself in the valley, and the primordial purple chi that enveloped her essence began to pulsate gently, emanating profound energies that radiated outward from her core. Time passed unnoticed until Nuwa finally opened her eyes, revealing an infinite depth within them, akin to the Tao of Heaven, imparting an overwhelming sense of boundless mystery. Before her, the pond reflected her image, and with her delicate hands, she scooped some mud from its edge. She then crafted a clay effigy that bore a striking resemblance to herself. This effigy appeared remarkably lifelike, not only in appearance, but also in the intricate replication of the various organs and skeletal structures of the innate Tao body. Essentially, this clay figure was a diminutive copy of Nuwa. However, it lacked vitality and was not a living being. Nuwa gazed upon the clay effigy, her face breaking into a smile. With a gentle motion of her hand, a rich essence of creation surged through, penetrating the effigy. Instantly, the clay figure quivered, swelling in size until it matched Nuwa's form. Simultaneously, the body of the effigy began to transform gradually from clay to flesh and blood. This was the art of creation. However, just as the effigy achieved a size akin to Nuwa's, it suddenly collapsed, and the newly formed flesh reverted in an instant to mere clay, splattering back into the pond. The water became muddied as the clay sank to the bottom. Observing this, Nuwa's smile faltered, and her brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering why she had failed. It had seemed that the effigy was on the verge of becoming a living entity like herself, yet it faltered at the final hurdle. Thus, Nuwa contemplated for a considerable time, during which she made numerous attempts, yet each one culminated in failure at the final step. Ultimately, it seemed that she had discovered the crux of the matter. She ceased to extract mud from the pond and instead retrieved a handful of earth. Remarkably, this very soil was the primordial essence, the nine heavens soil, which she had once harvested alongside the innate gourd vine in this valley. The pivotal realization for Nuwa was that the clay she had previously employed was too ordinary, rendering the figurines incapable of withstanding the forces of creation at the crucial moment, leading to her repeated failures. Hence, this time, she utilized her most treasured divine soil, the nine heavens soil, the progenitor of all primordial earth, believing that such exquisite material would yield no further issues. Moreover, in addition to the nine heavens soil, Nuwa subsequently produced some water. This water was none other than the divine water of the three lights, a substance equally as precious as the nine heavens soil. Nuwa combined the three lights' divine water with the nine heavens soil, kneading it persistently until she fashioned a substantial lump of clay. From this clay, she gently tore off a small piece and began to mold it anew. In a short span, a diminutive clay figurine emerged. As the laws of creation were invoked, the figurine swelled in the wind, swiftly transforming into a living entity resembling an innate Dao body. This time, Nuwa did not fail. She succeeded. The creation of humanity had finally come to fruition. Seeing her first successful creation, Nuwa beamed with joy. With a wave of her hand, she instructed the figure to stand aside while she continued to mold new figurines. Soon, another figure took shape, followed by the second, third, fourth. An ever-growing multitude of beings emerged from her hands. Gradually, Nuwa began to feel fatigued, as the continuous exertion of the laws of creation took a significant toll on her. To alleviate her burden, she retrieved a long vine, the innate gourd vine. Though she had been unable to revive it, the vine had long since withered. Yet, as a premier innate spiritual root, despite its desiccation, it retained remarkable resilience. Like a long whip, Nuwa dipped it into the clay, and with a gentle flick, a multitude of figures sprang forth. One after another, they emerged as she continued to wield the gourd vine, each piece of clay that struck the ground transforming into a new being. After a considerable time, at last, with the final remnants of clay exhausted, Nuwa came to a halt. The creation of humanity was complete. Before her, the valley was densely populated with the beings Nuwa had crafted, 129, 600 in total, precisely the number of the primordial unity. Observing the life forms she had created, resembling innate Dao bodies, Nuwa's heart swelled with elation. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to her, the primordial purple chi within her essence subtly merged with her spirit, achieving a profound unity. Due to this connection, Nuwa could even sense the existence of the heavenly way in an ethereal manner. She felt as though, in a mere thought, she could entrust her primordial spirit to the heavenly way, achieving a state of immortality. Yet, how could she experience such feelings when she was merely at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood? As this fleeting thought crossed her mind, a sudden, ominous thunder resonated above her head. Boom, boom. Nuwa's expression shifted slightly, and upon looking up, she was met with astonishment. Above her, resplendent and radiant merits were continuously emerging in brilliant waves. Are these merits mine? Nuwa found herself momentarily taken aback. In her perception, the merits in the sky were intrinsically linked to her. This sensation was not new to her. However, the sheer magnitude of the merits now manifesting in the heavens was truly a first. Why is this? Nuwa gradually began to comprehend. If such immense merits were to descend so unexpectedly, there could only be one reason: the beings before her, the entities she had molded from clay. Was it because she had shaped them that she was bestowed with such vast celestial merits? Chapter 59. Nuwa's ascendancy and reactions from all sides. However, Nuwa lifted her gaze, astonished by the ever-expanding magnitude of the merit. Was this merit truly so immense? Simultaneously, the mighty beings across the realms began to take notice of the colossal merit manifesting above Mount BuZhou. In that moment, all who beheld the spectacle were left in awe. It could be said that since the dawn of creation, no one had ever attained such a vast amount of celestial merit. Even the merit bestowed upon Emperor Jun upon the establishment of the heavenly court paled in comparison to this. Boom. At last, the grand merit began to descend, a small portion landing upon the gourd vine, which shimmered and transformed into a long whip, the merit artifact of the human race, the creation whip. Another fraction scattered among the 12,960 initial humans. The majority of the merit, however, flowed directly toward Nuwa, surging into her being. Instantaneously, an overwhelming aura of power radiated from Nuwa. Previously, she had been at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, but under the boundless infusion of merit, her cultivation surged exponentially, mid-stage to late stage, and then to complete quasi-sainthood. With a thunderous roar, an immense, terrifying pressure of saintly might erupted from Nuwa, sweeping across the 8 desolations and the 6 harmonies. Reaching every corner of the primordial world, countless beings were compelled to bow down in reverence. Nuwa had finally attained the Tao. Through the vast celestial merit, she directly achieved enlightenment. Simultaneously, her primordial spirit was officially entrusted to the Tao of heaven through the primordial purple energy. Henceforth, as long as the primordial Tao of heaven endured, so too would she. Nuwa became the second saint of the Tao of heaven in the primordial realm, following Hongjun. Unfathomable phenomena emerged across the heavens and the earth, with a magnificent purple energy rising from the east, spanning the vast skies. Accompanied by myriad rays of dawn and auspicious colors, divine maidens scattering flowers, and golden lotuses erupting from the earth, all exemplifying the exalted status of a saint. In this moment, the mighty beings across the realms could not help but change countenance, feeling somewhat rushed and unprepared. Someone had successfully attained the Tao. It was utterly unexpected, particularly since, by all accounts, the ones closest to enlightenment should have been Emperor Jun or the 3 pure ones of Kunlun. In comparison, Nuwa's cultivation was undoubtedly lagging behind. Yet, unexpectedly, she emerged as the latecomer who surpassed them all and became the first to attain the Tao. To be honest, even Nuwa herself had not anticipated this outcome. She had originally intended to follow the path of severing the 3 corpses to achieve enlightenment, as the merit-based path seemed rather ethereal. To obtain the Tao's merit, what could be more tangible than severing the 3 corpses? Yet she had only severed 2, remaining merely at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. There still lay at least 2 steps to achieve enlightenment, severing the 3rd corpse and unifying the 3. However, at this moment, there is no need for further contemplation. Under the overwhelming force of merit, the act of severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment has become unnecessary. In an instant, the 2 corpses previously severed by Nuwa, those of virtue and malevolence, returned to their origins, transforming into profound obsessions, reverting to their essence. Simultaneously, Nuwa embarked on an alternative path, the path of merit. Among the 3 methods of attaining enlightenment, the path of merit is deemed the weakest. Yet even the most feeble of paths remains a path nonetheless. Ultimately, Nuwa surpassed her peers, becoming the first to achieve enlightenment, and thus became the second heavenly sage after Hongjun. Especially now that Hongjun has united with the Tao, Nuwa stands as the unequivocal sole sage in the primordial realm. In the Kunlun Mountain, within the Hall of the 3 Pure Ones, there exists a Tao platform where Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian sit. Alas, I did not expect that my junior sister Nuwa would precede us in attaining enlightenment, Laozi sighed, observing Nuwa's achievement. Even he, typically composed and indifferent, could not suppress his exclamation. Yuanshi furrowed his brow, remaining silent, yet his eyes betrayed a distinct sense of discontent. Tongtian, too, held his tongue, but unlike Yuanshi, his gaze reflected not resentment or jealousy, merely pure admiration. In the west, at Mount Shumi, observing Nuwa's ascension to sainthood, Zhunti expressed anxiety to Jean. Senior brother, Sister Nuwa has already become a sage, yet we remain utterly at a loss. What shall we do? There is no need for distress, Jane replied, shaking his head. Sister Nuwa achieving enlightenment before us is not a misfortune. At the very least, her ascension signifies that the primordial purple energy is indeed the foundation for attaining sainthood. Furthermore, with such a sage as our senior, other fellow practitioners will think twice before provoking us. We can cultivate in peace. Our own enlightenment will surely come in due time. Zhunti nodded in agreement. Moreover, the ones who should be worried now are the 3 pure ones, Jane added. Upon hearing this, Zhunti finally smiled. Your wisdom is commendable. Senior brother, in the 33 heavens, within the solar palace, Emperor Jun and Tai faced each other in silence. Elder brother, after a long pause, Tai finally broke the silence. Emperor Jun snapped back to reality, stating, the ascension of the Empress Nuwa is a joyous occasion for our demon clan. We must not be negligent. Tai, go and instruct to open the treasury, prepare generous gifts, and make arrangements to offer our congratulations. Tai opened his mouth in response and ultimately nodded, affirming, yes. As Tai turned to exit the solar palace, the grand doors closed behind him, leaving Emperor Jun alone within the palace. At that moment, the expression on Emperor Jun's face shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly grim. How could this be? Her cultivation was clearly inferior to mine, yet she has surpassed me and everyone else. Attaining sainthood? Could it be that the primordial purple energy truly possesses such formidable power? Moreover, why do I feel an ominous premonition, though Nuwa has attained sanctity before me? Should this not be seen as a boon for both myself and the demon clan? The unease within Emperor Jun's heart grew ever more profound. One can only hope that no unforeseen events shall transpire. In the depths of the Blood Sea, within a palace known as the Blood God Palace, Ming he raised his gaze, peering through the hall towards the direction of Mount BuZhou, his eyes filled with an unmistakable envy. Ah, the saints, while the heavenly Tao endures, so too shall the saints. I ponder how this compares to my own immortal form within this Blood Sea, Ming he mused. At Mount Wanshou, in the rear courtyard of the five, Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Shan Yuan once more gathered, clad in a yellow robe. The earth-imbued Shan Yuan stood alongside the wind-practicing Hongjun in his azure robe, as well as the true form of Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi regarded the two with a smile, remarking, "Indeed, your paths seem far more advantageous." With several incarnations at his disposal, one could converse while the others diligently continued their cultivation. Alas, I must personally engage each time. Hongjun and Shan Yuan exchanged glances and smiled, with Shan Yuan responding, "Master, conjuring an incarnation is hardly an arduous task." "Indeed," Zhen Yuanzi nodded, then, with a pointed implication, inquired, "Shan Yuan, what do you make of that saint?" "The might of a saint is undeniably insurmountable," Shan Yuan replied. "After all, beneath the saints, all are mere ants. However, this bears no relevance to us. Our path diverges distinctly from theirs." Chapter 60. Amidst chaos, establishing a sanctuary. Upon hearing these words, Zhen Yuanzi nodded thoughtfully. Red Cloud, after a moment of contemplation, chuckled. "Ah, Shan Yuan, your words carry a deeper meaning." As he spoke, Red Cloud waved his hand, revealing a strand of primordial purple energy, a gift bestowed upon him by Hongjun in the Purple Cloud's palace. Shan Yuan's heart stirred, and tendrils of divine consciousness began to seep into the edges of the primordial purple energy. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of infinite laws and principles rushing towards him. Within the blink of an eye, Shan Yuan found himself nearly lost in this vast ocean of cosmic laws. A shiver ran through him, prompting a moment of clarity as he recognized the peril inherent in the primordial purple energy. This primordial essence, a foundation for sanctification, was indeed a treasure. Yet it harbored the potential to ensnare the unwary, leading them to be assimilated without their knowledge. In an instant, both body and spirit could be transformed, resulting in utter annihilation. Realizing this, Shan Yuan swiftly regained his composure, gradually withdrawing his consciousness from the primordial purple energy. As he awakened, he found Red Cloud across from him, wearing a knowing smile that ignited a wave of embarrassment within him. "Ha!" Red Cloud laughed heartily. "Now you understand? While this primordial purple energy is the foundation for sanctification, grasping its essence is no simple feat." Shan Yuan exchanged a glance with Zhen Yuanzi, both nodding in agreement. "Indeed," Zhen Yuanzi remarked. "Yet, if this primordial purple energy is so profound and mystical, do you intend to abandon it, Red Cloud?" Shan Yuan also turned his gaze towards Red Cloud. With a sigh, Red Cloud responded, "Without great sacrifice, how can one achieve great rewards? As you have said, our paths diverge from theirs. Since they differ, what purpose does this foundation for sanctification serve me? It is better to relinquish it." Red Cloud lamented repeatedly. "To whom does my master intend to bestow this primordial purple energy?" Shan Yuan inquired. Pondering for a moment, Red Cloud pushed the primordial purple energy forward, allowing it to land before Shan Yuan. "Here, take it," he said. "You shall assist me in managing this." Shan Yuan met Red Cloud's gaze without hesitation and nodded. "Very well, rest assured, master." Grasping the primordial purple energy, he gently swayed it into his possession. At that moment, news of Nuwa's sanctification resonated throughout the vast and terrifying expanse of the world, sending shockwaves of fear through countless beings. Particularly among the witch clan, before the Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestors of the witches bore solemn expressions, fully prepared for the worst. Should Nuwa choose to act against them post-sanctification, they would immediately summon the true form of Pangu to confront her. However, after attaining her sanctification, Nuwa did not take action against the witch clan. Instead, she communicated with the heavens, announcing her intention to establish a sanctuary within the chaos of the 33 heavens. In an instant, the world of Hongjun buzzed with excitement. It was akin to the time when Hongjun spoke at the Zhixiao Palace, as beams of escape light soared from all corners of the universe, ascending toward the 33 heavens. Numerous powerful beings yearned to witness the methods employed by Nuwa, the newly ascended sage, in establishing her chaotic sanctuary. After all, they had heard the teachings of sages. Yet they had yet to behold the divine techniques of a sage creating a domain within chaos itself. If they could glean even a fraction of the profound mysteries of sagehood from this process, it would be an immense boon for all. At Kunlun Mountain, after a round of deliberation, the three pure ones resolved to embark on this journey. As fellow disciples, it was only fitting to pay their respects. And they were also eager to inquire of Nuwa regarding insights into attaining sagehood. Besides the three pure ones, other formidable entities like Jane, Zhunti, and the likes of Mingi also set forth toward the 33 heavens without exception. This included the trio from Wanshou Mountain, Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun. Naturally, Shan Yuan's movement was merely the embodiment of the earth element, while Hongjun manifested only the essence of the wind's principle. The trio maintained a low profile, bringing with them but a modest offering of 12 ginseng fruits from Zhen Yuanzi's tree, just enough to serve as a congratulatory gift. Unexpectedly, this journey commenced with a great upheaval in the heavens and the earth, marking them as truly fortunate. What a blessing we have this time, Hongjun remarked with a smile as they traveled in unison. There was no need for Hongjun to lead, for all three had attained the cultivation of the Hunyuan Jingxian. Particularly, Zhen Yuanzi, despite having only one embodiment, was a master of the earth path, his cultivation unfathomably profound. As they departed from the vast wilderness, the sensation was manageable. However, within Wanshou Mountain, both Shan Yuan and Hongjun would have felt an overwhelming awe. This feeling was one of unity with the earth itself, as if Zhen Yuanzi was intrinsically linked to the ground below. The strength of the earth was his strength, boundless, vast, and ceaselessly formidable. Yet, it was not solely Zhen Yuanzi's formidable cultivation that astounded. Shan Yuan and Hongjun had also made remarkable advancements. For instance, Shan Yuan's earth embodiment seemed to have absorbed the essence of Pangu's Marrow at the moment of its separation, endowing him with a sense of timelessness akin to an eternal mountain. Standing resolute and immutable, one could almost feel the cataclysmic might that would arise from even the slightest movement. In contrast, Hongjun appeared ethereal and elusive, akin to a drifting cloud, free and unrestrained, as if he might be swept away by the slightest breeze at any moment. However, the true terror of Hongjun lay not in his ephemeral nature, but in the union of his four embodiments. As he split into four, earth, water, fire, and wind, he conceived the idea of forming a grand array of the four elements, allowing his embodiments to combine their strengths for a powerful assault. Through diligent study and contemplation, he sought the assistance of Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi to help him calculate this formidable scheme. Ultimately, the four symbols' great formation conjured by Hongjun serves not only to facilitate a coordinated assault of the four bodies, but also enables mutual assistance among them, allowing their respective cultivations and magical powers to intertwine harmoniously. When the four embodiments converge, the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind surge forth, manifesting an array of extraordinary phenomena, as if the very heavens and earth were shattering, giving rise to a primordial chaos. The spectacle is profoundly terrifying. Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi comprehend that this is a result of Hongjun's mastery over the principles of destruction, acquired not only from the elemental forces, but also through insights gleaned from the god-slaying spear and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. The trio advances at a measured pace. Upon their arrival, they find that beyond the 33 heavens, within the chaos, a multitude of formidable beings has already gathered. Among them are the three pure ones, as well as Jane, Zhunti, and the likes of Mingi, alongside numerous powerful entities from the demon race of the 33 heavens, such as Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Kunping, all awaiting the unfolding events. These powerful beings engage in fervent discussions, and upon noticing the arrival of Shan Yuan and his companions, distinct expressions of intrigue flicker in the eyes of several among them. Observing this, Hongjun discreetly gestures to Shan Yuan, who, understanding the cue, directs Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun to find a place to await further developments. Meanwhile, Shan Yuan surveys the assembly of mighty figures, his gaze ultimately landing on a Taoist clad in a blood-red robe. Chapter 61. Nuwa opens the heavens and earth. Comprehending new divine powers, the Taoist before him exuded an exceptionally unique aura. As Shan Yuan gazed upon him, he was engulfed in an overwhelming crimson haze, an endless tide of murderous intent surging forth, an unfathomable terror. At that moment, the Taoist, too, took notice, turning his gaze back. Instantly, Shan Yuan felt the piercing sharpness of his eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating all, infused with an inexorable aura of slaughter, as if determined to annihilate all living beings. This Taoist was none other than Mingi, the Lord of the Blood Sea, one of the most formidable powers in the primal realm, standing on par with his own master and grandmaster. Yet, Shan Yuan, assessing his own capabilities, surmised that, despite not surpassing Mingyi, the disparity was minimal. After all, Mingyi had merely severed a corpse and, at most, had deepened his cultivation through the refinement of the blood sea. However, Shan Yuan had also honed his own abilities to their utmost, stepping into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Thus, they were, in essence, of the same caliber. Should a contest arise, the outcome remained uncertain. Who would emerge victorious? Who would ultimately revel in triumph? Such matters were yet to be determined. Noticing Mingyi's attention directed toward him, Shan Yuan smiled and nodded before returning to stand beside Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, awaiting further developments. Mingyi, momentarily perplexed, wondered at the significance of this attention amidst the throng. Why did so many focus solely on him? As a thought flickered in his mind, he scrutinized Shan Yuan, then glanced at Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, who both offered him faint smiles and subtle nods. Suddenly, a realization struck Mingyi, and his gaze sharpened once more. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, retracting his eyes, and resumed his silent meditation, as if nothing had transpired. Time passed in anticipation, and at last, the surrounding chaotic void trembled. In the next instant, magnificent phenomena began to manifest within the chaos. The assembly beheld a colossal golden phoenix, bearing upon its back a radiant figure. This figure was imbued with an unparalleled sanctity, a massive wheel of merit towering behind her. It was Nuwa, who had attained enlightenment and ascended to the status of a saint. Alternatively, she could be referred to as the esteemed Nuwa Nyang. Upon her arrival, the multitude of powerful beings rose in unison, exclaiming, "We congratulate Nyang on her attainment of saintly status, boundless transcendence, eternal freedom." Simultaneously, they stepped forward to present their respective tributes of congratulations. The golden phoenix, transformed into a handmaiden, graciously accepted the offerings from the gathered mighties. After expressing her gratitude, Nuwa spoke, "Dear friends, I kindly request that you maintain a respectful distance to prevent any unforeseen occurrences." Instantly, the crowd grew solemn, aware that Nuwa was poised to inaugurate the creation of the heavens and earth. Accordingly, they complied, retreating a respectful distance. Nuwa then moved gracefully, advancing deeper into the chaos until she halted after traversing a considerable distance. Upon coming to a standstill, she waved her hand, and a colossal embroidered ball appeared in her grasp. This ball was none other than the famed red embroidered ball, one of the two supreme innate spiritual treasures bestowed upon her within the Zixiao Palace. The red embroidered ball, under the command of Nuwa, exuded an overwhelming power that was truly terrifying. As she activated it, a formidable aura spread forth, causing the mighty beings present to change countenance, acknowledging the unparalleled might of a sage. Even the likes of the three pure ones and Emperor Jun felt as insignificant as ants before Nuwa, overwhelmed by a sense of their own diminutive stature in the vastness of existence. "Begone!" Nuwa exclaimed with a delicate reprimand, casting the red embroidered ball into the air. It soared forth like a shooting star, bathing the surroundings in an endless crimson light that painted the chaos a vivid red. A thunderous roar echoed as the red ball struck the boundless chaos, akin to a massive stone crashing into a tranquil lake. Instantly, the entire expanse of chaos erupted into tumult, with countless storms forming and sweeping outward with ferocity and terror. After the red embroidered ball plunged into the chaos, it began to spin violently, creating a colossal vortex at its center, stirring the chaos with increasing intensity and horror. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind surged chaotically, wreaking havoc in all directions. With a sudden whoosh, beams of red light shot forth from the ball, and upon closer inspection, these rays were threads emanating from the ball itself. The red embroidered ball transformed into innumerable threads that plunged into the surrounding chaos, further exacerbating the disorder. The chaos roiled like a boiling pot, the endless chaotic energy bubbling restlessly. Black and white whirlpools emerged, reminiscent of the Tai Chi symbol, some no larger than a palm, while others loomed as grand as celestial bodies. The cacophony of countless black and white Tai Chi whirlpools continued to spin, colliding and rubbing against one another, generating a terrifying sound of impact and unleashing an unfathomable force that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, amidst this boundless turmoil, Nuwa stood undaunted, impervious to the surrounding chaos. It seemed as though an immensely powerful force shielded her, creating a sanctum of unparalleled safety around her. Nuwa continuously wielded her divine abilities, her delicate hands tapping lightly. With each touch, The countless threads woven from the red embroidered ball transformed in seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly intricate ways. The mighty beings watched her actions in rapt attention, immersed in the spectacle as if gaining profound insights. Similarly, Shan Yuan, observing Nuwa utilizing the red embroidered ball to navigate the chaos, found his mind drifting to his own 9 techniques of creation. These techniques were ferociously powerful, designed to carve the heavens and earth. However, Nuwa's method of navigating the chaos was distinctly different, eschewing brute force for a more nuanced approach. Rather, it is an exceedingly subtle method. Nevertheless, despite its gentleness, the potency it harbors is undeniably significant. In contrast to the 9 styles of creation, the techniques of Nuwa can be described more aptly as a means of leveraging power. The 9 styles of creation unleash an unparalleled force, erupting violently to shatter all that exists and engender new life amidst endless destruction. Conversely, Nuwa's divine abilities amalgamate the paths of subtlety and creation, excelling in harnessing the primordial strength of chaos to forge new beginnings. As Shan Yuan observed these scenes, he found himself captivated. The juxtaposition prompted him to unconsciously meld the 2 divine arts within his mind. He envisioned incorporating the gentle aspects of Nuwa's creation techniques to enhance the 9 styles of creation, striving for a harmonious union of yin and yang, aiming to perfect the latter. However, this endeavor was clearly no simple task. Despite the manifestation of the Enlightenment tea tree behind him to aid in his comprehension and deduction, the 9 styles of creation are steeped in profound mystery. While Nuwa's creation techniques, though not as arcane as the former, still represent the pinnacle of saintly powers. To fully grasp and integrate both arts in one fell swoop was, indeed, an impossible feat. Nevertheless, Shan Yuan did not aspire to achieve complete mastery. Rather, he sought to extract the philosophies from both the 9 styles of creation and Nuwa's divine arts to evolve a new technique altogether. Chapter 62. Unveiling the Celestial Secrets. A distinct future. Meanwhile, within the chaos, Nuwa continued to forge the heavens and the earth. Countless black and white vortices swirled throughout the void, an evident surge of unrest escalating with intensity. Boom. At long last, vast expanses of chaos were thoroughly stirred, resembling a pot of boiling rice porridge, perpetually rolling and churning. Behind Nuwa, a magnificent scroll unfurled, revealing another of her supreme innate treasures, the map of mountains, rivers, and nations. This map spread out, seemingly merging with the chaos, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, from a certain point within the chaos, a cluster of flames erupted, strikingly conspicuous. This flame, akin to a spark igniting a prairie fire, rapidly spread in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vast sea of flames. Yet this fiery ocean bore an unusual nature. Beneath this inferno surged torrents of turbulent waters, fierce winds howled, unleashing waves of yellow dust and murky currents. At this moment, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind roiled and boiled, causing the entire chaotic void to seem as if it had lost its balance. Gradually, it evolved into a manifestation reminiscent of the primordial chaos. From chaos arose the infinite. From the infinite emerged the ultimate duality. From duality came the 4 manifestations, transforming into the landscapes of earth, water, fire, and wind. The elements continued to rage and overflow, gradually forming enormous bubbles within the chaos. Nuwa then uttered a commanding shout. Pointing her finger, and one by one, these bubbles burst, releasing 2 distinct streams of energy, one pure and ascending, transforming into the sun, moon, and stars, spreading forth into a breathtaking starry sky, the other murky and descending, evolving into mountains, rivers, lakes, oceans, plateaus, and towering peaks, revealing yet another magnificent spectacle. As these 2 forces converged, an indistinct yet grand outline of a vast world gradually emerged. Witnessing this, all the powerful beings were thoroughly awed, revering the sage's divine abilities, feeling as if they stood in awe of towering mountains. The phrase beneath the sage, all are but ants, was firmly established as truth. For all observers, it was clear that Nuwa transcended all, wielding powers akin to that of a creator, far beyond the capabilities of those beneath the sage. Thus, Nuwa continually created, showcasing countless divine transformations before the onlookers. Finally, a vast cosmic realm took shape, and due to Nuwa's mastery of the laws of creation, this newly forged world was teeming with vitality. Various flora and fauna, from insects to fish, birds to beasts, were effortlessly brought into existence, leaving all in awe. Once the entire cosmic realm was formed, Nuwa beckoned with her hand, and from the void emerged her two supreme innate treasures, the red embroidered ball and the map of mountains, rivers, and nations. Buzz, under the gaze of many powerful beings. The grand world Nuwa had created was drawn to the primordial world, ultimately attaching itself as a vassal world within that realm. Simultaneously, this also serves as Nuwa's sanctuary amidst the chaos. At the entrance to the world, Nuwa erected a monument inscribed with the words, Nuwa Emperor of Heaven. Esteemed guests, you may enter my realm of Nuwa Emperor of Heaven for a discourse. I shall expound upon the principles of creation, Nuwa proclaimed. Upon hearing her words, the assembly was instantly filled with joy, eagerly entering the Nuwa Emperor of Heaven. Within this celestial domain, grand palaces, erected through Nuwa's saintly powers, rose majestically from the ground. The most magnificent among them was the Nuwa Palace. The attendees followed Nuwa into the palace, where she took her seat upon the Tao platform, while the many powerful beings found their own places to sit upon the floor below. From her elevated position, Nuwa gazed down upon the multitude of formidable individuals, including the three pure ones, who had once been her fellow disciples under Hongjun, as well as Jin, Zhunti, Hongjun, and Kunping. A complex expression flickered in her eyes. For who could have anticipated that after so many years, this would be the scene? With her attainment of sainthood, everything had undeniably transformed. She resembled Hongjun of old, so transcendent, so solitary in her exalted station. However, at that moment, as Nuwa's gaze swept across the assembly, it suddenly fixed upon Kunping. A fleeting frown crossed her brow, as if she had discerned something significant. Yet, her gaze soon shifted to Hongjun, where it once again paused, now reflecting a more peculiar and perplexed demeanor. This was due to her employing the heavenly secrets to probe into the fates of her fellow disciples. In Nuwa's eyes, the three pure ones were destined to attain enlightenment in the future. Although the specifics remained unclear, it was an inevitability ordained by destiny, an unstoppable force of nature. After all, the three pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing an abundance of fortune. It would indeed be strange if they did not achieve enlightenment. However, while the three pure ones were assuredly destined for enlightenment, Nuwa foresaw a future of calamity for Kunping, a foreboding vision shrouded in blood and disaster. Vaguely, it seemed as though someone would strike against him, leading to his demise. This was the reason for Nuwa's lingering gaze. After all, she was quite familiar with Kunping, as they both belonged to the celestial court of the demon clan, she as the Nuwa Empress and he as the demon master. Naturally, witnessing the potential misfortunes that awaited Kunping stirred her heart with compassion. Yet, when Nuwa attempted to penetrate the veils of uncertainty to discern who would ultimately bring about Kunping's downfall, she was suddenly taken aback. She discovered not one, but two familiar figures poised to confront Kunping. A sigh escaped her lips as her gaze shifted once more. However, to her astonishment, upon turning her attention back to Hongjun, she found herself even more astounded than before, more so than when she had glimpsed the two familiar companions potentially slaying Kunping. For within her scrutiny of the heavenly secrets, the future concerning Hongjun appeared utterly chaotic. In a hazy state, no matter how she probed the mysteries of the heavens, she found it exceedingly difficult to unravel the enigma before her. Why was this so? Nuwa pondered. Could there be some profound secret hidden within the essence of Hongjun? If not, why would the heavenly secrets surrounding him be so obscured? Before Nuwa could delve deeper into her thoughts, Hongjun, standing below, seemed to sense her scrutiny. He lifted his gaze and offered her a gentle smile. Realizing she had been noticed, Nuwa could only return the smile, relinquishing her inner turmoil. After all, Hongjun was unrelated to her. Though the obscurity of his heavenly secrets left her, a sage, somewhat perplexed, it was merely that, just a fleeting curiosity. The world was rife with mysteries. Even as a sage now, there remained countless unknowns. There was no need to cling to this one. Rather than obsessing over Hongjun, it would be more prudent to contemplate the matter of Kunping. If that were indeed true, it would undoubtedly chill her heart. As Nuwa reflected, her gaze shifted once more to Jane and Zhunti. This time, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At last, things appeared to be on the right track. In the unfolding tapestry of the future, Jane and Zhunti could undoubtedly be affirmed as destined to attain sainthood. Much like the three pure ones, there would be no further errors. Chapter 63. Nuwa's Refusal, the Method of Inner World Cultivation after observing the teachings of Jane and Zhunti. Nuwa's gaze shifted once more, this time resting upon her elder brother, as well as Emperor Jun and Tai. Initially, her focus was on Fuxi, and suddenly, her expression tightened, causing an aura of formidable power to emanate from her. The terrifying pressure of the saint caused the faces of those within the Nuwa palace to change drastically. However, as if it were merely a fleeting illusion, Nuwa's presence soon regained its calm. Simultaneously, her eyes swept over Emperor Jun and Tai, becoming remarkably serene. In the next moment, before anyone could react, Nuwa began to expound her teachings. She spoke of her path of creation, expressing her belief that all things, including heaven and earth, emerged from creation. The path of creation, she declared, is the source of all doctrines and embodies eternal truths. As Nuwa commenced her discourse, an array of extraordinary phenomena erupted within the Nuwa palace. Celestial maidens scattered flowers, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and the sounds of the Dao resonated thunderously, creating a scene of unparalleled exuberance. It was reminiscent of Hongjun's 3 teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. The powerful beings in attendance gradually became enraptured by her words, lost in a trance, unable to extricate themselves. Thus, as the audience immersed themselves in her teachings, time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. On this day, Nuwa finally concluded her exposition on the path of creation. As her words ceased, the assembly of listeners gradually awakened from their reverie. Well then, esteemed friends, my teachings on the path of creation have come to an end. You may take your leave, Nuwa stated, her gaze calm as she addressed the gathering, echoing the composure of the revered Hongjun Daozu. In response, the attendees rose to express their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for imparting your wisdom. We do not wish to intrude upon your tranquility, and thus, we take our leave." Subsequently, they streamed out of the Nuwa palace, each summoning their escape light to fly back to the primordial world, including Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun. As Mingi exited the Nuwa heaven, he observed the retreating figures of Shan Yuan and the others, furrowing his brow. With a determined bite of his lip, he transformed into a streak of blood-red light, pursuing the trio. Meanwhile, within the Nuwa palace, while many departed, a few chose to remain. The 3 pure ones, along with Jane and Zhunti, approached Nuwa to inquire about the method of refining the primordial purple energy and attaining the opportunity for sanctification. Though Nuwa was aware that the 5 could indeed achieve sainthood, she was uncertain of the specifics of their paths. Thus, she assured them that they would inevitably attain sainthood in the future. Though the 5 did not receive the answers they had hoped for, Nuwa's affirmation brought them joy, and after expressing their gratitude, they took their leave as well. Consequently, only Emperor Jun, Tai, Fushi, Kuanpeng, and a cadre of formidable beings from the demon clan remained in the Nuwa palace. At this juncture, with the outsiders having departed, Emperor Jun inquired, "Since your majesty has attained the Dao, might I ask if you could take action to eradicate the witch clan?" Hearing this, Nuwa's brow furrowed immediately as she replied, "This matter is not to be. Only after achieving sanctification did I come to understand that a sage must adhere to the heavenly principles and refrain from meddling in the grand calamities of the cosmos, lest the balance of heaven and earth be disrupted. The Wu clan, however, should not be my concern." The expressions of the demon clan shifted, and Di Jun's countenance darkened. Indeed, his previous foreboding was beginning to materialize. Is it not possible to annihilate the 12 ancestral witches while sparing the Wu clan? Di Jun took a step back, contemplating the greatest apprehension regarding the Wu clan, which undoubtedly was the true form of Pangu summoned through the union of the 12 ancestral witches. If the 12 ancestral witches could be vanquished, leaving no trace of Pangu, then the Wu clan would pose no threat. Nevertheless, Nuwa shook her head and replied, "A sage must not defy the celestial order, for such actions could invoke heavenly retribution. Thus, I must decline." Hearing this, Di Jun sighed and refrained from further discourse. Soon after, both parties parted ways unceremoniously. Di Jun departed with a cadre of demon elites, leaving only one person remaining in the palace of Nuwa, her elder brother, Fushi. Fushi smiled and said, "Sister, congratulations." Nuwa returned the smile. "Indeed, I did not expect to be the first among them to achieve sanctification. However, I have a premonition that others will soon follow suit." Fushi's expression grew solemn as he responded, "If that is the case, the future will prove difficult for the demon clan. Sister, are you certain that sages cannot intervene in the great calamities? Must they remain aloof during the conflict between the Wu and the demons?" Fushi was perplexed. In his view, Nuwa was a part of the demon clan, yet her ascension seemed to have inadvertently diminished their strength. How could this be justified? Nuwa nodded and explained, "The conflict between the Wu and the demons is a web of causality, which even sages cannot carelessly entangle themselves in. To do so would disrupt the grand order. And under heavenly punishment, one could be cast down from their sanctified status. My previous words were not mere fabrications. Brother, there is no need for doubt. Nuwa said, furrowing her brow. I do not doubt you, Fushi replied. However, this means our position against the Wu clan is already precarious. It has now become even more arduous. It seems I must hasten the completion of the great array of the heavenly stars with BuZhou. Only by thoroughly refining the array to unleash its utmost power can we withstand the true form of Pangu from the Wu clan. Observing Fushi's determination, Nuwa's gaze flickered with complexity, ultimately giving way to a sigh within her heart. Previously, she had probed the celestial secrets concerning Fushi and had foreseen the fates of the Wu and Demon clans. This calamity, the conflict between the two clans, was destined to yield dire outcomes for both. In the celestial insights of the three, she discerned the bloodshed of ancestral witches, yet also the demise of demon emperors. BuZhou, Tai Yi, and her elder brother were all fated to perish in that great battle. But is everything truly predestined and unchangeable? He is my brother. Nuwa mused inwardly, beginning to calculate a glimmer of hope for Fushi. At this moment, Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi, having departed from the palace of Nuwa, soared back to the primordial world. Along their journey, a sudden alert resonated within Shan Yuan's mind, emanating from the system. Ding. Acknowledging the emergence of humanity, which is yet unfamiliar with survival in the primordial realm. The host is presented with the following choices. Option 1. Proceed to guide and instruct humanity in the ways of survival, thereby earning the reward of the inner world cultivation method. Option 2. Disregard the matter, allowing humanity to fend for itself, which will yield the reward of Pangu's alchemical inheritance. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shan Yuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. An inner world cultivation method? Could this potentially add another pathway to his enlightenment? The journey towards enlightenment was already fraught with challenges. The prospect of an additional hurdle seemed daunting. The last thing he desired was to be ensnared at the threshold of enlightenment as a distinguished traveler. That would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. However, it soon became clear to Shan Yuan that the inner world cultivation method offered by the system was not a path to enlightenment. Rather, it was merely an auxiliary technique aimed at enhancing oneself and complementing one's existence. Consequently, while there may exist methods that involve establishing a world to attain enlightenment, the particular one currently presented by the system was not among them. Chapter 64. The Misguided Style of the Three Companions. Go Dao. Upon learning of the method of cultivation within the inner world, Shan Yuan could not help but marvel inwardly. Although this approach does not lead to enlightenment, its immense value should not be underestimated. Its versatility is unparalleled. Once mastered, it enhances not only the physical body but also the primordial spirit, divine abilities, and various other methods of cultivation, all benefiting from the power of the inner world. This technique could even be deemed somewhat extraordinary, more enticing to Shan Yuan than the path to enlightenment itself. Consider the notion of possessing an inner world without relying on it for enlightenment. Instead, by integrating this inner world with oneself, its power can be effortlessly converted into one's own magical energy, providing an inexhaustible source of power. Hence, even if one does not compare to a sage, with the backing of the primordial heavenly path, one can engage in prolonged battles. Even if the primordial heavenly path obstructs the absorption of spiritual energy from the cosmos, the support of the inner world prevents complete suppression. Furthermore, the method of cultivating within the inner world undoubtedly harbors even more profound mysteries. After all, a world of its own offers innumerable possibilities. Lastly, it is worth noting that while the inner world cultivation method is not a path to enlightenment, it does not preclude the potential transformation into one. Just as the current path to enlightenment was gradually explored and deduced by Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun together, so too can this method evolve. Of course, it is not solely the allure of the inner world cultivation method that captivates Shan Yuan. The second reward, the alchemical legacy of Pangu, also piques his interest, albeit to a lesser extent. After all, Shan Yuan lacks innate talent in alchemy and possesses little interest in it. Even the most potent elixir crafted by the Taiji Laozi, who also received the alchemical legacy of Pangu, is merely the 9 Revolutions golden elixir. While this elixir can elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, what is Shan Yuan's current standing? A Hunyuan golden immortal, far superior to one who relies on pills to achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Thus, is it necessary for Shan Yuan to pursue the study of alchemy? He is aware that the 9 Revolutions golden elixir may not represent the limits of Taiji Laozi's capabilities. For instance, although the golden elixir Dao he created through alchemical techniques merely allows humanity to cultivate to immortality, its underlying principles are profound. Treating humanity as the elixir to be refined, the 9 revolutions golden elixir paves the way to ascension. Therefore, could there not also exist a method that combines alchemy and enlightenment? In this light, the two rewards present a compelling dichotomy, one leading to enlightenment through the inner world and the other through alchemy. Shan Yuan's gaze flickers. Naturally, he leans more towards the inner world cultivation method. Yet, there lies a challenge that leaves him hesitant. The alchemical legacy of Pangu can be obtained effortlessly, requiring no effort. In contrast, the inner world cultivation method necessitates that he tend to humanity and guide them in survival to secure the reward. All along, Shan Yuan has sought to avoid entanglement in the various karmic threads of the primordial world, choosing to survive as unobtrusively as possible. Yet this time, Shan Yuan furrowed his brow. This was unrelated to his previous life. He was merely weighing the pros and cons. Would his actions lead to any complications? If any unforeseen events were to arise, it would not be worth the risk. After all, even without his guidance, humanity would ultimately endure and assume its role as the main protagonist of the heavenly domain. So, should he make a choice? Clenching his teeth, Shan Yuan reached a resolution. System. I choose one, he silently declared, affirming his decision to the system. There was no need for trepidation. His current strength had gradually become formidable. Thus, many matters no longer required him to retreat in silence. This time, it was merely to guide humanity, teaching them the art of survival. As a dignified primordial golden immortal, what was there to fear? In the absence of intervention from the saints, even facing BuZhou or the calamity of humanity, he possessed the capability to fight back. In light of this, why not follow his heart's desire, doing whatever he wished? Humanity, the future protagonist of the heavenly domain, was an inevitable trend. One might consider this a strategic foresight on his part. Shan Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. In truth, intervening in human affairs was not a matter of great consequence. For instance, his current mentor, Zhen Yuanzi, had also sheltered humanity during their great tribulation, earning the revered title of ancestor of Earth Immortals. Therefore, as his disciple, it was quite normal for him to instruct and guide humanity on how to survive in the primordial wilderness. With a shift in his thoughts, a beam of white light shot forth from Mount Wanshou. This light represented Shan Yuan's true essence of gold, as he set forth to the realm of humanity. Hey! As Shan Yuan's golden essence soared from Mount Wanshou, the accompanying Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, "What are you up to, Shan Yuan? Your golden essence has left Mount Wanshou." At these words, Zhen Yuanzi turned his gaze towards Shan Yuan, his expression reflecting curiosity. After all, Shan Yuan had been exceedingly cautious. Aside from that one excursion to BuZhou Mountain and 2 visits to Zixiao Palace for teachings, Zhen Yuanzi had scarcely seen Shan Yuan venture out again. Even after Shan Yuan had divided into 5 bodies, this remained true. Aware that he could not conceal his actions from the two, Shan Yuan chuckled, "It's nothing. I am simply curious about the remarkable qualities of the humanity created by Nuwa, which has garnered such immense merit. Hence, I wish to take a look." Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun nodded in understanding, with Zhen Yuanzi advising, "If you wish to go, then go. Such a significant event surely attracts many. You are not the only one. However, do not meddle too much to avoid attracting trouble." Shan Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The affairs of humanity were indeed of great importance. Upon returning, he would also send one of his bodies to investigate. Hongjun laughed. "However, we have a more pressing matter to resolve. How shall we address it?" Hongjun looked toward Shan Yuan. Shan Yuan understood precisely what was being referred to, the ominous bloodlight trailing behind them, the river of Hades. "Uncle Master, there is no need for your concern. I shall handle this matter myself," Shan Yuan stated with a smile. Hongjun nodded in agreement. Yet Zhen Yuanzi interjected, "The river of Hades is not to be underestimated. Do not take him lightly. Let us return to Mount Wanshou together. Even if he practices the path of slaying, our combined strength can certainly subdue him." Zhen Yuanzi's caution was palpable. Shan Yuan pondered whether this vigilance was a reflection of his own influence. It was not only Zhen Yuanzi. Even Hongjun had adopted a similar demeanor. In 3 words, they had all become rather cautious. Shan Yuan found himself at a loss for words, astonished that Zhen Yuanzi, the carefree ancestral immortal, and the benevolent Hongjun could be influenced in such a manner. It was almost beyond belief. Yet, it was undeniably true. The two had, alongside him, fully embraced a path of cautious survival, forming the trio known as the Cautious Path Group of Mount Wanshou. However, this was indeed a fortuitous development. Only by navigating life with prudence could one truly endure. Of course, mere caution was insufficient. One must also possess strength. Fortunately, the trio's capabilities had significantly improved. Their singular aim now remained, to attain enlightenment. Once the 3 achieved their ascendance as primordial golden immortals, they would have truly succeeded in their cautious endeavor. Until that moment, the goal was to avoid recklessness as much as possible. Chapter 65. The Trade of Primordial Purple Qi, Slaying a Saint at Wanshou Mountain, within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Shan Yuan, along with the blood-robed and murderous Mingyi, convened together. Three of you summoned me here. If there is something to discuss, please proceed. Mingyi addressed the trio. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun fell silent, turning their gazes toward Shan Yuan. This piqued Mingyi's curiosity. After all, although Shan Yuan demonstrated formidable prowess, he remained Zhen Yuanzi's disciple, thus placing him a step below in status. Yet now, it seemed as though Shan Yuan was the one steering the conversation among the three. It was simple. Shan Yuan smiled and said, "We possess a fragment of primordial purple qi and wish to propose a trade with you, Mingyi." Mingyi's eyes suddenly sparkled, and an aura of murderous intent radiated from him. However, as soon as his killing intent erupted, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun let out cold snorts, releasing their own formidable presence, which subdued Mingyi's ferocity. Faced with these two top-tier beings of equal caliber, Mingyi dared not act rashly. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the three and remarked, "Did you summon me here merely to toy with me?" "Oh," Zhen Yuanzi responded, "what makes you think we would engage in such triviality? Do not harbor doubts, my friend." Hongjun added, "What Shan Yuan articulates reflects our collective intent. If he offers you primordial purple qi, it is indeed genuine." Upon hearing this, Mingyi's expression shifted. After all, while Shan Yuan's proposal of trading primordial purple qi could have been a ruse, the endorsement from Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun rendered it credible. Especially since Hongjun was the rightful owner of the primordial purple qi, his affirmation solidified its authenticity. "The primordial purple qi is the foundation of becoming a saint. You would bestow it upon me?" Mingyi fixed his gaze intently on Hongjun. "Not bestow," Hongjun corrected him. "It is a trade." "A trade?" Mingyi pondered, finally directing his attention to Shan Yuan, now regarding him as an equal. Even the earlier address of friend by Shan Yuan was starting to feel accepted by him. "What are the terms of this trade?" Mingyi inquired. "Quite simple," Shan Yuan replied, glancing upwards at the sky before continuing. "If you agree to assist us in eliminating a certain individual, the primordial purple qi shall belong to you." "Kill someone?" Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. To slay an individual in exchange for a fragment of primordial purple qi seemed rather simplistic. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun also exhibited expressions of curiosity, as they were unaware of the details. Hongjun had entrusted the management of this primordial purple qi entirely to Shan Yuan, and he was indifferent to Shan Yuan's intentions regarding its use. Yet now, the condition Shan Yuan presented for the trade was to have Mingyi kill someone? Whom are we to slay? The same thought crossed the minds of both Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi, as they shared Mingyi's curiosity. In Zhen Yuanzi's view, Shan Yuan had no enemies in the primordial realm. Who else? One might wonder, would merit Shan Yuan's summoning of a strand of primordial purple energy to enlist the services of the formidable assassin, Mingyi, to enact a killing? Who is to be slain? A flurry of eminent names flickered through Mingyi's mind as he inquired. Indeed, Shan Yuan nodded. A saint. A saint? Mingyi momentarily faltered, his mind struggling to comprehend. At that moment, Hongjun, who had just sipped his tea, abruptly spewed the liquid across the table, dousing Mingyi in the process. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mingyi exclaimed in astonishment, "A saint?" Shan Yuan solemnly affirmed with a nod, "Indeed." The three remained momentarily dumbfounded. "To slay a saint?" Mingyi questioned once more in disbelief. "You must be mad." He raised his gaze to Shan Yuan, stating, "You expect me, one who has yet to attain the status of a saint, to assassinate one? Forgive my candor, but you overestimate my capabilities. I take my leave." Rising, he addressed Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun before turning to exit. However, at that moment, Shan Yuan leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "Mingyi, I did not imply that you must assassinate a saint immediately." Mingyi halted in his tracks, turning back with a penetrating gaze fixed upon Shan Yuan, asking, "Are you suggesting that I may first receive the primordial purple energy, and upon achieving sainthood, carry out the assassination?" Shan Yuan stood, a strand of primordial purple energy materializing in his hand. Upon witnessing this, Mingyi no longer harbored doubts regarding Shan Yuan's intentions. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun also rose to their feet, casting their gazes upon Mingyi. Taking a deep breath, Mingyi turned back and declared, "Though I am uncertain of your ultimate designs, I shall graciously accept the primordial purple energy presented before me." Shan Yuan nodded, instructing, "Now, swear an oath to the heavenly Dao." Mingyi pointed skyward, vowing, "By the heavenly Dao above, I, Mingyi, hereby pledge that in the future, I shall slay a saint for my friend Shan Yuan." Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, signifying the heavenly Dao's acknowledgement of Ming He's oath. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm of the 33 heavens, Nuwa, along with the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain and the brothers Jian and Zhunti of Shumi Mountain, felt a tremor in their hearts, sensing a faint yet ominous warning from the cosmos. This was a swift and fleeting alert from the heavenly Dao, disappearing just as quickly as it had arrived. No matter how the few attempted to decipher its meaning, they were left with no answers and had to abandon their inquiries. Simultaneously, within the confines of Wanshou Mountain, upon witnessing Ming He's oath to the heavenly Dao, Shan Yuan tossed the strand of primordial purple energy towards Ming He. As the energy soared towards him, Ming He's eyes lit up. He leapt forth, transforming into a streak of crimson light, enveloping the primordial purple energy within his essence. Then, at an astonishing speed, he fled from Wanshou Mountain, disappearing from sight. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, but made no effort to intervene. As the crimson clouds observed the distant banks of the Nether River, they exhaled deeply, remarking, "I feel utterly unburdened." Having said this, the crimson clouds turned their gaze toward Shan Yuan and commented, "You are quite audacious, indeed. To speak of slaying a saint is no small matter. Yet, do you truly hold such high hopes for him? Just because he has received my primordial purple energy, does it guarantee his path to enlightenment?" Zhen Yuanzi also regarded Shan Yuan with curiosity. Shan Yuan replied, "It is certain that I hold him in high esteem. After all, among the multitude of formidable beings in the vast expanse of Hongjun, few possess the qualifications to attain sainthood. Furthermore, he cultivates the path of slaughter, achieving enlightenment through such means. Even if it leads to the most modest form of merit-based enlightenment, his prowess should not be underestimated. Once he attains enlightenment, he should be capable of becoming a slaughter saint." The crimson clouds shook their head, saying, "Do as you wish. However, I must caution you, Shan Yuan, that the oaths of the heavenly Dao are not infallible. The path of slaughter is inherently perilous, and yet you have chosen him. If he were to attain sainthood in the future, it may not bode well for us. Are you afraid, Master Uncle?" Shan Yuan chuckled, "Or perhaps you regret your decision." "Afraid?" The crimson clouds let out a cold laugh, asserting, "Why should I fear him? Even if he were to attain sainthood through my primordial purple energy, whether he can surpass my speed remains uncertain. As for regret, that is a notion I have never entertained." The crimson clouds declared with unwavering certainty. Chapter 66. The Red Cloud of Enlightenment and the Creation of the Inner World. The words spoken by Red Cloud were somewhat unclear to Shan Yuan, but he distinctly caught the part where Red Cloud mentioned that the River of Oblivion could achieve sainthood more swiftly than he could. Astonished, Shan Yuan exclaimed, "Master Uncle, have you already?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Red Cloud nodding, affirming, "Indeed, I am on the verge of attaining it. In truth, for those of us like myself and brother Zhen Yuan, leaving aside you, Shan Yuan, as your fortunes are still insufficiently amassed, the distinction between enlightenment and non-enlightenment is merely a step apart." Red Cloud boasted, "I embody 4 aspects, corresponding to the 4 elemental paths of earth, water, fire, and wind, which are the 4 spirits of creation. Therefore, my journey is essentially to cultivate my 4 incarnations into the 4 spirits of creation. Initially, I struggled to comprehend this until I refined the God-slaying spear and the 12th rank annihilation Black Lotus. From these 2 treasures, I gleaned the principles of annihilation. Armed with the understanding of annihilation, I began to sense that I was nearing the comprehension of how to attain enlightenment. This time, the saint's discourse on the path of creation was the perfect counterpoint to the path of annihilation. Destruction and creation are opposites, yet intricately complementary. Within destruction lies the essence of creation. Thus, by synthesizing these 2 principles, I finally grasped how to cultivate the form of the 4 spirits of creation. Henceforth, I merely need to methodically perfect my earthly flower and heavenly flower. Once they reach completion, I shall be able to achieve the state of primordial unity. What do you think, brother Zhen Yuan and young Shan Yuan? At that point, I shall be the first primordial great Luo golden immortal in this realm. How magnificent would that be?" The 2 were left in a state of bewilderment. "Is it truly that simple?" Zhen Yuan queried, mirroring Shan Yuan's confusion. "Indeed, it is simple in theory," Red Cloud replied. "Yet the execution will not be without its challenges. Nevertheless, I am confident in my success. I shall undoubtedly become the first primordial great Luo golden immortal of the Hongjun." Observing Red Cloud's unwavering confidence, Shan Yuan reconsidered his earlier thought that Red Cloud might not be the first, choosing instead to swallow his words. After all, if Red Cloud held such conviction, it boded well for their future. Relying on one's own rather than outsiders was far more reassuring. With Red Cloud achieving enlightenment as a primordial great Luo golden immortal, their existence within Hongjun would be secured. For the first time, Shan Yuan felt the proximity of safety. Simultaneously, he experienced a surge of pressure and motivation. If Red Cloud was on the brink of enlightenment, he, as a traveler from another realm, could not afford to lag behind. Red Cloud did not deceive them. Merely 2,000 years later, he achieved another breakthrough. His earthly flower reached perfection, his magical prowess flourished, and he ascended to the mid-stage of Primordial Golden Immortal, marking a remarkable advancement in his cultivation. Red Cloud had officially surpassed Zhen Yuan, becoming the foremost among the three. As for Shan Yuan, he remains the same old rascal, now holding his third iron rice bowl. Time has passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5,000 years have gone by. On this day, Shan Yuan finally received a notification from the system. The task that involved guiding humanity on how to survive in the primordial chaos had been completed, and the system's rewards were promptly bestowed upon him. Within Shan Yuan's mind, a vast and profound method of cultivation began to emerge, known as the technique of inner world cultivation. Contrary to what the system suggested, this method was not a path to enlightenment, yet it was exceedingly sophisticated, allowing one to open a realm within oneself. By elevating this realm, everything within it could be manipulated at will, enhancing the physical body, the primordial spirit, and magical power, among other things. Moreover, one could project this world outward, wielding its might to attack foes. Furthermore, nurturing this realm would yield immense benefits. The various laws and principles that emerged within this world would allow for a more intimate understanding of the cosmos. The advantages for cultivators were undoubtedly significant. Such a technique was indeed extraordinary. Shan Yuan repeatedly contemplated this technique, intending to establish a world of his own. However, he did not aspire to create merely one realm, but rather 5 distinct realms. With 5 embodiments, each cultivating a separate world, he envisioned a grand total of 5 realms. After considerable time had passed, all preparations were finally in place. The earth element Shan Yuan sat cross-legged within the palace, while the wood element Shan Yuan, water element Shan Yuan, and fire element Shan Yuan stood guard beside him. As for the metal element Shan Yuan, he remained among humanity, continuing to protect them from the shadows, having previously taught them how to navigate the primordial chaos. This embodiment of Shan Yuan was now referred to as the Sage Master of humanity. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the wood element Shan Yuan had successfully refined the Hongjun tree, merging with it to form his foundation, resulting in a significant advancement in his cultivation. Subtly, signs emerged indicating that he might soon surpass the earth element Shan Yuan, thus positioning himself as the second most powerful among the 5 Shan Yuans. Within the palace, Shan Yuan began to implement the inner world cultivation method to establish his realms. According to the description of this technique, the world is omnipresent. As stated in Buddhist scriptures, a single flower or tree, even a grain of sand or a speck of dust, can embody a world. Within the human body lies a world as well. The inner world technique aims to sense and uncover the realm contained within one's own body, subsequently manifesting it. Only through this method can a world be opened that perfectly aligns with oneself. The world is the self, and the self is the world, allowing for boundless potential to be continuously enhanced. Elevating the world is synonymous with elevating oneself, and enhancing oneself also contributes to the elevation of the world. This is a mutually reinforcing process. Thus, the earth element Shan Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation for an extended period, and at last, he perceived a singular point. A mysterious point existed within his being, a point that seemed to be the origin of all things, a singularity. Awake! Roared Shan Yuan, summoning all his strength to strike at this very point. A thunderous sound erupted from within him, reminiscent of the creation of the universe itself. In that moment, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded within his body. Concurrently, an unpredictable aura swirled around Shan Yuan, as if the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind were tumultuously resonating within him. Time became elusive, and eventually, Shan Yuan wearily opened his eyes. Though they were filled with exhaustion and frailty, they also sparkled with exhilaration. Undoubtedly, he had succeeded. At that moment, a world had been birthed within him. This world was not vast. It was merely equivalent to a small 1,000 realms, far inferior to the grand cosmic expanse created by Nuwa beyond the 33 heavens. Yet, it was a world uniquely belonging to Shan Yuan, an inner universe that was intrinsically intertwined with his very essence. He could even sense that each breath he took, each heartbeat, was intimately connected to this small 1,000 realms, creating an inseparable bond. He was acutely aware of everything within this miniature world. Chapter 67. The breakthrough of Shan Yuan and the avatar of Zhen Yuan, the world created by Shan Yuan, is enveloped in a hue of earthy yellow, signifying its affiliation with the element of earth. Throughout this realm, the atmosphere is saturated with a profound essence of earth and its principles, far surpassing those of any other element. Moreover, Shan Yuan perceives that deep within this world lies a reservoir of formidable power, the very essence of this miniature universe, akin to the primordial force of the Hongjun world. While the power of the Hongjun world is referred to as the heavenly Dao due to its possession of such a path, Shan Yuan's microcosm lacks this heavenly Dao. Rather, it is Shan Yuan himself who embodies this essence. Shan Yuan's will governs every aspect of this diminutive universe, rendering the emergence of any new heavenly Dao superfluous. Nevertheless, the essence of power in Shan Yuan's microcosm is fundamentally the same as that of the heavenly Dao in the Hongjun realm, albeit to a considerably lesser magnitude. Despite its relative weakness, this power is undeniably authentic, and as Shan Yuan contemplates it, a myriad of profound truths begins to unfold within his consciousness. Simultaneously, the essence of this microcosm suddenly flows into Shan Yuan's being. Thunderous roars resonate as this power, while feeble compared to that of the Hongjun world, surges towards Shan Yuan like a torrential flood. Remarkably, this influx causes no harm. Instead, it melds with Shan Yuan's own magical essence, instigating a mysterious transformation. In an instant, Shan Yuan feels his power intensifying exponentially. Time becomes nebulous, and suddenly, auspicious clouds materialize above Shan Yuan's head. Within these clouds, 3 blossoms sway, with the human blossom having reached completion. Presently, the earth blossom, nourished by the overwhelming magical force, radiates with brilliance. Gradually, it appears to have absorbed sufficient power, exuding a sense of fulfillment. Concurrently, Shan Yuan senses a barrier within himself beginning to shatter. With a thunderous roar, Shan Yuan's aura surges dramatically, marking his breakthrough. Much like the recent transformation of the red clouds, he ascends to the mid-stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. His 3 blossoms evolve to 2, leaving only the heavenly blossom corresponding to his primordial spirit. With eyes closed, Shan Yuan quietly attunes to his metamorphosis. At this moment, the essence of the microcosm ceases its tumultuous outpouring, yet maintains a connection to his magical force, engaging in a continuous exchange, flowing between them. Through this communion, both Shan Yuan and his miniature universe experience an unending enhancement. The benefits accrued over time are profound, and as Shan Yuan's own cultivation progresses, or as the lesser thousand worlds evolve, these advantages will magnify. Reaching this juncture, Shan Yuan recognized the exceptional value of the inner world cultivation method. Without further hesitation, he directed another incarnation of himself, his wood elemental form, to commence the creation of an inner world. The initial experience was novel, but familiarity soon followed. This endeavor unfolded with remarkable ease. Accompanying the success of the wood elemental Shan Yuan, a verdant lesser thousand world emerged within him, teeming with vibrant life, towering trees, and a myriad of flowers and grasses adorning the entire realm. This lesser thousand world, characterized by its wood elemental nature, was imbued with the essence of wood-based laws. Similar to his earth elemental form, the wood elemental Shan Yuan achieved a successful breakthrough, ascending to the mid-stage of the Hongjun golden immortal realm. Following suit, the fire elemental and water elemental Shan Yuans also established their own lesser thousand worlds, achieving the same mid-stage elevation. Lastly, it was the turn of the gold elemental Shan Yuan, residing among the human race. Although lacking the protective support of the other 4 incarnations, he nonetheless leveraged their shared experiences. The gold elemental Shan Yuan successfully forged a golden lesser thousand world, rich in gold essence and abundant with mineral veins, also breaking through to the mid-stage of the Hongjun golden immortal realm. Thus, in a remarkably brief span, the establishment of these inner worlds significantly enhanced Shan Yuan's power. In this leap, he became the second individual from Wanshou Mountain to reach the mid-stage of the Hongjun golden immortal realm. This led Shan Yuan to ponder whether he had surpassed his teacher, Zhen Yuanzi. Had he truly outshone his mentor? In his excitement, Shan Yuan eagerly shared this good news with Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. Upon learning of Shan Yuan's cultivation breakthrough, both regarded him with peculiar expressions. Hongjun wore an expression of amusement, while Zhen Yuanzi remained contemplative and silent. Once, Zhen Yuanzi had been the most accomplished among the trio, but now, it appeared that Shan Yuan and Hongjun, having separated into distinct forms and cultivated together, were gradually eclipsing him. A chuckle escaped Zhen Yuanzi's lips, causing Shan Yuan, who had been brimming with excitement, to feel a sudden chill. "Teacher," Shan Yuan began, but Zhen Yuanzi interjected with a shake of his head. "Enough. There's no need to elaborate. Your cultivation breakthrough is indeed a positive development. As for surpassing me, it is of little consequence. I am genuinely pleased for you. Moreover, I too have not emerged empty-handed. What gains? Both Shan Yuan and Hongjun inquired, intrigued. Didn't you suggest I create an avatar? Zhen Yuanzi replied. Shan Yuan and Hongjun nodded in affirmation. I have done so, Zhen Yuanzi continued. As an entity almost identical in appearance to him emerged from his being, though the aura of this figure was markedly distinct from Zhen Yuanzi's own. The essence of Zhen Yuanzi embodies the breath of the earth, vast, expansive, profound, and weighty, imbued with an incessant and vibrant vitality. Yet, the current manifestation of his being exudes an aura that is capricious and ever-shifting. At one moment, it radiates exuberance. At another, it is suffocated by lethargy, oscillating between the two states, concealing an enigmatic profundity. Upon witnessing this incarnation, both Shan Yuan and Hongjun could not help but change their expressions, having discerned the nature of Zhen Yuanzi's transformation. Is this avatar forged from the Book of Life and Death? Hongjun could not contain his astonishment. Shan Yuan, equally taken aback, pondered the implications. After all, the Book of Life and Death is no ordinary artifact. It is one of the 3 celestial tomes, the tome of humanity. The revelation that Zhen Yuanzi had transmuted it into a fragment of himself was staggering. Did this not imply that his avatar was destined to establish the netherworld? Shan Yuan's mind raced with thoughts of the netherworld, feeling a surge of excitement for Zhen Yuanzi. Indeed, along with the judge's pen, these 2 primordial treasures have been reverted to their essence to forge this incarnation, Zhen Yuanzi affirmed, acknowledging their deductions. As the words escaped his lips, both men were enveloped in a sense of awe. This power was unparalleled. It was evident that Zhen Yuanzi's avatar was in no way inferior to any of their corporeal forms. After all, an avatar created from one of the 3 celestial tomes could not possibly be anything less than extraordinary. Chapter 68, The Final Step of Enlightenment. The crimson cloud enters the chaos. What about the Earth Book? Suddenly, Shan Yuan seemed to remember something and hurriedly inquired. Upon hearing this, Hongjun was equally astonished and immediately turned to gaze at Zhen Yuanzi. In the shared gaze, Zhen Yuanzi smiled and slowly nodded. However, this time, no avatar emerged from Zhen Yuanzi's body. Instead, the two beheld a remarkable sight. Zhen Yuanzi's form appeared to become translucent, revealing a book suspended deep within him. The book emanated a gentle yellow glow, resembling swirling currents of earthy hues. What else could this book be if not the Earth Book? This is the Shan Yuan Dao. I have merged the Earth Book with myself, Zhen Yuanzi stated with a calm demeanor. Yet, this composure, perceived by Shan Yuan and Hongjun, was anything but serene. How pretentious. In truth, at that very moment, a powerful aura began to unfurl from Zhen Yuanzi. Hun Yuan. Shan Yuan stared in disbelief. Mid-stage Hun Yuan Golden Immortal? The scene before him did not deceive Shan Yuan. Zhen Yuanzi had indeed reached the mid-stage of Hun Yuan Golden Immortal. Thus, the notion that he had surpassed his teacher was revealed to be mere delusion. Shan Yuan felt a blow to his confidence. Hongjun too was not faring any better, for Zhen Yuanzi had successfully integrated 2 of the 3 books, the Earth Book and the Human Book, transforming the latter into an avatar. Was he now expected to gather the Celestial Book to refine it as well? Ha! Zhen Yuanzi finally burst into laughter. Shan Yuan and Hongjun could only offer a resigned smile and shake their heads. Subsequently, the trio indulged in another feast of ginseng fruit. After satisfying their appetites, Shan Yuan pondered for a moment before sharing the method of cultivating the inner world. Master, Uncle Master, I have devised a technique called the Inner World Cultivation Method, which involves opening a world within our bodies. This world can assist and empower us, bringing numerous benefits, Shan Yuan explained. You should both take a look and try it out. Yet another novel idea? Given Shan Yuan's continuous stream of innovations, the two were no longer surprised and thus did not oppose the suggestion. Shan Yuan proceeded to impart the Inner World Cultivation Method to them. After a moment of comprehension, both opened their eyes, revealing expressions of profound astonishment. The Inner World Cultivation Method, the term inner aptly captures its essence. The world opened within the body is, in fact, a part of ourselves, merging the world with our being. This technique holds great promise, Zhen Yuanzi remarked with admiration. Hongjun nodded in agreement, stating, this inner world cultivation method is immensely beneficial for me. After cultivation, if I can establish the 4 worlds of earth, water, fire, and wind, with the power of these realms, even if I cannot directly attain enlightenment, reaching the late stage of Hun Yuan Golden Immortal, or even perfection, will be effortlessly within my grasp. Faced with the praises of the two, Shan Yuan merely smiled and nodded. remaining silent. However, at that moment, Zhen Yuanzi abruptly shifted the conversation, advising Shan Yuan, "It would be best for you to refrain from delving too deeply into these methods. The realm is of utmost importance. Elevating one's level surpasses any other pursuits." Hongjun concurred, stating, "Indeed, what we possess is already ample. Our current objective should be to attain the Tao of the primordial golden immortal. As for the rest, I suggest we avoid unnecessary complications." Shan Yuan opened his mouth but could only murmur, "But, Master, did you not also create the Earth Book and the Human Book?" The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Zhen Yuanzi's expression faltered, while Hongjun paused briefly before bursting into hearty laughter, unable to contain himself. He pointed at Zhen Yuanzi and then at Shan Yuan, exclaiming, "You two truly embody the essence of master and disciple. So alike, so alike. Ha ha ha." Shan Yuan hastily took his leave. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head in resignation but refrained from further comment. Mount Wanshou plunged once more into its habitual tranquility, time flowing serenely. After receiving the inner world cultivation method from Shan Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun soon began their attempts to open their inner worlds. Given Shan Yuan's success, it was only natural that they would follow suit. Indeed, as Hongjun had predicted, after establishing the realms of earth, water, fire, and wind, his cultivation successfully broke through to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, achieving the perfection of the three flowers. His physical body, magical power, and primordial spirit were all refined to their utmost potential. Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi were filled with anticipation for having reached this stage. Their calculations indicated that Hongjun was poised to attain enlightenment. Yet, Hongjun ultimately decided to depart from the Honghuang and venture into the chaos. He expressed that his body of the four spirits would be best refined within the chaos, ensuring a flawless attainment of the Tao. Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan had little to add and bid farewell to Hongjun. "My body of the four spirits can barely refine the chaotic essence, and by honing it with the chaotic energy, I can gradually solidify my foundation of the Tao and crystallize the most perfect primordial Tao fruit," Hongjun remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi cautioned, "That is wise, yet the chaos is fraught with peril. You must be vigilant and not underestimate the dangers. Safe travels, Uncle Master." Shan Yuan waved his hand, prompting a chuckle from Hongjun. "You, lad, ensure you do not consume all the ginseng fruits. I just counted them. You must leave my portion intact." Understood, understood, Uncle Master." "You are overly verbose," Shan Yuan retorted without mercy. Hongjun shook his head, and suddenly, 3 more figures resembling him approached from afar. They were indeed his other 3 incarnations, transforming into 3 streams of light that entered his body. In an instant, a resplendent display of red, yellow, blue, and black light erupted from Hongjun's being. A terrifying aura emanated from him, an intensity so formidable that it surpassed anything Shan Yuan had ever encountered, rivaling the mightiest forces beneath the realm of the saints. This was the aura of a perfected Hunyuan golden immortal. With a swift motion, Hongjun transformed into a dazzling stream of 4 colors, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Once he departed, only Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi remained, enveloped in a heavy silence. The atmosphere grew palpably desolate. Sighing deeply, Zhen Yuanzi could not suppress his concerns. "Shan Yuan, do you believe your master can truly succeed?" Shan Yuan's expression turned grave as he pondered the question, shaking his head in response. "Though my master claims he is merely a step away from becoming a Hunyuan Deluo golden immortal, whether he can successfully traverse that step remains uncertain. After all, we are merely hypothesizing. Our deductions suggest that this path is indeed viable. Yet the realization of success can only be ascertained through the journey itself." Indeed, Zhen Yuanzi lamented, "the path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges. How this step is to be taken, and whether it will lead to fruition, ultimately lies in Hongyun's hands. None of us can offer assistance." Nevertheless, hope still flickered brightly. Zhen Yuanzi added with a smile, "If he succeeds, then perhaps I can rest easy in the future." Chapter 69. The Handbook of Artifact Forging and the Path to Enlightenment in the Serene Expanse of Wanshou Mountain. Even after the departure of the Crimson Cloud, time continued its tranquil passage, and tens of thousands of years slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, a sudden notification echoed in the mind of Shan Yuan. Ding! The demon queen Shiha has birthed 10 little golden crows. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Proceed to the heavenly court to present congratulatory gifts to Emperor Jun, and in return, receive 10 drops of the blood essence of the 3-legged golden crow. Option 2. Disregard this matter, and instead receive the reward of the Handbook of Artifact Forging from the Primordial Yuching. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan opened his eyes, blinking in surprise as he mused. Emperor Jun's wife. No, the demon queen Xia is indeed quite prolific. To have borne 10 in one lifetime? Truly remarkable. Xia's prowess was not to be underestimated. Bolstered by the merit of the heavenly marriage, she had slain her foes with ease and attained the status of a quasi-saint. Though she had not made an appearance in recent years, it was reasonable to assume her strength had only deepened. Naturally, giving birth to 10 children was an endeavor that would deplete a cultivator's essence. However, despite the toll, Xia remained a quasi-saint, her strength unchanged. As Shan Yuan pondered over Xia's circumstances, he found himself less concerned with her situation than with the rewards at hand. The first option's reward, a mere 10 drops of blood essence from the 3-legged golden crow, seemed less appealing, as it entailed traveling to congratulate Emperor Jun, only to receive a token of gratitude in return for his efforts. The system's logic was somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, Shan Yuan was resolute in his choice. The allure of the second option's reward was simply too enticing. The handbook of artifact forging from the Primordial Yuching? Among the 3 great legacies of Pangu, alchemy, artifact forging, and formation, the 3 pure ones each possessed one. At long last, he had the opportunity to acquire one of these coveted treasures. Reflecting on his previous regret for not selecting the alchemical legacy, Shan Yuan felt a twinge of remorse. Though he recognized that the cultivation methods of the inner world had been of greater benefit than alchemy at that time. System, I choose option 2. Shan Yuan silently declared within his heart. The last time he and his companions, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, had attended the grand wedding of Emperor Jun and Xia. This time, however, with the birth of their children, he felt no desire to join the festivities. After all, with one member absent from their trio, the atmosphere on Wanshou Mountain had grown somewhat subdued, leaving Shan Yuan feeling rather lonely. Shaking his head, he concentrated his thoughts and summoned the handbook of artifact forging from the Primordial Yuching, which the system had rewarded him. It appeared as a small booklet, and as Shan Yuan's consciousness delved into its pages, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Most of the contents comprised Xuanqi's experiences and insights on artifact forging, along with case studies of the powerful treasures he had crafted. The Yuching Talisman, the 9-dragon divine fire cover, the binding rope of immortals, the 5-fire 7-birds fan, the Fan Tian seal. Shan Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. When had this handbook been created? Setting aside other matters, the Fan Tian seal should not have manifested at this time, for Mount BuZhou had yet to collapse. Regardless of when this booklet was produced, its contents hold immense value for Shan Yuan. Particularly noteworthy is the documentation of a bold endeavor from the primordial era, the amalgamation of a formidable treasure with one's own auspicious cloud. This treasure, widely recognized, is none other than the celestial auspicious cloud, a creation neither inherent nor destined for future generations. Legend has it that it is a manifestation of Pangu's magnificent righteousness, a rare treasure of the heavenly Dao. Once the celestial auspicious cloud is summoned, all malevolence is dispelled and no law can touch it. It renders any attack from treasures or extraordinary weapons ineffective, and it is impervious to the damage inflicted by any divine arts or spells. Within the auspicious cloud, the primordial world subtly manifests, illuminated by the sun, moon, and stars. The cloud radiates a myriad of colors, painting the heavens, while celestial music resonates throughout the universe. Beyond the auspicious cloud, countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, jeweled ornaments, and cascading pearls rain down like an unending stream of water from an eaves trough. Thus, Yuanshi has fused this treasure with his own auspicious cloud, achieving a remarkable synthesis. One can only imagine the enhancement that Yuanshi's auspicious cloud attained through this fusion. Furthermore, it is not solely the celestial auspicious cloud that Yuanshi has endeavored with. He has also attempted to merge his 3-treasured jade rui. The 3-treasured jade rui is derived from the 24th grade of the transformative azure lotus, specifically from the lotus root, and serves as a treasure for Yuanshi's path of enlightenment. Yuanshi's endeavor involves harmonizing it with his own essence, spirit, and vitality. This is precisely why this jade rui is referred to as the 3-treasured jade rui, embodying the essence of vitality and spirit. Additionally, it corresponds not only to the treasures of one's own essence, but also to the treasures of heaven and earth, wherein the treasures of heaven are the sun, moon, and stars, while those of earth are water, fire, and wind. Yuanshi's undertaking with the 3-treasured jade rui transcends that of the celestial auspicious cloud, aspiring towards even grander ambitions. Regrettably, the manual does not clarify whether Yuanshi has yet to succeed or if the details remain incomplete, as the method for harmonizing the 3-treasured jade rui is not thoroughly documented. At Mount Shoshan, Within his palace, Shan Yuan opened his eyes. Nearby, the other three embodiments who were also cultivating their simultaneously awakened. The four Shan Yuans exchanged glances, and after a moment, they clenched their teeth in unison and declared, "Let us do it." Inspired by Yuan's endeavors, Shan Yuan could no longer suppress his thoughts. Unlike Yuan, who merely transformed the celestial auspicious cloud into his own, Shan Yuan envisioned an alternative path. He aspired to forge artifacts as a means to achieve enlightenment. More precisely, he intended to integrate the philosophy of artifact forging into his own path of enlightenment. Consequently, Shan Yuan's approach to enlightenment would be extraordinarily formidable, merging numerous pathways into one. Of course, it would remain primarily grounded in the principles of the Tao, while also encompassing the cultivation of the physical body, the primordial spirit, and the divine abilities, along with the methods of inner-world cultivation and the current path of artifact forging. The amalgamation of these diverse routes inevitably leads one to contemplate the sheer power Shan Yuan's path to enlightenment would embody. However, with greater strength comes greater challenges, necessitating even more accumulation. Yet, fear holds no sway over Shan Yuan. As a time traveler, with the system presenting opportunities right before him, Shan Yuan found it hard to believe he would fail in this endeavor. He pondered, somewhat uneasily, how his mentor would react upon discovering his reckless antics. After all, his earlier development of an inner-world cultivation method had caused great concern for Zhen Yuanzi, who feared that his increasingly intricate approach would complicate the path to enlightenment. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Shan Yuan meticulously analyzed his thoughts. Ultimately, he became convinced that the principles of artifact forging could seamlessly integrate into his own path of enlightenment. Should he succeed, his strength would undoubtedly multiply exponentially. Shan Yuan envisioned treating his physical body as the core of an artifact, while his primordial spirit would serve as the spirit of this corporeal treasure, thus achieving a harmonious balance. However, he understood the importance of patience. He could begin with some preliminary practice. He restrained his excitement, planning to proceed gradually. It would be unwise to attempt to forge his own body immediately, akin to trying to execute a task without having mastered the fundamental skills. Therefore, Shan Yuan recognized the necessity of practical experience and resolved to first experiment with crafting some artifacts. In the Five Elements Palace, the gazes of four Shan Yuans converged, and suddenly, three of them broke into smiles. "It is decided," they proclaimed in unison, pointing at the remaining fire element Shan Yuan. "The task of forging artifacts to gain experience shall be entrusted to you." Chapter 70. The era of saints approaches. The Firewalker Mountain Yuan reluctantly accepted this heavy responsibility. For among the gathered, his attributes were most suited for the art of forging. "Forging does not necessarily require fire. You all could do it as well," he grumbled. Yet, he did not genuinely refuse, for all present could be considered as one and the same. What was there to contest? Thus, Firewalker Mountain Yuan grumbled as he departed, for he needed to forge elsewhere, not wanting to hinder the cultivation of others. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another millennium had elapsed. On this day, a familiar chime resonated within Yuan's mind, heralding the system's notification. Ding! The human race's Xiandu is currently seeking immortality and wisdom, visiting esteemed masters. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Accept Xiandu as a disciple and establish a human sect, earning the reward of the Qi luck forging method. Option 2. Slay Xiandu, delaying Laozi's ascension to sainthood, earning the reward of the one Qi transforming into three purities technique. Option 3. Disregard the matter, earning the reward of the two instruments and dust array. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yuan was taken aback, abruptly opening his eyes. This was utterly absurd. Xiandu sought immortality and wisdom, visiting eminent masters, which implied that Laozi was on the verge of attaining enlightenment. Another saint was about to emerge in the world? Yuan's emotions were tumultuous. The heavenly Tao of the primordial era was exceedingly prolific, though it was common knowledge that the three purities were destined saints. Having received the primordial purple energy, they could attain enlightenment at any moment when the opportunity arose. Yet, this seemed far too easy. Comparing himself, who had toiled extensively in pursuit of enlightenment and was still far from achieving it, it felt profoundly unfair. Now, Laozi merely needed to accept a disciple and establish a sect to attain sainthood. Was this not akin to starting at the finish line of all others? Indeed, Yuan felt a tinge of envy towards the affluent. The three purities, being manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, were akin to the favored children of the heavenly Tao within this primordial realm. Such treatment was unparalleled. It's fine. Achieving enlightenment swiftly is merely a path to sainthood, nothing to envy, Yuan attempted to soothe himself. However, His emotions remained unsettled, for he knew that once Laozi attained enlightenment, it would trigger a chain reaction. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and the likes of Jie and Zhunti would also follow suit, leading to the birth of 5 saints in one fell swoop. Including the previously established Nuwa, there would be 6 saints in total. The age of saints was inevitably approaching. A transformation was imminent. Yuan lifted his gaze, as if he could perceive the heavens of the primordial realm. Presently, the skies belonged to the witch and demon clans. Although Nuwa had achieved enlightenment, her allegiance lay with the demon clan, coupled with her insight into the heavenly mysteries. She would not act on behalf of the demon clan, thus maintaining a fragile balance. However, soon, with the emergence of the other 5 saints, the heavens of the primordial realm would indeed undergo a profound change, ushering in an era dominated by saints. By that time, the witch and demon clans would gradually retreat from the stage of the primordial realm. The sages, without exception, could not endure the continuation of the rivalry between the 2 clans, nor could they tolerate the prospect of a single clan monopolizing the vast wilderness. This was not the outcome they desired. Rather, they yearned for both clans to withdraw from the stage and relinquish it to them. After all, Nuwa had not established a teaching, whereas they had indeed founded one. With the establishment of a teaching and the existence of a lineage, it was only natural that it would be disseminated. To propagate this lineage, the significant obstacles posed by the Wu and Yao clans must be eradicated. Hence, the annihilation of both clans was imperative. This marked the most profound omen heralding the advent of the Sage era. Shan Yuan contemplated the 3 choices presented by the system. Yet none of these options were palatable. The first choice, to see Xuandu and establish a human teaching, was merely an act of reckless folly, akin to seeking death out of sheer boredom. While the establishment of a teaching might bring temporary satisfaction, the ensuing karma would inevitably become a burden too great for Shan Yuan to bear. Even if he were to preemptively establish a teaching, resulting in the Tao's bestowal of merits, the outcome would ultimately mirror that of the past. The merits granted by the Tao would undoubtedly fall short of enabling Shan Yuan to attain enlightenment. In truth, even Laozi, upon founding the human teaching, found that the merits he received were insufficient for his own enlightenment. His accomplishment was contingent not only upon the merits from establishing the human teaching, but also upon the immense Pangu creation merits inherent in his primordial spirit. It was the confluence of these 2 great merits that allowed Laozi to achieve enlightenment in one fell swoop. Similarly, the likes of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian achieved their enlightenment through the combination of teaching merits and creation merits. Another illustrative example lies in the figures of Jane and Zhunti, who exemplified the inadequacy of merits acquired from teaching alone. Some assert that their inability stemmed from their joint establishment of a singular great teaching, resulting in a division of merits that rendered them insufficient. Ultimately, their lack of the Pangu creation merits, akin to those possessed by the 3 pure ones, played a significant role in their journey. Their eventual enlightenment was secured through the fulfillment of 48 great vows, which allowed them to amass the necessary merits for their success. In summary, neither the 3 pure ones nor Jane and Zhunti relied solely on the merits of establishing a teaching to achieve enlightenment. The 3 pure ones benefited from their father's legacy, while Jane and Zhunti became debtors to the Tao. Consequently, the notion of establishing a human teaching was utterly untenable for Shan Yuan. To attempt it would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, his path to enlightenment did not hinge upon the acquisition of merits. Such an approach was ill-suited for him, and it was best left to Laozi. As for the second choice, to slay Xuandu and postpone Laozi's ascension to sainthood, this was even less advisable. After all, one might delay for a moment, but not for eternity. The karmic repercussions of such an action would be no less severe than those of the first choice. Shan Yuan shook his head, silently resolving, and communicated to the system, "System, I choose the third option. The notions of luck refining the spirit and the transformation of the 3 pure ones are mere fabrications. The 2 instruments microdust array is indeed superior." Shan Yuan silently weeps. Yet, these tears are but a facade. After all, the 2 instruments microdust array is not lacking in merit. This grand formation epitomizes the pinnacle of my mastery in the art of formations. The 2 instruments microdust array can undoubtedly rank among the foremost arrays of the primordial chaos. It is, after all, a formation crafted by me after achieving sanctity, embodying the essence of a sage. Furthermore, the enhancements I have bestowed upon this array are formidable. If the pure yang talisman of the primordial unity is considered its standard equipment, then the Taiji diagram undoubtedly serves as the ultimate weapon. Consider this. If the 2 instruments microdust array were to be suppressed by the Taiji diagram, Would it not surpass even the famed celestial sword array in its impenetrability? Nevertheless, ultimately, it remains as elusive as Shan Yuan has long envisioned with his innate 5 elements great array. My 2 instruments microdust array has never been unveiled in the primordial chaos. After all, who could rival my invincibility? In the absence of the heavenly Dao and the emergence of Hongjun, the title of the great sage among the saints is no trifling matter. With the exquisite and profound pagoda of heaven and earth atop my head, I find myself in an unassailable position. In one hand, I wield the Taiji diagram, a treasured relic of primordial inception. Coupled with my profound cultivation, I stride forward with absolute confidence, compelling respect from all. There is no choice but to yield. Such is the might of this venerable elder. As Shan Yuan made his choice, the system rewards swiftly followed. Within his mind, the arrangement method of the 2 instruments microdust array materialized. Chapter 71. The complete version of the 9 revolutions Yuan skill. Laozi expounds the golden elixir path as anticipated by Shan Yuan. The 2 instruments dust array is indeed a grand formation of the sage. Its 6 gateways of life and death, obscurity and clarity, illusion and obliteration possess the extraordinary ability to transform the minutiae of dust into the cosmos. When the array is formed, it is said that life and death, illusion and obliteration coexist like shadows, existing as dust within 2 realms. Shan Yuan pored over the 2 instruments dust array, and the more he contemplated, the more he found himself in awe. This formation is truly remarkable. It stands on par with the vast formations such as the grand array of the celestial stars and the extermination sword array. However, it is regrettable that to establish this grand array, one must possess at least a primordial unity touching talisman. Although the system provides methods for refining this talisman within the context of the 2 instruments dust array, mastering its creation necessitates a profound understanding of the yin-yang path. Thus, for the time being, Shan Yuan found it impossible to arrange this formation. Moreover, he was currently focused on comprehending the 5 elements path. With the 5 elements yet to be validated, diverting his attention to the yin-yang path would likely prove detrimental, he mused. This reward, at this moment, seemed somewhat superfluous. Setting aside the matter of the 2 instruments dust array, Shan Yuan continued his cultivation. One day, unexpectedly, the system's notification resonated within his mind once more. Ding. Detection indicates that Laozi intends to impart teachings among humanity, establishing a doctrine and attaining sainthood. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Prevent Laozi from imparting his teachings and achieving sainthood, which grants the reward of martial arts methodology. Option 2. Remain indifferent to this matter, which grants the reward of the complete version of the 9 revolutions Yuan skill. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan's eyes widened with delight. The complete version of the 9 revolutions Yuan skill? He had finally obtained it. This was the method utilized by the great Pangu for cultivating the primordial spirit. This skill is on the same level as the 9 revolutions mysterious art, both directly leading to enlightenment. After all, this is the complete version of the 9 revolutions Yuan skill, not a fragmented form like that of the 3 purities. Moreover, the timing of this 9 revolutions Yuan skill could not be better, for Shan Yuan was on the verge of cultivating the final flower of the 3 flowers, corresponding to the primordial spirit. With the 9 revolutions Yuan skill, the time required for him to refine his primordial spirit to its utmost will be significantly reduced. Therefore, without hesitation, Shan Yuan silently declared in his heart, "System, I choose option 2. As for preventing Laozi from imparting teachings and establishing his doctrine, he felt compelled to decline. Shan Yuan knew he lacked the capability to accomplish such a feat. After all, stopping Laozi would lead to a relentless enmity. Furthermore, the reward for obstructing Laozi's teachings, merely a martial arts methodology, offered no substantial benefit to Shan Yuan in his current state. If the reward had been a sudden enhancement of his strength to the level of a primordial great Luo golden immortal, then it would have been a different matter. However, with no such formidable power, he could not undertake such a daunting task. He humbly acknowledged his limitations. This system places an undue burden on him. As Shan Yuan made his choice, the system promptly dispensed the rewards. In the depths of Shan Yuan's mind, an incredibly profound technique began to surface, the complete version of the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. This sacred art, known in the primordial era as the 8-9 mystical arts, can be regarded as a fragmented form of the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, passed down by the 3 pure ones. Additionally, it incorporates elements from the Wu clan's own mystical practices, merging both to create this remarkable technique. The 8-9 mystical arts is revered as a protective divine skill within the realm of mysticism. emphasizing the supremacy of the primordial spirit while the physical form serves as an auxiliary. As long as the primordial spirit endures, the physical body can be reborn infinitely, even claiming to point directly towards the essence of the primordial state. However, it is notable that none have attained enlightenment through this method. Nevertheless, the potency of the 8-9 mystical arts is indisputable, as its yin aspect reaches a maximum of 8 and its yang aspect a maximum of 9. Thus, the product of 8 and 9 represents the greatest number in existence, culminating in 72 transformations. Mastering this art allows one to manipulate the myriad transformations of all beings and elements within the universe, from the smallest creatures to the grandest mountains, all intricately intertwined within the heart. It is easy to imagine the immense power of the complete 9 transformations of Yuan Gong that Shan Yuan has now acquired, surpassing even the already formidable 8-9 mystical arts crafted by the 3 pure ones. Consequently, Shan Yuan resolutely abandoned all other forms of cultivation, devoting himself entirely to the comprehension and exploration of the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. This complete version elucidates the essence of the primordial spirit, revealing various methods of its cultivation that enrapture Shan Yuan. The earth element Shan Yuan, wood element Shan Yuan, water element Shan Yuan, fire element Shan Yuan, and the distant metal element Shan Yuan among the human race, all commenced their practice of this divine art. As the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong flowed through them, all 5 Shan Yuans sensed their primordial spirits rapidly absorbing diverse energies, continuously growing in strength. This enhancement occurred at a pace so swift that it could be felt at every moment. In 3,000 years, or at most 3,000 years, my primordial spirit shall reach its pinnacle, achieving the ultimate state of the golden immortal of the primordial unity, mused the earth element Shan Yuan, filled with excitement. The other 4 Shan Yuans shared in this exhilaration. At this juncture, within the human realm, Laozi began to impart his teachings. In a certain tribe of humanity, Laozi, accompanied by Xuandu, surveyed the surroundings and, with a mere gesture, summoned a platform to rise from the earth, upon which a mat was placed. Ascending the platform, Laozi seated himself upon the mat and commenced his discourse. The teachings he shared were none other than the insights he had gleaned over the years regarding humanity, intertwined with his own alchemical practices, culminating in a method of cultivation known as the path of the golden elixir. This method elucidated the gradual transformation of a mortal into an immortal, detailing the stages of refining qi, establishing a foundation, forming the elixir, nurturing the primordial infant, and ultimately transcending into divinity. Although Laozi had only developed this method to the stage of attaining immortality due to the brevity of time, he deemed it sufficient. After all, without their own cultivation practices, humanity would be unable to progress unless he shared the path of the golden elixir. As Laozi delivered his teachings, it became evident that the surrounding human populace was gradually captivated, flocking around the platform to listen intently. As time unfolded, the gathering swelled, encompassing not only individuals from a singular tribe, but also those from neighboring tribes who had heard of the momentous occasion. Laozi's doctrine of the golden elixir began to be embraced by the human race, with some astute individuals even embarking on their own cultivation journeys. Some began to inhale and exhale the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth, slowly establishing their foundational strength, and then advancing further to condense their golden elixir. The emergence of this golden elixir signified a remarkable transformation, unlike the previous 2 realms of qi refinement and foundation establishment, which did not exhibit any supernatural powers. Upon reaching the golden elixir stage, humans gained the ability to wield mystical energies, enabling them to manifest various extraordinary abilities. Most notably, individuals could transcend the earthly bounds and soar through the skies, an achievement utterly unattainable prior to their cultivation. Thus, Laozi continued his teachings for several hundred years, despite the repetition. The audience remained undiminished. In fact, it grew ever larger. With each discourse, the primordial purple energy, entwined around Laozi's primordial spirit, further merged with his essence, continuously undergoing refinement. Chapter 72. The failure of the 3 corpses union. Yet Laozi achieves the path of virtue on this day. Laozi finally ceased his teachings. He rose to his full height, and, with a sweeping gesture, unfurled a magnificent scroll in the air, transforming into a golden bridge, the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. With the heavenly Tao above, as the foremost disciple of Hongjun and the embodiment of Pangu's primordial spirit, the great purity Laozi, hereby established the teachings for humanity, guiding the human race. I shall suppress the fate of the human teachings with the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. Thus, the human teachings are established, With a thunderous declaration from Laozi, the heavens and earth reverberated profoundly. Countless extraordinary phenomena emerged: celestial maidens scattering flowers, golden lotuses springing from the earth, and boundless rays of radiant light. Moreover, above Laozi's head, golden virtues surged forth in abundance. Observing the vast accumulation of virtues above him, Laozi could not help but smile. As the virtues descended upon him, Laozi absorbed this divine essence, causing his aura to intensify, sweeping outward in every direction, continuously ascending. At a certain moment, Laozi suddenly cried out, "Sever!" Astonishingly, a figure was cleaved from his body, marking yet another instance where Laozi, through the merit of establishing his teachings, severed a corpse. It is noteworthy that Laozi had previously severed 2 corpses, placing him in the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Now, with the severing of yet another, he had eradicated all 3 corpses, achieving the late stage of quasi-sainthood. With a resounding boom, Laozi's aura surged dramatically, elevated by this act of severing. Furthermore, the virtues continued to descend from above. As he absorbed this endless stream of virtues, Laozi's aura continued to rise. At this moment, a cloud of celebration, spanning an acre, manifested above his head. From this auspicious cloud, 2 figures emerged, identical to the one previously severed. Thus, the 3 figures represented Laozi's 3 corpses. With the emergence of these 3 corpses, Laozi's intentions became evident. In this moment, as he established his teachings, the sky bestowed virtues, and the great powers across various realms were stirred. Countless gazes were fixed upon this scene, and as they witnessed the simultaneous appearance of Laozi's 3 corpses, everyone instinctively held their breath. The first practitioner to completely sever their 3 corpses had emerged in the primordial world. Was he now about to unite them and attain the saintly path? In an instant, anticipation filled the air as everyone yearned for confirmation of the possibility of succeeding in this path of severing the 3 corpses to achieve enlightenment. Simultaneously, there was an undercurrent of envy and jealousy, with many secretly wishing for Laozi to stumble and fail in his endeavor. Yet, whether by the collective hopes of the onlookers or fate's design, as Laozi attempted the union of the 3 corpses, he found himself hindered at the last crucial step. As if something essential was amiss. The union was unattainable. Impossible. Laozi's exterior remained as steadfast as an ancient dog, yet within, his composure gradually unraveled. Though he had already vanquished the 3 corpses, why did the final step of their unification elude him? Each attempt drained a considerable amount of his virtue. As the trials multiplied, Laozi ultimately resolved that this path could not continue. Initially, he had envisioned the dual pursuit of severing the 3 corpses and achieving virtue, perhaps even intertwining both paths into a profound dual enlightenment. However, with the failure to sever the 3 corpses, that avenue seemed closed. Should he then relinquish the quest for severing the corpses in favor of solely pursuing the path of virtue? This decision weighed heavily upon him, especially after he had previously mocked Nuwa for her choice of the weakest path of virtue, believing that even if she attained enlightenment before them, she would never amount to anything significant. Yet now, must he also succumb to the path of virtue alone? Laozi felt an intense reluctance. Nevertheless, despite his unwillingness, he recognized the necessity of this choice. The toll of each attempt to sever the 3 corpses consumed vast reserves of virtue. If those reserves were completely depleted, would it not render his efforts futile? Thus, he resolved to pursue the path of virtue. Although the severing of the 3 corpses could not succeed, he could transform that experience into accumulation, surpassing Nuwa in the process. With steadfast determination, he ceased his hesitation and embarked on the path of virtue. Boom. The overwhelming merit of establishing teachings cascaded down, flooding into Laozi's being. This time, he opted for the most secure path of virtue. Yet, an unexpected delight unfolded. As the merit continued to pour in, he discovered a boundless reservoir of virtue awakened deep within his primordial spirit. This concealed virtue, hidden within the depths of his essence, turned out to be the merit of creation. Thus, the fusion of these 2 monumental virtues propelled Laozi's journey along the path of virtue to an unstoppable crescendo. In the late stages of quasi-sainthood, he reached the pinnacle of completion. A thunderous roar emanated from his being, resonating throughout the cosmos, echoing in every corner of existence. At this moment, Laozi achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the status of a primordial supreme golden immortal. Simultaneously, his primordial spirit fully refined the primordial purple energy, which allowed his essence to be anchored in the Tao of heaven. In this instant, like Nuwa before him, Laozi attained sainthood through the path of virtue. Boom. Across the heavens, a vast expanse of purple energy surged from the east, traversing the sky, as boundless manifestations of saintly phenomena erupted forth. From Lao-Tzu's form, an awe-inspiring energy erupted, enveloping the universe and suppressing the cosmos. Countless beings, under the weight of this formidable saintly might, knelt in reverence, paying homage and congratulating Lao-Tzu on his ascension to sainthood. In the realms of heaven and earth, another saint was born. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the celestial realm of Nuwa, her gaze turned towards the primordial world. As she gazed upon Laozi, who had attained enlightenment and stood as a sage like herself, a flicker of complexity crossed her eyes. She had long discerned the celestial secrets, aware that Laozi's ascension to sainthood was merely a matter of time. Yet, the arrival of this day stirred her emotions in ways she found hard to quell. With the lineage I have established for humanity, you owe me a karmic debt, she murmured to herself. In Kunlun Mountain, within the Hall of the Three Purities, Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances, both revealing a glimmer of envy. Elder brother has also achieved enlightenment, Tongtian remarked, albeit with a hint of confusion. Did he not say he would sever the 3 corpses to attain this state? Yuanshi, however, perceived the situation clearly. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, on Mount Shumi in the west, the brothers Jane and Zhunti bore strikingly similar expressions of profound sorrow. Alas, Jane sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Zhunti could not help but exclaim, how could it happen so swiftly? The realization of Laozi's enlightenment weighed heavily upon him, for he had yet to grasp the opportunity for his own ascension. Within his primordial spirit, the primordial purple aura remained stagnant, showing no signs of change. Observing Zhunti's distress, Jane shook his head and advised, Junior brother, do not be hasty. Calm yourself. Laozi's attainment was indeed anticipated. He is a fragment of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with deep blessings. His enlightenment was inevitable. Yet, I did not foresee that he would not succeed in the union of the 3 corpses, nor would he sever them for his path. Instead, he has followed in the footsteps of senior sister Nuwa, achieving enlightenment through virtue. A playful expression flickered across Jane's face. Chapter 73. The Heavenly Thunder of the Supreme Deity and the Celestial Coffin. As the primordial aura surged across the skies, and the radiance of dawn illuminated the realm, Laozi's ascension to sanctity unleashed a torrent of extraordinary phenomena, as if the very heavens and earth were rejoicing in his honor. The formidable aura of the sage enveloped the vast wilderness, compelling countless beings to prostrate themselves in reverence. I am Laozi. Today I establish the teachings of humanity and attain the sanctified path, destined to become the supreme deity of Taiji and virtue. His voice resonated, imbued with the inexorable majesty of a sage. However, following his sanctification, Laozi did not linger, but with a sweeping gesture, summoned Xuandu to his side. Then, the golden bridge transformed from the Taiji diagram flickered, carrying the two away, disappearing from sight. Laozi had returned to Kunlun Mountain, with his newly acquired sagehood. Traversing the primordial realm, though not instantaneous, was significantly swifter than before his ascension. After all, as a sage, he had attained a portion of the heavenly authority, rendering this enhancement in speed trivial by comparison. Simultaneously, within the depths of Wanshou Mountain, the mind of Shan Yuan was once again stirred by the system's notification. Ding. Detection confirms Laozi's return to Kunlun Mountain. The system will now provide guidance on how Yuanshi and Tongtian may achieve their sanctification. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Proceed to congratulate the 3 pure ones on their sanctification, earning the reward of the heavenly thunder of the supreme deity. Option 2. Quietly enter seclusion for cultivation, earning the reward of the heavenly Dao's malevolent treasure, the celestial coffin. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan could not help but feel exasperated. This troublesome system seemed to be taunting him. Witnessing Laozi's ascension had already left him somewhat perturbed, and now it suggested he extend congratulations? Yet, the allure of the task's reward indeed stirred his interest. The heavenly thunder of the supreme deity was the unparalleled divine thunder wielded by the great Pangu during the creation of the universe, far surpassing the meager elemental thunder he had managed to conjure. Moreover, within the primordial realm, renowned divine thunders included the heavenly Dao's purple cloud's thunder and the 3 pure one's 3 pure thunders, which consisted of the Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shanqing thunders. However, all of these paled in comparison to the heavenly thunder of the supreme deity. The 3 pure thunders, akin to their inherited 9 transformations of Yuangong, were merely diluted versions of the supreme deity's thunder. Even when combined, they could not rival the might of the heavenly thunder of the supreme deity. Now, he had the opportunity to obtain the technique for this divine thunder. As for the second option, the reward was the celestial coffin, a malevolent treasure of the heavenly Dao. The celestial coffin, along with the fallen sage pill, six souls banner, and god-slaying spear, constituted the greatest nemesis of the saints within the primordial realm. The god-slaying spear currently resided with his master uncle, Hongjun, while the six souls banner belonged to Tong Tian. The fallen sage pill was held by Hongjun, leaving only the whereabouts of the celestial coffin unknown. Now, he had the chance to acquire this extraordinary treasure. It must be noted that the celestial coffin, as an entity capable of suppressing saints, was of unparalleled quality. At the very least, it could be classified as an innate supreme treasure. Thus, the question remained, should he pursue the heavenly thunder of the supreme deity or the celestial coffin? It can be said that choosing either of the two options would not lead to loss. Yet, paradoxically, regardless of which one is chosen, it brings about profound heartache, an ache so intense it makes breathing difficult. This system is exceedingly cruel. Shan Yuan had completely forgotten his previous agitation. Even if he were to offer his congratulations to the three pure ones, what would it matter? Could he attain the thunder of the heavenly gods? However, upon acquiring the thunder of the heavenly gods, the heavenly seal would vanish. One is a divine power, while the other is a treasured artifact. Which one should he choose? After a moment of inner turmoil, under the system's urging, Shan Yuan finally made his choice. System, I choose one, he fervently recited in his heart, feeling a ravenous desire to consume the system if it were before him. Between the thunder of the heavenly gods and the heavenly seal, Shan Yuan ultimately made his decision. He relinquished the heavenly seal. Although this extraordinary treasure could suppress even saints, Shan Yuan favored the thunder of the heavenly gods. As he perceived that the limitations of the heavenly seal were apparent, it could at most suppress saints. In contrast, the thunder of the heavenly gods was the divine thunder used by Pangu to create the heavens and the earth. This meant that this thunder could pose a threat to the heavenly Dao. That is the potential of the thunder of the heavenly gods. Suppressing saints is trivial. The real prowess lies in challenging the heavenly Dao. Shan Yuan decisively opted for the more growth-oriented thunder of the heavenly gods. As for the heavenly seal, he would see if there would be another opportunity in the future. After all, he was not the only one congratulating the three pure ones on their enlightenment. Alongside his teacher, other great beings would also extend their congratulations, which would hardly be a disgrace, he mused. Meanwhile, Laozi had returned to Kunlun Mountain, where he was met with great excitement by both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who eagerly sought guidance on the path to sanctification. In response, Laozi was straightforward, declaring, "No teaching, no sanctification." His voice resonated like thunder, deafening and profound, instantly enlightening Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. The primordial purple energy in their minds began to tremble violently, merging with their primordial spirits. After a while, Yuan Shi was the first to awaken. He stepped out of the three pure ones' hall. Upon stepping into the air, he raised the innate treasure, the Pangu banner. Heavenly Dao above, I, as a disciple of Hongjun Daozu, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, now act in accordance with heaven to elucidate the heavenly mysteries, hereby establishing the teaching of elucidation, Yuan Shi proclaimed. I utilize the innate treasure, the Pangu banner, to suppress the fortunes of the teaching of elucidation. Thus, the teaching of elucidation is established. As Yuan Shi's voice fell, the heavens erupted with a tremendous roar, responding to the heavenly Dao, and from above Yuan Shi's head, waves of merit surged forth. Much like when Laozi established the human teaching, merit descended from the heavens. This spectacle left the great beings bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, just moments ago, Laozi had attained sanctification, and now, in an instant, the second, Yuan Shi, was also establishing a teaching? The most absurd part was that this establishment of teaching was also accompanied by merit. Was it possible that two saints were to be born on this day? However, at that very moment, a scene emerged that rendered the mighty beings from all factions unable to maintain their composure. It was observed that as Yuan Shi attracted the descent of celestial merits, those merits had yet to fall. At this juncture, from the depths of Kunlun Mountain, another figure emerged. This figure was none other than the third, Tong Tian. With a sweeping gesture, Tong Tian summoned 4 radiant swords, their brilliance illuminating all directions, accompanied by a palpable aura of lethal intent. They were none other than the 4 swords of extermination. In addition to the swords, a formation diagram was also invoked alongside them. Tong Tian, akin to Yuan Shi, proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Heavenly Dao presides above. I am a disciple of Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, known as the Supreme Tong Tian. Today, I establish a great teaching here, named the Zhejiao. Tejia signifies the interception of the vital essence of heaven and earth. To enlighten all sentient beings, without discrimination. Any who earnestly seek the Tao may join my teaching and cultivate my methods. Tong Tian's voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the cosmos. I shall use the 4 swords of extermination and the formation diagram to suppress the fortunes of Jiejiao. Jiejiao, arise. With a thunderous roar accompanying the conclusion of Tong Tian's declaration, another tremendous sound reverberated. Above Tong Tian's head, torrents of heavenly merit surged forth. The establishment of Jiejiao by Tong Tian also garnered the recognition of the heavenly Tao, leading to the descent of further merits. The mighty beings from various factions were left dumbfounded, as were countless sentient beings. Some individuals simply prostrated themselves upon the ground. Given the current circumstances, it seemed inevitable that one would need to kneel. Thus, why not kneel sooner rather than later? Chapter 74. The 3 Purities Achieve Sanctity. Jane and Zhunti begin their performance. A resounding roar echoed as torrents of heavenly merit cascaded down, enveloping Yuanshi and Tong Tian. At this moment, the two, with only a moment's hesitation, made their decisive choice. Unlike Laozi, who was mired in contemplation, they had merely severed 2 corporeal forms. The third corporeal form, despite the current influx of divine merit, lacked sufficient accumulation for them to sever it as well. Thus, with the precedence of Laozi and Nuwa, they unhesitatingly opted to follow the trend, foregoing the path of severing the 3 corporeal forms in favor of the merit-based pathway. Surrendering proved to be the path of least resistance. As Yuanshi and Tong Tian embraced the merit pathway, a deluge of heavenly merit surged into their beings, propelling their momentum to unprecedented heights, advancing from the mid-stage of quasi-saint to late stage, and ultimately to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Moreover, at that very moment, deep within their primordial spirits, the immense merit of creation was simultaneously awakened. In an instant, the 2 great merits converged, rendering their ascension to sanctity utterly unobstructed. With a thunderous boom, a terrifying pressure radiated from Kunlun Mountain, sweeping outward in all directions. This overwhelming force permeated every corner of the vast wilderness, causing countless beings to be pinned to the ground, trembling in fear. For this was not merely the sanctification of one individual, but the combined might of 2 saints, Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Across the heavens and earth, an infinite array of radiant phenomena heralding their sanctification erupted in brilliance. In that fleeting moment, Yuanshi and Tong Tian undeniably succeeded in their path to sanctity, their primordial spirits having refined the primordial purple energy, which now rested upon the foundation of the heavenly path. Henceforth, as long as the heavenly path endures, so too shall they remain eternal. Ding. Detection of Jane and Zhunti preparing for their own path to sanctity has occurred. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Journey to the west to congratulate the 2 newly sanctified beings, receiving 2 elixirs of saintly descent as a reward. Option 2. Join the Western sect, earning a reward of a semi-formed law of cause and effect. Option 3. Enter seclusion and ignore the proceedings, receiving as a reward a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Within the confines of Wanshou Mountain, Shan Yuan blinked in response to the system's prompt. The disparity was striking. Just moments ago, when Yuanshi and Tong Tian achieved sanctity, the rewards presented by the system were not nearly so meager. They had offered divine thunder and the heavenly sealing coffin, leaving Shan Yuan in a quandary. Yet now, with Jane and Zhunti, although there was one additional option, the final reward left much to be desired. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure? How utterly disappointing. However, despite the lackluster nature of the third option's reward, the allure of the first 2 options, the 2 elixirs of saintly descent and the semi-formed law of cause and effect, captured Shan Yuan's interest. The elixir of saintly descent, as previously mentioned, was one of the few entities within the wilderness that exerted a restraining influence over saints. Once ingested, the fate of the saint would be irrevocably altered. Certainly, it requires a certain level of skill for a sage to consume such a thing. Essentially, it is merely a trinket of little value. Who, aside from Hongjun, could persuade these sages to partake? Nevertheless, it is undeniably a formidable weapon. Possessing it is advantageous, for one never knows when it may prove useful. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Yuan made his decision and quietly communicated to the system. System, I choose option 1. The reward for option 3 was too meager. A mere mid-grade innate spiritual treasure was beneath Shan Yuan's consideration. As for option 2, the task of joining the Western sect was utterly out of the question. After all, disregarding other factors, Shan Yuan was the direct disciple of Zhen Yuanzi. How could a direct disciple possibly betray his master without facing dire consequences? Of course, there might be ways to execute this, Given Shan Yuan's numerous incarnations, he could easily concoct a reason to persuade Zhen Yuanzi to permit his defection to the West. Moreover, if Shan Yuan were to truly join the Western sect, given the nature of Jane and Zhunti, there was a significant likelihood they would accept him. In fact, once he integrated into their ranks, he could attain a position of considerable stature. Externally, the two from the West had their reputation, but internally, they were even more accommodating. These two were known for their generosity. Otherwise, the former disciple of BuZhou would not have ascended to become the Buddha of the Tathagata. For the sake of promoting the Western cause, the two would overlook many matters. In this regard, they were beyond reproach, far superior to the three pure ones. However, at this moment, Shan Yuan lacked the inclination to pursue such risks. With a reliable system at his disposal, why engage in perilous ventures? It was wiser to bide his time. He had already attained the status of a Han Yuan golden immortal. With a little more patience, the path to enlightenment would soon be within reach. Yet, while it may seem close, this final stretch is often the most arduous. Fortunately, Shan Yuan had acquired the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, with this technique to assist him, refining his primordial spirit to perfection and achieving the fullness of the Han Yuan golden immortal would be well within his grasp. Regrettably, he lacked the 9 transformations of Shan Gong. Had he possessed both, the synergy of these two techniques would have significantly accelerated his cultivation, simplifying the path to enlightenment. Alas, the system proved uncooperative. He could only rely on his own efforts. Thankfully, aside from the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, the inner world cultivation methods he had previously developed were also quite effective, providing substantial enhancements to his cultivation. Particularly, the 5 inner worlds Shan Yuan had established over the years were continuously expanding, showing signs of an imminent transformation into a middle thousand world. Once this transformation occurred, the benefits reflected back to him would be immeasurable. Meanwhile, in the West, atop Mount Shumi, as Yuan Shi and Tong Tian followed Laozi in attaining enlightenment, Jane and Zhunti grew anxious. After all, with the 3 brothers achieving enlightenment together, if they failed to respond appropriately, it would reflect poorly on them. For some reason, the 2 from the West had little issue with others. But when it came to the 3 pure ones, they felt compelled to protect their honor. However, this is quite understandable. For Jane and Zhunti, they represent the West, while the 3 pure ones symbolize the East. Their contention with the 3 pure ones is essentially a conflict between East and West. In contemporary times, the 3 pure ones of the East have attained sanctity, achieving the status of 3 saints in a single day, while Jane and Zhunti have yet to do so. Consequently, a sense of urgency began to envelop them. After much contemplation, the two seemed to have conceived an idea and resolved to act. Their gazes met, signifying a mutual agreement. Suddenly, a profound tremor coursed through Zhunti's being, and from behind her, a magnificent phenomenon emerged. This spectacle was a colossal spiritual root, radiating golden light that illuminated all directions. This spiritual root was none other than Zhunti's true essence, the Bodhi tree, one of the 10 great spiritual roots of heaven and earth. In the ancestral land of humanity in the East, the golden essence, presiding as the sage of the human race, gazed upon the grand manifestation that appeared atop the western Mount Sumeru, causing him to salivate with desire. How splendid it would be if it were his. The golden Bodhi tree could enable him to attain enlightenment directly. Alas, it belonged to Zhunti, who was on the verge of achieving her own enlightenment. The golden essence felt a deep sense of regret. As Zhunti revealed the phenomenon of the Bodhi tree, attracting the attention of powerful entities from all quarters, Jane then commenced his own display, invoking the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit. Instantly, a fervor erupted among the gathered powers, sparking animated discussions. After all, there was a precedent. The 3 pure ones had recently achieved enlightenment together. Now, with Jane and Zhunti engaging in this spectacle, did it imply that these 2 brothers would also attain sanctity? Chapter 75. The 5 Saints of One Day. The plan of Kunping in the celestial realm. I, Jane, alongside Zhunti, hereby establish a grand doctrine, known as the Western Teaching, to manifest the pure land of ultimate bliss and disseminate teachings to enlighten all beings. United, Jane and Zhunti proclaimed, "We shall suppress the fortunes of the Western teaching with the 12 grades of innate spiritual treasures and the golden lotus of meritorious deeds. Thus, the Western teaching shall be established." With the echo of their voices, the heavens resonated, and from above their heads, waves of merit began to coalesce. Witnessing this spectacle, the powerful beings present could not help but feel a tremor in their hearts. It seemed that yet another 2 sages were about to emerge. 3 saints in a single day? No, this was indeed the birth of 5 saints in a day. Some beings, recalling previous instances, prudently knelt down. After all, there is a distinction between kneeling voluntarily and being compelled to do so. However, at that moment, as Jane and Zhunti established their doctrine and the heavens responded with merit, the cascading waves of merit divided, descending upon Jane and Zhunti respectively. Their auras surged forth dramatically. Jane, akin to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, severed 2 corpses, attaining the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Zhunti, having severed but 1 corpse, remained at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. In terms of accumulation, he lagged significantly behind others, which later contributed to his reputation as the weakest sage. As the merit fell, both of their cultivations ascended. Jane advanced from the mid-stage to the late stage of quasi-sainthood, ultimately reaching perfection. Zhunti progressed from the initial stage to the mid-stage, and then to the late stage of quasi-sainthood. After a brief pause, Zhunti, with great effort, also attained the perfection of quasi-sainthood. However, at this juncture, their rate of advancement came to a complete halt, for the merit accrued from their establishment of the doctrine had been exhausted. The virtuous and malevolent corpses of Jane and Zhunti reverted to their original state, contributing to their personal accumulation. Yet, despite this, they had only reached the perfection of quasi-sainthood, standing merely a step away from enlightenment. This final step, however, loomed like an insurmountable chasm, preventing them from crossing over. Observing this scene, the powerful beings were left bewildered. What was happening? Why did Jane and Zhunti, despite receiving merit for establishing their doctrine, fail to attain sainthood? Was it due to their joint establishment of a single doctrine, unlike the 3 pure ones, who each established their own? It appeared that their merit was insufficient, leaving them stuck at this critical juncture. Those who had hurriedly knelt down felt foolish. Had their submission been in vain? Yet, at that moment, Jane and Zhunti showed no signs of despair. They exchanged glances and, in unison, boldly issued 48 grand vows, beseeching the heavens for merit. As these profound vows reverberated through the cosmos, they struck awe into the hearts of countless beings. Above Jane and Zhunti, the celestial merit surged once more, heralding yet another descent of heavenly grace. This time, there were no obstacles. Jane and Zhunti, relying on the grand aspirations borrowed from their immense merits, finally attained enlightenment together. In the expanse between heaven and earth, countless manifestations of sanctity erupted suddenly. The terrifying aura of the saints also burst forth from Jane and Zhunti, sweeping across the cosmos and subduing innumerable beings, who fell to their knees in reverence and worship. Thus, 2 more saints were born, a day of 5 saints indeed. Within a single day, 5 saints emerged. This day would surely be recorded in history, for its impact on the primordial chaos was monumental. Meanwhile, in the blood sea of the underworld, the river of the dead observed the 5 newly ascended saints, particularly reflecting on the final maneuver of Jane and Zhunti, which plunged him into deep contemplation. Enlightenment, it seemed, was not so arduous after all. Nuwa created humanity, the 3 purities established their teachings. And now Jane and Zhunti had also set forth their doctrines, yet it appeared insufficient. Hence, they had to make grand aspirations. The river of the dead pondered, simultaneously recalling Hongjun. Not only Hongjun, but also Zhen Yuanzi, and that peculiar disciple of Zhen Yuanzi, Shan Yuan. This strange trio from Mount Wanshou. Why did they seek to claim the primordial violet energy for themselves? The river of the dead could ascertain that the primordial violet energy they received was indeed genuine. Yet the question lingered. Why did those 3 recoil from the primordial violet energy as if it were venomous? The temptation to attain sanctity was undeniable. How could they resist? The river of the dead found himself at a loss. If they could withstand it, why could he not? He shook his head and murmured to himself. He resolved to experiment, to see if he could achieve enlightenment with the primordial violet energy acquired through this transaction. As for whether, after attaining sanctity, he would truly adhere to the agreement and slay a saint for Shan Yuan, that would depend on his mood. After all, at that point, as a venerable saint, would he still heed another's command? However, truth be told, observing these saints stirred a certain yearning within the river of the dead. After all, to slay a saint, he had never attempted such a feat and was eager to try. It was an instinct tied to the path of slaughter. At that moment, he was not alone. Similarly endowed with primordial violet energy was Kunping. In the northern underworld of the 33 heavens, Kunping resided, and on this day, witnessing the 3 purities alongside Jane and Zhunti ascend one after another, he too felt a surge of restlessness. He longed to step forth immediately, to establish a grand doctrine, and thereby gain merit to attain sanctity. However, despite his desires, he found himself unable to act. The doctrine he wished to establish was one for the demon race, yet the demon race was not his to claim. Establishing a doctrine was not merely a matter of desire. Without the approval of Emperor Jun, it was unattainable. Essentially, the demon race belonged to Emperor Jun, who had played a pivotal role in its formation. Furthermore, Emperor Jun had established the heavenly court with the demon race. If he were to found a doctrine based on them, would it not imply a division of power? In such a scenario, would the demon race heed the command of Emperor Jun, the demon monarch, or that of himself, the leader of the demon doctrine? It could be said that Kunpeng was ensnared in a perplexing dilemma. Moreover, he sensed the watchful eyes of Dijuan and Tai upon him. He aspired to establish a sect for the demon race. Yet Dijuan and Tai undoubtedly yearned to seize his primordial purple energy and attain sainthood. He lamented his solitude, feeling helpless against the brothers, especially since Tai possessed the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, rendering him virtually unmatched beneath the realm of saints. The more Kunpeng contemplated, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, even fearing for his own life. Unavoidably, thoughts began to form in Kunpeng's mind. Remaining in the 33 heavens would only exacerbate his predicament. Not only was the establishment of a demon sect implausible, but Dijuan and Tai would also likely turn against him. Thus, he realized there was but one path before him, to return to his lair in the North Sea. That was his sanctuary, as long as he concealed himself within. Even Tai with the Chaos Bell would be powerless against him. Although he would forego establishing a demon sect, and could not attain sainthood like the three pure ones, Jin, or Zhunti through virtue, he found solace in the notion that the path of virtue was ultimately the weakest among the three paths to enlightenment. Presently, the three pure ones, Jin, Zhunti, and even Nuwa had all chosen the path of virtue, willingly settling for the status of the least formidable saints. Therefore, if he were to pursue the path of severing the three corpses to attain enlightenment, would he not surpass them in strength? With this thought, Kunpeng felt a surge of determination and began to seek an opportunity to stealthily slip away from the 33 heavens. Upon his return to the North Sea, he would neither pursue enlightenment nor emerge from his retreat. Chapter 76. The Artifact of Enlightenment and Shan Yuan's Wild Idea at Mount Wanshou, within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi found himself in a quandary, pondering how best to extend his congratulations. Should he journey to Kunlun Mountain to honor the three pure ones? Or should he proceed to Mount Shumi to congratulate the sages Jin and Zhunti? This dilemma was a source of vexation for many powerful beings in the primordial world. However, most of these eminent figures opted for Kunlun Mountain without much deliberation, eschewing the barren and desolate expanse of western Shumi Mountain, a place rarely frequented by the mighty. Were it not for the emergence of the two saints, Jin and Zhunti, the majority of these powerful beings would hardly have considered a visit to Shumi Mountain. Yet, with the three pure ones and the saints Jin and Zhunti attaining enlightenment and sanctity on the same day, choosing one path meant forsaking the other. After all, it would be rather unbecoming to dispatch a mere avatar to one side, while sending one's true self to the other. Such a division would only serve to belittle one of the destinations. Thus, they were compelled to make a choice. And the outcome was clear. Nearly all would favor Kunlun Mountain, for the three pure ones were undoubtedly more illustrious than Jin and Zhunti. Indeed, if we consider the numbers alone, the three pure ones comprise 3 saints, while Jin and Zhunti are but 2. Furthermore, in terms of status, the three pure ones are the authentic disciples of Pangu, having received direct teachings from Hongjun, whereas Jin and Zhunti are merely nominal disciples. Given this comparison, the powerful beings knew well which path to tread. However, Zhen Yuanzi's situation was somewhat distinct, for Mount Wanshou was situated precisely at the intersection of the eastern and western lands. He did not wish to show favoritism. Regrettably, he had but a single true form, and choosing one path meant abandoning the other. Why should my master be troubled? This matter can be easily resolved. Just then, Shan Yuan spoke up. Since my master is in a predicament, why not allow your disciple to take on the task? Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes lit up, and he replied with a smile. Indeed, it should be you who takes on the responsibility. Shan Yuan possessed 5 true forms. Thus, he could easily manage both locations, even if it meant sending one to each. Consequently, Zhen Yuanzi instructed Qing Feng and Mingwei to gather ginseng fruits to present to Shan Yuan. Shan Yuan then dispatched his wood-based and water-based true forms, with the former heading to Kunlun Mountain and the latter to Shumi Mountain. Meanwhile, within Mount Wanshou, as the earth-based true form of Shan Yuan awaited the completion of the tasks to receive his rewards, the familiar voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. The various sacred sects are currently recruiting disciples. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Join any of the Rinjiao, Chanjiao, or BuZhou sects to receive a random reward from the three great legacies of Pangu: alchemy, artifact crafting, or formations. Option 2. Join the Western sect to receive a random reward of either the great method of annihilation or the method for refining the seven treasures mysterious tree. Option 3. Disregard this matter to receive the reward of the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Five Elements Pagoda. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan opened his eyes, accustomed to the chaotic tasks issued by the system. How could a distinguished disciple of the Wuzhuang Temple at Mount Wanshou ever betray his sect? The offered price was clearly insufficient. Though the price may seem insufficient, Shan Yuan found himself quite enticed. The three great legacies of Pangu: alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. If he could acquire even one, it would be a tremendous gain. After all, although Shan Yuan had previously acquired the artifact forging manual from the Primordial beginning, it represented merely a fragment of Pangu's inheritance. It was inconceivable that Primordial beginning would encapsulate all his teachings within a single manual. Rather, his own experiences in forging were more extensive. The second option offered a reward. Randomly selecting between the technique of the Annihilation Great Law and the method of crafting the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree. While Shan Yuan was not well versed in the Annihilation Great Law, the system provided an explanation. This law was indeed a divine ability. By invoking it, one could enter a state of annihilation, rendering oneself immune to most divine attacks. This was one of the fundamental teachings of the guiding principle. Its power was indeed formidable. As for the crafting method of the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree, its significance was even more pronounced. This treasure exemplified the proof of enlightenment for the deity Quanti. The essence of this artifact was rooted in the understanding of the five elements: earth, water, fire, wind, and void, believing that all things in the world could be distilled into these seven attributes. Consequently, the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree could encompass everything. Compared to the five-color divine light that Shan Yuan cultivated, it could be said to be equally impressive. Both paths led to similar ends, albeit through different means. The myriad paths ultimately converged, and when each was perfected, the resultant effects were remarkably alike. Thus, should he be fortunate enough to obtain the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree, delving into its mysteries would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for Shan Yuan. With this contemplation, Shan Yuan decisively chose the third option. It was far better to remain at ease. The teachings of the sages and the gathering of disciples were of no concern to him. Upon making his choice, the system promptly delivered its reward. Before him materialized a small tower, radiating with five-colored brilliance. This small tower was none other than the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Five Elements Tower. This tower possessed a grand legacy, having once belonged to the ancestor of the five elements. Unfortunately, during the conflict between the Tao and the devil, the ancestor fell, and the whereabouts of the Five Elements Tower became a mystery. However, now it had been bestowed upon Shan Yuan as a reward, thus becoming his possession. As Shan Yuan examined the Five Elements Tower, he observed that it comprised five tiers, each adorned in a distinct hue, intertwining to create a spectacle of five-colored light enveloping the tower's structure. Moreover, within each tier, he could faintly sense a familiar resonance, the vibrations of the world. Astonishingly, the Five Elements Tower contained the five directional realms, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The realms of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth unfolded before him. Eagerly, Shan Yuan extended his consciousness within, and in an instant, everything became clear. These five realms were, in fact, the middle thousand worlds. A wave of exhilaration surged through Shan Yuan's mind. He felt he had struck a substantial fortune. This tower seemed custom-made for him. The ancestor of the five elements was a relic of the past. Today, this tower belonged to Shan Yuan, the ancestor. His gaze ignited with fervor as countless thoughts surged within him, contemplating the myriad ways to harness the potential of this tower. My method of enlightenment allows me to attain three forms of validation: the validation of the physical body, the validation of the primordial spirit, and the validation of divine powers. Each of these aspects can achieve the fruits of the Tao. However, as Mountain Origin reflects, the path is arduous and devoid of a guaranteed success rate. Thus, I propose an alternative route: the validation through magical artifacts. Unlike before, I shall integrate the philosophy of artifact refinement into my being, treating myself as a magical treasure to strengthen my corporeal form. This time, I aim to attain enlightenment through the Five Elements Pagoda. The Five Elements Pagoda is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, nurturing countless worlds within the five cardinal directions. If I can take it a step further, it may transform the myriad worlds within it into a grand cosmic realm. At the moment of its successful transformation, the five elements pagoda would break free from its constraints and evolve into a primordial supreme treasure. The metamorphosis of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure into a primordial supreme treasure signifies the validation through magical artifacts. By substituting my essence, I shall traverse this path of validation to ascertain its correctness. Furthermore, should the five elements pagoda transform into a primordial supreme treasure, even if I have yet to attain enlightenment, I could wield the cultivation and power of a Zhen Yuan de Luo Jingxian through this treasure. The gaze of mountain origin grows increasingly bright and wild. The notion of transforming a top-tier innate spiritual treasure into a primordial supreme treasure is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. After all, if one has not yet achieved enlightenment themselves, how could a magical artifact precede them on this path? Chapter 77. The perfecting of the Zhen Yuan Golden Immortal and the commencement of treasure certification within the Five Elements Palace. The Earth Elemental Mountain and the Fire Elemental Mountain united their efforts to invoke the Five Elements Tower. This magnificent tower radiated a resplendent array of colors, with the yellow and red hues shining the brightest. The cascading light enveloped both the Earth Elemental and Fire Elemental Mountains, as immense waves of energy surged and intermingled between the two mountains and the tower. These energies, embodying the power of the world, represented the two internal realms within the bodies of the Earth Elemental and Fire Elemental. In this moment, they were in profound communication with the Earth realm and the Fire realm contained within the Five Elements Tower. Moreover, the mountain entities infused their cultivation into the tower, continuously refining it through their understanding of the paths of earth and fire, thereby perfecting the earth and fire realms within the Five Elements Tower. Simultaneously, countless Taoist resonances emerged from the tower, cleansing and refining the physical bodies and primordial spirits of the mountain entities. This reciprocal process greatly benefited both the mountain entities themselves. With utmost concentration, they silently refined their physical forms and primordial spirits, harnessing the power of the Five Elements Tower to elevate their essence, particularly their primordial spirits. As the 9 transformations of primordial power operated incessantly, in this context, the rate of enhancement surpassed anything they had previously experienced. They felt their accumulations deepen and their primordial spirits grow increasingly robust, steadily progressing toward an ultimate state of perfection. Once this achievement was realized, their physical forms, magical powers, and primordial spirits would culminate in completeness, reaching the later stages of the Zhen Yuan Golden Immortal and even the realm of perfection. At that point, the refinement of the Five Elements Tower would become significantly easier. Furthermore, at present, only 2 of the mountain entities were present, while the other 3 remained outside. When those 3 returned, the combined efforts of all 5 entities would amplify their progress even further. Additionally, by that time, the mountain entities would be poised to genuinely attempt the certification of treasures, elevating the Five Elements Tower, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, to the status of an innate supreme treasure. The difficulty of this endeavor was considerable, yet the rewards would be monumental. It would not only validate the path of the Zhen Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal for the mountain entities, but also enable them to possess the cultivation and power of a Zhen Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Even without having attained certification, when the time came, they could confront even saints with the might of this treasure. After enduring for so long, a glimmer of hope for triumph was finally within reach. Thus, several centuries passed. At last, the Metal Elemental Mountain returned from the human realm, arriving at Mount Wanshou to join in the ritual of refining the Five Elements Tower. With all 3 entities participating, the speed of the refinement increased yet again. However, shortly thereafter, it was not the return of the other 2 entities, but rather their successful completion of the congratulatory task. At this moment, the system rewards were bestowed. First, the reward for congratulating the 3 purities was the method of the heavenly divine thunder. This divine thunder technique manifested in the mind of the mountain entity, causing a profound resonance within. The divine thunder of the distant heavens can be regarded as the foremost divine thunder beneath the great Tao, the very thunder that Pangu employed to create the heavens and the earth. Thus, while Shan Yuan continued to dedicate himself to the ritual practice of the Five Elements Tower, he also pondered upon this divine thunder. Through the study of this thunder, Shan Yuan inadvertently elevated his own 5-element divine thunder. As for the rewards bestowed by the congratulatory figures of Jiajin and Zhunti, they were 2 fallen sage pills. With a mere thought, 2 crimson pills materialized in the palm of his hand. These were the fallen sage pills. However, despite being pills, the 9-turn golden pill could instantly elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. In contrast, the fallen sage pill was a poison. Even a sage consuming it could face demise, let alone ordinary individuals. Shan Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, fearing that a careless slip might lead him to ingest one himself. It was best to store them away. Trembling, Shan Yuan decided to conceal the 2 fallen sage pills for future study, reassuring himself that there was no need to rush. Thus, after several hundred years, both the wood element and water element Shan Yuans finally returned in succession. The 5 Shan Yuans gathered together to perform the ritual practice of the 5 Elements Tower. This treasure tower radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light, within which could be faintly discerned the operation of 5 worlds in a rumbling motion. Waves of surging world power continuously erupted from the treasure tower. Encircled by the 5 Shan Yuans, each possessed their own middle 1,000 worlds within them, arranged according to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They rotated in a cycle of creation and destruction. The rolling power of the 5 element worlds surged and intertwined, refining one another in the process. Time passed, and eventually, with a tremor from the earth element Shan Yuan, his primordial spirit was the first to reach its zenith. His cultivation broke through to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Following closely, the wood element, metal element, fire element, and water element Shan Yuans also experienced successive breakthroughs, with all primordial spirits reaching their utmost potential and advancing to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Moreover, at the moment when the water element Shan Yuan achieved his final breakthrough, the 5 Elements Tower suddenly erupted in an even more brilliant radiance, unleashing a torrent of world power. This vast force surged downward, flooding the bodies of the 5 Shan Yuans. All 5 let out muffled groans, a resounding thunder echoing from within their bodies. Suddenly, behind each Shan Yuan, a beam of light erupted, soaring into the heavens. These were the divine lights they had cultivated, representations of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each divine light subtly revealed a glimpse of a middle 1,000 world within it. The 5 beams of divine light converged upon the 5 Elements Tower, causing it to spin incessantly. Thunderous roars resonated as torrents of world power gushed forth from the tower, cleansing the 5 embodiments of Shan Yuan. As this vast world power was continuously devoured by their 5 embodiments, they too ascended in their cultivation. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, it was once again the earth element Shan Yuan who achieved the first breakthrough, remarkably advancing from the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal to the completion of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Soon after, the other 4 embodiments also achieved breakthroughs, all reaching the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. At this moment, Shan Yuan's power could be described as unprecedentedly formidable. After all, with 5 embodiments at the consummate level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, once united, they would undoubtedly have no rivals beneath the ranks of saints. However, despite all 5 embodiments attaining this supreme state, Shan Yuan chose not to merge them into one and thus attain enlightenment. His desire was for each embodiment to achieve its own path to enlightenment, thereby resulting in 5 Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortals. When the time came for them to unite, the benefits would be even greater. Moreover, even if Shan Yuan did not merge into one to attain enlightenment, he possessed alternative methods to ensure that he could wield the strength of one who has achieved enlightenment without actually doing so. This would be through the enlightenment of a magical treasure, transforming the 5 Elements Pagoda into a primordial supreme treasure. The notion of attaining enlightenment through a magical artifact was a groundbreaking precedent, something no one had ever attempted before. Yet today, Shan Yuan resolved to undertake this endeavor. Beneath the 5 Elements Pagoda, the 5 Shan Yuans exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. During this period, they had thoroughly refined the 5 Elements Pagoda, becoming intimately familiar with it. Their own great paths resonated with the pagoda, and the 5 central worlds within it had been completely refined, leaving countless imprints. At that moment, the 5 Shan Yuans simultaneously let out a resounding shout, their divine radiance shining brilliantly behind them. Chapter 78, The Fusion of Worlds. The great 1,000 worlds of the 5 elements amidst the 5 radiant beams of divine light, a multitude of worlds became distinctly visible, revealing the 5 inner realms established by Shan Yuan. Under the impetus of the 5-colored divine luminescence, they soared towards the tower of 5 elements. As these 5 inner worlds approached, the vibrations of the tower intensified with remarkable fervor. The 5 realms within the tower, representing the intermediate 1,000 worlds, quivered incessantly. The inner worlds of Shan Yuan and the intermediate 1,000 worlds of the tower bore an uncanny resemblance, both fundamentally rooted in the essence of the 5 elements. At this moment, the worlds and their essences gravitated towards one another. Shan Yuan's intention was to merge these 10 worlds in pairs, and then harness the momentum of their fusion to unify the resulting 5 worlds once again. It is crucial to recognize that the 5 worlds, once intermingled, would reach the pinnacle of the intermediate 1,000 realms. Thus, the Tower of 5 Elements could genuinely stand in for Shan Yuan's own path to enlightenment. The 5 worlds, having achieved this ultimate state, would equate to Shan Yuan's 5 incarnations. The unification of these 5 worlds would symbolize the amalgamation of Shan Yuan's quintuple selves, leading to a singular grand 1,000 world. Consequently, the Tower of 5 Elements would attain enlightenment, transforming into a primordial treasure, an artifact of profound significance. Boom, boom. The resounding echoes reverberated continuously as the 5 inner worlds drew ever closer to the Tower of 5 Elements. The void surrounding the tower had been utterly shattered, obliterated by the force of the worlds. In the aftermath of this rupture, a chaotic expanse unfolded, with the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind surging forth from the abyss. This tumultuous spectacle rivaled the grandeur of Nuwa's creation of a sanctuary beyond the 33 heavens. Time passed, though its measure was lost, and at last, propelled by the 5-colored divine light, the 5 inner worlds successfully integrated into the Tower of 5 Elements. Simultaneously, the fusion with the 5 intermediate 1,000 worlds of the tower commenced. The merging of worlds escalated in intensity, with uncontrolled surges of power occasionally spilling forth from the tower, creating ripples of disturbance. However, Shan Yuan had already employed the primordial measurement of heaven to suppress this area. Additionally, he had summoned his esteemed master to assist in enveloping the surroundings of the Palace of 5 Elements with the primordial earth formation. Thus, despite the considerable commotion, it remained firmly under control. Outside the Palace of 5 Elements, within the primordial earth formation, Zhen Yuanzi's true form sat resolutely in place. Having merged the earth book with his essence, Zhen Yuanzi was the only one capable of maintaining this formation. Naturally, he was not alone. Shan Yuan also presented the central Wuji Xinghuang banner to Zhen Yuanzi, entrusting him with its use to enhance the suppression of the primordial earth formation to its utmost potential. Nevertheless, even with these measures, Zhen Yuanzi could not help but feel a surge of trepidation at the disturbances emanating from the Palace of 5 Elements. He had never anticipated that, after Shan Yuan had already unleashed so many extraordinary phenomena, he would dare to venture further into the realm of the astonishing. It is truly astonishing how one could acquire the legendary artifact, the 5-element tower, belonging to the ancient sage known as the 5-element ancestor. Furthermore, the audacity of the thought process is remarkable. The notion of utilizing this artifact to attain enlightenment is indeed unconventional. When Shan Yuan first proposed this idea, Zhen Yuanzi questioned the sanity of his disciple. However, after a thorough explanation, Zhen Yuanzi found himself captivated by the concept. Surprisingly, this method appears to be effective. As Zhen Yuanzi orchestrates the grand formation to suppress any disturbances, he observes the process of Shan Yuan's artifact achieving enlightenment. Within the 5-element palace, 10 middle 1,000 worlds are gradually merging, a process that unfolds at a sluggish pace. This slow progression weighs heavily on Shan Yuan, who finds the immense consumption of energy quite overwhelming. Every passing moment drains a considerable amount of his magical power. Fortunately, Shan Yuan has attained the pinnacle of the Hongjun golden immortal realm, with his body, magical energy, and primordial spirit cultivated to their utmost limits, granting him formidable recovery abilities that allow him to endure such exhaustion. As time elapses, an explosive sound reverberates, signaling the successful fusion of 2 earth element worlds among the 10 middle 1,000 worlds. As Shan Yuan had calculated, this amalgamation results in a singular world, reaching the zenith of the middle 1,000 worlds, with the next step leading to the grand 1,000 world. Moreover, the moment the earth element worlds coalesced, it became the linchpin of the 5 elements, establishing itself as the core. The completion of this world's fusion yields remarkable effects, as the remaining 8 worlds accelerate their merging process under its influence. Before long, they too achieve successful fusion. Within the 5-element tower, an air of tranquility envelopes everything. The 5 worlds, now at the pinnacle of the middle 1,000 realm, begin to exhale and inhale slowly. Streams of pure elemental power emanate from the 5-element tower, cascading onto Shan Yuan's 5 forms, replenishing the vast amounts of energy and magical power he had expended. With a sigh of relief, Shan Yuan exchanges glances with his 5 bodies, each reflecting the joy of their shared success. The artifact's quest for enlightenment is but one step away from completion, and this final stride is destined for triumph. After resting for a considerable duration and restoring his condition, Shan Yuan embarks on this crucial final step. Radiant five-colored divine light surges once more from behind the five Shan Yuans, plunging into the five-element tower. Each beam of divine light envelopes one of the worlds. Merge. The five Shan Yuans chant in unison, channeling the five-colored divine light to entwine the five worlds, forcefully compressing them together to initiate the fusion. Boom. In this moment, the clash of the five elemental forces creates a thunderous tumult, causing Shan Yuan to emit a muffled groan. The five-colored divine light encasing the five worlds nearly shatters under the strain. The fusion of these five pinnacle middle thousand worlds proves to be an intricate and perilous endeavor. However, Shan Yuan, possessing profound accumulation as a consummate Hunyuan golden immortal, with an extraordinarily powerful physical form, divine power, and primordial spirit, steadfastly withstood this tremendous impact. The five realms were resolutely suppressed. The five beams of divine light resembled Shan Yuan's five colossal hands, forcefully pressing down upon the five realms, compelling them to converge and merge with one another. This process was exceedingly brutal, as terrifying forces erupted continuously, even threatening the very essence of the five realms. Yet Shan Yuan deftly neutralized each surge. Gradually, the five realms began to integrate. Within the five elements tower, at the juncture of the five realms, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind surged violently, while the energies of the five elements boiled with intensity. The realms were progressively melding, though the process was fraught with challenges. Occasionally, as they merged, imbalances would arise, leading to potential collapses. It was during these moments that Shan Yuan exerted his strength. With his formidable prowess, he stabilized the five realms, facilitating their gradual unification. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, the five realms began to coalesce. However, the resultant vast world was merely a nascent form. At first glance, it appeared as if five distinct worlds, each adorned in different hues, had been forcibly amalgamated. Yet, at this stage, no further surprises awaited. The five elements' great world, emanating from the central junction, radiated forth beams of azure, crimson, yellow, ebony, and ivory in all directions. Where these rays traversed, the vast world gradually transformed into a spectrum of five colors, rather than remaining distinctly separated. It is easy to envision that once the entirety of the vast world metamorphoses into these five colors, it will signify the complete transformation of this grand universe. Chapter 79. The innate supreme treasure is approaching completion, shocking all the vast and dynamic world of the five elements undergoes continual metamorphosis, releasing torrents of formidable elemental power that cascade through the five elements tower. In this moment, astonishingly, the five elements tower ascends in tandem with the transformation of the five elements world. Within the tower, innate restrictions resonate in a symphony of vibrant colors, dazzlingly brilliant. Originally, as a premier innate spiritual treasure, it possessed 48 innate restrictions. However, at this juncture, these 48 restrictions are steadily becoming more substantial, while simultaneously, the emergence of the 49th restriction, symbolizing the innate supreme treasure, begins to manifest. Initially, this 49th restriction appears ephemeral, yet it gradually solidifies, radiating increasingly resplendent light. Boom. The five elements tower trembles incessantly, unleashing waves of ferocious power that challenge the five-colored divine light of Shan Yuan, which struggles to maintain its dominance. 1/5, 2/5, 3/5. The pace of transformation within the five elements world accelerates, culminating in an overwhelming aura that erupts from the five elements tower. This explosion shatters Shan Yuan's suppression, sending the five-colored divine light scattering. Zhen Yuanzi bellows fiercely, deploying the innate earth array to exert full control. Yet, in this moment, the transformation of the five elements tower has reached its critical juncture. The ascension of the five elements tower to an innate supreme treasure is already more than halfway complete, and the power it now wields is astonishingly formidable. The suppression of the innate earth array lasts but an instant before it too is shattered by the tower's might. Buzz. As the expressions of Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi shift dramatically, they witness the five elements tower burst forth from the five elements palace, soaring skyward. Suspended in the air above Mount Wanshou, it emanates an aura of unfathomable terror that sweeps outward in all directions. This is dire. Both Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi comprehend the monumental upheaval that the exposure of the five elements tower will bring to the primordial realm. After all, innate supreme treasures have always been exceedingly rare in the wilderness, and now Shan Yuan has astonishingly forged a new one. How could this not incite a commotion? Behold, the five elements tower hovers in the sky, erupting with power that reverberates through the heavens and the earth. From all directions, Torrents of spiritual energy rushed toward it like a tempest, destined to be devoured. Concurrently, the tower's aura captures the attention of the heavenly Dao. Layers of ominous clouds gather above the five elements tower, unleashing the oppressive essence of impending tribulation. At this moment, the tremendous commotion at Mount Wanshou draws the attention of powerful beings and saints from various factions, who soon become aware of the extraordinary event. As their divine senses probe the source, their expressions shift drastically, each one filled with astonishment. Is that an innate supreme treasure? A treasure in the midst of ascension? The onlookers are astounded, unable to fathom the reality before them. After all, what is the innate treasure? In the vastness of the primordial chaos, there exist only a handful of such artifacts. Yet now, a new innate treasure is being born, which is quite absurd. Is it not? Simultaneously, some individuals cannot help but feel a surge of greed. After all, the allure of an innate treasure is undeniably immense. Furthermore, it is not just the mighty who are stirred. Even the saints are moved at this moment. Within the sacred realm of Shumi Mountain, the figures of Jane and Zhunti exchanged knowing glances. Zhunti remarked, "Brother, this treasure is destined for us in the West." Jane hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "We shall both venture forth. This matter is likely extraordinary." At Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones also gazed towards the five elements pagoda hovering above Mount Wanshou. Even the traditionally tranquil Laozi was stirred, exclaiming, "Is this not a supreme innate spiritual treasure? How can it still ascend?" The excitement of the primordial beginning was palpable, refining artifacts as a path to enlightenment, indeed. But does this enlightenment pertain to the individual or the artifact? He muttered to himself, his expression bordering on madness. Though he had inherited the path of artifact refinement, he had deemed such enlightenment too challenging, ultimately opting for the path of virtue. Now, witnessing the imminent ascension of the five elements pagoda, his emotions surged uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Tongtian's gaze grew profound, his eyes shimmering with a sword-like light, fixated on the pagoda, remaining silent for an extended period. Beyond the 33 heavens, within the domain of the Empress Nuwa, she too sensed the five elements pagoda undergoing tribulation in the primordial world and gazed in astonishment towards Mount Wanshou. In addition, the deities in the 33 heavens, including the illustrious Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and the Kuanping, along with the river of blood from the underworld, were equally astonished by the five elements pagoda's tribulation. Naturally, some pondered the reason behind the pagoda's sudden elevation. Who facilitated this ascension? Yet, upon a moment's reflection, the notion became even more incredulous. Boom! Within Mount Wanshou, the five mountain spirits simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing at the five elements pagoda, enveloped in countless bolts of thunder. Their expressions gradually shifted from gravity to relief. The pagoda's liberation was an unexpected yet inevitable occurrence. The mountain spirits had believed that with the Hongming measuring ruler and the innate earth array, they could suppress it. However, the pagoda's final metamorphosis required the absorption of a vast amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, as well as an attunement to the elemental paths of existence, a miscalculation on the part of the mountain spirits. Nevertheless, a miscalculation was inconsequential at this stage. The transformation of the five elements pagoda into an innate treasure was virtually assured. Once the five elements pagoda became an innate treasure and achieved enlightenment, they would wield its power, instantly attaining the strength of a Shan Yuan de Luo Jingxian. With such might, what fear could there be in the primordial chaos? Indeed, as the mountain spirits had anticipated, despite the relentless thunder crashing upon the five elements pagoda, it remained utterly unmoved, instead consuming the very lightning that assailed it. The aura of the five elements tower grew increasingly formidable, sweeping across all directions with a momentum that shook the heavens and the earth, causing the mighty from all realms to change countenance. Simultaneously, the tower unleashed a powerful devouring force, consuming the essence of the five elements that permeated the universe. Streams of elemental energy, divided into the five colors of blue, red, yellow, black, and white, incessantly converged towards the five elements tower. The radiant glow emitted by the tower became ever more resplendent. In the 33 heavens, Emperor Jun fixed his gaze upon the five elements tower, while Tai stood beside him, clutching the chaotic bell. "Elder brother," Tai inquired, seeking to understand Emperor Jun's thoughts. After a moment of silence, Emperor Jun shook his head and replied, "We shall not intervene." "Not intervene?" Tai responded, perplexed. "Why not?" Emperor Jun inhaled deeply and explained, "This five elements tower was forged by the disciple of Zhen Yuanzi. Do you recall?" Tai, taken aback, expressed disbelief. That lad? It cannot be. Indeed, it is he, Emperor Jun affirmed. Zhen Yuanzi's path is that of the earth, and there is no mistaking it. He cannot alter his own path. However, his disciple is rather peculiar. During the second sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, he had already attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal and was brought along by Zhen Yuanzi to listen to the teachings. And now, he has actually forged a piece of innate supreme treasure? This is truly astonishing, beyond imagination. Emperor Jun marveled in admiration, while Tai remained skeptical. Let us wait. Even if we must act, we shall not be the first. We will bide our time for the right opportunity, he advised. Emperor Jun continued. There are far too many eyes on this innate treasure, and even those few will find it difficult to remain idle. I am curious to see if Zhen Yuanzi's disciple, having crafted this innate treasure, can safeguard it. Should he falter, then we may seize the chance to claim the tower for ourselves. Tai, instruct the preparations for the great array of the heavenly stars. Chapter 80. The Treasure of the Tao. The saints take action in the celestial realm of the 33 heavens. Kunpeng gazed in awe at the impending ascension of the 5 elements pagoda into a primordial treasure. His astonishment was palpable, and as he pondered the implications, a sense of curiosity welled within him. How was the 5 elements pagoda achieving this transformation? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck Kunpeng, amplifying his astonishment as he mused. Could it be the primordial purple energy? The red cloud's primordial purple energy was harnessed to forge this primordial treasure? The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. Yet, confusion clouded his understanding. Was Hongjun truly foolish to forego the primordial purple energy for the sake of forging a primordial treasure, thus allowing others to benefit from its creation? Despite his burgeoning greed for the 5 elements pagoda, Kunpeng sensed an opportune moment had finally arrived. He quietly departed from the 33 heavens and returned to his domain in the northern underworld sea. Before the blood god palace in the abyssal blood sea, the figure draped in a blood robe, Mingyi, cast his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes fixed on the direction of Mount Wanshou. His heart, however, was far from tranquil. For the primordial purple energy that Hongjun possessed was in his very grasp. This meant that the 5 elements pagoda, soon to be forged into a primordial treasure, did not rely on the primordial purple energy at all. Instead, the trio from Mount Wanshou had employed some unknown means to accomplish this feat. This revelation was truly alarming. At that moment, Mingyi felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Initially, he had perceived the trio from Mount Wanshou as fools, naively relinquishing the primordial purple energy to him. What folly! Yet now, his perspective had shifted. The trio from Mount Wanshou had transformed into enigmatic figures in his mind, particularly Shan Yuan, the disciple of Zhen Yuanzi. Mingyi understood that among the trio, Shan Yuan practiced the path of the 5 elements. Now, the 5 elements pagoda, on the verge of ascending to a primordial treasure, corresponded perfectly with his discipline. The thought that a mere junior had managed to forge a primordial treasure was almost unfathomable. Who would dare to believe such a tale? It seemed that he might indeed have to eliminate a saint, Mingyi pondered to himself. He had been diligently contemplating the path to enlightenment and had begun to grasp certain insights, feeling a burgeoning confidence in his potential to attain sainthood. Yet, the joy of this realization was significantly dampened by the understanding that the primordial purple energy he had acquired was merely discarded by others, making it akin to refuse he had scavenged. Was the primordial purple energy truly refuse? Nonetheless, the abyssal blood sea was, after all, a refuse dump of the primordial chaos, and Mingyi had grown accustomed to sifting through refuse. There was nothing intolerable about it. After all, the trio from Mount Wanshou might have deemed the primordial purple energy beneath their notice, but what mattered was that Mingyi valued it, and that sufficed. The opportunity for enlightenment was far superior to its absence. Only upon reaching this level of understanding could he begin to fathom why the trio held such disdain for the primordial purple energy. Mingyi observed quietly, lost in his reflections. His mood gradually calmed, setting him apart from others. While many yearned for the 5 elements tower, he was acutely aware that the 3 individuals from Mount Wanshou were not easily approachable. Attempting to seize their tower would be an arduous task. Indeed, even the saints sensed this. They understood that not even the most formidable among them could wrest the 5 elements tower from Shan Yuan without facing dire consequences. Mingyi quietly awaited the unfolding spectacle, anticipating that the trio from Mount Wanshou would soon achieve resounding fame. At this moment, the 5 elements tower, basking in the onslaught of heavenly tribulations, stood resolute against the relentless thunder strikes. It absorbed the lightning, refining itself in the process. Shan Yuan shared a profound connection with the tower, perceiving its transformation as it harnessed the tribulations to complete its ultimate metamorphosis. Within the tower, the vast world of the five elements had coalesced into a dazzling array of five colors, the essence of the five elements resonating with unparalleled purity. Countless Dao rhythms permeated the atmosphere, echoing like thunderous celestial melodies. As time flowed, eventually, a series of resplendent purple lightning bolts descended upon the five elements tower. These bolts represented the mightiest thunder of the primordial era, the purple sky divine thunder. Yet, even this formidable force could not breach the tower's defenses. It withstood the onslaught. In that moment, the five elements tower ascended to the status of a primordial treasure, unleashing an overwhelming aura of five elements Dao that radiated in all directions. This energy swept across the entire primordial realm, causing the heavens to tremble and the sun and moon to dim. The sheer magnitude of this power mirrored the day when the saints attained enlightenment. Countless extraordinary phenomena erupted in the heavens, shining brilliantly. At this moment, the five elements tower had successfully undergone its transformation, becoming a primordial treasure, a testament to the successful attainment of its Dao. However, at that very instant, just as the tower had overcome the tribulation, the void suddenly fractured with a resounding crack, and a colossal hand emerged, reaching for the five elements tower. This hand radiated a splendid seven-colored brilliance, originating from the western sage, Zhunti. Utilizing the seven treasures' wonderful tree, it manifested as a hand intent on forcibly claiming the primordial treasure. Simultaneously, another massive hand tore through the void, also aiming for the five elements tower. This hand, bathed in chaotic hues, appeared as a weighty and vast force, its might surpassing that of Zhunti's seven-colored hand. The two hands descended upon the tower almost simultaneously, unleashing their powers to subdue it and claim it for themselves. However, at that critical moment, the five elements tower trembled violently, erupting with an overwhelming force that shattered both hands. Streams of five-colored brilliance flowed around the tower. From beneath the tower, a figure leaped forth. It was Shan Yuan, or more precisely, the earth element Shan Yuan. As the earth elemental mountain Yuan ascended, the other four entities directed their attention towards him. The four mountain Yuan merged into the essence of the earth elemental mountain Yuan. However, this was not a mere fusion. Rather, it was a manifestation reminiscent of the 12 ancestors of sorcery merging, akin to the summoning of the true form of Pangu. He had devised a formation that allowed him to temporarily unify his five embodiments. In doing so, he concentrated all his power, enabling his strength to reach its zenith. In an instant, a dazzling five-colored radiance erupted from Mountain Yuan, the resplendent hues illuminating the entire realm. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, as if it transcended the heavens and the earth, imparting an indescribable exhilaration. This was the essence of power. Mountain Yuan sensed his might was extraordinarily formidable. He vaguely perceived the presence of a membrane, a barrier that separated him from an even greater realm. Once shattered, he would ascend to a higher plane of existence. Mountain Yuan then understood that his current strength was indeed formidable, nearing the limits just beneath the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Such power could perhaps earn the designation of sub-saint or half-saint. Simultaneously, after the unification of his five forms, he felt a heightened resonance with the five elements tower. The elements attracted one another. With his presence here, the tower was impervious to any attempts at usurpation. Chapter 81. The Great War approaches. The five elements tower hovered majestically above Shan Yuan's head, radiating a resplendent light that emanated an incomprehensibly vast aura, overwhelming the cosmos and all living beings. With a thunderous roar, an immense power surged forth from the five elements tower and enveloped Shan Yuan. Already at the pinnacle of strength below the sage realm, Shan Yuan's power ascended once more. A formidable energy erupted within him, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing the sages and mighty beings to change countenance. In that moment, Shan Yuan, with the aid of the five elements tower, elevated his strength to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. What an extraordinary power it was! Shan Yuan felt an inexhaustible reservoir of magical energy coursing through him, his cultivation and understanding reaching an unimaginable height. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through the past and future, with the threads of fate and destiny firmly within his grasp. A profound enlightenment dawned upon Shan Yuan. This was the divine ability possessed by the primordial golden immortal, an unfathomably vast power. Yet, he was acutely aware that such capabilities were granted to him through the five elements tower. Akin to the sages who refined the primordial purple energy and entrusted their souls to the Tao, thus attaining the realm of the primordial golden immortal. This state of being did not wholly belong to him. Nevertheless, it represented a unique form of enlightenment. At the very least, he had acquired the prowess of a primordial golden immortal. With a swift motion, Shan Yuan ascended to the lofty heights above, the five elements tower still hovering above him. He surveyed his surroundings, and in that moment, it felt as though every corner of the vast wilderness was laid bare before his gaze. A gentle smile graced his lips as his eyes settled upon Kunlun Mountain, where three sages resided: Laozi of the supreme purity, Yuan Shi of the jade purity, and Tong Tian of the upper purity. Shan Yuan shifted his gaze to the west, to Mount Shumi, where two more sages stood, their expressions grave as they regarded him, Jiejing and Zhunti. Finally, his attention drifted to the heavens beyond the 33 skies, where he caught a glimpse of the celestial empress, Nuwa. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Shan Yuan addressed the assembly of his fellow Taoists, inquiring softly, "Esteemed friends, do you have any wisdom to impart?" His voice, though quiet, resonated throughout the universe, echoing in the ears of all beings. As his words faded, an endless array of phenomena blossomed forth, a sea of purple energy enveloping the sky. Sages appeared by Shan Yuan's side, all eyes fixed upon him. Yuan Shi scoffed, stating, "It is not you who has attained enlightenment, but this treasure, the five elements tower. You, Shan Yuan, are but a mere junior, daring to call us your friends?" Upon Yuan Shi's remark, the atmosphere grew tense, a palpable aura of hostility emerging in his gaze. Tong Tian furrowed his brow, while Laozi maintained an impassive expression, revealing little change. Jiejing and Zhunti exchanged glances, remaining silent. Though Zhunti's gaze remained fixed on the five elements tower. As for Nuwa, she did not descend from the celestial emperor, but remained in observation. Upon hearing this, Shan Yuan did not express anger. Instead, his gaze flickered, and he smiled, stating, "Whether through the treasure or my own enlightenment, since the artifact belongs to me, it seems permissible to share the title of fellow Taoist with you all, does it not? After all, your own realizations of the Tao may not be entirely genuine. If your primordial spirits were to depart from the heavenly path, could you still be considered as part of the chaos?" Preposterous. Shan Yuan's words elicited an immediate outburst from Yuan Shi, who retorted angrily, "How dare you speak such nonsense?" The other sages also displayed their displeasure, taken aback by Shan Yuan's audacity in voicing such matters openly. Yet, it was simply the truth. Surrounded by the sages, Shan Yuan remained unperturbed and declared, "Very well. Since you refuse to allow me to address you as fellow Taoists, it seems you wish to engage in battle with me." His eyes sharpened, and the five-colored divine light behind him grew ever more radiant, soaring upwards as if to encompass the entire universe, causing the sages to adopt solemn expressions. Indeed, at this moment, Shan Yuan possessed the strength of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, a realization that had never crossed the minds of the sages. They had considered the possibility of another achieving enlightenment in the future, becoming a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Yet they never anticipated that the one achieving it would not be a person, but rather a treasure. Someone had refined an artifact into a primal treasure, attaining enlightenment through it. Consequently, the power of the artifact enabled its possessor to attain the might of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. In terms of strength, Shan Yuan had indeed qualified to stand on equal footing with them. He provocatively inquired whether they preferred to confront him individually or to attack him collectively. Shan Yuan could discern that confrontation was inevitable today. Although the sages were not entirely narrow-minded, they would not allow any latercomer to achieve enlightenment. However, one could hardly claim they had open hearts, indifferent to themselves or the events of the day. Thus, this became a trial. The sages would undoubtedly engage with him, and he needed to demonstrate sufficient strength to earn their acknowledgement and acceptance of his existence. Another disdainful snort escaped, and it was once again Yuan Shi, who had previously acted alongside Zhunti. Now, after revealing himself, he continued to exchange cold words with Shan Yuan. Coldly, he declared, "Shan Yuan, I have stated before that you are merely a junior. There is no need for a collective effort to deal with you. I alone am sufficient. Let us battle in the chaos. Once I suppress you and seize your five elements tower, you will comprehend the indignity that a sage cannot endure. We sages are not what you imagine us to be. Very well, today let me enlighten you on what it means to be a sage." With that, Yuan Shi moved, vanishing from sight, yet remarkably departing from the primordial world and entering the chaos. Shan Yuan shook his head, extending his hand to summon a beam of purple light from Mount Wanshou, as the Hongming Liangtian fell into his grasp. "Master, I shall return shortly," Shan Yuan declared, his figure flickering before vanishing into the chaos. Left behind were Laozi, Yuan Shi, Jane, and Zhunti, who exchanged glances in the high skies. Zhunti furrowed his brow, understanding Jane's thoughts from their close companionship, and shook his head in response. With a sigh, Zhunti acknowledged the gravity of the situation, while Laozi and Tongtian shared a knowing smile. In the next moment, the four figures shimmered and disappeared from the heavens, venturing into the chaos. However, their intent was not to intervene, but merely to observe. As Yuanshi articulated, it sufficed for only him to confront Shan Yuan, negating the need for their collective intervention. As the saints and Shan Yuan departed, countless powerful beings in the world projected their consciousness into the chaos. After all, an impending battle of saintly proportions was about to unfold, an unprecedented event in the Hongjun realm. Unlike the previous act of Nuwa creating the heavens, this was a genuine conflict among saints, a spectacle no one could afford to miss. Moreover, the day's occurrences were astonishing, leaving many in disbelief. Indeed, if the one attaining enlightenment had been renowned figures like Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, or the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai, such a revelation would have been acceptable. Yet, it was Zhen Yuanzi's disciple, a junior, who had achieved this feat. Was there any justice in that? It was no wonder the saints felt discontent at being referred to as peers by Shan Yuan, prompting them to take action against him. In the depths of Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi took a deep breath, suddenly merging his true form with his avatar. His aura surged, unmistakably reaching the peak of the Hunyuan Jingxian. With a swift motion, Zhen Yuanzi personally ventured into the chaos to witness this monumental battle. Chapter 82. Battle with Yuanshi. Ultimately, the one who would engage in battle with Yuanshi is none other than his own disciple, even if one's strength is lacking and cannot be relied upon. At the very least, one must be present. The conflict is about to commence. In the depths of the blood sea of the underworld, the gaze of the river of the dead gradually ignited with excitement. Simultaneously, within the purple sky palace, a figure suddenly materialized upon the Dao platform. His expression was serene and frigid. It was the Dao ancestor Hongjun. However, at this moment, there was not a trace of emotion in Hongjun's eyes. His indifferent gaze swept over the myriad saints and settled upon Shan Yuan. Shan Yuan immediately sensed it, and through the swirling chaos, he beheld a magnificent palace standing amidst the void. Dao ancestor Hongjun. A jolt of surprise coursed through Shan Yuan's heart, yet he quickly regained his composure. As his cultivation progressed, his understanding of the unity with Hongjun deepened. At this juncture, it was utterly impossible for Hongjun to intervene. In fact, at this moment, Hongjun would not possess independent consciousness, but would be assimilated into the heavenly Dao. The desire to alter this state and reclaim his own awareness would require an unknown duration. Thus, despite being observed by Hongjun, Shan Yuan remained utterly unperturbed. For what he faced was not Hongjun himself, but the heavenly Dao, which is impartial and unselfish. It would not act against him. Foolish young ones, do you believe that possessing two supreme treasures grants you the audacity to act recklessly? Yuanshi's cold voice resonated through the chaos. With a swift motion, he summoned forth a long banner that materialized in his grasp. Upon its surface, chaotic sword energy surged and roiled, emanating an aura of sheer terror. This banner was none other than the Pangu banner, one of the three treasures of creation. Shan Yuan's gaze narrowed, a serene smile gracing his lips. Yet a palpable aura of killing intent radiated from him. It is said that saints are immortal and indestructible. I am most curious to see if this holds true. As he spoke, the five-colored divine light behind him surged violently towards Yuanshi. The magnificent five-colored brilliance illuminated the chaos, and at that moment, everything became solidified beneath its descent. The chaos seemed to crystallize into a masterpiece, akin to a piece of amber. Yuanshi felt his own movement slow, but most crucially, Shan Yuan's strike was aimed directly at the Pangu banner in his grasp. Had he not clutched it tightly, the banner would have surely slipped from his fingers and been swept away by the five-colored light. Just then, Shan Yuan did not relent. He unleashed the Hongming measuring ruler from his hand. As the ruler soared forth, it expanded dramatically, transforming into an enormous weapon that descended upon Yuanshi. Utterly shameless, Yuanshi roared in fury, and from above, auspicious clouds of celebration materialized, radiating brilliant light. Countless jeweled ornaments and golden lamps illuminated the scene, striving to block the impending strike of the Hongming measuring ruler. Simultaneously, Yuanshi vigorously shook the Pangu banner in his hand. A weapon transformed from the blade of the opening heaven axe, renowned among the three supreme treasures for its formidable offensive capability. With the shake, a torrent of chaotic sword energy erupted forth, swirling around and shattering Shan Yuan's five-colored divine light. With a low grunt, Shan Yuan pressed forward rather than retreating, once again unleashing the radiant five-colored divine light that firmly restrained the Pangu banner, preventing its explosive emergence. Waves of chaotic sword energy stirred the five-colored divine light, causing it to tremble violently. Yet, the five-colored divine light was not so easily shattered. Its immense weight and grandeur demanded an extraordinary level of magical power to wield. This oppressive force, emanating from the five-colored divine light, was so terrifying that even the Pangu banner found it difficult to break free momentarily. While the five-colored divine light held the Pangu banner in check, Shan Yuan seized the Hongming Liangtian ruler with a powerful grasp. With this ruler in hand, he struck relentlessly at the myriad celestial clouds of Yuanshi. These celestial clouds, renowned for their invulnerable defense against all forms of attack, were no match for the exquisite heaven and earth mystical tower. Coincidentally, the Hongming Liangtian ruler was equally esteemed as a treasure of merit, akin to the heaven and earth mystical tower. As the ruler collided with the celestial clouds, it was Yuanshi who suffered the consequences. The celestial clouds shook violently under the relentless assault of the Hongming Liangtian ruler, leaving Yuanshi in a state of disarray, nearly overwhelmed by the onslaught. This was a result of Yuanshi's carelessness. He had not anticipated Shan Yuan's sudden strike, which effectively restrained his Pangu banner using the five-colored divine light. Moreover, the Hongming Liangtian ruler, a supreme treasure, had unexpectedly found its way into Shan Yuan's possession, rendering Yuanshi's celestial clouds unable to withstand its might. Feeling humiliated, Yuanshi was instantly consumed by rage. "You seek death," he bellowed, unable to contain himself. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of saintly power erupted from his being, shattering the surrounding chaos within a vast radius, transforming it into a torrent of earth, water, fire, and wind that rampaged uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in Yuanshi's other hand, he grasped a jade ruby, the treasured artifact of his path to enlightenment, the three treasures jade ruby. This artifact, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, was forged from the lotus root that emerged after the transformation of the 24th grade primal chaos Qinglian, having spent countless years refining it. The power of the three treasures jade ruby was undoubtedly extraordinary. With a resounding crash, Yuanshi unleashed this jade ruby, causing the entire chaos to tremble under its immense force. As it hurtled towards Shan Yuan, the chaotic void shattered in its wake, reduced to dust. The might of this strike was akin to the creation of the heavens and earth, a display of terrifying power that revealed the extent of Yuanshi's wrath. The myriad powerful beings observing felt a tremor in their hearts, acutely aware of their own insignificance beneath the weight of Yuanshi's attack. This reaffirmed the saying, "Beneath the saints, all are but ants." Yet, in the face of such a cataclysmic blow from Yuanshi, Shan Yuan remained composed. At that moment, the five elements tower above Shan Yuan's head erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The three treasures jade ruby struck down with tremendous force, colliding violently against the five elements tower. Boom! In an instant, amidst the chaos, two radiant beams of light collided. A colossal surge of energy erupted violently, sweeping in all directions and giving rise to an infinite tempest of disorder. In the face of such a spectacle, even the distant onlookers, including the revered sages and powerful beings like Zhen Yuanzi, were not immune to its effects. However, the sages remained unfazed, standing resolutely as the aftermath of the fierce battle surged around them. The terrifying waves that assailed their vicinity were silently dissipated, restoring tranquility to their surroundings. Yet, while the sages paid little heed to the residual turbulence, their gazes were nonetheless tinged with astonishment as they observed the two combatants on the battlefield. Shan Yuan seemed excessively formidable, or rather, it was not merely Shan Yuan's strength that astounded, but the abundance of treasures at his disposal. Not only did he possess the five elements tower, but he also wielded the primordial measurement ruler. With these two supreme artifacts in his possession, it was no wonder that Yuanshi found himself at a disadvantage. As the expressions of the sages fluctuated, each harbored distinct thoughts in their hearts. Laozi's attention was drawn to the primordial measurement ruler, which held an equivalence to his own celestial and terrestrial mystical tower. Moreover, while one served as an offense and the other as a defense, his celestial and terrestrial mystical tower was the foremost defensive treasure of the postnatal realm, while the primordial measurement ruler was the premier offensive treasure. This implies that if the celestial and terrestrial mystical tower had a nemesis, that nemesis would undoubtedly be the primordial measurement ruler. Chapter 83, The Terrifying Great War. The Dominant Flesh, a grand chapter of 5,000 words. Tong Tian's eyes shimmered with an increasing fervor for battle, yearning for a confrontation of saints. Meanwhile, both Jane and Zhunti were astonished that Shan Yuan, a mere junior yet to attain the Tao, possessed two supreme treasures. After all, they from the West had none to their name. They pondered how splendid it would be if they could also possess even a single treasure of such caliber. In particular, the glint of greed was unmistakably evident in Zhunti's gaze. Zhen Yuanzi could not help but furrow his brow. Although he had not yet attained the Dao, his combined form and advanced cultivation as a late Hun Yuan golden immortal rendered the aftermath of the battle inconsequential to him. However, he was genuinely concerned about Shan Yuan's predicament, surrounded as he was by a pack of wolves. As things stood, Shan Yuan could likely withstand a single saint, but there were 4 saints nearby. Fortunately, Nuwa had not intervened, which somewhat eased Zhen Yuanzi's mind. Not all saints were intolerant of others achieving the Dao. At the same time, Shan Yuan and Yuanshi were engaged in a fierce clash, the Wuxing Tower colliding head-on with the Sanbao Yuli. In an instant, the Sanbao Yuli was struck with such force by the Wuxing Tower that cracks began to appear on its surface, causing Yuanshi's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Shan Yuan was utterly detestable. Though he had yet to attain the Dao himself, he wielded a treasure that had. Consequently, this treasure, upon becoming a congenital supreme treasure, unleashed its most formidable power. Moreover, both Shan Yuan and the Wuxing Tower were grounded in the same Dao of the 5 elements, allowing Shan Yuan to channel their combined might to its fullest potential. This collision resulted in the Sanbao Yuli, of an inferior grade compared to the Wuxing Tower, fracturing under the impact. Particularly, as the Sanbao Yuli was Yuanshi's own treasure for attaining the Dao, its damage caused him considerable distress. He could no longer afford to engage in such reckless exchanges, for he was falling entirely into Shan Yuan's rhythm. Ignoring the pain of his damaged Sanbao Yuli, Yuanshi commanded it to steadfastly resist the Wuxing Tower. Simultaneously, he exerted all his strength to shake the Pangu banner in his hand. Boom! The power of the long banner was fully unleashed, releasing formidable chaotic sword energy, both thick and sharp. With the force of a tempest, it ultimately tore through Shan Yuan's 5-colored divine light, liberating itself from its suppression. Once free, the might of the long banner became even more overwhelming. Rumbling, the entirety of chaos seemed to be stirred by this long banner, boiling in tumultuous upheaval. At that moment, the Sanbao Yuli could no longer endure, and with a violent impact from the Wuxing Tower, it was sent spiraling backward. Yuanshi let out a muffled grunt as he retrieved the Sanbao Yuli, while simultaneously urging the Pangu banner to unleash its power further. Boom! Yuanshi swung the Pangu banner upward, colliding with the Hongming Liantian ruler. The ruler could not withstand the might of the long banner, being merely a postnatal treasure of merit. Although it was primarily offensive, it could only be compared to a congenital supreme treasure at best. The primordial Pangu banner, among the 3 supreme treasures, possesses the most formidable offensive prowess, far surpassing the Hongming's celestial measuring ruler. After effortlessly dispelling the latter with a single sweep, Yuanshi seized the opportunity, wielding the Pangu banner with vigorous determination, unleashing a torrent of sharp chaotic sword energies. As it sliced through the void, chaos was cleaved, countless chaotic essences shattered, transforming into earth, fire, water, and wind, their purity and turbidity in constant flux. This spectacle was truly terrifying, showcasing the overwhelming power of this innate treasure. As the primordial Yuqing Yuanshi's affinity with the Pangu banner was exceptionally high, enabling him to wield it with such terrifying might that he could forcibly rend chaos asunder, manifesting the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. Such a scene compelled Shan Yuan to focus intently. He was not yet a true embodiment of the Dao, but rather a practitioner utilizing the power of the 5 elements pagoda to forcibly elevate himself to the level of a Hun Yuan de Luo Jingxian. Compared to Yuanshi and his fellow sages, his strength was relatively modest. Moreover, these sages had been comprehending their Dao for an extended period, making them far more adept with their powers than Shan Yuan. The only reason he managed to gain the upper hand against Yuanshi previously was due to his sudden offensive, ensnaring Yuanshi's Pangu banner with the radiance of the 5 colors, thus preventing its use and achieving remarkable success. Now, despite having severely wounded Yuanshi's 3 treasures Rui and the celestial celebration clouds, Yuanshi had finally unleashed the full might of the Pangu banner. Not even a sage can suppress me, Shan Yuan bellowed, as the 5 elements pagoda hovered majestically above him, merging with his 5-colored divine light. In an instant, the brilliance of the pagoda surged, its power exponentially amplified. The torrent of elemental energy surged forth, and countless terrifying elemental laws erupted, roaring like a mighty river. Tearing through chaos, streams of 5-colored light collided with the chaotic sword energies of the Pangu banner, producing continuous thunderous explosions as the battle between Shan Yuan and Yuanshi intensified. The battlefield expanded, with chaos swirling into disarray around the two, enveloped in a vast expanse of tumult, where innumerable bolts of divine light and the force of laws erupted in all directions. Even a single wave of residual energy could shatter vast swathes of chaos, only for it to revert back to its original state. Such a confrontation among sages was indeed terrifying, leaving the onlooking powerful beings in awe. In the midst of this boundless chaos, the void remained remarkably stable and heavy, capable of withstanding the clash of the two. Otherwise, had this battle occurred in the primordial expanse, the devastation would have shattered countless mountains and rivers, inflicting grievous harm upon the land, with untold lives reduced to mere dust. This was precisely why Yuan Shi had invited Shan Yuan to battle within the chaos. As a sage, should he wage war in the primordial world, resulting in the demise of countless beings and damage to the fabric of heaven and earth, the consequences would be undeniably grave. Certainly, if the time comes when a battle must be waged amidst the primordial chaos, Yuan Shi would not hesitate. After all, as a sage, he is indestructible and unfettered by cause and effect, even if the heavens and earth were to shatter in the conflict. As long as the fundamental essence of existence remains intact, he could withstand any karmic repercussions incurred. This is precisely why Shan Yuan consented to engage in combat within the chaos. Sages are not entirely incapable of waging war in the primordial world, at least. During this period, they are still able to do so. It is only in the future, during the divine calamity and the grand battle of the sages, when the primordial land is shattered and Hongjun redefines the three realms, that they will face restrictions, unable to fight within the world. The chaos perpetually fractures and regenerates. With Shan Yuan and Yuan Shi each wielding their treasured artifacts, relentlessly clashing and unleashing terrifying forces of law, the combat is exceedingly perilous. Simultaneously, both warriors experience immense depletion. Within the chaos, especially amidst such fierce conflict, they cannot directly absorb the chaotic essence to replenish their power. Unless the battle ceases, they can only gradually consume and refine the chaotic essence with their formidable strength. Otherwise, to recklessly absorb the chaotic essence during battle would be akin to consuming poison, proving detrimental rather than beneficial. Break! Yuan Shi bellowed, and suddenly the Pangu banner in his hand contracted, its surface adorned with countless divine patterns shimmering brilliantly, unleashing a fearsome brilliance. Shan Yuan felt as if he had been ensnared, and with a sharp sound, an immense wave of chaotic sword energy erupted from the Pangu banner, hurtling directly toward him. Boom! The chaotic sword energy was particularly terrifying. Wherever it passed, the vast expanse of chaotic void was cleaved open, creating a profound chasm. Like a long rainbow, the chaotic sword energy surged forth in an instant, instilling dread in Shan Yuan's heart. Although Yuan Shi's own power was not significantly greater than his, the Pangu Banner's offensive capabilities far surpassed those of his Five Elements Tower. Realizing that Yuan Shi was unleashing his full strength without holding back, Shan Yuan let out a long howl, and a magnificent five-colored divine light surged from behind him, merging into the Five Elements Tower. In that moment, a tremendous roar emanated from within the tower as terrifying forces of the Five Elements erupted forth. Shan Yuan fully activated the Five Elements Tower, drawing forth the power of the vast multiverse contained within. All at once, it erupted, releasing a thick beam of five-colored divine light that thundered toward the chaotic sword energy. Humph! Shan Yuan, even if your Five Elements Tower becomes a primordial treasure, it cannot rival my Pangu banner. Today, I shall certainly diminish your realm and strip you of this treasure. Yuan Shi's voice reverberated through the chaos, his cold and merciless words sending chills down the spine. Shan Yuan was thoroughly enraged. He could assert that he bore no grudge against the primordial one. In fact, he had even congratulated him during his last enlightenment. Yet, to his astonishment, this individual had now ruthlessly suppressed him, not only seeking to diminish his realm, but also attempting to seize his Five Elements Tower. This enmity was one that could only be resolved through death. How utterly unforgivable. Very well, Primordial One. I shall witness how you intend to bring me down and wrest my Five Elements Tower from me. After a furious roar, Shan Yuan chose not to utter another word. In this primordial world, strength reigned supreme. If he could withstand the Primordial One's onslaught, then the latter would inevitably face repercussions. Conversely, should he falter, then he would have no choice but to flee. It was absurd to remain and not escape when faced with defeat. Shan Yuan was not so foolish. The vast and boundless chaos offered him refuge. As long as he delved deeply into its depths, even the saints would be powerless against him. This was a plan that Shan Yuan had long contemplated. As he sought to attain enlightenment through his treasures, he had carefully considered all possible outcomes. If the saints chose not to suppress him, that was one thing. However, should they decide to do so, he would emulate his uncle Hongjun and retreat into the chaos. In the depths of chaos, the further a saint ventured from the primordial world, the more their power would wane. This was the advantage of being a primordial golden immortal. Saints were bound to the primordial realm, whereas he was not. Even if Shan Yuan's status as a primordial golden immortal was somewhat tenuous, as long as his power reached the requisite level, it would suffice. He could indeed enter the chaos and, after achieving true enlightenment, return to the primordial realm, at which point the saints would no longer pose a threat to him. Ultimately, the risks associated with Shan Yuan's pursuit of enlightenment through treasures were considerable, yet he was eager to undertake this trial, to experience this realm in advance. This held significant importance for Shan Yuan, who had merged various paths of enlightenment, as it would alleviate many obstacles. Moreover, having already embarked on this path, further contemplation was futile. Thus, Shan Yuan devoted himself fully to resisting the Primordial One. The chaotic sword energy emanating from the Primordial One appeared to be unstoppable, causing the five-colored divine light to flicker and shatter, gradually showing signs of faltering. However, this was within Shan Yuan's expectations. With a thought, a lotus flower materialized beneath his feet. This lotus was pristine white, exuding an air of sanctity and emitting a vast white radiance that calmed the surrounding chaos. This white lotus was none other than the 12th rank pure world white lotus that Shan Yuan had cherished for ages, even more precious than what Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun had ever seen. Just as the 12th rank pure world white lotus emerged, the chaotic sword energy finally shattered the five-colored divine light and charged directly towards Shan Yuan. With a thunderous roar, it collided precisely with the 12th rank pure world white lotus, causing it to tremble slightly, its brilliance momentarily stalling, yet it remained utterly unscathed. In contrast, the chaotic sword energy, having exhausted its residual might, was swept away by the radiance of the 12th rank pure world white lotus, dissipating into nothingness. At that very moment, as the other saints were astounded by the emergence of yet another supreme innate spiritual treasure from Shan Yuan, he suddenly vanished in a flash, propelling himself like lightning directly towards Yuanshi, intent on engaging him in combat. A melee? The saints were momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for the battle of saints to unfold in such a manner. Moreover, hand-to-hand combat was hardly the norm in the primordial realm, being primarily practiced by the witch clan, which specialized in physical prowess over spiritual cultivation. After all, the witch clan relied solely on their physical forms. They could not afford to neglect their corporeal strength. Yet, Shan Yuan possessed a spiritual essence, did he not? His cultivation was rooted in the celestial path. Zhunti he wield treasures, employ divine abilities, and utilize various spells. How had it suddenly transformed into a brawl reminiscent of an ancestral witch? Yuanshi, too, was taken aback as he witnessed Shan Yuan's astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Shan Yuan stood before him, delivering a thunderous palm strike. The impact resonated like a cataclysmic explosion of countless thunders, shattering the surrounding chaos energy into oblivion. Shan Yuan's hand, aglow with five-colored radiance, struck fiercely beside Yuanshi. Although caught somewhat off guard, Yuanshi, being a saint, reacted swiftly. With a flicker of his mind, he unleashed a barrage of chaotic sword energy from the Pangu banner in his grasp, directing them towards Shan Yuan. So close. Was he not inviting a confrontation by forcing Shan Yuan to intercept his chaotic sword energy? A hint of mockery glimmered in Yuanshi's gaze. However, in the following moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The chaotic sword energies he had unleashed all missed their mark, as Shan Yuan deftly evaded each attack with a profound and intricate maneuver. Rather than retreating, Shan Yuan pressed forward, delivering a crushing palm strike against Yuanshi. Though the celestial protective clouds had not been entirely unprepared for Shan Yuan's assault, the sheer ferocity of his palm was overwhelming. Furthermore, the protective force of the celestial clouds was somewhat weakened due to Yuanshi not actively urging them. Consequently, Shan Yuan's strike violently breached through the celestial clouds, landing a devastating blow upon Yuanshi. Struck by this force, Yuanshi was sent reeling as if struck by lightning, emitting a cry of anguish as he was hurled through the air. With a resounding crash, he fell into the chaos, and as he struggled to rise, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. After all, no one had anticipated that Shan Yuan's close-quarters combat would yield such success. Yuanshi had been struck down and was now spitting blood. What could this possibly mean? The answer was singular. Shan Yuan's physical form was extraordinarily formidable. "Madman, you lunatic!" Yuanshi exclaimed, His gaze toward Shan Yuan transformed entirely as he stammered in disbelief. You have turned your own body into a treasure for forging, seeking to attain enlightenment through refining yourself into an innate treasure? Yuanshi regarded Shan Yuan with an incredulous expression, unable to fathom the reality before him. As Shan Yuan stood there, having sent Yuanshi flying, he observed the latter's disheveled attempt to regain his footing. The astonishment etched across his face undeniable. Shan Yuan's gaze swept over the gathered saints, a smile gracing his lips as he revealed a mouthful of pristine teeth. What? Is it not possible? He inquired. To attain enlightenment through the physical form. Is there truly any objection to that? The primordial being, Yuanshi, lacked the discernment to perceive Shan Yuan's true essence. He merely assumed that Shan Yuan was attempting to refine himself as if he were a mere treasure, unaware that the foundation of Shan Yuan lay in the path of the laws. By cultivating his physical form through the laws, his body became an embodiment of these principles. The strength of the laws directly correlated to the might of his physical being. Although Shan Yuan had yet to fully realize the laws, his physical form had not yet transformed into a true embodiment of these principles. However, with the aid of the 5 elements pagoda, a supreme artifact, he infused power into himself, rendering his physical form exceedingly formidable. While it may not rival the innate treasures of the highest order, it certainly stood on par with the top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Such a powerful physique, if not employed in battle, would indeed be a squandered potential. Yet, Shan Yuan did not anticipate that Yuanshi's physical form would withstand the force of his palm strike. Admittedly, the blessings of the celestial clouds had mitigated much of his power. Nevertheless, the residual strength remained substantial. Yuanshi, remarkably, endured the assault without being shattered, merely spitting out a mouthful of blood. It appeared that this saint was not entirely devoid of merit. There were indeed other discerning minds in this vast universe beyond his own. Chapter 84. The Cataclysm of Yuanshi and the Emergence of Hongjun, a grand chapter of 5,000 words, the cultivation of the physical body as a means to attain enlightenment. Treating it as a treasure to be refined, astonished all. The formidable physicality exhibited by Shan Yuan left everyone in utter disbelief. Moreover, as Yuanshi had remarked, all were convinced that Shan Yuan was indeed mad. Even his master, Zhen Yuanzi, could not help but nod in subconscious agreement, acknowledging the madness of his disciple. This pupil of his was utterly audacious, daring to traverse paths that others would shy away from, to pursue enlightenment through the physical form, refining it as if it were a treasure. Was this truly the path he had chosen? In the depths of the nether blood sea, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shan Yuan would embark on such an unconventional journey. This path was far from the mainstream of the primordial chaos. It was a route only traversed by the ancestral witches, those bereft of any alternative. Yet here was Zhen Yuanzi's disciple, who, despite having other avenues available, chose to tread this path that nearly everyone deemed a dead end. Was he a fool? Certainly not, for Shan Yuan had indeed succeeded in achieving enlightenment through a treasure. He had transformed an artifact into a primordial treasure. With this precedent set, it seemed entirely plausible that Shan Yuan could refine his own body into a primordial treasure. One could only marvel at the incredibility of it all. At the same time, the 12 ancestral witches, witnessing this spectacle within the primordial realm, were equally astounded. They, too, had not anticipated the emergence of a being whose physical prowess could rival, or even surpass, their own. Was this madness? The 12 ancestral witches found it difficult to grasp the reality of the situation. Thus far, the shockwaves that Shan Yuan had sent rippling through the inhabitants of the primordial world were beyond comprehension, leaving them in awe of how he had achieved such feats. Firstly, he had refined the 5 elements tower into a primordial treasure, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. Speculation arose that he may have utilized the primordial purple chi of Hongjun to accomplish this, for the primordial purple chi was the foundation of sanctification, and perhaps it possessed such efficacy. Moreover, with the aid of the 5 elements tower, Shan Yuan had directly attained the formidable strength of a Hunyuan Daoyujixian. Standing toe-to-toe with Yuanshi Tianzun in battle, this was equally astonishing. Ultimately, when Yuanshi Tianzun, in a fit of rage, unleashed the Pangu banner to utterly suppress Shan Yuan, he astonishingly countered with a fierce physical assault, striking back against Yuanshi Tianzun. This revelation was even more staggering, as Shan Yuan showcased a physical form that rivaled the might of the highest primordial spiritual treasures. In the primordial realm, only the 12 ancestral witches possessed such formidable physical forms. Yet, what was the origin of their formidable bodies? They were beings evolved from the divine blood of the great Pangu, akin to the 3 pure ones, which were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. It was only natural that the 12 ancestral witches, unable to cultivate their primordial spirits, would possess unparalleled advantages in physical form. But what gave Shan Yuan such prowess? Regardless, the undeniable truth remained. Shan Yuan's physical body was indeed as formidable as that of the 12 ancestral witches. Consequently, in close combat, Yuan Shi was rendered utterly outmatched. It resembles a fierce confrontation between the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the 3 pure ones. In terms of physical prowess, the 3 pure ones are naturally inferior to the 12 ancestors. However, when it comes to the primordial spirit, the 12 ancestors cannot rival the 3 pure ones either. At this moment, the countenance of Yuan Shi was grim, and the expressions of the saints grew increasingly solemn. The situation had become abundantly clear. If Shan Yuan was not subdued today, he might very well attain enlightenment once more in the future, achieving the status of a true Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. The first Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian in the wilds would indeed be this young man. At this juncture, no one dared to underestimate Shan Yuan any longer. He was now regarded as an entity of equal standing. In a fleeting moment, the saints exchanged glances, and Zhunti remarked with a smile, "This child is disrespectful to the saints. We must suppress him." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian could not help but frown and replied, "His treasure has achieved enlightenment. He is of the same ilk as us." His words expressed a lack of agreement with Zhunti's sentiment. In his view, it was unnecessary for Yuan Shi to intervene. Suppressing a fellow practitioner was hardly a display of skill. However, since the 3 pure ones were united as one and Yuan Shi had already taken action, he felt compelled to remain silent. Regardless, it was a one-on-one confrontation, and he wished to observe Shan Yuan's strength. Yet, sensing Zhunti's intentions to intervene, he couldn't help but feel that this was truly shameless. Merely a pseudo-Hunyuan. Zhunti shook his head, evidently resolved to take action. Tong Tian glanced at Laozi beside him, only to find Laozi silent, which caused a heaviness in his heart, leading him to sigh quietly. He chose not to speak further. Zhunti then produced the 7 treasures mysterious tree and called out to Yuan Shi, "Dao brother, this child is unruly. Shall we suppress him together?" Having already been struck by Shan Yuan's surprise attack, Yuan Shi was incensed. Upon hearing Zhunti's words, his anger flared. His face flushed crimson as he retorted, "Zhunti, there is no need for your intervention. I alone can subdue him." Zhunti was taken aback by this response, while Jian shook his head and whispered to him, "Yuqing values his pride. How could he allow you to intervene?" Zhunti's expression faltered as he surveyed the scene, a pang of regret swelling within him. He had been overly eager for results and had forgotten this crucial point. Now that Yuan Shi had made his intentions clear, Zhunti could no longer enter the fray. Otherwise, it would be Yuan Shi directing his wrath not at Shan Yuan, but at him instead. Simultaneously, as Yuan Shi's words fell, he suddenly shook the Pangu banner in his hand, causing it to tremble violently. A myriad of sharp, chaotic sword energies began to brew upon the banner's surface. Evidently, in his indignation, Yuan Shi was prepared to unleash a formidable attack. Boom! As the chaotic sword energies reached their zenith, Yuan Shi shook the Pangu banner with great force, unleashing a torrent of chaotic sword energy that surged forth, transforming into a roaring river of chaos, spanning the void, annihilating all in its path, and hurtling towards Shan Yuan. Yuan Shi's strike was genuinely terrifying. With all his might, he unleashed this chaotic sword energy river, and wherever it passed, the surrounding chaotic currents crumbled into oblivion. It was as if the very heavens were being cleaved apart. From within, Shan Yuan discerned the essence of the 9 axes of creation, revealing that this strike from Yuan Shi contained a profound essence of cosmic genesis. The magnificent and expansive chaos sword river surged forth, transforming the landscape with a force akin to the dawn of creation. Countless extraordinary phenomena, such as the boundless Tai Chi and the dualities of Yin and Yang, emerged in a terrifying display. In the distance, Zhen Yuanzi, observing this scene, felt his heart race to its utmost. Such a celestial battle among saints was beyond his capacity to intervene. His only concern was for Shan Yuan, which had compelled him to follow. Yet, even upon arriving here, he found himself powerless, forced to watch the fierce clash between Shan Yuan and Yuan Shi unfold before his eyes. As Yuan Shi unleashed such a formidable attack, Zhen Yuanzi's heart sank, filled with apprehension for Shan Yuan. Would this young man be able to withstand the onslaught? Zhen Yuanzi fretted internally. Just then, a voice resonated within his mind, illuminating his eyes and drawing a smile of surprise upon his lips. He realized that Shan Yuan was safe. Meanwhile, Shan Yuan recognized that Yuan Shi had truly been pushed to his limits. With no reserves left, Yuan Shi unleashed his full might. There would be no further engagement. After receiving Yuan Shi's strike, Shan Yuan would retreat into the depths of chaos, soaring far away. No matter how formidable these saints might be, the deeper they ventured into chaos, the more their powers would diminish, transforming the realm into his domain. With this thought, Shan Yuan had no time to inform Zhen Yuanzi. He had already hinted at such a possibility earlier. Therefore, Shan Yuan took a deep breath, and above him, a magnificent auspicious cloud manifested, radiating with five-colored brilliance. Particularly upon this auspicious cloud, 3 dazzling blossoms emerged, suddenly inhaling the entirety of the cloud's essence. All that remained above Shan Yuan were 3 resplendent 5-colored lotus flowers. Their brilliance so intense that it dazzled even the saints. The powerful beings were not exempt from this effect. In that moment, Shan Yuan's entire being lifted, merging with the 3 blossoms, just as the auspicious cloud had. The 3 lotus flowers absorbed every ounce of Shan Yuan's essence, and at that moment, their radiance reached an unparalleled splendor, illuminating the vast expanse of chaos. In a flash, the 3 lotus flowers soared upward, merging seamlessly into the 5 elements tower. With a deep rumble, the tower trembled, generating a resounding boom, while the surrounding chaotic void swiftly crumbled into nothingness. As the 5 elements tower turned slowly, the shattered void seemed to be drawn into the tower's embrace. At that moment, the overwhelming presence emanating from the 5 elements tower caused the saints to pale in fear. "Second brother, retreat quickly," boomed Laozi, who had remained silent until now, his voice cutting through the tension. Simultaneously, the Taiji diagram emerged beneath him, transforming into a resplendent golden bridge, seemingly poised to extend further. Yet, it was already too late. Likewise, Tong Tian, grasping the Qingping sword, could only observe this scene without the opportunity to intervene. Both Jane and Zhunti were utterly astonished. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated as the 5 elements tower surged forward. At Laozi's commanding shout, the 5 elements tower was the first to collide with the chaotic sword river. What had once appeared overwhelmingly formidable, capable of obliterating all, now met the 5 elements tower and disintegrated as if made of paper, shattered in an instant, utterly annihilated. Moreover, even after breaching the chaotic sword river, the 5 elements tower retained its momentum. In the face of Yuan Shi's astonished expression, with a resounding crash, the 5 elements tower forcefully struck Yuan Shi, sending both him and his banner soaring through the air. Not only that, but in midair, Yuan Shi could not withstand the impact, resulting in a tremendous explosion. This scene was nothing short of horrifying. Yuan Shi had been obliterated by the 5 elements tower. This was nothing less than the slaying of a saint. Countless mighty beings witnessed this shocking spectacle, their disbelief palpable. Yet, the reality of the moment was undeniable. With a resounding crash, the 5 elements tower finally came to a halt after colliding with Yuan Shi, yet it too appeared somewhat damaged, its radiance considerably diminished. A visible deep sword mark marred its surface, a result of the fierce counterstrike from Yuan Shi using the Pangu banner. Nevertheless, all of this had been worth the cost. Having paid such a price, the 5 elements tower had indeed shattered Yuan Shi. As the tower came to a standstill, everyone finally regained their senses. But it was too late. Even the sages stood in stunned silence, gazing at the still floating 5 elements tower and the blood mist near the Pangu banner, their disbelief profound. Yuan Shi had been obliterated? How could a saint be destroyed? How had Shan Yuan accomplished such a feat? How had he dared to do so? Who? Zhen Yuanzi felt as though his heart had stopped. The exhilaration was overwhelming. His disciple had achieved the unimaginable, shattering a saint. Yet, having done so, enmity was irrevocably established. The sages would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, this thought lingered only briefly in Zhen Yuanzi's mind before being swept away. If they would not let it rest, then so be it. Today's events, had they not been compelled by the sages, would they have unfolded in this manner? This was entirely of Yuan Shi's own making. Zhen Yuanzi now felt a newfound confidence. At that moment, the 5 elements tower trembled, and a figure materialized beneath it. This figure, of course, was Shan Yuan. Shan Yuan's complexion had turned slightly pale, and it was evident that even his breath had weakened. Gazing at the distant blood mist, his brows furrowed. Yuan Shi had not perished. He had merely been obliterated by his own power. Indeed, at that moment, the blood mist swirling around the Pangu banner began to coalesce. A figure soon materialized, revealing Yuan Shi once more. Well, Shan Yuan, you dare to inflict such harm upon me. Today, I shall not let this matter rest. Yuan Shi declared with a ferocious expression. At this moment, Laozi, Tong Tian, and the other sages, including Jane and Zhunti, were all poised to act. Shan Yuan let out a cold laugh, ready to merge once again with the 5 elements tower and steer it away. However, at that instant, a terrifying aura surged forth from the depths of chaos. The sages felt their expressions shift dramatically. Before they could utter a word, an imposing figure emerged before them, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a smile, Hongjun regarded Shan Yuan and said, "Well done. However, you need not intervene further. Allow me to take over." For the first time, Shan Yuan felt a sense of reliability from his senior uncle, who had made an appearance at this critical juncture. Undoubtedly, Hongjun had attained enlightenment. He had realized the unity of the four elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. Hongjun had become a Hun Yuan de Luo Jingxian. If one disregards the reincarnation of the space demon god, Yangmei, then Hongjun would undoubtedly be the foremost Hun Yuan de Luo Jingxian in the wilderness. "All right, it's in your hands, senior uncle." Shan Yuan grinned, retracting the five elements tower and approaching Zhen Yuanzi. His figure passed by Laozi, Tongtian, Jane, and Zhunti. Yet these four sages could not afford to spare him a glance. All present were utterly astounded by Hongyun's emergence. A true Hun Yuan de Luo Jingxian. Not one like Shan Yuan, who had attained such power through the might of artifacts. However, didn't Hongjun possess the primordial purple energy? Why had he attained the status of a Hun Yuan de Luo Jingxian instead of becoming a sage like the three pure ones? At that moment, countless mighty beings were left in bewilderment. "Fellow Taoist, may I inquire as to how you achieved your enlightenment?" Laozi inquired, echoing the thoughts of all present. The crowd had already witnessed Shan Yuan's path of enlightenment through artifacts and physical form. But what of Hongjun? How had he attained his enlightenment? Did he, too, follow the path of physical enlightenment? Before the Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestor witches were more anxious than anyone else, for they were on the path of physical enlightenment. If Hongjun had indeed achieved enlightenment through this means, it would undoubtedly illuminate the path for them, proving it to be viable and successful. However, to their disappointment, Hongjun responded, "I attained enlightenment through strength, through the four elements. I comprehended the path of the four elements and achieved enlightenment through the laws of the four elements." What do you think? Ladies and gentlemen, to bully my junior disciple is hardly an accomplishment. I invite you to engage in a contest with me instead. As Hongjun spoke, his gaze sharpened abruptly, sweeping over the assembled sages. "Come, let me discern whether my four symbols of enlightenment are mightier than your merits of enlightenment. What truly distinguishes the Hun Yuan de Luo Jingxian from you sages?" At that moment, Hongyun's eyes radiated an aggressive intensity, accompanied by a palpable sense of danger. Though the confrontation had yet to commence in earnest, the sages were acutely aware of Hongyun's formidable prowess. It was likely quite extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such audacity. A moment of silence enveloped the sages as they exchanged glances. Zhunti directed his gaze towards Yuanshi, who merely snorted dismissively, choosing to ignore the challenge. He was not foolish. Having recently suffered a significant setback, though he had escaped with his life, he had sustained considerable injury. With the emergence of yet another formidable figure like Hongjun, he was naturally inclined to feign indifference. However, while the sages maintained their pretense, Hongjun was not inclined to relent. The events of the day demanded resolution. He fixed his gaze upon the sages, seeking an explanation. "My dear friend Hongjun," Jane began to speak, but Hongyun's attention swiftly shifted to him. "Are you prepared to intervene?" "Dear Jane?" Jane fell silent at once. Just then, a figure approached, stating, "Dear Hongjun, it seems that your esteemed brother Yuanshi and your junior disciple reached an impasse earlier. Perhaps we should let bygones be bygones. We are all fellow disciples. Let us not jeopardize our camaraderie." The newcomer was none other than Nuwa. "Sister." Hongjun greeted Nuwa with a bow, shaking his head as he replied, "Your words, dear sister, are misguided." Chapter 85. The Three Celestial Swords, Slaughter, Annihilation, and Inquisition. The emergence of Hongjun, particularly his declaration of proving the Tao through strength, left everyone in a state of profound astonishment. After all, what does it mean to prove the Tao through strength? It is the most formidable of the three methods of proving the Tao as articulated by the Taoist ancestor Hongjun within the Purple Cloud Palace. In contrast, the various saints, Nuwa, the three pure ones, Jane, and Zhunti, are, without exception, proponents of the merit-based method of proving the Tao, which is the weakest among the three. Thus, it is no wonder that the saints fell into silence when confronted with such a stark contrast, the most potent method of proving the Tao against the most feeble one, inevitably signifying that they would be utterly defeated by Hongjun. "Sister, your words are misguided." In response to Nuwa's attempt at reconciliation, Hongjun shook his head and declared, "My disciple has achieved Tao through his treasure, cultivating it into a primordial supreme treasure. This matter originally bears no relation to any of you. However, you all wish to seize it by cunning means, even seeking to suppress my disciple. Such behavior cannot be dismissed merely as a matter of maintaining harmony. We must engage in a proper contest. Hongjun then turned his gaze once more to Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and the two other saints, smiling as he said, "You may all come at me together. Today, I shall withstand it." Arrogant. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's fury erupted. "Do you believe that by proving the Tao through strength, you are truly invincible? To underestimate us saints is a path to your own demise. Hongjun, my friend, though you have proven the Tao and are not yet a saint, you are of equal standing with us. We could let this matter pass. Why must you insist on confrontation?" Laozi regarded Hongjun, his eyes flickering with intent. It was evident that this elder among the saints was preparing to act. Tongtian shook his head, his expression tinged with reluctance. He did not wish to overwhelm the few with the many, yet with both Laozi and Yuanshi clearly poised for action, he felt compelled to join in. As he grasped the Qingping sword, it emanated a sharp radiance, the sword's aura spreading forth, indicating his readiness for battle. Jane sighed, casting a glance at Zhunti, who understood his intent. Beneath Jane's feet, the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit materialized, while above his head, a 12-tiered treasure banner emerged. This was Jane's treasure of proving the Tao, known as the Jane Treasure Banner. Zhunti held the 7-treasure Miao tree in his grasp. Seeing the saints thus prepared, Enwa looked at Hongjun, shook her head, and moved to stand beside Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan. Her gaze sparkled with intrigue as she appraised the two, and she smiled, "Greetings, my friends." The esteemed Zhen Yuanzi promptly returned the courtesy, and Shan Yuan followed suit. Enwa's smile widened as she remarked, "There is no need for excessive formalities. We are, after all, fellow attendees of the Dao Teachings within the Purple Cloud Palace, companions in the pursuit of the Tao." Upon hearing this, the powerful figures from various factions felt a disquieting sensation. Indeed, such is the nature of social dynamics. Had they been in her position, Enwa would certainly not have extended such courtesies. The notion of mutual camaraderie in the pursuit of the Tao, while they were of such disparate standings, was rather disheartening. Now, with Shan Yuan having proven the Tao through his treasure, and with Hongjun subsequently making a powerful entrance as a Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, the tension in the air was palpable. This is what allowed Zhen Yuanzi to be valued by Nuwa. After all, with a disciple and a companion as formidable as they, it was inevitable that Nuwa would regard them as equals. Naturally, with Zhen Yuanzi alongside, Nuwa could not overlook him, especially considering his impressive cultivation level. Approaching the late stage of quasi-saint, it is not far-fetched to believe that Zhen Yuanzi may eventually attain enlightenment. Therefore, it is quite reasonable for Nuwa to refer to Zhen Yuanzi as a fellow Taoist. However, this sight left many powerful beings feeling a pang of envy. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before falling into a contemplative silence, their gazes fixed intently on the assembly of saints and Hongjun. The great battle was imminent. Suddenly, with a resounding shout, Hongjun called out. Understanding the cue, Shan Yuan presented the 5 elements pagoda and the Hongming measuring ruler, which promptly appeared before Hongjun. With the 5 elements pagoda atop his head and the Hongming measuring ruler in hand, Hongyun's presence was striking. The saints momentarily froze, as they had initially intended to take advantage of Hongyun's lack of treasures. Now, however, he possessed 2 formidable artifacts. Even if they are not your treasures, how much power can you truly wield? Yuanshi retorted coldly. Haha, you need not concern yourself with that. Focus on your own situation. Hongjun laughed heartily. Having been injured by my disciple, how much battle strength do you truly have left? With the 5 elements pagoda above him and the Hongming measuring ruler in hand, Hongjun swiftly approached Yuanshi, striking fiercely at his face with the ruler. You dare to bully my disciple? I shall crush you, Hongjun declared, brimming with audacity. Accompanying Hongyun's bravado was his formidable strength. As the Hongming measuring ruler descended upon Yuanshi, the very fabric of chaotic space trembled visibly, rippling like water in concentric circles. In mere moments, the void could bear the strain no longer and began to collapse. The Hongming measuring ruler, in Hongyun's grasp, resembled a massive brick, shattering the chaotic void and unleashing unparalleled might towards Yuanshi. How dare you? Yuanshi seethed as Hongjun targeted him first, his fury igniting. Moreover, as Hongjun struck, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, sending shivers down his spine. Indeed, as Hongjun had proclaimed, he was proving his worth through sheer strength. The force behind this blow was imbued with the terrifying powers of the 4 elemental laws: earth, water, fire, and wind. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences of being struck by such force. Having already suffered grave injuries, Yuanshi hastily waved the Pangu flag in an attempt to block the Hongming measuring ruler. Boom! Yet, in his haste, how could Yuan Shi possibly withstand the onslaught? Not to mention, given that Hongjun was channeling his strength, the impact was utterly terrifying. The Pangu flag was forcibly knocked away, slipping from Yuan Shi's grasp. With a thunderous crash, the Hongming measuring ruler struck Yuan Shi squarely in the face, unstoppable in its momentum. A colossal imprint, reminiscent of a brick, was stamped upon the visage of the primordial beginning. Following this, the primordial was unceremoniously cast aside by the Hongming measuring ruler. With but a single strike, Hongyun achieved a significant victory, sending the primordial flying. While it is true that the primordial was already gravely injured and his combat prowess diminished, it nevertheless illustrates the sheer terror of Hongyun's strength. Witnessing this spectacle, the various saints were left in a state of astonishment, momentarily disregarding the primordial. In this critical moment, the saints sprang into action. Laozi activated the Taiji diagram, and the golden bridge formed from it surged forth to suppress Hongyun. The Taiji diagram, inherently designed to stabilize the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, exerted its influence. As the golden bridge advanced towards him, Hongyun felt a sudden halt in his movements, an overwhelming sensation of being suppressed. This suppression was not limited to his physical form, but extended to his own great Tao, the path of the four symbols, which also felt an oppressive stillness. This was the suppressive effect of the Taiji diagram upon the path of the four symbols. This treasured artifact explicitly stated its dominion over the elements, wielding formidable suppressive power against the four symbols. However, Hongyun merely sneered and remarked, "Regrettably, with your strength, Laozi, this Taiji diagram in your hands is akin to a pearl dulled by dust." With a thunderous roar, Hongyun's aura surged, unleashing a terrifying force that abruptly halted the golden bridge, which had reached above his head, and sent it flying away, utterly incapable of descending upon him. Although the Taiji diagram could indeed counter the path of the four symbols, Hongyun's power was simply too formidable. With sheer magical prowess, he was able to resist the Taiji diagram, preventing this treasured artifact from descending upon him. Simultaneously, Hongyun pivoted, seizing the Hongming measuring ruler, and struck out once more, shattering the seven-colored light emitted by the seven treasures' wonderful tree that had approached from behind. The guiding treasure banner radiated brilliance, attempting to immobilize Hongyun and disturb his focus. Yet, Hongyun regarded it as inconsequential. Neither his form nor his soul was affected, leaving the guide in a state of helplessness. At that moment, Tongtian finally made his move. However, before he acted, he shouted, "Hongyun, my friend, I shall also test my skills." With this declaration, countless sword energies erupted from Tongtian's being, tearing through the surrounding chaos. As innumerable chaotic streams were obliterated, transforming into a tumultuous amalgamation of earth, water, fire, and wind, Tongtian unleashed his full power, for Hongyun had already demonstrated his might, proving to be extraordinarily formidable. In his grasp, the Qingping sword shimmered with endless brilliance, its boundless sword energy permeating the atmosphere, undiminished even within the vast chaos. In an instant, Tongtian drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energies, each one grand and magnificent, their dazzling light razor-sharp, capable of severing all and obliterating everything. These countless sword energies intertwined to form a colossal net of sword energies spanning thousands of miles, enveloping Hongyun and leaving him with no avenue of escape. Observing this scene, Shan Yuan could not help but exclaim that while in terms of magical artifacts, Tongtian may not surpass Laozi or the Primordial, in terms of combat prowess, Tongtian evidently held the upper hand. It is not surprising that later generations of novels depict Laozi as the most profound among the sages, possessing the highest mastery of the Tao. However, in terms of combat prowess, it is Tongtian who stands unrivaled among the saints. This is not merely related to the sword array of the immortal slaying, for Tongtian possesses such formidable strength inherently. Indeed, with a sword in hand, he can disperse gods and demons alike. The ferocity of his swordsmanship is truly terrifying. My own mastery of the five elements lacks such overwhelming offensive capability, Mountain Origin mused, lamenting the missed opportunity. If only I could merge this swordsmanship with my own five elements path. Yet, upon contemplating this, Mountain Origin shook his head. The time was not yet ripe. He had yet to attain enlightenment in his five elements path, and to analyze and comprehend the swordsmanship at this stage would be nothing short of folly. Meanwhile, as Tongtian launched his assault, Hongyun was equally astonished at the spectacle before him. Among the saints, he was aware that Tongtian excelled in the sword path, particularly in offensive maneuvers. Yet the sheer might of Tongtian's swordsmanship, now on display, was still shocking. The terrifying lethality he wielded was astonishing. Even though Hongjun believed himself capable of overpowering the saints through sheer force, he could not afford to be reckless in the face of Tong Tian's current onslaught. The ferocity of the sword attack was too fierce. A moment's neglect could lead to grievous injury from the sword qi, resulting in significant loss. It was akin to the encounter between Yuanshi and Mountain Origin, where lack of vigilance led to Yuanshi being outmaneuvered and severely wounded. Thus, as Hongjun's thoughts crystallized, a powerful surge of magical energy surged into the Five Elements Tower. The four symbols transformed into the five elements. Utilizing the path of the four symbols, Hongjun began to catalyze the tower. The sages, including Laozi, were unaware and believed that Mountain Origin had bestowed the Five Elements Tower and the Primordial Measuring Ruler upon Hongjun. Even if Hongjun had received them, he would not be able to harness the full might of these two supreme treasures. Little did they know that Mountain Origin and Hongjun each cultivated different paths, one focused on the five elements, the other on the four symbols. The four symbols give rise to the five elements, making the two paths remarkably similar. Thus, at this moment, Hongjun employed the four symbols to invoke the five elements, activating the tower. While the synergy may not match Mountain Origin's perfect alignment with the Five Elements Tower, it was sufficient to unleash 8 or 9/10 of its power. Instantaneously, the Five Elements Tower radiated with dazzling brilliance, unleashing a cascade of multicolored divine light. With a thunderous roar, countless strands of sword qi coalesced into a net, descending upon him, only to be swept away by the vibrant divine light, obliterated completely. The swordsmanship is commendable, but your cultivation is lacking, Tong Tian. You are no match for me. Hongjun laughed heartily. He once again activated the Primordial Measuring Ruler, sending it hurtling towards Tong Tian. Witnessing his sword technique so effortlessly countered and the ruler approaching, Tong Tian's expression shifted. Yet, faced with Hongjun's assault, Tong Tian did not retreat but advanced, moving towards Hongjun with purpose. Friend Hongjun, brace yourself for another strike. The sword path is vast and lethal. This is known as the Sword of Slaughter. Tong Tian howled, and in an instant, the Qingping sword in his hand erupted with boundless killing intent. A razor-sharp blade of sword qi surged forth, cleaving through the air with lethal precision. As the formidable sword energy was unleashed, it transformed from 1 into 10, 10 into 100, 100 into 1,000, 1,000 into myriad, and ultimately into an infinite expanse of sword energy. The intent to kill emanating from the sword was utterly terrifying, surging like the ocean. Within this celestial sword strike, one could almost perceive countless beings engaged in mutual slaughter, with the sword path dominating the carnage. Faced with this overwhelming strike, Hongjun merely narrowed his gaze and continued to smash downwards with the Hongmeng Tiantian. Boom! The might of the Hongmeng Tiantian, entwined with the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, shattered all of Tong Tian's sword energy with a single blow. Furthermore, the residual power of the Hongmeng Tiantian remained undiminished, continuing its descent towards Tong Tian. Tong Tian's expression changed dramatically, and he roared in fury. Second move of the sword path, the sword of heaven and earth, shattering the cosmos. This is the sword of annihilation. Once again, Tong Tian executed a sword strike, and in an instant, it was as if he were cleaving the heavens and the earth. Under Tong Tian's blade, a world seemed to emerge, both real and illusory, a vast expanse materializing amidst the chaos, obstructing the path of the Hongmeng Tiantian. Within this world, countless beings of various races thrived in a scene of flourishing vitality. Yet, suddenly, this entire world crumbled, and an inexhaustible force of annihilation coalesced into a terrifying embodiment of sword intent. Boom! This sword once more collided with the Hongmeng Tiantian. However, the Hongmeng Tiantian merely paused momentarily before once again cleaving through Tong Tian's sword strike and continuing its relentless descent. With gritted teeth, Tong Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto his sword, which emitted a faint hum as the Qingping sword flickered. Tong Tian unleashed his third sword strike. Inquiring of the Tao, the sword is me, and I am the sword. This is the sword of inquiry. This third sword strike, though not as grand or spectacular as the previous two, seemed to embody a profound restraint, encapsulating something even more terrifying within. It was the essence, energy, and spirit of Tong Tian, unified with the sword in his hand, transformed into this third strike. Upon its release, even Hongjun's expression shifted. Boom! The third sword collided with the Hongmeng Tiantian, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The surrounding chaos was thoroughly disturbed, with countless streams of chaotic energy swirling and even manifesting into tempestuous storms, sweeping in all directions. Even the void of chaos appeared to be unable to withstand the force of this collision, fracturing in multiple places. A multitude of terrifying phenomena emerged, with dark fissures and swirling vortices manifesting, causing an immense shock. The air resonated with the thunderous sounds of Dao reverberations, akin to the opening of the heavens. Even Laozi and the other saints could not help but change their expressions, flickering away to evade the onslaught of the two combatants. In a fleeting moment that felt prolonged, suddenly a figure was ejected as if severed from its tether, and it was Tong Tian. Clearly, in this confrontation, Tong Tian had been defeated, even with his most powerful third sword. The Sword of Inquiry, he was still outmatched by Hongjun's superior strength, who prevailed effortlessly. Despite Tong Tian's formidable combat prowess, he was no match for Hongjun. Boom! A figure forcefully tore through the chaotic storm, stepping forth from its depths, and it was none other than Hongjun. At that moment, Hongjun's upper garments lay in tatters, revealing his bare torso. His physique was astonishingly muscular and imposing, surrounded by the potent forces of the four elemental laws, earth, water, fire, and wind, that enveloped him, accentuating his presence as though he were a divine demon born from chaos. This scene was utterly terrifying. Hongjun's gaze swept over the remaining three sages, Laozi, Jane, and Zhunti. As for Yuanshi and Tong Tian, they had already been vanquished by his might, stripped of any fighting capability. Witnessing Hongjun in this moment, Laozi, Jane, and Zhunti felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. The terror was palpable. Was this the manifestation of power as a testament to the Tao? Hongjun was indeed fearsome beyond measure. Yuanshi, already gravely injured, felt a Hongjun strike with little surprise. However, Tong Tian had been in peak condition. Yet, after only a few exchanges, he was utterly crushed by Hongjun. Now, only the three of them remained. Observing this scene from a distance, Nuwa felt a sense of relief in her heart. Thankfully, she had considered her status, and with Shan Yuan having cared for humanity after its creation, even becoming a revered sage among them, she had refrained from participating in the saint's scheme to overpower Shan Yuan and seize his treasures. Otherwise, if Hongjun had returned, she too would not have escaped unscathed. Yet, was power alone truly sufficient to validate one's path? Nuwa's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, and she secretly lamented that she had no desire to attain the Tao through merit. However, when the opportunity arose, she found herself compelled by the overwhelming allure of becoming a saint. The temptation lay before her, leaving her no choice but to pursue it. Otherwise, seeking enlightenment through alternative paths would remain an uncertain journey. How exhilarating it was! Hongjun's eyes radiated with four colors of light as he regarded the three sages, Laozi, Jane, and Zhunti. Chapter 86. The Azure Lotus Treasure Flag and the Nine-Turn Golden Elixir. In a profound silence, Laozi, Jane, and Zhunti stood resolute, fully aware that at this juncture, they were destined to engage in a fierce battle until the very end. The aura emanating from the three intensified to a razor-sharp edge, as waves of law-infused energy surged and spread, causing the chaos around them to tremble with unrest. However, Hongjun discerned a stark difference. The law energies enveloping the three, as well as all the other saints, were distinctly dissimilar to his own. The law energies of the saints derived from the primordial heavenly Tao, serving as a hallmark of their saintly status. The laws they wielded were not born from within, but rather were manifestations of the heavenly Tao. The might of the heavens resonated within these laws, infused with celestial power. In contrast, Hongjun's laws were self-realized, purely his own, devoid of the heavenly Tao's influence. This distinction epitomized the divergence between saints and the primordial great Luo golden immortals. The saints were not without their own paths, yet their paths were intertwined with the heavenly Tao, which ultimately set a ceiling upon their potential. Unless they could shatter the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao, ascension to a higher realm seemed a distant hope. Even among the saints, Hongjun held little faith that Tong Tian could surpass the heavenly Tao. This encapsulated the poignant predicament of the saints. Their powers were easily acquired, yet transcending to greater heights proved to be an arduous challenge. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Hongjun launched an assault, simultaneously prompting the three saints to strike as one. In an instant, the four stood united against one another. Hongjun boldly faced three adversaries, with the five elements pagoda hovering above him and the Hongmeng measuring ruler clasped firmly in his grasp, fiercely contending against the trio of saints. At that moment, Hongjun's prowess was unmistakable, as swirling elements of earth, water, fire, and wind coalesced around him, accompanied by a cascade of five-colored divine light that deflected the myriad divine attacks from the saints. The Hongmeng measuring ruler struck repeatedly, each blow compelling the saints to evade. for they dared not withstand the onslaught imbued with the power of laws. After all, the fates of Yuan Shi and Tongtian were fresh in their memories. Yet, as the battle raged on, Hongjun began to feel the strain. His earlier successes against Yuan Shi and Tongtian stemmed from the latter's prior injuries and Tongtian's reckless confrontation. Now, however, Laozi, Jane, and Zhunti had learned from their past missteps. They sought not to achieve merit, but to avoid folly, refraining from recklessly absorbing his attacks, which rendered it increasingly difficult for Hongjun to secure a decisive advantage. Moreover, the three saints were far from defenseless. In particular, Laozi, with the celestial and earthly mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda atop his head, boasted an unparalleled defense. The aura of mysterious yellow energy emanating from the pagoda descended in strands, making it exceedingly challenging for Hongjun to breach its formidable defenses with the Hongmeng measuring ruler. The celestial and earthly mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda, rightfully renowned as the foremost treasure of postnatal merit, surpassed even the 5 elements pagoda forged by Shan Yuan in terms of protective might. This indicated that the defensive power of the celestial and earthly mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda eclipsed that of innate treasures. This, indeed, is the foundation of Laozi's confidence. Moreover, in addition to this, Laozi possesses the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram is a manifestation of the blade of the axe that opened the heavens, equally adept at defense. Standing upon the golden bridge formed by the Taiji diagram, Laozi experiences an effect akin to being untouched by myriad laws. The various divine powers wielded by Hongjun are rendered futile against this defense. Furthermore, beyond its defensive capabilities, the Taiji diagram exerts a formidable restraint on Hongjun, governing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, specifically countering Hongjun's 4 elemental path. It is fortunate that Hongjun, in his pursuit of mastering the 4 elemental path, has divided himself into the 4 spiritual forms. Upon achieving the perfection of the Zhen Yuan golden immortal, he enters the chaos, refining his physical form with the boundless essence of chaos, rendering his body immensely powerful. Thus, although the Taiji diagram can counter his 4 elemental path, Hongjun's physical form is extraordinarily robust. He can effortlessly shatter the barriers and suppressions of the Taiji diagram, even without employing the 4 elemental path. The sheer terror of his physical prowess and magical power inflicts considerable distress upon Laozi. Simultaneously, Jane and Zhunti, the 2 senior brothers, stand watchfully together, positioned upon the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, employing the Jane treasure banner and the 7-treasure marvelous tree to launch their attacks. It is evident that Laozi's heavenly, earthly, and mysterious Linglong pagoda cannot guarantee complete defense, let alone this 12-petal golden lotus of merit. Most of the time, Jane and Zhunti find themselves merely enduring blows, appearing quite beleaguered, both gritting their teeth in persistence. Yet, the longer they hold on, the more despair grips them. Initially, both had hoped to gradually deplete Hongjun's magical power, leading him to a voluntary cessation of hostilities. However, to their astonishment, they witnessed Hongjun directly inhale a substantial quantity of chaotic essence, instantly rejuvenating his spirit. This scene utterly terrified the onlookers, forcefully swallowing chaotic essence and refining it into magical power, and all this transpiring amidst battle. Was this a jest? Each person felt their scalp tingle, their hearts filled with dread, gaining a clear understanding of the 3 paths to enlightenment spoken of by Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace, where strength proves the most formidable. Indeed, strength in the path proves to be supreme. If it were not so, how could Hongjun display such ferocity? The notion of depleting Hongjun's magical power to compel him to cease fighting was utterly abandoned. Even if these saints could connect their primordial spirits with the heavenly path, possessing boundless magical power, it would not suffice to exhaust Hongjun. Jane and Zhunti were already contemplating surrender. This led to an increasingly lackadaisical approach to the battle, with their enthusiasm waning. As a consequence of this outcome, Laozi became the unfortunate target, increasingly pressed and battered by Hongjun, finding himself in an exceedingly dire predicament. Wrath surged within Laozi. He had never experienced such humiliation. Moreover, he felt a heightened sense of vigilance, for he discerned that Hongjun seemed to be searching for a flaw, as if poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. This sensation was intense, suggesting a palpable reality. It indicated that Hongjun indeed possessed means capable of threatening him. This realization sent Laozi's thoughts into a tumult, and swiftly, he arrived at a crucial insight. The treasure possessed by Hongjun is none other than the spear acquired from the Cliff of Divided Treasures, the God-slaying spear, forged from the stem of the Chaos Blue Lotus. This weapon has absorbed boundless malevolence, rendering it an extraordinary instrument of slaughter. It is said that this spear possesses the capability to annihilate the primordial spirit of a sage. In that moment, Laozi felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he did not genuinely believe that this mere spear could vanquish him, its potential was undeniably terrifying. After all, should his primordial spirit sustain harm, the injury he would incur might surpass that of both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Boom. Contemplating this, Laozi abandoned any thoughts of further entanglement with Hongjun. Given that both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had sustained injuries and withdrawn from the fray, and that Jane and Zhunti were merely spectating, there was little he could do, even if he wished to continue. In fact, persisting would only invite peril to himself. Thus, with a sudden surge of divine power, Laozi unleashed a barrage of Taiji divine thunder upon Hongjun, compelling him to turn and defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, Laozi swiftly distanced himself from Hongjun and declared aloud, "Very well, Taoist Hongjun, I concede this time. Pray tell, how might we come to an amicable resolution? Otherwise, further entanglement serves no purpose." At this moment of cessation, Jane and Zhunti hastily retreated, creating distance from Hongjun as they echoed, "We too concede." It was rather astonishing to witness these sages yield without hesitation. This elicited both surprise and a sense of reason among the gathered powers. After all, Hongjun was overwhelmingly strong. Even 5 sages, united, had suffered grievous wounds at his hands. The remaining 3 were utterly unable to retaliate. What further purpose could there be in continuing? It was far more dignified to concede sooner rather than later. Yet, it was unexpected to hear Laozi, the elder brother among the sages, utter the words of surrender, an unprecedented occurrence. Laozi had always regarded himself as the true embodiment of Pangu and the foremost among the 3 pure ones. To concede? This was indeed a first. Hongjun had, in effect, made history. As Laozi, Jane, and Zhunti acknowledged their defeat, a look of resignation crossed Hongjun's face. Such a pity. Just as Laozi had surmised, he was indeed seeking a flaw in Laozi's defenses, intending to deliver a fierce blow and test whether his god-slaying spear could truly slay a sage. Alas, it seemed Laozi had discerned his scheme, willingly conceding rather than risking further confrontation. Humph. With a cold snort, Hongjun tossed the primordial measuring ruler into the air, which, along with the 5 elements pagoda, soared towards the mountain source. You concede, yet do you not know the customs surrounding surrender? Customs? The crowd paused, only to swiftly recall the unspoken convention in the Honghuang. Upon conceding, one must offer something as a price or compensation. Clearly, Hongjun was now attempting to extort these sages. To extort sages, this was a first since the dawn of creation. The assembled powers looked on with a sense of novelty. However, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Jane, along with the 5 sages, could not help but display a change in their expressions upon hearing these words. Yuan Shi was genuinely infuriated and was about to speak, but Laozi hurriedly interjected, "Well, what does my fellow Taoist desire? What do you possess?" Hongjun chuckled in response. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhuani's eyes sparkled, and he was about to speak, only to be noticed by Hongjun. Hongjun addressed Jane and Zhuantai. "I wish to have your Qinglian Bao's flag." They were taken aback. Zhuantai suddenly froze in place, bewildered, and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, I want your Qinglian Bao's flag," Hongjun reiterated. This time, Zhuantai finally understood, but his face flushed crimson as he retorted, "No way." The Qinglian Bao's flag was the only supreme innate spiritual treasure he had received upon apprenticing at the Zixiao Palace. Moreover, for the West, the Qinglian Bao's flag held immense significance. How could it possibly be offered as compensation? Hongyun's gaze sharpened, seemingly preparing to take action. Just then, Jane sighed and said, "All right, junior brother, give him the Qinglian Bao's flag." Zhuantai was instantly stunned, staring incredulously at his elder brother. His elder brother was actually willing to concede so easily? At the same time, the others were equally astonished. Was he truly going to part with the Qinglian Bao's flag? Even Hongjun had not anticipated that he could directly obtain the flag. He had thought there would be another confrontation, and he was prepared to engage in yet another battle among the sages. But Jane had backed down, genuinely handing over the Qinglian Bao's flag to him. Hongjun couldn't help but smile. "Give it to him," Jane added, addressing Zhuantai. Zhuantai, utterly bewildered, found his mind in a daze. "It is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Since my fellow Taoist Hongjun desires it, let him have it," Jane remarked. "It can be considered a way to establish a good relationship." With reddened eyes, Zhuantai reluctantly tossed the Qinglian Bao's flag, which landed before Hongjun. Hongjun swept it into his possession with a flourish of his sleeve. "All right, dear fellows, our karmic ties are now cleared," Hongjun proclaimed to the 2. "Fellow Taoist Hongjun, As we are both of the same origin, do visit the West frequently to discuss the Tao, Jane said with a smile. He then bid farewell to the three purities, Nuwa, Zhen Yuanzi, and Shan Yuan, saying, to my three elder brothers, elder sister, and to fellow Taoists Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan, I take my leave. With that, Jane, accompanied by Zhuantai, ascended on the 12-petal golden lotus, soaring towards the primordial world. Meanwhile, from a distance, Shan Yuan could still hear Zhuantai lamenting in deep sorrow to Jane. Brother, that was the Qinglian Bao's flag. It is my only treasure. How could you bear to let me part with it? But you just gave it away. Did you not? Jane replied. I. Zhuantai protested. Wasn't it you who urged me to give it? I suggested you give it, and you complied? Shan Yuan blinked, and in that moment, his perception of Jane crumbled entirely. Emotions, the audacity of Zhunti, is indeed influenced by Jie. Jie is even more shameless than Zhunti, deceiving even his junior disciples. However, this time Jie acted with remarkable decisiveness, compelling Zhunti to relinquish the pure lotus treasure flag. Shan Yuan also discerned that Jie, this sage, truly deserves the title of the embodiment of great wisdom. Although the West has suffered significant losses on the surface, Jie, through the acquisition of a premier innate spiritual treasure, has not only resolved the animosity with Hongjun, but also with Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi, while simultaneously fostering goodwill. This exemplifies true magnanimity. With great sacrifice comes great reward. Shan Yuan mused that if he were in the same position, making such a choice would indeed be challenging. After all, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure represents a substantial loss for the impoverished West. The number of such treasures in the world is exceedingly limited, even for saints. Their stock is not abundant. At this moment, Hongjun, having received the pure lotus treasure flag, redirected his gaze towards Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. With the examples set by Jie and Zhunti, how would the three of them respond? Alas, Laozi sighed and produced a gourd. Just as Hongjun assumed Laozi intended to gift him the gourd, he recognized it as one of the 7 gourds born from the primordial gourd vine. The gourd Laozi possessed was a purple gold-red gourd. Compared to his own red gourd, Laozi's purple gold-red gourd exuded considerable power. Hongjun felt quite satisfied with this compensation. However, Laozi's subsequent actions shattered the illusions in Hongyun's heart. He uncorked the gourd and poured forth a multitude of elixirs, 9 transformation golden pills. Hongyun's fantasies were dashed. This was no mere gift of a gourd, but rather an offering of pills. Yet, Hongjun was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes brightened. The 9 transformation golden pills are indeed precious. Among the 3 pure ones, Laozi is most adept at alchemy, and his 9 transformation golden pills are renowned throughout the primordial era. Typically, even those who seek them find it challenging to obtain them from his hands. Yet now, Laozi was offering these golden pills as compensation. This matter would surely enhance his reputation. A sense of satisfaction surged within Hongjun, and he could hardly conceal his smile, saying, Brother Laozi, why be so stingy? Just pour all the pills into my hands. You can always refine more later. Upon hearing this, Laozi nearly shuddered, almost pouring out all the golden pills. Ultimately, however, he cautiously extracted only 9 transformation golden pills from the gourd. Hongjun, my junior disciple, how about we settle this matter with these 9 pills? Laozi proposed. That seems acceptable. Hongjun nodded in agreement. After all, to elicit such a concession from Laozi was already quite significant. Pressing further would yield no benefits, unless he could truly slay a saint. But the consequences of that would be entirely different. Not only the 3 pure ones, but also the guiding figures of Jane and Zhunti, as well as the goddess Nuwa. These 6 revered sages would undoubtedly unite against me. They would stop at nothing to launch a concerted assault. At that juncture, aspiring for victory would seem utterly futile. After all, while the sages have attained their enlightenment through virtue, once they unleash their true potential, their ferocity is beyond reckoning. Although Hongjun has achieved his path through strength, surpassing any of the sages, the outcome of facing 6 adversaries remains uncertain. Moreover, Hongjun is not alone. He has Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi by his side. If a great battle were to erupt, with both sides shedding all reservations, the situation for Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi would become perilous. Of course, Hongjun's agreement to cease hostilities stemmed from his belief that their side had not suffered significant losses. Otherwise, should either Shan Yuan or Zhen Yuanzi incur any harm, Hongjun would have no choice but to act as Shan Yuan once suggested, engaging the sages in a fight to the bitter end. After all, a particular phrase spoken privately by Shan Yuan lingers in Hongjun's mind. If the sages do not allow us to live, then we shall not allow the sages to live either. We will shatter this world and let them exist in chaos as sages. Once, Hongjun may have regarded this sentiment as extreme, yet it now resonates with a certain practicality. When pushed to the limit, such actions may indeed be warranted, an all-or-nothing struggle where no one emerges unscathed. However, it is preferable to avoid such outcomes, for the void of chaos is far too dull. The primordial world offers much more intrigue. Sighing, Hongjun contemplated the aftermath of battle, envisioning a return to savor the delightful ginseng fruits. Just then, Laozi tossed 9 golden elixirs towards him. Hongjun deftly caught the elixirs and, mimicking Laozi, retrieved his red gourd to store them within. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that Hongjun was unaware of what his gourd contained? By placing the 9 golden elixirs inside, would he not render them inedible in the future? As Hongjun secured the elixirs, the 3 pure ones swiftly vanished, departing from the chaos. This time, they had indeed suffered disgrace. Not only had they lost the battle, but they had also been extorted afterward. Thus, despite Laozi's outward calm, an immense fury brewed within him. As for Yuanshi, there was no need to elaborate. Tian, having been defeated by Hongjun, accepted it with grace. After all, losing to one who embodies strength rather than virtue is simply a matter of skill. Nevertheless, being extorted by Hongjun left Tian equally displeased. Unperturbed by these matters, Hongjun, having secured the 9 golden elixirs, approached Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan with a hearty laugh. "Haha, my fellow Taoist and young Shan Yuan, how do you find this? Did I not display enough grandeur this time? Are you not grateful to me? Had I not appeared, you would have surely fled." Chapter 87. The Pros and Cons of Treasure and Dao Certification in Wuzhuang Temple. As Shan Yuan contemplated the ginseng fruit, he found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Hongjun and inquired, "Master Uncle, when I was battling Yuanshi, you weren't lurking in the shadows, were you?" Hongjun paused, clearly taken aback, and awkwardly admitted, "Well, yes, that was indeed the case." Realizing this, Shan Yuan felt a pang of frustration. He had fought valiantly, only to discover that Hongjun had merely been a spectator. The thought of it gnawed at him. Observing Shan Yuan's discontent, Hongjun quickly presented the Qinglian Bao's flag to him, saying, "Ahem, this is for you." Reluctantly, Shan Yuan acknowledged his growing desire for the flag. In truth, from the moment Hongjun had sought the Qinglian Bao's flag from Zhunti, Shan Yuan had understood that it was intended for him. It was akin to acquiring the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's pen, only to bestow them upon Zhen Yuanzi, recognizing their greater significance in his hands than in those of another. Similarly, Hongjun had graciously given him not only the previous Li Yanguang flag, but also the current Qinglian Bao's flag. An overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within Shan Yuan as he expressed, "Thank you, Master Uncle," while carefully storing the flag away. With this, Shan Yuan had gathered 4 of the 5 primordial flags, leaving only the Western Plain Cloud flag unattained. Once he collected all 5, his power would truly be formidable. By uniting the primordial 5 flags, he could establish the primordial 5 elements Great Formation, officially known as the primordial 5 elements 5 directions Great Formation. This formation embodies the essence of the 5 elements and the 5 directions, intertwining them harmoniously. It utilizes the divine light of the 5 elements and the 5 primordial flags as its focal points, generating pathways for the 5 elements and 5 directions, comprising east, south, west, north, and center, one more than the Zhuxian sword formation. Upon entering the grand formation, one's consciousness becomes entrapped, with life and death resting solely on the will of the master of the formation, impervious to anyone below the status of a Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. The east governs life and death, the south dictates destruction, the west commands slaughter, the north fosters creation, and the central gate presides over illusion and annihilation. The 5 gates are in constant flux, all under the dominion of the master's intention. The celestial and terrestrial elements exist in a dynamic relationship, giving rise to unparalleled divine might. The interactions of the 5 elements and the continual transformations of the 5 directions ensure that, in terms of power, the primordial 5 elements 5 directions Great Formation is unrivaled by any other. Save for the Daitian Shensha Great Formation, an extraordinary array capable of summoning Pangu himself when the 12 ancestors of sorcery unite. Who could possibly contend with that? Regrettably, Shan Yuan understood that acquiring the final plain cloud flag would be exceedingly challenging. Its existence was glaringly evident. His path of the 5 elements had been unveiled, and the sages, with a mere calculation, would ascertain that at least 3 of the flags lay in Shan Yuan's possession. Thus, the final plain cloud flag would undoubtedly remain beyond his reach. In fact, Shan Yuan was aware that this last flag resided in the hands of Hongjun. Moreover, It is not merely the plain cloud banner that Zhen Yuanzi desires, but also the celestial scriptures sought by him, namely the list of deities and the divine whip, both of which reside with Hongjun or, more accurately, with the heavenly Dao. The difficulty of acquiring these items is almost greater than that of obtaining them from the various saints. Zhen Yuanzi can only hope for a stroke of good fortune. Or perhaps his system might directly provide him with a perfect replica of the plain cloud banner. If that were to happen, it would indeed mean that with the system in hand, he could act with impunity. If the heavenly Dao does not grant it, the love of my system, Father, suffices. Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through Shan Yuan's mind as he regained his composure. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi was about to speak, but suddenly, Hongjun and the still-present Nuwa exhibited a change in expression. Master Hongjun has summoned me to the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun stated gravely. Both Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan were taken aback. Zhen Yuanzi inquired, will you go? Of course, Hongjun replied with a smile. One must not defy the master's command. Since my teacher has asked me to go, I shall certainly do so. It is no trouble at all. Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment before nodding. Then go ahead. Yes, Hongjun affirmed, turning to Nuwa. Sister, shall we go together? Certainly, Nuwa agreed. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan, Hongjun and Nuwa departed as a pair. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, feeling a pang akin to that of a friend being taken away. Shan Yuan, on the other hand, reflected on how power alters circumstances. Had it been in the past, when Hongjun had yet to attain enlightenment, Nuwa would never have been so close to them. Yet now, she actively approached and befriended them. Why wasn't I invited along? Shan Yuan muttered, quite dissatisfied. You are not a primordial, merely an imposter, Zhen Yuanzi chuckled, amused by Shan Yuan's complaint. All right, let us return, he suggested. Agreed, Shan Yuan nodded. With a thought, the 5 elements pagoda floating above his head suddenly radiated a spectrum of colors, enveloping the two and transporting them back to the Hongyuan world. We must hurry back and harvest some ginseng fruits to hide, lest they be consumed by our master uncle, Shan Yuan urged. Is it really necessary? Zhen Yuanzi questioned. Isn't it? Shan Yuan countered. After a moment of silence, Zhen Yuanzi nodded. Indeed, it is necessary. Let us gather a few more. With that, both erupted into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, it was not only Hongjun and Nuwa. The other 5 saints had just returned home when they too received a transmission from Hongjun. Consequently, the 5 saints hastily set out once more for the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon their arrival, they found Hongjun and Nuwa already seated on the meditation cushions. Except for Yuan Shi, who let out a grunt. Laozi, Tongtian, Jin, and Zhunti seemed to have forgotten their earlier displeasure and exchanged greetings with Hongjun. In front of the Dao platform, 7 meditation cushions were arranged, with 6 saints and 1 primordial golden immortal seated upon them. The absence of one cushion went unnoticed by the gathered individuals. In the present day, the only one who still possesses the primordial purple energy and has yet to attain enlightenment is Kunping. Since Kunping has not yet achieved this enlightenment, he is thus unqualified to take a seat among us. Hongjun's communication did not include Kunping. Once everyone had settled, Hongjun's figure finally materialized upon the Dao platform. The disciples bowed in reverence to their master. Upon seeing Hongjun, the saints and Hongjun did not dare to be negligent and promptly paid their respects. Hongjun's gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting upon Hongjun. Hongjun, why do you not utilize the primordial purple energy? Hongjun inquired. The saints, eager for clarification, pricked up their ears, keen to discern the reason. In response to my esteemed master, Hongjun respectfully replied, I believe I have no need for the primordial purple energy. Thus I have bestowed it upon another. Bestowed it upon another? The saints listened in utter astonishment. The rationale was astonishingly audacious. To deem oneself unworthy and thus relinquish such a treasure. Yet this was the primordial purple energy, the foundation for achieving sanctity. That Hongjun would so freely part with it was remarkable. The first thought to cross the minds of the saints was that of Shan Yuan. Could it be that Hongjun truly gifted his primordial purple energy to his disciple? With this primordial energy, Shan Yuan could forge the innate treasure, the 5 elements pagoda. However, in the very next moment, the saints were rendered speechless. Hongjun declared, Very well, since you have given the primordial purple energy to the river of darkness, it shall thus provide him the opportunity to attain sanctity. In due time, the river of darkness will become the next saint. Hongjun, having relinquished the primordial purple energy, you are no longer my disciple. Setting aside the shock of the saints, Hongjun trembled slightly at these words, rising to bow and respond, I shall abide by your command. Indeed, Hongjun nodded, falling into a contemplative silence. The saints, meanwhile, began to regain their composure, their expressions rife with astonishment. The revelation that Hongjun had given his primordial purple energy to the River of Darkness was staggering. Furthermore, the River of Darkness was on the verge of attaining enlightenment and becoming the next saint. Such news was extraordinarily momentous. If disseminated, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Hongyuan realm. The saints struggled to absorb this information, yet an even greater question began to stir within their minds. If Hongjun had indeed bestowed the primordial purple energy upon the River of Darkness, rather than upon Shan Yuan, then how had Shan Yuan forged the 5 elements pagoda into a treasure? Was it solely through Shan Yuan's own efforts? This was simply confounding. Hongjun chose not to pursue sanctity, instead embarking on the path of the primordial Taoist immortal, and he succeeded. Meanwhile, his disciple Shan Yuan attained enlightenment through a magical treasure, crafting an innate treasure. With this innate treasure, he had directly achieved the power of a primordial Taoist immortal, surpassing even Tai, who was accompanied by the Chaos Bell. Tai was merely regarded as the foremost among those beneath the saints. Yet Shan Yuan, he had truly eclipsed Tai, standing shoulder to shoulder with the saints. At this moment, even the saints could not help but think of Zhen Yuanzi, the seemingly amiable and unassuming figure who always remained low-key. All the saints were filled with doubt. Could it be that Zhen Yuanzi harbored some extraordinary secret? I dare to ask, Master, how does the Shan Yuan treasure attain enlightenment? At last, Zhunti could no longer contain himself and directly inquired. Apart from the 3 methods of enlightenment mentioned by the Master, are there other paths to enlightenment? The saints all fixed their gazes intently upon Hongjun. However, Hongjun returned to his seat, and upon hearing Zhunti's question, a smile crept upon his lips as he recalled his remarkable disciple, feeling utterly astounded. That fellow seemed to possess an inexhaustible array of flamboyant talents. Just look at the Master. Oh no, I should now refer to him as the Dao Ancestor. Hongjun remembered that he had been expelled from the Xianmen. He wondered how the Dao Ancestor would assess that individual. It would be best if the evaluation were not overly favorable, otherwise, that fellow would boast incessantly upon hearing it. As for Shan Yuan, Hongjun then spoke up. This individual has taken an unorthodox path, attaining enlightenment through treasures. This method is not the orthodox way. However, its success is indeed remarkable. Amidst Hongjun's disappointed gaze, Hongjun began to extol Shan Yuan. From my observation, the method of enlightenment through treasures possesses 2 significant advantages. Firstly, once one attains enlightenment through treasures, one can closely integrate with the treasure, thus instantly acquiring its full power, comparable to the strength of a mixed-element Great Luo Golden Immortal. Secondly, the purpose of attaining enlightenment through treasures is to allow the treasure to validate the Tao on one's behalf, providing invaluable experience for one's future self-enlightenment. The saints were greatly astonished. Even Hongjun could not help but reveal an expression of shock. The method of enlightenment through treasures had occurred after his departure, and thus he was unaware of the specific details. Hearing Hongjun's praises, he was left in awe. However, the method of enlightenment through treasures also has its drawbacks. Suddenly, Hongjun shifted his tone and spoke of the shortcomings of this approach. Take Shan Yuan's method of enlightenment through treasures, for instance. Its success was, in fact, a result of cleverness. He fortuitously acquired a treasure, the 5 elements pagoda, from a Tao companion during my time in the Long Han period. This pagoda itself is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, mere inches away from being a true innate treasure. Upon obtaining it, he refined the treasure, which remarkably resonated with his own path, allowing him to advance further and transform the 5 elements pagoda into his own life treasure. Subsequently, the 5 elements pagoda evolved into an innate treasure, making the success of his enlightenment a natural outcome. Upon hearing this, the saints were profoundly shaken, uncertain whether to marvel at Shan Yuan's fortune or to ponder the implications. However, after careful consideration, the saints concluded that Shan Yuan's method of enlightenment harbors a considerable degree of randomness, making it difficult to replicate. This realization brought them some relief. Otherwise, if everyone were to emulate Shan Yuan, the primordial world would be inundated with numerous mixed-element Great Luo Golden Immortals. Very well. You may now take your leave and proceed as you see fit. Hongjun issued the dismissal. Though the various saints harbored further inquiries, they deemed it inappropriate to press on. Upon hearing this, they collectively expressed their gratitude and took their leave. Red Cloud, too, wished to inquire about the whereabouts of the plain Cloud Realm flag and the heavenly book, but seeing Hongjun's demeanor, he refrained. After offering his thanks to Hongjun, Red Cloud departed the Purple Cloud Palace alongside the other saints. Upon exiting the palace, the 7 individuals parted ways. The 3 pure ones returned to Kunlun Mountain, while Jane and Zhunti made their way to the Western Blissful Realm. Nuwa turned to Red Cloud and asked, "Would you not join me for a visit?" Red Cloud gently shook his head and declined, saying, "I shall return to Mount Wanshou first. I will visit you another time." Thus, they bid farewell and went their separate ways. Back at Mount Wanshou, within the Five Zhuang Temple, Red Cloud was greeted with yet another ginseng fruit banquet. As he savored the ginseng fruits, he recounted his experiences in the Purple Cloud Palace. "So, Master Uncle, does this mean you are no longer a disciple of the Dao ancestor?" Shan Yuan blinked in surprise. Such a development is indeed unexpected. Yet, it is for the best, as Red Cloud has now attained the status of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal. What need is there to remain a disciple of the Dao ancestor? It is far better to strike out independently. This situation bears resemblance to the Western two saints, who, in time, will also abandon the Xianmen to forge their own path. However, unlike the Western two saints, who left the Xianmen, Red Cloud was released from his association by Hongjun himself. This alteration eliminates much potential contention, leaving both parties unencumbered. Indeed, one might say Red Cloud has gained much without incurring any cost. Merely by addressing Hongjun as teacher a few times, he has acquired a flag, a most advantageous transaction. Indeed, Red Cloud chuckled. It is a pity, though, that I wish to inquire further about the plain Cloud Realm flag and the heavenly book. Yet, as the Dao ancestor bade us depart, we could not pursue our questions. He shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Let us indulge in the fruits. Zhen Yuanzi remarked with a smile, there is no need to fret. When the time is right, fate will guide you to them. Moreover, even without the heavenly book or the plain Cloud Realm flag, do you think Shan Yuan and I cannot attain enlightenment? Shan Yuan, upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, internally mused that such fateful encounters are indeed rare. The plain Cloud Realm flag and the heavenly book reside with Hongjun. If he chooses not to bestow them, they remain unattainable. Nevertheless, Shan Yuan found wisdom in Zhen Yuanzi's subsequent statement. Even in the absence of the Earth Book and the plain Cloud Realm flag, he and his master could still achieve enlightenment. If this is the case, why cling so tightly? Such attachment could hinder one's progress. It is essential to maintain a resolute heart in the pursuit of truth, advancing boldly and unwaveringly. Hesitation and excessive consideration yield little benefit. Without the plain Cloud Realm flag, Shan Yuan can still comprehend the path of the five elements. Lacking the heavenly book, Zhen Yuanzi can still possess the means to attain enlightenment. It is not solely dependent on these two items. Haha, Red Cloud laughed. I certainly did not imply that. I merely lamented the lost opportunity. He then seized another ginseng fruit and began to showcase it with flair. Upon this, Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of their prescience. Indeed, it was prudent to conceal some of the ginseng fruits before Hongyun's return. Otherwise, they would have been entirely showcased by him. Unbeknownst to Hongyun, Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi had orchestrated their own plans behind the scenes. After indulging in the ginseng fruits, Hongyun felt a profound sense of exhilaration. Truly, the fruits from a dear friend's abode possessed an exquisite flavor. No matter how many times he savored them, his desire for more remained insatiable. However, these two rascals had taken advantage of his absence, devouring far too many, leaving him with a mere handful that scarcely sufficed to satiate his appetite. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Hongyun turned to Shan Yuan and inquired, Shan Yuan, might you impart your knowledge of artifact crafting to me? Shan Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, responding, do you wish to learn the art of crafting, Master Uncle? No, wait. You intend to transform the god-slaying spear into a true innate treasure? Precisely, Hongyun affirmed. Though the god-slaying spear is renowned as a weapon of annihilation, it suffered damage during the Longhan era, resulting in its diminished grade. At present, it is merely equivalent to a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Naturally, I aspire to restore it. Should I succeed in reforging it into an innate treasure, its power would be greatly amplified. Previously, I had contemplated the opportunity to pierce that old man with it. Yet it seemed I was too overt in my intentions, prompting him to notice, and, rather than face me, he chose to bestow upon me the 9-turn golden pill. Reflecting on the earlier battle, Hongyun felt a lingering desire for confrontation. He genuinely wished to test the old man's mettle, but alas, the opportunity was denied him. Upon hearing this, Shan Yuan's mind conjured a rather terrifying image, sending a chill through him as he regarded Hongyun, sensing a hint of devilry within him. Goodness, I hadn't anticipated such a wicked whim from you. Contemplating such thoughts toward an elder, he mused, though he recognized it was all in jest. Regarding Hongyun's request, Shan Yuan did not hesitate to comply. He readily shared the intricate details of his artifact crafting techniques and the various methods he had gleaned from his own studies. Huh, what a remarkable lad you are. I had no idea you possessed such a talent for crafting artifacts. Quite impressive, Hongjun praised, adding, just wait. Once I restore the god-slaying spear, you shall not be overlooked in my gratitude. Chapter 88. The Waters of the Blood Sea. Ascending to sanctity in the river of the underworld in the 5 of Mount Wanshou, Hongjun provided a private lesson for Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan, imparting his insights on the path to achieving the mixed element. The two, with their profound cultivation, one at the mid-stage of the mixed element golden immortal and the other at the pinnacle, found themselves well-equipped to comprehend Hongjun's teachings. Particularly, the methods he shared were those they had collaboratively deduced and studied, which made the discourse even more accessible. The lecture extended for a millennium, during which Hongjun exhaustively shared his wisdom until he could impart no more. All right, it seems I have nothing further to convey. I shall return to my fire cloud cave, Hongjun announced as he took his leave. The two, having absorbed all they could, felt no inclination to retain him any longer, and with a casual wave, they permitted him to depart. Observing their indifference, Hongjun shook his head in resignation and left, having exited the primordial realm and entered the void of chaos. He endured a protracted solitude before finally attaining enlightenment. Furthermore, he had consumed all the ginseng fruits from the 5, prompting him to consider it time to return. After Hongjun's departure, Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan retreated to their respective palaces to meditate, digesting the myriad principles and experiences shared by Hongjun. Within the 5 Elements Palace, Shan Yuan's 5 incarnations formed a circle, each absorbed in their own understanding. Now all at the level of mixed element golden immortals, their grasp of the 5 elemental paths, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, was profoundly deep. At this juncture, they stood just a step away from enlightenment. However, crossing that threshold proved to be a formidable challenge. Shan Yuan was not entirely confident in his ability to succeed. Yet, inspired by Hongjun's journey towards enlightenment, Shan Yuan began to formulate his own plans. Since Hongjun had divided himself into 4 entities to cultivate in chaos, Shan Yuan pondered whether his incarnations could also seek places to refine their skills. For instance, his fire incarnation could venture to the solar star or perhaps the eternal flame mountain. His water incarnation might explore the depths of the East Sea, where a sea eye awaited, promising insights into the path of water. The gold incarnation could wander the west in search of fortuitous encounters, while the wood incarnation could seek various primordial spiritual roots, such as the fusang tree or the laurel tree. As for the earth incarnation, Shan Yuan felt compelled to revisit Mount BuZhou. He had previously acquired the Pangu spinal marrow there, and as his cultivation deepened over the years, he had become increasingly aware of its benefits. The power of his earth incarnation had grown significantly, far surpassing that of the other 4. Thus, Shan Yuan deemed it essential to return to Mount BuZhou, for he believed further treasures might await him there. However, before Shan Yuan could embark on this journey, an unexpected notification resonated within his mind, heralding the activation of the system. Ding! It has been detected that Mingi has comprehended his opportunity for sanctification and is preparing to create the Azura race. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1. To thwart Mingi's ascension, rewarding the host with a strand of primordial purple energy. Choice 2. To disregard this matter, rewarding the host with a portion of blood essence. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan was momentarily taken aback. To prevent Mingi's sanctification for a reward of primordial purple energy? Has this once coveted energy lost its value? According to the rules of the Hongjun world, the highest number of primordial purple energies is 9. Originally, Hongjun had distributed 8 strands, and now there appears to be an additional 1. Could this be the final strand, or perhaps one generated by the system? Regardless of its origin, Shan Yuan was not inclined to make that choice. Hongjun has already decreed that the next to attain sanctification would be Mingi, which essentially represents the will of the heavenly Tao. There was no need for him to obstruct such a significant trend. If Mingi seeks to ascend, then let him do so. Shan Yuan was not particularly concerned. What truly piqued Shan Yuan's interest was the reward associated with the second choice, the blood essence. This essence is indeed remarkable. Although it may not directly align with the elemental laws Shan Yuan practices, any source of origin is an opportunity that should not be missed. Absorbing this blood essence would undoubtedly bring considerable benefits to Shan Yuan. At the very least, it holds far greater value than any primordial purple energy. As Shan Yuan made his decision, the system promptly dispensed the reward, 1 portion of blood essence. This essence appeared as a radiant sphere of bloodlight, within which Shan Yuan seemed to perceive countless phantoms shifting and transforming. These phantoms represented myriad races from the Hongjun realm. In fact, as described by the system, this blood essence was indeed refined from the essence of the blood of countless races in the Hongjun. Refining this blood essence would allow one to merge with the bloodline powers of various races. This sounded undeniably powerful. However, whether it truly held such strength could only be determined through experimentation. Shan Yuan was not in a hurry to refine this blood essence. Instead, he waved his hand to store it away. He then quietly awaited the grand spectacle of Mingyi's ascension. At that moment, in the depths of the Nether Blood Sea, after a period of diligent study, Mingyi finally grasped his opportunity for sanctification. At this time, within a certain area of the Nether Blood Sea, Mingyi was crouched down, reminiscent of Nuwa at Mount BuZhou. He had somehow acquired some celestial soil from the 9 heavens, which he mixed with the waters of the Blood Sea, kneading it into a lump of clay. It is worth noting that the waters of the Blood Sea are not ordinary. They are among the renowned divine waters of the Hongjun. While the 3 luminary divine waters are considered the best, there are numerous other exceptional waters within the Hongjun realm. The waters of the Blood Sea are among the most remarkable of all. They are formed from the lifeblood of myriad beings. Though they are the most vile and corrupt of substances, they possess the capacity to encompass all. Amidst the endless filth, there lies a glimmer of pure creative power. This is one of the reasons why, despite the Nether River being devoid of the path of creation, it ultimately gave rise to the Azura race. In addition to the waters of the Blood Sea, the Primordial realm is home to other unique waters, such as the waters of the Heavenly River, which are the lightest of all waters and are also known as the weak waters of the 9 heavens. It is said that these waters are so delicate that not even birds dare to traverse them. Even a golden immortal would face the peril of drowning should they fall into these waters. Conversely, the primordial heavy water is the most dense of all, gathering within the sea eyes of the 4 seas. The true water of the mysterious abyss is chillingly cold, more fearsome than the true water of the lunar. Countless varieties of extraordinary waters exist, each more bizarre than the last. Yet, among them, the divine water of the 3 lights stands out as the most mystical. However, apart from the divine water of the 3 lights, these unique waters each possess their own characteristics, differing from one another. Returning to the tale, the Nether River. Having blended the waters of the Blood Sea with the soil of the 9 heavens, after considerable exertion, successfully created the first Azura. This initial Azura manifested as a male, possessing an exceedingly grotesque and hideous visage. Shortly thereafter, the Nether River created a second Azura, this time a female, in stark contrast to the first. This female Azura radiated charm and beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Indeed, the Nether River demonstrated a remarkable capacity for creation. One cannot help but wonder if such contrasts were intentional. Thus, the Nether River continued to mold and shape until his power waned and was nearly exhausted. At last, he completed his creations. Before him lay a vast assembly of Azuras, with all male Azuras being grotesquely ugly, while the female Azuras were enchanting and stunningly beautiful. The Nether River, witnessing his handiwork, could not contain his mirth and laughed heartily. Standing upon the 12-petaled flame lotus, he called out to the heavens, above the heavenly Tao. I, the Nether River, hereby create a new race known as the Azuras. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. With a thunderous resonance, as his declaration echoed. It was as if the creation of humanity by Nuwa had been echoed. The heavenly Tao responded, and streams of divine merit surged above the Nether River's head. At that moment, the tumultuous activity of the Blood Sea drew the attention of powerful beings from all corners. They were astonished to witness the Nether River emulating Nuwa in the creation of a race named the Azuras, and even more so that the heavenly Tao had indeed conferred merit upon him. The saints, having sensed the shift in the cosmic currents, had been observing from the moment the Nether River began to forge the Azura race. The river of the underworld achieved sanctification, a fate ordained by the heavenly Tao, which even the saints dared not obstruct, silently observing instead. However, the path to the river's sanctification was fraught with challenges. At that moment, as the merits of the heavenly Tao descended, the river's cultivation surged dramatically, its momentum escalating abruptly, reaching the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. The river's original cultivation was that of a mid-stage quasi-saint who had severed 2 corpses. Now, with the merits derived from creating the Azura tribe, the river's cultivation experienced a remarkable increase. Yet, upon absorbing all the merits, the river found itself merely at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Gazing at the empty firmament above, devoid of even a single drop of merit, the river's expression faltered, revealing a hint of displeasure. The mighty beings present were momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief, with some unable to resist mocking chuckles. The saints, too, wore expressions of uncertainty. Just then, the river bellowed once more to the heavens. O heavenly Tao, today I, the river of the underworld, hereby establish a grand doctrine based on the Azura tribe, named the Azura religion, with the principle of slaying as its tenet. I shall slay all beings to validate the path. I shall suppress the fortunes of the Azura religion with the 12-petaled karma fire-red lotus. I am the founder of the Azura religion. Let it be established. With the river's resounding proclamation, the heavenly Tao responded with a thunderous roar, and once again, merits surged forth above the river's head. Witnessing this spectacle, the saints felt a sense of relief. This aligned with reason. How could the river, having merely created the Azura tribe, accumulate sufficient merits? Unlike Nuwa, who fashioned humanity, reaping the profound mysteries of creation, resulting in a human form akin to the innate Tao body, the Azura tribe fashioned by the river seemed utterly flawed. It was merely a clever ruse. Hence, the merits earned by the river from creating the Azuras were far inferior to those garnered by Nuwa from creating humanity. Thus, the river required this second establishment to acquire more merits. With the descent of this second wave of merits, the river finally succeeded. As the vast merits flowed into the river's body, a terrifying aura emanated from the river, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the river achieved sanctification, its boundless saintly might enveloping the entire cosmos. Countless beings were compelled to kneel, paying homage to the river in reverence. Once again, a saint was born in the realm, and countless miraculous phenomena of sanctification radiated outward from the sea of blood in all directions. Relishing in the realization of his sanctification, with his primordial spirit resting upon the heavenly Tao, ensuring his immortality as long as the Tao endures, the river could not help but laugh with delight. In the back courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Shou, Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuanzi quietly enjoyed their ginseng fruits. Now that the river has become a saint, do you think he will still honor his agreement with you? Zhen Yuanzi inquired. Shan Yuan bit into another ginseng fruit, about to respond, when someone interjected, I believe he will. If he does not comply, I shall compel him to. The sound was somewhat familiar. Both Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuan's expressions changed simultaneously as they noticed a figure standing at the entrance of the backyard, none other than Hongjun. Zhen Yuan's and Shan Yuan exchanged awkward yet polite smiles. Hongjun, what brings you back? Zhen Yuan's inquired. Indeed, Master Uncle, you just left not long ago. Why not stay a while longer at the Fire Cloud Cave? Shan Yuan remarked, attempting to hide the half-eaten ginseng fruit in his hand, while also trying to discreetly gather the remaining ones on the table. Suddenly, Hongjun's figure flickered, appearing beside Shan Yuan and grasping his hand. Oh, you have delicious treats and did not invite me, Hongjun sighed. What? Had I not returned, I would have remained unaware of your actions. How disappointing. Recalling some matters, Zhen Yuan's attempted to make a swift exit. However, Hongjun swiftly moved again, and another Hongjun emerged, restraining Zhen Yuan's as well. Zhen Yuan's had no choice but to sit obediently on the stool. Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuan's exchanged glances, both realizing they were caught. After a moment of silent communication, Shan Yuan decided to take the blame, beginning to argue, Master Uncle, these ginseng fruits are actually from the previous batch. We have yet to finish them. The two Hongjuns turned their gaze toward Shan Yuan, questioning, am I mistaken? Did you not secretly hoard this batch of fruits, but rather the older ones? Shan Yuan and Zhen Yuan's nodded vigorously. Very well, let me have one to taste. And I shall discern when they were harvested, Hongjun declared. Wait. No. Shan Yuan hurriedly shook his head. I was wrong, Master Uncle. I should not have deceived you. These were all my secret stash. If you must blame someone, let it be me. Beside him, Zhen Yuan's offered a sympathetic glance. Hongjun scoffed, and the two Hongjuns, in unison, shook their heads. All right, I shall cease my jesting. Though I suspect this was indeed your cunning idea, without your teacher's consent. Could you have hidden them? Hongjun turned to Zhen Yuan's, who coughed awkwardly, feeling increasingly embarrassed. It is odd, isn't it? One would think that enjoying our own fruits should not lead to being discovered, yet it feels as if we were caught thieving. Come, see what I have brought for you. At that moment, Hongjun set aside the playful banter and retrieved a bundle. As the bundle opened, a handful of vibrant red dates emerged, clearly extraordinary in appearance. These are innate spiritual fruits, Hongjun explained. I encountered a primordial jujube tree previously and planted it in the Fire Cloud Cave. Upon my return, I found it laden with fruit, so I brought some back for you to taste. What do you think? I am not merely indulging at your expense, after all. While these dates may not rival ginseng fruits, they are indeed innate spiritual fruits, and importantly, there is an abundance. Indeed, Master Uncle, you are truly generous, Shan Yuan exclaimed, eagerly showering praise while preparing tea. The steaming tea was poured into a cup and handed to Hongjun, who was urged to sample this enlightening brew. Zhen Yuan's eye then decided to unveil the hidden ginseng fruits, declaring that they should indulge in them all this time. as he truly had no more concealed. Laughter erupted from Hongjun, and Zhen Yuanzi, along with Shan Yuan, joined in the merriment. The trio savored their tea and fruits while engaging in lively conversation. Lying back at home lacks flavor. Life at your Wuzhuang temple is far more enjoyable, Hongjun remarked. Then why not settle here? After all, between us, there are no formalities. And I have no intention of sending you away, Zhen Yuanzi replied. If you were to send me away, I would not budge, Hongjun chuckled, adding, besides, at present, you could hardly best me. Ah, Hongjun, you have indeed grown formidable. Do you now look down upon me? Zhen Yuanzi retorted with a mock glare. Not at all. How could I dare? You shall always be my esteemed senior, and I shall follow your lead. Hongjun quickly reassured him with a smile. Their playful banter continued, filled with incessant laughter. Shan Yuan, watching from the side, felt a warmth in his heart, relishing the atmosphere. He was reluctant to leave, for, given his current cultivation, Zhen Yuanzi had mentioned that he could establish his own dojo at any moment. However, Shan Yuan had not consented, for nothing could compare to the sanctuary of Mount Wanshou. In this lifetime, he intended to remain here, unless Zhen Yuanzi forced him out. Yet even then, he would be like Hongjun and refuse to depart. After all, at this moment, Zhen Yuanzi could not best Hongjun, nor could he best Shan Yuan. With this thought, Shan Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, retrieving half of the ginseng fruit he had previously set aside, wiping it clean, and consuming it in a few swift bites. Chapter 89. The Refinement of the Blood Origin. Dijun's visit. The successful attainment of sainthood by Ming, he astounded countless mighty beings in the primordial realm. Previously, many had speculated that the primordial purple energy of Hongjun had been granted to Shan Yuan, who had squandered it on a single treasure, transforming it into an innate supreme artifact. Although this had bestowed upon him the formidable strength of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, one could argue that utilizing it for the attainment of sainthood would have been a far superior choice. Now, however, the truth lay bare. Defying all expectations, Hongyun's primordial purple energy had not been bestowed upon Shan Yuan or Zhen Yuanzi, but rather upon Ming He. The notion that Ming He had received this primordial purple energy and had indeed achieved sainthood was utterly astonishing. Why had Hongjun chosen this path? Why bestow such a gift upon Ming He instead of his closest ally, Zhen Yuanzi? Simultaneously, many began to ponder the last remaining strand of primordial purple energy. Now in the possession of Kunpeng, it was the only one left. All others had been consumed. Kunpeng had yet to attain sainthood, and with Ming He's recent example, it was evident that whoever possessed primordial purple energy had the potential to ascend to sainthood. In that moment, a multitude of powerful beings began to stir, seeking opportunities to confront Kunpeng. What if Kunpeng belonged to the demon race? Such considerations were trivial. For the sake of attaining sainthood, countless mighty beings were willing to risk it all. If one could seize the primordial purple energy and achieve sainthood, what did it matter if they offended the demon race? At this juncture, Shan Yuan concluded the ginseng fruit banquet and returned to the Five Elements Palace. He then retrieved the blood origin. As the myriad illusions of sentient beings flickered within the blood origin, its mere presence ignited an insatiable restlessness within Shan Yuan. His bloodline surged, yearning to engulf this essence. This blood origin promised to greatly enhance and transform his very bloodline. With a decisive motion, Shan Yuan consumed the blood origin. Instantly, it merged with his blood, unleashing an overwhelming aura that shattered the fabric of his upper garments. His eyes burst open, glowing with a fierce crimson light. At that moment, the Five Elements Tower materialized above Shan Yuan, enveloping him in a cascade of multicolored radiance, repressing both his body and the blood origin. Shan Yuan had underestimated the potency of this blood origin, a reward from the system that embodied the essence of the myriad beings of the primordial realm. It was immensely powerful, far beyond what his singular form could endure. He required a fusion. Earthly Shan Yuan declared solemnly. In response, the other four incarnations swiftly entered his body, uniting the five Shan Yuan into one singular entity. Thus, with this development, Shan Yuan finally quelled the tumult of his bloodline, and, aided by the Five Elements Tower, began to gradually refine the essence of blood. As Shan Yuan had anticipated, this primal source of blood indeed conferred immense benefits upon him. He felt, with each passing moment, as wisps of the blood essence were refined, his bloodline continued to enhance and transform. The sensation was akin to his blood transmuting into something resembling the abyssal sea of blood. Suddenly, Shan Yuan was gripped by an ominous premonition. Could this process be transforming him into another river of the underworld? However, to speak of the river of the underworld is to acknowledge its formidable power. Even prior to achieving sanctity, Its ability to refine the sea of blood and possess boundless blood deities rendered it nearly immortal. Logically, the river of the underworld had a significant chance of attaining the status of a Han Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Yet, the temptation of sanctity proved too great, leading the river of the underworld to ultimately choose that path. Of course, this was also influenced by Shan Yuan granting it the primordial purple energy. Otherwise, no amount of endeavor would have allowed the river to achieve such a status. As Shan Yuan refined the blood essence, he engaged in calculations. And after a long period of contemplation, he finally exhaled in relief. According to his deductions, refining the blood essence would not transform him into another river of the underworld. Instead, it would empower his bloodline significantly, endowing him with the ability to be reborn from a single drop of his blood. As long as a drop remained unextinguished, he could resurrect himself. This bore some resemblance to the river of the underworld's immortality, yet Shan Yuan lacked the capacity to manifest infinite avatars, as he did not possess the same formidable backing as the Sea of Blood. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, this was merely a primal essence. While the benefits were considerable, they also had their limits. It was impossible to defy the heavens entirely. However, with this foundation, he could indeed embark on further development. Moreover, with the essence of the blood of myriad beings, he could simulate transformations into various creatures, indistinguishable from them. This, too, constituted a remarkable divine ability, Shan Yuan mused. Time passed, though its measure was unknown, and at last, Shan Yuan completed the refinement of this blood essence. The 5 elements tower vanished from sight, and Shan Yuan's body trembled as he split into 5 distinct forms, dispersing. Concurrently, as Shan Yuan refined the essence of blood, the river of the underworld, having achieved sanctity, was summoned by Hongjun. Hongjun proclaimed the river of the underworld as a registered disciple, a piece of news that stirred considerable ripples throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. On this day, within the Sun Palace of the 33 Heavens, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were in attendance. Brother, that rascal Kunping has indeed seized the opportunity to return to the northern underworld sea. What shall we do about him? Tai Yi inquired of Emperor Jun, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent. Yet, upon hearing this, Emperor Jun fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he shook his head and replied, "There is no rush. Let me ponder further." Tai Yi stared intently and declared, "This is the most opportune moment. If others discover that he has returned to the North Sea, we may find ourselves outpaced. Although possessing the primordial purple energy does not guarantee ascendance to sainthood." Di Jun shook his head and responded, "Moreover, is becoming a saint truly our only option? Tai Yi, do not forget, our demon clan has a saint as well. Yet, despite having a saint, we cannot eradicate the witch clan. Tell me, what do you suppose would happen should I achieve sainthood?" Di Jun gazed at Tai Yi. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi was momentarily taken aback, shivering involuntarily, and blurted out, "No way, right?" He then suggested, "Very well. Let us not rush the matter of acquiring the primordial purple energy. I shall attend to another matter first. You stay here in the heavenly court and hold the fort for me." Di Jun replied, rising and striding toward the palace exit. "Where are you going, elder brother?" Tai Yi called after him, eager to follow but was halted by Di Jun's gesture. "Do not accompany me. I can manage alone," he insisted. Reluctantly, Tai Yi halted his steps. As Di Jun exited the Sun Palace, he transformed into a radiant beam, vanishing in an instant. At that very moment, within the confines of Wanshou Mountain and the 5, the system prompt echoed in Shan Yuan's mind. Ding. Detection of Demon Emperor Di Jun's impending visit. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Meet with Di Jun to receive a reward of 1 portion of the sun's essence. Option 2. Decline the meeting with Di Jun to receive a reward of 1 fragment of the Creation Jade Book. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shan Yuan was momentarily stunned before a smile crept across his face. Indeed, the fragments of the Creation Jade Book arrive eventually, albeit tardily. These fragments are undoubtedly treasures, essential for any transmigrator. As one of the 4 primordial chaos treasures, the Creation Jade Book lacks both defensive and offensive capabilities. However, it records the principles of 3,000 great paths, making it a sacred artifact for imparting wisdom. After collecting most of the shattered pieces of the Creation Jade Book, Hongjun reforged them into a new volume. Although this new Creation Jade Book may not attain the status of a primordial treasure, it certainly surpasses innate treasures. Otherwise, how could Hongjun bear to part with esteemed artifacts like the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner? It is likely that the Creation Jade Book is even more formidable than both the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner, serving Hongjun's purposes more effectively. In fact, It was through the creation jade book that Hongjun united with the heavenly Dao. The so-called heavenly Dao is, in essence, a myriad of principles within the universe. The various laws governing the cosmos, such as the laws of space, time, life and death, causality, creation, the five elements, and yin-yang, among others, collectively form the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao is the aggregate of these laws, devoid of thought, emotion, or desire. It was through obtaining the creation jade book that Hongjun could embody these countless principles and thus seize the opportunity to merge with the heavenly Dao. In essence, rather than describing it as Hongjun merging with the Dao, it is more accurate to say that Hongjun is consuming the heavenly Dao. Initially, Hongjun's alignment with the heavenly Dao certainly involved a process of assimilation, wherein he became an integral part of it. Yet, Hongjun is the master of the Dao of creation, a fact that no one understands better than Shan Yuan, who is seeking enlightenment through magical artifacts. With the aid of the Dao of creation, Hongjun is destined to reverse the roles and ultimately devour the myriad laws of the universe. It is merely a matter of timing. This notion instills a sense of urgency within Shan Yuan, compelling him to enhance his own strength. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Shan Yuan found himself in a quandary. Should he choose option 1 or option 2? Option 1 promises the essence of the sun, which, as its name implies, is the fundamental source of the solar star, undoubtedly beneficial for Shan Yuan. On the other hand, option 2 offers fragments of the Dao of creation, which would similarly deepen his understanding of Hongjun. Knowledge of both self and adversary ensures victory in every battle. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Shan Yuan ultimately decided on option 1, reasoning that confronting Hongjun was not an immediate concern, as he had yet to reach that level of power. Instead, he yearned to meet Emperor Jun. Although they had crossed paths before, Shan Yuan had previously been just a junior, unable to engage in meaningful discourse. Now, however, the dynamics had shifted. Although still a junior in the realm of Wanshou Mountain, Emperor Jun could no longer regard him as such, especially after Shan Yuan's significant accomplishments in the battle against Yuan Shi amidst the chaos, where he had even dealt a severe blow to Yuan Shi. Such feats, regardless of Emperor Jun's status as a demon sovereign or heavenly emperor, placed Shan Yuan on a higher pedestal. It could be said that merely refraining from making things difficult for Emperor Jun was already a commendable achievement. Any further expectations seemed superfluous. In the primordial realm, strength is paramount, and the strong command respect. Now that Shan Yuan was powerful, he naturally held sway over all matters. Emperor Jun arrived at Wanshou Mountain with remarkable discretion, eschewing ostentation and accompanied by no entourage, standing alone. As he approached the entrance of the Wuzhuang Temple, ready to knock, the door unexpectedly swung open from within. Two young attendants emerged, Qingfeng and Mingwei, who had grown considerably since their initial encounter. Yet, in the realm of immortals, time has little effect on one's appearance. Upon seeing Emperor Jun, Qingfeng and Mingwei were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "We did not expect the esteemed demon emperor to arrive." Indeed, Emperor Jun replied, astonished. "What does this signify?" With a smile, Qingfeng explained, "The two elders and the young master anticipated your visit, hence they instructed us to open the door for you." The astonishment on Emperor Jun's face deepened as he marveled. "I merely decided on a whim to come, and yet it seems my arrival was foreseen. Truly, the powers of foresight are remarkable." As for the two young attendants' mention of the two elders and the young master, Emperor Jun was well aware of their identities, namely, his intended target, the first primordial Taoist, Hongjun. Although one has yet to attain the status of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, there exists a being named Shan Yuan who possesses such formidable strength. It is said that Hongjun prefers to dwell in Mount Wanshou, and it appears this is indeed the case. Has fate brought us together? Your Majesty, please follow us. Qingfeng and Mingwei invited Dijuan to the Wuzhuang Temple. Very well, Dijuan replied, trailing behind the two, who led the way ahead. Upon entering the Wuzhuang Temple, as they walked through, the picturesque scenery stirred even Dijuan's seasoned heart, evoking a sense of wonder. It was evident that the temple had been refined by someone with immense magical prowess, exuding an unmistakable aura of primordial energy. Such a sight he had only witnessed in the sacred grounds of Nuwa, Kunlun Mountain, and Mount Shumi. Now, the Wuzhuang Temple mirrored these, and it was needless to say that the mastermind behind this transformation was undoubtedly Hongjun. However, Hongjun's domain was the Fire Cloud Cave, not the Wuzhuang Temple. What brought him here to oversee Zhen Yuanzi's temple? At this juncture, Dijuan gained greater clarity regarding the relationship between Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi. They truly were inseparable friends, their bond profoundly strong. Finally, They arrived in the rear courtyard of the Wuzhuang Temple, where Yuan finally encountered Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Shan Yuan. Yuan, my friend, has arrived. Zhen Yuanzi greeted him warmly upon his entrance. Haha, Yuan laughed heartily, bowing respectfully to Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Shan Yuan. I apologize for my impromptu visit. I hope it is not an inconvenience. No inconvenience at all, Zhen Yuanzi replied with a smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. A stone table was set with 4 stools, and the 4 individuals took their places in each cardinal direction. Zhen Yuanzi occupied the eastern position, the seat of honor. Hongjun sat to Zhen Yuanzi's left, while Shan Yuan settled to his right. This left Yuan with the position of guest to the west. This arrangement was not without significance. Typically, given Yuan's status as the Demon Emperor, he would sit facing south. However, here, the 3 seemed to disregard their titles and treated one another with the courtesy of fellow practitioners. This did not trouble Yuan in the slightest, for among those present, 2 could easily overpower him, capable of erasing him with a mere snap of their fingers. Why would he seek to assert any dominance? The guest must follow the host's lead. Alas, my friend, your timing is unfortunate. The ginseng fruits were consumed recently, and now we can only offer some other fruits for tasting, Zhen Yuanzi courteously invited. There is no need for such formality, Yuan replied hastily. To speak candidly, I have come here with a request for the 3 of you. Oh, all 3 turned their attention to Yuan. They were well aware of his intentions, yet none would voice them outright. Furthermore, given their limited relationship with him, it was unlikely they would offer assistance freely. Merely having the opportunity to converse with Yuan was already a privilege. I have a few inquiries I wish to discuss, Yuan stated, humbling himself. May I? Zhen Yuanzi inquired. May I inquire, esteemed fellow practitioners, what distinguishes the primordial golden immortal from a sage? Yuan posed this question. I had initially anticipated that Yuan would directly inquire about the methods of attaining enlightenment. However, to my surprise, he opted for such a seemingly simple question. Moreover, this inquiry had already been addressed by Hongjun in the Zhixiao Palace. Nonetheless, Yuan's repetition of the question clearly indicates that he seeks a different answer. The 3 exchanged glances. Shan Yuan chuckled and remarked, Dear Yuan, you must already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Why then do you ask? Hongjun nodded in agreement, stating, the sage and the primordial golden immortal are essentially akin. One is a gift from the heavenly Tao, while the other remains unaffected by it, the choice of which to pursue rests solely with you, my friend. Zhen Yuanzi remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing these words, Yuan fell into contemplation for a moment before expressing his gratitude. Thank you for enlightening me. He then inquired, May I ask, esteemed friends, how do you perceive this calamity, the conflict between my demon clan and the witch clan? Shan Yuan responded, You already have an understanding of this matter. There is no need to ask. Yuan furrowed his brow and questioned, Is it truly impossible to alter this? The interplay of yin and yang, the birth and decay of all things, is indeed a fundamental principle. However, amidst all transformations, there always exists a glimmer of hope, replied Hongjun. Yet to effect change is exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, it is not the will of heaven, but rather that of humanity, he continued, alluding to the fact that as long as the witch clan and demon clan persist, they shall obstruct the paths of certain individuals. Yuan's countenance darkened further. Shan Yuan then suggested, In my view, there is indeed another path available to you. What path is that? Yuan inquired. To let go. Let go? Yuan pondered for a moment and swiftly grasped Shan Yuan's meaning, responding with a smile. I cannot let go. To be unable to let go is akin to death, Shan Yuan remarked. Yet even in death, I remain Yuan, he asserted resolutely. Enough. I thank you, esteemed friends, for your guidance. I must take my leave. Safe travels. Fellow, Zhen Yuanzi rose to bid him farewell. Yuan hastily urged him to stay, prompting Zhen Yuanzi to instruct Qing Feng and Ming Yu to escort Yuan out of the Wuzhuang Temple. I expected him to ask us how to attain enlightenment, Hongjun remarked, shaking his head after Yuan's departure. Zhen Yuanzi and Shan Yuan chuckled softly in agreement, expressing, So did we. What a pity. Hongjun sighed once more.